Hashtag C23031 Pick One Group. 3UN3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. For the overwhelming attack from below, Yu Linglong seemed to have expected it. Her body suddenly stopped in the air, and she fell straight down. This sudden change of direction directly avoided most of the attack torrent, and also avoided the most powerful sharp edge of the attack torrent. Moon Splash Galaxy. The jade hands fluttered, and the seals were like orchids. The moonlight on the body was like a stream of water, continuously condensed, and drifted towards the surroundings. I saw the moonlight falling on the surrounding trees, flowers, and even rocks. There will be a large number of star points, overflowing from them, like countless fireflies, slowly appearing and dancing in the sky. It seems like a breath, and it seems like a long time. These fireflies gather together and evolve into a vast galaxy in the sky, which is extremely spectacular. What kind of imperial art is this? All the strong men looked up at the sky, and the faces of all the strong people changed in response to the sky galaxy that almost occupied half of the sky. If this galaxy falls, it will be impossible to resist it with the strength of these powerhouses present. Destroy. Just when everyone was terrified, Yu Linglong didn't stop at all, and the whole emperor technique was completed in one go. Her jade hand flew up, and with a wave of her hand, above the sky, the rolling galaxy, like a rushing river, broke its embankment and poured down. Fall from the sky. No, not good. Oh my God, is she crazy? She actually made a move. One person attacking everyone at the same time. Is she going to be an enemy of everyone? In everyone's heart, the thunder exploded at the same time, and they were extremely shocked. It's not because of how powerful Yu Linglong's emperor technique is, but because they are shocked. Isn't this woman afraid of alarming the three holy emperors inside with such an attack? You know, all the strong people in the field, all added up, are not as strong as any of the holy emperors in it. Therefore, no one dared to go inside the palace. But isn't this woman in white who just arrived is directly provoking the holy emperor by making such a move? Before, the reason why the holy emperor didn't pay attention to the outside was because everyone was not threatening, but now, the woman in white made a move like this, and the result was completely different. Boom, boom. It was at this moment of lightning and flint that a powerful explosion erupted in the palace. Obviously, the three holy emperors used their unique moves at the same time. It's now. The changes outside naturally did not escape the detection of the three holy emperors. The Huanlei holy emperor's face was overjoyed, and with the power of the holy emperor in his body, it was like a volcanic eruption. He rushed away, ready to use his unique skill to take the jade box away directly. However, at this moment, the situation outside suddenly changed. Almost at the same time as the idea of hands-on flashed in the mind of the Phantom Thunder Emperor, the bright galaxy outside exploded in an instant. The large expanse of starlight that was originally pouring downwards suddenly turned in unison, headed towards the palace, and slammed straight away. Tom. A loud noise exploded, and the endless starlight exploded together, like a riot of stars. The violent power of the stars and moonlight, like a flood passing through the territory, crashed into the ancient palace and surged in all directions. The palace, which had originally been under the powerful attack of the three holy emperors, could no longer withstand such a terrifying force, and instantly cracked, and one side of the palace wall completely collapsed. How courageous! Who is it, looking for death? Roll. No matter it was the Holy Emperor Huanlei, the Holy Emperor Tian Can, or the Holy Emperor Panlong, they were all furious and shouted sharply. Especially the Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor, who was about to explode with anger. Just as he was about to succeed, he was suddenly interrupted. That feeling. Three gazes instantly locked onto the figure in the white dress outside. Peak Martial Emperor Realm. The brows of the three holy emperors frowned slightly, and a look of contempt and disdain flashed across their faces. Even a mere high-ranking martial emperor dares to peep into the jade box. Even without the cultivation base of the great emperor realm, a martial artist like this is like an ant in front of a strong saint emperor realm, who can be crushed with one hand. Just when their eyes were all focused on Yu Linglong, suddenly, a jade-colored lightning flashed towards the jade box and shot away. Huh! It was almost this jade-colored figure that had just rushed into the collapsed palace wall when the three holy emperors discovered it at the same time. However, the three holy emperors glanced at the jade-colored afterimage, but they didn't move at all, instead they smiled. Because, before their battle started, each of them added a holy emperor's restriction on the jade box, just to prevent the other two from easily succeeding. And the jade-colored figure that rushed in just now had a burst of aura, but at the middle martial emperor level, there was no chance at all to touch the jade box. Don't even talk about contact. In the face of the restriction of the three saint emperors, I am afraid that even the jade box can't enter within 100 steps. Moreover, maybe it will be banned by the three saint emperors, and it is possible to bounce back and be directly injured. This figure who suddenly attacked the jade box is even more courteous than the previous woman. Receive. However, in almost half a blink of an eye, the jade-colored figure, in front of the three holy emperors, seemed to pass through layers of water bubbles, completely ignoring the defenses restricted by the three holy emperors, and stood in the jade box in an instant. In front of him, he grabbed it with his big hand. The jade box that was originally floating in the air fell directly into the man's hand, and at the same time a black light flashed and disappeared. What? The faces of the three saint emperors changed drastically in an instant, but when they realized it, they turned their heads to look, only to see a figure in a black robe, a jade beetle resting on his shoulder, and, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, he raised his hand slightly and waved at them, his figure slowly dissipating in light smoke. It's a clone. That jade beetle, what is it? Who, get out? A thunderous roar shook the entire palace, buzzing and trembling. Boom! 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 Under the rage, the three holy emperors were born together, and blasted the void where the avatar disappeared just now, to pieces. However, it doesn't make any sense. They knew that the person who stole the jade box in front of them might have escaped thousands of miles away. Swish! Sure enough, as soon as the three holy emperors raised their heads, they saw two figures, one black and one white, on the far horizon, like shooting stars, shooting directly into the distant sky. I still want to escape. I want to die. The figure of the phantom thunder saint emperor soared into the sky, turned into a piece of lightning, and chased after the two figures. Immediately after, the Tianquan sage emperor also jumped up and chased him away. Only sacred Emperor Panlong frowned slightly, his eyes flickered, he seemed to be thinking, and he didn't go after him directly. Huanlei, what do you want to do? In front of so many people, you dare to attack me, do you want to eat Tianquan's stick? Seeing the two holy emperors chasing after him, quickly closing the distance, Chu Yan suddenly turned around and shouted at the Huanlei holy emperor behind him. This. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Emperor Huanlei immediately hesitated. Good. He and Chu Yan are both members of Anai Dao, so naturally, they must obey the iron law of Anai Dao. Members of the same way should help each other and not attack each other, otherwise, according to the rules of the way. Such anti-Shinto rules, even if it is afraid of phantom thunder, as a holy emperor, he must abide by it. There are so many people here, and they are all watching. It is hard to guarantee that there are no members of Anai Dao among them. Even if Huanlei catches up, as long as he dares to do something to Chu Yan and the news is sent back to Anai Dao, he will be in trouble. Moreover, Chu Yan mentioned the Tianquan stick, obviously threatening himself with the Tianquan sage. End of chapter. equals old iron. Please remember for a second 3@3novels.com. Hashtag C2304 Heavenly Remnant Holy Emperor. 3U3 Novel Online Updates, fastest bookmarkable online novel reading website. For Saint Emperor Huanlei, he dared not provoke him, no matter if it was the felony of murdering his fellow disciples against the divine way, or the Tiankuan stick of the Tiankuan saint. Therefore, after pondering for a while, even if his teeth were itching with hatred, he could only watch Chu Yan's figure fly farther and farther away. Swish. The Tianquan sacred emperor, who was originally behind him, rushed past him in an instant, looked at him suspended in the air with a suspicious face, grinned, and chased Chu Yan and Yu Linglong excitedly. But at this time, at the end of the sky, the speed of Chu Yan's explosion almost reached the limit, and his figure crossed the sky, leaving only a long trail. Even the powerful emperors could not accurately capture his real figure. The corner of his mouth was lightly raised, and a smile appeared on Chu Yan's face. This action was perfect. Yu Linglong launched an attack first, attracting and intimidating a large number of warriors outside, and then suddenly attacked the palace, attracting the three holy emperors. Then Chu Yan's avatar, relying on the seizing the heaven seal given to him by Ouyang Nantian, the ancient war beast jade beetle, unexpectedly broke through the restrictions of the three holy emperors, and directly put the jade box into the Rakshasa space. The most important thing is that Panlong's sage emperor, Chu Yan, is betting on him. Seeing Yu Linglong's identity, he will not chase after him. Frighten the sage emperor Huanlei again, and in this way, the last person to face is the sacred emperor Tianquan. The Tianquan saint emperor of the Xingtian pavilion is the next saint emperor with a third-layer cultivation base, and he is weaker than the Huanlei saint emperor by the second layer. However, Chu Yan also knows that a strong saint emperor is extremely dangerous. Chu Yan has no problem dealing with the strong in the great emperor realm, but it is really hard to say when he reaches the saint emperor realm. Sky-splitting hammer, die for me. Although the speed of Tianquan Saint Emperor's movement is not as fast as that of Huanlei Saint Emperor, after a fierce pursuit, any Saint Emperor's cultivation base will continue to narrow the distance with Chu Yan, and he will shoot directly without even thinking about it. Boom. A thunderous sound exploded into the sky, and a huge shadow appeared above the sky, covering half of the sky. Huge hammer prints. Like a mountain, it enveloped Chu Yan. The violent air waves swept across the sky, and Chu Yan felt the cold air rising in his heart, and the dead air was overwhelming. In front of the attack of this holy emperor, his own strength is like a negligible ant, which will be crushed into powder at any time. Huanlei Dragon Gang. Explode me. Where did Chu Yan dare to be negligent? The whole body's true qi was mobilized to the extreme, 64 inner alchemy were running crazily, and the 5 gods and beasts in the sea of consciousness roared in unison. All the power was concentrated at one point, condensed into a fist of Dragon Gang, suddenly booming, smashed hammer prints. The whole body was in flames, soaring to the extreme, and 5 mysterious lights fell on Chu Yan, like a ray of light dyeing the sky. Boom, boom. 2 violent forces rushed towards each other and collided instantly. This Huanlei Long Gang is the strongest attack among the Huanlei Long Jin boxing that Chu Yan can mobilize. However, under the bombardment of the Saint Emperor's hammer seal, it only lasted for 3 breaths. It exploded with a bang, blasting the golden airflow all over the sky. It's like a mountain, smashing a rock blocking the way. Apart from being able to block it for a while, it is not at all against the same level of power. Immediately afterwards, the majestic hammer seal fell suddenly and continued to hit Chu Yan. However, for this result, Chu Yan had been prepared for a long time, and with a backhand pull, the desolate sword sounded, and the cold light flashed across. The Haotian divine soldier is unsheathed, and the soldier's light is like lightning, and he cuts out horizontally. Clang. There was a deafening sound of the collision of golden spears, and countless vigor and flames exploded, rushing in all directions like shock waves. Huh. Dead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sage Emperor Tianquan rushed forward, glanced over, filled the sky, but didn't see the black-robed figure just now, and suddenly said in surprise. Qinglian Sword Pond. At this moment, a cyan sword light first lit up like an oriental morning star in the waves of the sky, then sprouted like a seed, and then the leaves blossomed and blossomed, with luxuriant branches and leaves. Almost instantly, a cyan lotus bloomed quietly above the sky. Those strands of cyan lotus light are streaks of sword energy, like the sky and the earth, cutting out streaks of shocking sword light. Huh. All right. Seeing this scene, Sage Emperor Tianquan was startled, then sneered, and said with disdain on his face. Even if you have a bit of swordsmanship, you can't even reach the martial emperor's realm, and you can't even reach the great emperor's realm. You're still an ant. As the words fell to the ground, the 8-edged purple gold hammer in the hands of the Tianquan Sage Emperor began to spin rapidly under the urging of his true energy, and a powerful tornado rolled up and swept out. This move, compared to before, covers a much smaller area, and at the same time, its power has also increased a lot. It was almost like a tornado, and the place it swept through, whether it was the air wave that exploded just now or the trembling void, was all smashed into pieces and directly became a part of the tornado. However, seeing such a powerful attack, Chu Yan did not panic, but smiled instead. A little fluctuation in the void surged out of Chu Yan's body, and in his hand, he held a shiny jade talisman. Let's go. Stretching out his big hand, he directly pulled up Yu Linglong's small hand. Although he felt Yu Linglong's delicate body tremble slightly, Chu Yan didn't hesitate at all. With a firm pinch, the jade talisman in his hand split open, and a large amount of space-time power erupted instantly, opening his mouth. There was a black crack, but the figures of the two swallowed it in one gulp. This is the backhand that Chu Yan had prepared long ago, relying on Situ Yang's time-space teleportation talisman, to avoid the pursuit of the powerful Saint Emperor realm. Ha ha ha, time and space spirit pattern, with this, I want to escape from my hand. Childish. Laughing wildly, the Tianquan Holy Emperor was full of complacency, raised his hand, and swung the spiritual hammer in his hand, swinging countless wind tornadoes, hitting the healing space-time crack in front of him. With a loud bang, the time-space crack exploded, and Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, who had just entered the time-space channel, fell out of the void 30 miles away as the time-space crack collapsed. Not good. This guy can smash even cracks in time and space. Such a strong force. Chu Yan's face changed, and when he looked back, dozens of tornadoes were heading towards their position. Obviously, the Tianquan Sage Emperor not only shattered the space-time rift, but even calculated the position where they might fall out in advance. If these dozens of wind tornadoes swept over, it would be a big trouble. Flying sky mirror under the moon, Yunsheng Jihelu. In the scene in front of me, before Chu Yan could make a move, Yu Linglong beside her, with her white skirt fluttering, her body full of true energy. Thousands of moonlight descended from the sky, covering the entire void where the two of them were, as if tearing off a part of the sky, and moving it to a place dozens of miles away. Huh. Mirror moon technique. You still know how to do this. The Emperor Tianquan was slightly startled, but seeing Chu Yan and Yu Linglong flee dozens of miles away, his expression sank, he raised his hand, and the hammer in his hand shot into the sky. The 8-shuttle purple gold hammer rushed up to the sky and spun violently, like a round of purple gold scorching sun, shooting out thousands of purple lights. Within the range, covered by the light, the sky and the earth are empty, all solidified and stagnant. Not good. This is a space ban. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong's speed dropped sharply, and they were soon forcibly suppressed. They stopped, and their expressions changed in unison. End of chapter. Old iron, please remember for a second 3 at 3novels.com. #C2305 Dragon Soul. Facing this kind of combo, first smash their space-time rift, let them fall out of the time-space channel, and then attack the place where the two appeared. Moreover, it was a large-scale attack, and a large gust of wind swept over, almost swallowing 1/3 of the sky. The entire sky was completely dark, like a few giant wind dragons, while devouring the sky with their big mouths, they roared and rushed towards the two of them. Holy Rakshasa Domain! Chu Yan knew that the move that Yu Linglong released just now could not be used continuously, directly releasing the domain power that had been prepared for a long time. Black clouds like a tide are rolling out. Chu Yan's face was solemn, holding Haotian's sword in front of Yu Linglong. His eyes were full of thunder, and his combat power continued to increase. 100 Refining Ghost Realm. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. One after another tornadoes suddenly collapsed, and several tall phantoms rushed out, grinning their teeth, making ghostly voices, waving a pair of sharp claws, biting open their bloody mouths, towards Chu Yan bit down. Huh! Demon Emperor art. Yu Linglong's complexion changed, and she exclaimed, as the eldest lady of the number 1 force in the magic way in the 10 Directions Starfield, she knew all kinds of magic skills like the back of her hand. Therefore, when Tian Kanxingdi suddenly changed his tactics, put away the spirit hammer and changed it to attack with ghost energy, Yu Linglong recognized at a glance that Tian Kanxingdi used some kind of powerful magic technique. It's no wonder that the Tian Saint Emperor came to Huangquando, presumably to find opportunities for the ancient demons and improve his own cultivation base in the demonic way. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, your whole card is the magical weapon in your hand. I have seen through this point, but my blow is not a physical attack that you can block with a sword. Soul attack. The Tian Sage Emperor floated in the sky, smiling wildly, extremely proud. A small Emperor Wu, who is still a middle-ranking Emperor Wu, is going to disobey the dignity of the Holy Emperor by relying on a few trump cards. What a court of death. Not to mention the gap in cultivation base strength, just my actual combat experience can crush him. This kid doesn't understand at all, the Holy Emperor. What does it mean? Standing with his hands behind his back, the smiling Tian Kanxingzuan was not only proud of his attack, but also extremely confident. However, in the face of all this, holding a long sword in his hand, looking up at the sky, roaring, and the ghostly shadow rushing towards him, not only did Chu Yan not panic and regret as the Tian Holy Emperor expected, on the contrary, his eyes froze. Bright, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The dragon soul shakes the sky. A large piece of blue light erupted from Chu Yan's body, and a blue dragon shadow slowly stretched out from behind Chu Yan. This is a dragon soul, without any scattered dragon breath, just like those rushing ghosts, it is the body of the soul. However, the size of this dragon soul is likely to be large. The diameter of the dragon's body alone is nearly 50, and the length of the entire dragon's body can accept 5,000. In a pair of dragon eyes, a faint golden light kept shining, staring straight at the sky, rushing towards the ghostly figure with its fangs and claws. Immediately afterwards, the dragon body of the Qinglong Wuhun swam and began to coil around the void where Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were standing. The dragon's claws moved in the clouds at an extremely fast speed, and soon formed a huge coiled dragon in the sky. State. Huh. Dragon Beast Martial Soul. In the sky not far away, Tian Sage Emperor looked at this scene, his face froze for a moment, then he sneered and didn't care at all. Dragon Beast Martial Souls are extremely rare among warriors. Not only is it powerful, but it is also of great benefit to the cultivation of warriors. It can be said that in the 10 Directions Starfield, although the number of geniuses with Dragon Beast Martial Souls is as large as a phoenix, only one genius will appear out of tens of millions. Almost every one of them is in existence with extreme talent and extremely powerful cultivation. However, as a holy emperor, Tianqian knew very well that the dragon beast martial soul was too powerful, so powerful that many geniuses couldn't even control it. In historical materials, the records about the dragon beast martial soul, apart from marveling at its power, recorded more about how those geniuses who awakened the dragon beast martial soul were finally devoured by the dragon soul, and their souls were wiped out. Therefore, although Holy Venerable Tianqian was quite surprised that the young man in black robe had a dragon beast martial soul, he didn't take it seriously. Arrogant kid, thinking that he has a dragon beast martial soul, so he can provoke the Holy Emperor. Dare to grab something from the hands of the 3 Holy Emperors. This time, there is no need to wait for the dragon beast to bite back, let him die now, and he will be destroyed on the spot. Humph, boy, let you know that As soon as Saint Emperor Tianqian had a thought, suddenly, 2 groups of golden suns suddenly appeared above the sky. The passing of the golden light made Saint Emperor Tianqian feel an inexplicable sense of danger in his heart. He raised his head suddenly, looked at the sky, and looked at the location of the 2 golden suns. With a glance, the smile on the face of Tianqian's sage emperor froze in an instant. Because, he saw, a pair of shining golden, dragon eyes. Roar. With a sound of dragon's poisonous explosion, the dragon's power visible to the naked eye surged out violently, like a shock wave, shaking all the ghosts that hit it, and dissipating in an instant like a snowman melting. The power of the dragon god, the ancient 10,000 gods. Immediately afterwards, the figure of Qinglong Wuhun turned into a blue light and returned directly to Chu Yan's body. Break it! The return of the Qinglong Wuhun made Chu Yan burst out with an extremely terrifying dragon's breath, and he swung the Haotian sword fiercely in his hand. A frenzy of sword intent slashed towards the sky in all directions. Click! 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 The countless sword lights that diffused into the sky cut the purple light that was forbidden to the sky into pieces and exploded one after another. Almost at the same time, with the purple aura flying in all directions in the sky, Yu Linglong's spiritual eyes, which had been tightly shut all along, suddenly opened, and a pair of jade hands flipped the fingerprints, spilling a large silver brilliance. Flying sky mirror under the moon, Yunsheng Jihelu. With a coquettish shout, Yu Linglong stretched out her small hand and directly grabbed Chu Yan's right hand. The surrounding silver moonlight rioted together, wrapped the 2 of them, and disappeared instantly on the spot. What? The Tianqian sage emperor in the sky, his eyes were dull, and he couldn't react for a while, his eyes were full of shock. It's just impossible. My own demonic emperor technique didn't even cripple that black-robed kid, and didn't even hurt him a single hair. Also, what kind of sword was that sword just now? He can even destroy his own time and space barrier. And that little girl in a white skirt, who doesn't have a trace of space-time power on her body, can perform space teleportation twice in a short period of time. With the cooperation of the 2 monsters, they walked away from the Holy Emperor like him, and left safely. Such a result, the impact on the sea of consciousness, caused by Tianqian Xingdi, even shocked him compared to meeting the gods. Damn kid! It took a full 3 breaths for the Emperor Tianqian to react from the shock. With a face full of doubts and astonishment, he cursed secretly, his body shook, and instantly turned into a gust of wind, and chased in the direction where the 2 were fleeing. Go. .ks.c equals old iron, please remember for a second. Hashtag C2306, Double Heaven Supreme. This is an extremely rare fight. Taking the entire sky of Shangwangquan Road as the battlefield, 2 martial emperor-level fighters joined forces to fight against a Saint Emperor-level powerhouse. The cooperation between Chu Yan and Yu Linglong continued to grow stronger and stronger. However, facing the Tianqian sage emperor, the gap in strength was too great, and the 2 could only retreat while fighting. The power of the Holy Emperor is as terrifying as the sky. However, even so, among the youngsters of the same generation, this kind of record is probably only one battle for thousands of years. Two martial Emperor realm experts managed to escape repeatedly in the hands of a Saint Emperor realm expert. I believe it won't be long before the entire 10 Directions starfield becomes a sensation. And the Tianquan Holy Emperor, who was chasing after the two, was completely angry. The two ants, provoking the majesty of the giant, are still alive and kicking. Even the Emperor Tianquan has not figured out the identity of these two people until now. Hurry up, there is a secret realm ahead, with powerful restrictions and spiritual array defenses. Even the Holy Emperor can't break through it. Let's go in and take shelter. Yu Linglong held the map in her hand and said anxiously. Etc. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness transmitted sound and discussed with Yu Linglong. In the sky hundreds of miles away, Sage Emperor Tianquan watched the two suddenly change directions, and with a sweep of his eyes, he saw a mountain not far away. Humph. Want to escape into the secret realm? Dreaming. The Holy Emperor Tianquan sneered in his heart, but he didn't neglect his hands at all, and the violent power of the Holy Emperor swept out with a bang. Obviously, he also knows that there are special restrictions and blessings in that secret place. If they are really allowed to escape in, it will be difficult to chase them down. 100 Refining Ghost Realm. With a loud shout, the violent ghost energy stirred up a large storm, covering the sky and covering the earth, covering all directions, as if to destroy this world. Moonsplash Galaxy. Yu Linglong frowned slightly. With the seal of the Jade Hand, a large piece of starlight emerged from the surrounding mountains and forests, and quickly rushed to the sky, condensing into an incomparably vast galaxy, blocking the world-destroying storm. Too underestimated my 100 Refining Ghost Realm. Hee. The Emperor Tianquan glanced at the bright galaxy in front of him and sneered. With a wave of his right hand, another wave of the power of the Holy Emperor poured into the storm, and his face was full of fierce expressions. However, at this moment, Chu Yan's figure, like a black magic star, suddenly exploded, and the breath of his whole body erupted directly. The soul of battle moves, Qinglian appears. Accompanied by loud shouts, the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand cut out a cyan sword light, which evolved into a sword pool full of cyan lotus flowers within a distance of less than 10,000 zhang. Roar! 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 Almost at the same time, the Azure Dragon Martial Soul, the White Tiger Martial Soul, and the Holy Rakshasa himself emerged at the same time, casting a large amount of blessing power, making the power of this move Qinglian sword pool increase dramatically. The two incomparably powerful forces collided with each other, and the energy and impact of the eruption caused even the mountains below to tremble crazily. Countless pieces of rubble collapsed, and the forest was wiped out in pieces, just like the heavens and the earth were shattered. This is the strongest attack that Chu Yan can perform at present. Although he did not use all his strength to bless him, it is extremely powerful. Different from the previous passive defense, this move is an absolute killer move, only attacking but not defending. Strong against strong, head-on tough. What? The Emperor Tiansan's face changed greatly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Twin martial souls. One dragon and one tiger, two heavenly spirits and martial souls. Originally, the dragon beast martial soul that Chu Yan summoned had surprised the heavenly emperor. As a strong man in the holy emperor realm of Xingtian Pavilion, compared with other warriors, he knows much more mysteries of the Wuhun world. In the 10 Directions starfield, not many people may know the heavenly spirit divine beast martial soul, but in the god's domain, almost everyone knows it. And as the spokesperson of the god realm in the 10 Directions starfield, there are records about the spirit of the gods and beasts in the Xingtian Pavilion. Therefore, the Holy Emperor Tianquan never expected that the black-robed young man in front of him actually had a tiger beast martial soul, and he was also a heavenly spirit beast. Qinglong, by White Tiger. The expression of shock on the face of Tianquan Saint Emperor became more and more intense. This guy actually has two spirit beast spirits. Above the sky, in the sea of consciousness of the Tianquan Sage Emperor, there was a shocking wave, with an expression of disbelief all over his face. At this moment, the white figure standing beside Chu Yan moved. Water moon mirror image. Yu Linglong saw the opportunity, flipped her handprints, and swayed a large silver moonlight. The same as before, but different, this piece of moonlight spilled out, but condensed a piece in the void, which was exactly the same as the cyan sword pool that Chu Yan had just performed. It's just that the color is moon white, and the silvery white lotus, following the disappearance of the blue sword lotus, hits the world-destroying storm instead. Boom. The entire sky was trembling, and the void was shattering. Walk. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan shouted loudly, pulled Yu Linglong up and ran away. Yu Linglong swallowed a golden pill, followed Chu Yan, and rushed towards the mountains below. Can you get away? Holy Emperor Tianquan has already made up his mind that he must not let that black-robed boy go. It was the first time that the Heavenly Kin Sage Emperor had met a person with twin celestial spirits and beasts in the 10 Directions starfield. Unlike other geniuses with dragon and beast martial souls, Tianquan Sage Emperor knew very well that this black-robed kid would definitely not be damaged by the martial soul's backlash. Therefore, when he grows up, he will definitely become the enemy of Xingtian Pavilion. Moreover, I am the Supreme Saint Emperor. If I let these two juniors escape like this today, and they will appear in the 10 Directions starfield safely and soundly, I will become a laughingstock. Leave it to me. The more he thought about it, the more angry the Holy Emperor Tianquan waved his big hand, and the ghostly wind was like a forest. However, before he could blast out, a terrifying aura rushed over from the mountain range below, instantly knocking his ghostly wind, crush all. This. Shocked by this ancient aura, Saint Emperor Tianzon's furious heart instantly calmed down. You know, this is the upper Huangquan Road. Compared with the lower Huangquan Road, this is the fiefdom of more powerful demons in ancient times. In ancient times, there were as many strong people in the Holy Emperor realm as a cow's hair. Even if they were in the demigod realm, there were quite a few of them. Therefore, many secret realms of the ruins, even the realm of the Holy Emperor, are impossible to trespass without authorization. Fingma Tianying. Staring at the mountains below with both eyes, Shunling for a long time, the body of Tianquan Saint Emperor shook, and a clone rushed out of the body and flew towards the mountains below. Only people below the Great Emperor realm are allowed to enter this relic. Therefore, Sacred Emperor Tianquan separated a clone of the peak Martial Emperor realm, entered the relic, and continued to hunt and kill those two people. In any case, they must not be left alive. It didn't take long for Tianquan Sage Emperor to look at his avatar, which rushed through the restriction and landed in the mountains, then sneered, turned, and left. #C2307 Another natural disaster. Although Tianquan Sage Emperor seemed to be walking very gracefully, in fact, he had already thought about how to deal with this black-robed boy. The two gods, spirits, and beasts, with such a talent, not to mention in the 10 Directions starfield, even in the gods' domain, they are top geniuses. As for the Tianquan Sage Emperor himself, he has cultivated for 500,000 years, and now he has reached the Sage Emperor realm, which is almost the peak. 100,000 years ago, there was no hope of breaking through, and he rebuilt the magic way, hoping to touch the threshold of the divine realm. However, for so many years, he has visited all the ruins and Jedi in the 10 Directions starfield, but only lost. It's like Huangquan Road, which opens every 1,000 years, and he almost always has to go there. Opportunity, just like this suddenly appeared. A boy with Xuantian supreme martial soul appeared in front of him. You must know that after a warrior reaches the Saint Emperor realm, the art of seizing the house is compulsory. It is for the purpose that one day, when the lifespan is about to expire, it can continue its life and be reborn. Although it is necessary to practice again after seizing the house, it is still hundreds of times better than those strong people who failed to break through and were directly killed by backlash. This is a big gamble for the strong man whose lifespan is nearing the end of his life. Or, go all out and hit the gods. If you succeed, you will prove the way and become the gods. If you fail, you will lose your body and the way. The other is to give up the physical body, look for a more talented physical body, take it directly, and practice again. However, if all cultivation is lost, it is a risk to be able to cultivate to the Saint Emperor level again. As for the Tianquan Sacred Emperor, as the powerhouse of the Xingtian Pavilion, he knows more about God's domain than everyone else. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the demigod realm, but with his talent, he would definitely be at the bottom of the realm of the gods. Therefore, the Emperor Tianquan made up his mind a long time ago. Take home. The avatar technique just now is the strongest trick among all his emperor techniques and whole cards. For today. After 10 breaths, the heavenly emperor left, and the sky above the mountains completely returned to calm. In the mountains below, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were hiding behind a rock, watching the sky vigilantly. After a full 100 breaths, the spiritual senses of the two swept across the sky again, and after confirming that the Tianquan Sacred Emperor had left, they finally breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Turning their heads slowly, their eyes met, and a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. The two teamed up and forced back a strong man at the Saint Emperor level. Such a record is absolutely legendary in the 10 Directions starfield. The heavenly Sacred Emperor is so vicious. The tense atmosphere was swept away. Yu Linglong patted her chest lightly and said with a smile. Well, the Saint Emperor realm powerhouse in Xingtian Pavilion is really powerful. Chu Yan nodded, his eyes flickering slightly. Although he had fought against the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor before, he was definitely a far cry from the heavenly remnant Sage Emperor in front of him. The Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, in the Outland continent, this kind of world where the Saint Emperor is respected, may be very strong. But when he arrived in the 10 Directions starfield, he might also be the lowest among the Saint Emperors. Otherwise, after Chu Yan arrived in the 10 Directions starfield, he had been inquiring about the news about the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, but he seemed to have disappeared. This time, although Chu Yan didn't use his full strength to fight against Tianquan Sage Emperor, his ability to escape so smoothly had a lot to do with Yu Linglong's strength. This month Linglong is the eldest lady of the Dark Temple, and among the young geniuses in the 10 Directions starfield, she is almost a top existence. Her strength is probably on par with Chu Yan. Even so, the two of them teamed up to barely escape from the hands of the Tianquan Sage Emperor. Originally, Chu Yan thought that the power of the Saint Emperor realm in the 10 Directions starfield was at most stronger than the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor. But now, Chu Yan finally knows that this is stronger, and it is simply several times stronger. Therefore, in this 10 Directions starfield, not to mention the Holy Emperor, I am afraid that even a half-sage is not the current Chu Yan, who can deal with it. It seems that we still have to find a way to improve our cultivation as soon as possible. Now, Chu Yan's cultivation level is only the 7th level of Emperor Wudi. Such a cultivation level is obviously not enough to develop in the 10 Directions starfield. However, if other people knew what Chu Yan was thinking, their faces would probably turn green. The cultivation level of the middle Emperor Wudi, the 7th heavenly layer, retreated from the hands of a holy emperor. This kind of strength is enough to run rampant in the realm of Emperor Wudi. Such a thing is enough to cause a sensation in the entire 10 Directions starfield. Looking at the starfields of the 10 Directions, among the genius elites of the major sects, how many people can achieve Chu Yan's level? Although, it seems that there is only a realm of heaven and earth between the Saint Emperor realm and the Martial Emperor realm. However, I don't know how difficult it is to improve the cultivation after reaching the Martial Emperor realm. Therefore, even if it is the realm of first heaven and earth, it is subdivided into the realm of the great emperor, and after the semi-sacred, it is the realm of the holy emperor. It is enough to show that after the martial emperor realm, each level of promotion is as difficult as crossing many mountains. Call. Chu Yan took a long breath to calm down the true energy in his heart, then turned his head and looked at the surrounding mountains. Brother Chu, this mountain range is an ancient relic. According to records, it was left by a great demon god. Just now Yu Linglong watched Chu Yan meditating, and didn't bother her until Chu Yan realized it, and then she spoke. Okay. Chu Yan nodded. He actually entered this ruin, so naturally he had to search for it. Therefore, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong followed the direction of the flow of magic energy and headed towards the depths of the mountains. In this mountain range, completely covered by the incomparably large spirit array, there are all kinds of restrictions everywhere. Chu Yan used the unicorn pupil to see through all these restrictions. Chu Yan was surprised by the restrictions that were broken along the way, and the various treasures of heaven and earth that were harvested. Each of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures is extremely precious, and if taken to the outside world, they are definitely heaven-level existences. Now, there are no relics yet, and there are such harvests along the way. If this reaches the core of the relics, it will be something against the sky. In addition, Chu Yan walked all the way, and there was a feeling. These restrictions are like a kind of bait, attracting Chu Yan and the others towards the core of the ruins. Just think, this is still Chu Yan. If you find other geniuses, I am afraid that seeing these treasures of heaven and earth, you will be completely crazy, and rush all the way regardless. After walking for almost half a day, Chu Yan suddenly turned pale and stopped. In the sea of consciousness, the 5 gods and beasts roared together and sent out consciousness to Chu Yan. What's wrong? Yu Linglong asked, curiously. In this ruin, there seems to be what I need, 5 soul stones. Chu Yan replied, looking forward with his eyes shining. 5 soul stones. For Chu Yan, who is eager to improve his cultivation, this is the best resource. This time, Chu Yan came to Xuanhuan Road, on the one hand, for the murder mission, and at the same time, of course, with the idea of finding some useful resources. However, with Chu Yan's perverted cultivation, ordinary natural materials and earthly treasures have too little and too slow effect on him. And the 5 soul stones are too rare, and Chu Yan didn't expect to meet them on Xuanhuan Road. But now, it's here. #C2308 Strength Block Gun. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yu Linglong bent her eyes slightly and said with a smile. 5 soul stones. What is it? Although Yu Linglong has seen and used countless treasures of heaven and earth, but these 5 soul stones are not suitable for her because of their special purpose. So, she really hadn't heard of it. These 5 soul stones are a special kind of spirit stone, which contains 5 different attributes of spiritual power, which can simultaneously improve the cultivation base of 5 attributes. Chu Yan still trusts Yu Linglong, so he didn't hide anything and told the truth. Haha, not bad, to be able to find here. Just as the two were talking, suddenly, a different body sounded from not far behind the two. Who? Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were startled at the same time, their expressions changed, they turned around suddenly, and looked behind them. It was possible to hide at such a close distance, without them noticing at all. This kind of danger caused a chill to rise in the hearts of both of them at the same time. Looking back, I saw an old woman in a feather skirt, bowed back, walking tremblingly, with wrinkles on her face, and gray hair, holding a faucet and walking towards the two of them with a smile on her face. I'm curious, how did you know that there are 5 soul stones here? Seeing this person appear, Chu Yan stared for 10 minutes before a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and he asked. You are the mother-in-law of natural disaster. The person in front of me is completely different from the graceful and beautiful woman with fluttering feather skirt that I saw at the entrance of Xuanhuan Road before. Even this body shape seems to be completely different, and this mother-in-law of natural disasters still has a birthmark on her face. Could it be that a strong man like this needs to change his appearance in order to appear in front of everyone? This is meaningless at all. The one you saw before should be my granddaughter. She is the successor of mother-in-law Calamity. Seeing the puzzled look on Chu Yan's face, mother-in-law Tianqiao walked up to him and stood still. Explained with a smile. Successor. Could it be that the natural disaster mother-in-law does not refer to a person, but a profession? Chu Yan was startled, frowned slightly, and said softly. That's right. Mother-in-law Tian Calamity nodded without denying it. As soon as these words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice, and he looked at the natural disaster mother-in-law with embarrassment on his face. Because before, the mother-in-law of natural calamity said that if anyone meets her on the road to Xuanhuan, he can agree to one request, even the request of double cultivation. Boy, what expression do you have? Let me tell you, don't play tricks on me. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, the mother-in-law of natural calamity blushed suddenly, as if she knew what Chu Yan was talking about. That stinky girl has already been beaten up by me and locked up. Don't even think about coming out again for 100 years. You're a shame. Thinking of what she said when the girl stole the dragon head pestle and Feng Tianyi and ran out, Granny Natural Calamity became furious. Old woman, you seem not human. Standing on the side, Yu Linglong, who was listening in confusion, had been sizing up the mother-in-law of natural disasters, but she suddenly spoke. Linglong, you. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Chu Yan's face changed, and he was about to speak, but the mother-in-law of natural disasters spoke first. The little girl of the Yu family has good eyesight. What? Really, not human. Chu Yan, who was just about to open his mouth, was stunned for a moment, and looked at the natural calamity mother-in-law. The pupil of the unicorn turned, and looked at the past again. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. The natural disaster mother-in-law was a little impatient, waved her hand, looked at Chu Yan, sneered, and said. Boy, hand over the map of the sky. My granddaughter sent it, it doesn't count. Tiantu. Hearing the words of mother-in-law natural disaster, Chu Yan was taken aback. That's right, the map you took is the only sky map above the golden map. Originally, this year's road to the underworld was not distributed at all. I didn't expect that stinky girl to be too courageous. The sky map dared to mess up. Move, said the disaster mother-in-law. When these words landed, Chu Yan immediately understood why his own white map was different from this one. However, Chu Yan didn't intend to hand it over at all, especially now that he heard that it was not an ordinary white map, and it was even more impossible to hand it over easily when he heard the sky map. Therefore, when Chu Yan heard the words, he smiled lightly and remained motionless. Hand it up. Old man. What good things are you thinking of? Your granddaughter sent out this sky map, and it has already been taken by Brother Chu. This is your mother-in-law's mistake. Come out. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Yu Linglong of course understood what Chu Yan was thinking, and said directly to the natural disaster mother-in-law. As the eldest lady of the Dark Temple, Yu Linglong knew this mother-in-law of natural disasters, and mother-in-law of natural disasters also knew her. Therefore, Yu Linglong understood that the taboos were so easy to compromise. Xiaoye girl, is it not good for you? Besides, even if Yulaogui came, he would not dare to talk to Lao's hen like this. Although it was my granddaughter's fault before, if you, Xiaoye girl, snatched Tiantu, I don't say anything, but this kid is not qualified at all. The natural disaster mother-in-law looked at Chu Yan, her face became colder, and then said. On the road to Xuanhuan, my mother-in-law has the final say. If I dare not hand it over, I will let him know, huh? The natural calamity mother-in-law, whose momentum is constantly rising, seems to have made up her mind to take back the sky map, so she wanted to force it directly, but before she could finish her sentence, suddenly, her face changed suddenly, her body shook violently, and the dragon head pestle in her hand, he missed directly and fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, there was a strong wind all around, and an extremely gloomy ghost aura, like a cloud of mist, suddenly rushed out from the shadow of a nearby big tree, and slammed into the natural disaster mother-in-law all at once. This incident is a typical example of the praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole follows. When Chu Yan and Yu Linglong chatted before, their spiritual consciousness was a little loose, so when the mother-in-law of natural disaster appeared, they didn't notice it. But now, the mother-in-law of natural calamity was eager to find Chu Yan to return the tin to, and when she was about to make a move, all her consciousness was locked on Chu Yan, and she gave the shadow of the mist a chance. Of course, on the Yellow Springs Road, due to the magic energy, the detection range of the warrior's spiritual sense is only about 10 steps away, which is also the main reason. Heavenly Grandma was shadowed by the cloud of mist, rushed into her body, her eyes were staring, her face was twitching. And Chu Yan's face suddenly became solemn, staring at the natural calamity mother-in-law, frowning. Because the aura contained in this sudden gust of wind is extremely familiar, it is the aura of the Tianquan sacred emperor who just fought with it. Even Yu Linglong beside her seemed to have noticed this, and looked up at the sky, looking for the figure of the Tianquan sage emperor. On this point, the two of them guessed right. The phantom just now was the avatar of Emperor Tianquan. After catching up with Chu Yan, he found the right opportunity to take away Chu Yan's body. However, for some reason, when it rushed past Granny Natural Disaster, it was suddenly sucked into Granny Natural Disaster's body. #C2309 Devil's Temple. The phantom invaded the body of the natural disaster mother-in-law and completed the seizure. The violent wind that filled the sky suddenly became silent, only the mother-in-law of natural disasters, her face twitched, her eyes were round, and her expression was extremely ferocious. Seize the home. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong looked at each other, and there was a hint of shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that the Tianquan Holy Emperor would leave such a hand, and they didn't realize it at all. At the same time, the natural disaster mother-in-law appeared in time, but she was just a little unlucky. Although in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, there is a giant in green armor sitting in the town, according to Chu Yan's guess, the seizing of the body of the Tianquan sage emperor should not be able to withstand the giant in green armor. However, this kind of thing is more or less risky, and no one is willing to really try it. But at this time, the natural calamity mother-in-law standing in front of Chu Yan and Yu Linglong was completely immersed in the experiment, her eyes almost protruded from the eye sockets, and the avatar of the Tianquan Saint Emperor in her body turned into a terrifying consciousness shock, directly attack her sea of consciousness. God, disabled. Difficult to utter 2 words, a violent divine power exploded from the body of the natural calamity mother-in-law, centering on her body, a wave of air visible to the naked eye rushed away. Obviously, the 2 soul forces appeared in the same physical body, and the head-to-head contest started directly. 9 roads to the underworld, yin and yang, are limited by the sky. I am a natural disaster, and I will be helped by the heavens. Give me, get lost. As if all the strength in her body had been condensed, a black and white spiritual light flashed from the brow of the natural disaster mother-in-law. Behind her, a tall phantom of a demon god roared out, like a god and demon ancestor, with a black fork in her hand, stabbing down fiercely body. The entire void was stabbed and trembled violently by this extremely fierce black fork, as if there was a trace of fear. And with the fall of this black fork, the originally extremely strong power of Tianquan's soul disappeared in her body in an instant. According to Chu Yan's estimation, this mother-in-law of natural disasters is also in the realm of the Holy Emperor, but the deity of the demon ancestor summoned just now in a hurry is extremely powerful. Boy, is it because you are united with Tian Can? Set up a trick to kill. Just out of danger, the natural disaster mother-in-law couldn't even catch her breath, so she stared at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes and asked. Huh? Set up a game. Hearing the words of the natural disaster mother-in-law, Chu Yan was startled for a while, and then laughed. It seems that you were the one who hid in the corner sneakily at the beginning. Why now, it's my setup. This matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. You can only count yourself as unlucky. When these words came out, the natural disaster mother-in-law was so angry that she almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Bad luck. This is too bad luck. Now, how could the mother-in-law of natural disasters fail to see that the avatar of the Tianquan emperor just now was obviously aimed at Chu Yan? And she, by mistake, actually blocked the gun for someone. The most exasperating thing is that even if I blocked it, I didn't even get a thank you in exchange, and the other party said it was done. Unlucky. Looking at Chu Yan's expression of love so, the mother-in-law of natural disasters knew that the other party could not remember this favor. A mouthful of old blood was held in her chest, she couldn't get down, she couldn't spit it out, her face was purple and blue, and she almost went mad. For Chu Yan, the natural disaster mother-in-law wanted to grab her own things just now, so Chu Yan would naturally not be polite to her. I am a dignified mother-in-law, on the road to Xuanhuan. Speaking of this, the mother-in-law of natural calamity finally couldn't continue, looked at Chu Yan with trembling eyes, and finally let out a long breath, her expression completely depressed. This trick is useless at all. Whether it's Chu Yan in front of him or Yu Linglong in front of him, they don't care about her identity at all. For millions of years, it was the first time that a natural disaster mother-in-law happened, and this natural disaster on Xuanhuan Road was so pitiful. Originally, she appeared here specially for Chu Yan. Regarding Chu Yan's appearance on Xuanhuan Road, as soon as she received the news, she made a careful plan early. Therefore, she made up the granddaughter's confinement and so on. The truth of the matter is that she instigated it. Originally, according to her plan, she appeared in front of Chu Yan at this time, took the opportunity of returning to Tiantu, showed her might, suppressed Chu Yan, and directly accepted Chu Yan as her own disciple. In this way, this supreme genius who just arrived in the 10 Directions starfield became the successor of his mother-in-law. You know, there are not many opportunities like this. There are a lot of people staring at this kid. If it wasn't for the time when he arrived in the 10 Directions starfield, and if he stayed in the God Defying Dao as soon as he came, I'm afraid a few old monsters like her would have made a move a long time ago. Isn't it easy to find a suitable and satisfactory successor these days? Therefore, even if she was cheated by Tianquan's sage emperor first, and then almost vomited a few bloods by Chu Yan, mother-in-law Tianqiao still suppressed her furious soul and kept reminding herself to calm down. However, just when the natural calamity mother-in-law managed to force a smile on her face and was about to speak, suddenly, a black light rose into the sky from the depths of the distant mountains. No, not good. Looking back, the face of the natural disaster mother-in-law suddenly changed. That old guy actually woke up. He must have been alarmed by using the power of the demon ancestor just now. My 5 soul stone. Old man. 5 soul stones. Hearing the words of the mother-in-law of natural disasters, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong were stunned at the same time, and turned their heads together to look. In the depths of the mountain range is exactly the ruin of the ancient demon god that Yu Linglong was pointing at the beginning. Regarding the situation of this ruin, even on Yu Linglong's map, there is no record. Therefore, she is completely unaware of what is in that ruins and what happened just now. The anxious mother-in-law's eyes rolled quickly, and suddenly the pupils lit up, and a smile appeared on her face. Yes. If that's the case, maybe not only can the 5 soul stones be kept, but maybe this Chu Yan can't escape from his own Wuxishan. With a flash of consciousness, the natural disaster mother-in-law turned her head, the wrinkles on her face bloomed like flowers. She looked at Chu Yan with a smile, and said, "Chu Yan, I have a great benefit here, I wonder if you are interested. As long as we join hands, there will be absolutely no problem." With a wave of her hand, the natural calamity mother-in-law picked up the dragon pestle on the ground again, and looked at Chu Yan Dao calmly. "Joining forces. Great benefits." Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he looked at the natural disaster mother-in-law with extremely suspicious eyes, his face full of alertness. "Certainly. In this cave is the remains of an ancient demon god, and there is a demon palace in it, which is the residence hall of one of the 12 ancient demon gods. Among them, there is a demon god altar, which has developed spiritual wisdom after millions of years. As long as you defeat it, you can take the 5 soul stones in the demon god temple as easily as you can. It's so simple." Chu Yan didn't believe it at all, and asked with a light smile. #C231012 Demon Ancestor. Of course it's not easy. The 12 demon gods were the 12 most powerful fighters of the demon clan during the Great War of Gods and Demons. Among the demon clan, they were known as the 12 demon ancestors. But outside of the demon race, there are many names, such as 12 demon emperors, 12 demon race gods of war, 12 demon heads, 12 demon gods, and so on. No matter what the title is, it shows that the ruins that the mother-in-law of natural disasters are referring to are by no means simple. In the demon hall, the altar has produced spiritual wisdom, and has controlled all the defensive spirit arrays and restrictions in the demon hall. If you want to get the treasures in the demon hall, you must first get rid of it. The natural disaster mother-in-law looked at Chu Yan, and the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. "However, I also want to remind you that there are many people who want to solve it, but in the end, hee." Hearing the words of the natural disaster mother-in-law, Chu Yan frowned. "You mean, we are going to die?" Chu Yan said, squinting at Granny Natural Calamity. To be honest, until now, Chu Yan has not figured out what this mother-in-law is here to do. At first, he wanted to grab his own white map, but in the end, after helping him to block the clone of the Tianquan Sacred Emperor, he didn't mention a word, and he wanted to join hands with himself to go to that demon palace. Could it be that this natural disaster mother-in-law is really doing it for the 5 soul stones? To be honest, Chu Yan didn't quite believe it. Even Yu Linglong, who was beside her, secretly looked at Chu Yan and gave him a cautious look. "Okay. Let's go." Chu Yan nodded, turned around and left. The more you don't understand something, you should naturally find a way to figure it out. Therefore, to find out what this natural disaster mother-in-law is going to do, you only need to go to the magic hall, and you should be able to understand. As for the demon palace, there should be no problem. After all, at the very beginning, Yu Linglong brought her here according to the map of the Dark Temple. Although Yu Linglong and mother-in-law Tianqiao knew each other, Chu Yan would never think that there was any connection between the two of them. Therefore, no matter what the purpose of the mother-in-law of natural disasters is, at least, there will be no problems with this demon temple, just be careful. Besides, if there is really a problem, the natural disaster mother-in-law probably won't go with her. "Haha, okay, kid still has some guts, come with me." Seeing that Chu Yan agreed, the mother-in-law of natural disasters was naturally happy, so she hurried a few steps and rushed to the front to lead the way. Along the way, there would have been some restrictions and treasures of heaven and earth appearing every once in a while, but they never happened again. I don't know if it's because of the appearance of the natural disaster mother-in-law, or because of the black light from the magic palace. This made Chu Yan somewhat depressed. Although those ordinary treasures of heaven and earth are of little use to him, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. The long path leads directly to the magic palace hidden in the depths of the mountain in the distance. Because of the appearance of the soaring black light, the position of the demon palace was extremely obvious, and the closer it was, the more intense the demon energy in the void. Wangshan ran the dead horses road and walked for an hour before the mother-in-law of natural disaster stopped. Following closely behind, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong also stopped and looked up at the huge black shadow ahead. This is an ancient and dilapidated palace. The whole is black, except for some decorations, which are purple. The whole magic palace, like the night sky, is pitch black. However, in front of the huge temple gate, a stone tablet with a height of 100 feet completely blocked the entire palace gate. Although it was not sealed, it was just like a screen, blocking the front of the palace gate, but it gave me an extremely depressing feeling. Moreover, on the stele, there were a few large characters engraved with flying dragons and phoenix dances, which immediately attracted the attention of Chu Yan and the others. Anyone who enters this temple will lose his soul. The stele is definitely a stone stele. No matter whether you use your spiritual sense to detect it or touch it with your hands, it is definitely an ordinary stone. However, a terrifying will emanated from the stone, making Chu Yan and Yu Linglong's spirits tense. Obviously, this extremely domineering will. It was released from those big characters. Just a few words can make people feel chills. Moreover, after nearly 1,000,000 years, the person who can write these words is such a terrifying existence. Chu Yan frowned slightly, staring blankly at the big characters in front of him. Originally in the Sea of Consciousness, because he felt that the 5 soul stones were getting closer, the impatient consciousness of the 5 gods and beasts became more and more violent, but now, because of these big characters, the holy Raksha himself also jumped out. Holding a pair of gold and silver forks, in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness, he kept roaring and roaring. A few words from 1,000,000 years ago, can actually arouse the fighting spirit of the holy Rakshasa himself. Huh. Sure enough, there is a fusion of yin and yang. The natural calamity mother-in-law standing aside sensed the aura emanating from Chu Yan's body, and looked at Chu Yan with sparkling eyes. That look can easily lead to misunderstanding. Unfortunately, my granddaughter only has the body of the 9 yins, and doesn't have the attribute of the ultimate yang. The natural disaster mother-in-law looked at Chu Yan, thought of her granddaughter, sighed slightly and shook her head. Although her granddaughter can barely inherit her position in the future, but to talk about that matter, only Chu Yan in front of her has a chance. Go in. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, both of them seemed to have a feeling for these words. Standing in front of the stone tablet, it took 100 breaths of time before they realized it and walked towards the gate of the demon palace. When the 3 of them entered the palace gate, the devilish energy disappeared without a trace, replaced by a kind of evil spirit, with obvious killing intent. If ordinary warriors stay in this environment for a long time with this kind of evil spirit, it will not take long before they will be affected, and their murderous intentions will become more and more serious, and finally they will go completely crazy. Therefore, this is also the reason why many Xuanhuan Road relics have existed for millions of years, and are still well preserved. Just like the 3 of Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, and mother-in-law Tianjiao, they were not affected in the slightest by the evil spirit full of killing intent in this demon palace. Needless to say, Yu Linglong is practicing the demonic kung fu of the yin evil attribute, which is still the top-level one. Maybe it is the same as Chu Yan, which is a god-level kung fu. And the mother-in-law of natural disasters, with a special status, bears her life on Xuanhuan Road, and has lived an endless life, not even a human being. Not to mention Chu Yan, from the moment he entered the palace, he began to devour the evil spirit around him, practicing to improve his Rakshasa true energy. With a glance, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong frowned slightly. I saw that there were all kinds of bones everywhere in the hall, no less than 1,000 of them, all of which were broken and incomplete. It was obvious that they had experienced a life-and-death battle during their lifetime. And in the center of these bones, there is a purple altar, on which a wisp of will-o'-the-wisp floats and sways. The purple will-o'-the-wisp emits black firelight. In the will-o'-the-wisp, a powerful force of will faintly emanates, which is obviously what the mother-in-law of the natural disaster said, the spirit of the altar. And behind this altar, there is a row of stairs with thousands of steps. Above the stairs, a huge golden seat stands majestically on it. Demon Throne. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2311 Throne of the Devil. The Demon God Throne, one of the thrones of the 12 demon ancestors. Just looking at it makes the blood in Chu Yan's whole body boil. A vast and powerful magic power continuously overflowed from the golden throne, echoing in this hall like a wave of air. In front of the throne, a statue holding a sword stood majestically. The man on the statue holds a saber in front of him, presses the saber with both hands, and a long robe flutters behind him. It looks like there is nothing special about ordinary warriors. Except for a pair of eyes, which are painted in a faint golden color, the entire statue is gray stone in color, which is very ordinary. This person is one of the 12 demon ancestors. Chu Yan said softly. According to the markings on Yu Linglong's map and the previous law of the natural calamity mother-in-law, this demon palace is the location of one of the 12 demon gods. Now, in this demon palace, the throne and statue of the demon god were found, so it should be one of the 12 demon gods in ancient times. However, this statue looks very ordinary, very similar to ordinary people, even human race. The only thing that makes Chu Yan unsure is that the statue is extremely tall, nearly 10 feet high, so it is impossible to judge how tall the original owner of one of the 12 demon gods is. If it is a human race, then the height should be about the same as Chu Yan, not like other alien races, who are extremely thick and tall, and there are many people who are over 10 feet tall. With doubtful eyes, Chu Yan looked at Zhou. Sure enough, on the side of the statue, a huge black copper tripod stood, fully half the height of the house, looking extremely ancient and heavy. On the body of the tripod, there are a lot of words and patterns engraved, densely packed, and because of the dust, it is impossible to see clearly. This tripod. Chu Yan looked at the copper tripod slightly, and stepped forward, wanting to examine it carefully. Boy, don't take that tripod's idea. Seeing Chu Yan approaching the copper tripod, the mother-in-law of natural calamity looked nervous. She immediately opened her mouth, and hurriedly stopped her. This copper tripod, named the 9 Provinces 3 Emperors tripod, is one of the 12 devil ancestor tripods. It has the seal of the primordial demon god on it. Without you, even the 12 demon gods can't drive it. Moreover, there is an extremely powerful seal on the body of the cauldron. If you touch it randomly, even a strong person in the divine realm will die. Don't think that you dare to risk your own life, just because you have the body protection of the gods and beasts. The words of the mother-in-law of natural disasters made Chu Yan's figure stop directly, and when she turned her head, she looked at the mother-in-law of natural disasters with a face full of astonishment. You know my martial soul? Chu Yan asked. Of course. Granny Tianqiao nodded, with a smug look on her face, and continued. Not only me, but also some people, including the Tianqan who fought with you just now. He should also know that your martial soul is the Tianling martial soul, otherwise, you think, with your middle martial emperor 7th heaven cultivation, why did he use his avatar to take you away? This? Chu Yan was startled. Well, I'm really curious, is your celestial beast martial soul, twin martial souls? Seeing Chu Yan's dull expression, the mother-in-law of natural disasters smiled slightly and asked. Yes. Chu Yan nodded. Twin martial souls. Chu Yan smiled in his heart. It seems that although this mother-in-law of natural disasters knows that she has the spirit of the gods and beasts, the specific situation is not clear. It's no wonder. Hearing this, Granny Tian Calamity nodded and continued. Ordinary heavenly spirit beast spirits may be rare in the 10 directions starfield, but there are quite a few in the divine realm. Tian Can, who gave birth to the Xingtian Pavilion, naturally knows this. The genius he wants to seize, it must be in the realm of the gods, and it must be considered a top talent. On the face of the mother-in-law of natural calamity, there was a look of surprise. On the surface, she looked unpredictable, but in fact, she was already laughing wildly in her heart. I found a treasure. Unexpectedly, this kid turned out to be the twin spirits of the gods and beasts. For a genius with this kind of talent, don't block one snatching attack for him, even if he blocks 100 times, she is willing. 3 sovereign cauldrons of Jiuxiao. 12 devil ancestors. Seeing the natural disaster mother-in-law standing there in a daze. The muscles on his face were still twitching slightly, and he seemed to be a little absent-minded, so Chu Yan ignored her, turned around and continued to study the tall copper tripod. The meaning of the 9 provinces 3 emperors cauldron, could it be that there are 9 provinces cauldrons and 3 emperors cauldrons? Chu Yan inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. The huge copper tripod in front of him gave him a feeling of déjà vu. Just when Chu Yan frowned and sank, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. A powerful aura suddenly rushed up from the purple tower in the middle of the hall, among the corpses all over the floor. The strong will to kill, like a shock wave, instantly dispersed the entire hall, and of course hit the bodies of Chu Yan and the other 3. This seems to be some kind of probing breath. Boom. 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 Without waiting for the 3 of Chu Yan to react, in the originally silent hall, a series of terrifying restrictions and the power of the spirit array, as if waking up from a deep sleep, erupted with an astonishing block of mysterious light and attacks, sweeping towards the 3 of them come. Especially above the stairs, on the golden demon throne, a cloud of black light rushed out, quickly condensing a tall phantom in the void. Not good. The altar's wisdom, wake up. The face of the mother-in-law of natural disasters changed drastically, and the dragon's head pestle in her hand hit the ground heavily, exploding a large black light, turning into a black air wave, hitting the attack sweeping from all directions, turning her head at the same time, looking at Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, and shouting. You two, deal with the throne of the demon god, and leave the rest to the old man. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Granny Natural Calamity rushed out, pulled out a long afterimage, and rushed forward to attack all over the sky. Hey, kid, I hope you can pass this apprentice recruitment assessment. The natural disaster mother-in-law swung the dragon-headed pestle with great vigor, smashing all the attacks around her, and at the same time, a strange light flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Obviously, one of the purposes of bringing Chu Yan here is to test Chu Yan's true strength. After all, those old monsters are just rumors, and the mother-in-law of natural disasters herself has to test it with her own eyes to be sure. In Yu Linglong's hands, a large piece of moonlight, like mercury leaking out of the ground, continuously swayed out, completely covering the terrifying and killing atmosphere constantly rushing out from the purple altar. At the same time, with a flip of the little hand, the Linglong ruler appeared directly, splitting out several beams of light. The entire demon palace fell into a great battle in an instant, and all kinds of vigor and explosions shook the heavens and the earth. At this time, Chu Yan's whole body's true energy surged crazily, and he looked up at the huge phantom that had condensed and formed on the throne of the demon god, frowning slightly. It turned out to be a demon god clone. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2312 Grandson. Chihiro Linglong break. With a yell, the spiritual ruler in his hand was like a sword, and he cut out a beam of soldiers, which struck the purple altar, and the black spiritual fire blasted out a ball of fire, exploding countless sparks. Immediately afterwards, without the slightest hesitation, Yu Linglong waved the light in her hand again, and within a foot, the silvery moonlight like Shinchi condensed into a long whip, which was drawn towards the purple altar, but it directly entangled the entire altar completely. Break! With a soft shout, Yu Linglong twitched hard, and she moved the entire black altar abruptly, a distance of 10 steps. But the black spirit fire above the altar was blasted into the air by the attack just now, and it didn't keep up with the black altar. Huh! This girl is so powerful. Wielding a dragon-headed pestle in one hand, the mother-in-law of natural disasters, who seemed to be in a hurry, was actually doing her job with ease at all. Her eyes were always secretly watching Chu Yan and Yu Linglong. Therefore, when she saw that Yu Linglong had just hit the weakness of the spiritual fire in the first round of attack, she couldn't help but look shocked. You must know that this altar is the only one in the entire demon palace that produces spiritual intelligence, controlling all the prohibition and defense formations. Moreover, its fire body is connected to the altar, so it can continuously attack. But now, after being attacked by Yu Linglong for the first time, he cut off the source of spiritual power from the altar, and the power of the spiritual fire dropped instantly. Destroy me! The long whip in the right hand twitched, and the right hand condensed the gangster into a claw, and grabbed the spiritual fire that had left the altar. Grabbed by the spirit fire directly in his hand, he pinched it fiercely, and immediately, the whole ball of spirit fire exploded on the spot after being pinched, turning into a berserk force and sweeping across the entire hall. Call! Call! The violent wind swept across the hall, and the bones on the ground were blown up into the sky, turning into powder one after another. A large amount of dead air radiated from the bones and was swept towards the purple altar below. Boom! With a loud bang, after the purple altar swallowed a lot of dead energy, its size skyrocketed, and the long whip bound to it was broken, and it transformed into a fierce collision towards Yu Linglong. A large amount of dead air turned into a dense mist, wrapped around the altar, rushed into the air, and made a sinister hissing sound like ghosts invading the sky, which sounded creepy. Hurry up and kill it, otherwise, it will gather all the dead energy in the entire demon palace, and when the time comes, even the holy emperor will die. The face of the natural calamity mother-in-law finally showed a look of fear, and with a wave of the dragon head pestle in her hand, a black light was smashed, and it blasted heavily towards the purple altar in midair. Moonsplash Galaxy! Hearing the words of the natural calamity mother-in-law, Yu Linglong did not dare to neglect. The Linglong ruler in her hand flashed brightly, and the light of the spirit light swayed, and a vast galaxy appeared in the mid-air, directly crashing into the purple altar that was rushing. Boom! Boom! The two attacks, one in front and the other in the back, hit the purple altar at the same time, and the whole demon hall trembled, as if the world was trembling. The purple altar, which was still so powerful just now, was blown away like a cloud of death, and the altar itself was blasted into cracks under the terrifying force. After 10 breaths of time, the cracks all over the altar finally burst open. As the broken stones flew in the sky, a small and exquisite black shadow fell from the sky, but it was the core of an altar, the size of a palm. This core is exactly the same as the previous purple altar, but there is no trace of death or evil spirit, and the whole body is extremely full of spiritual power. Receive! When Yu Linglong saw the core of the altar falling from the sky, her spiritual eyes lit up immediately, and with a wave of her small hand, she grabbed the core of the altar directly. Swish! Without even looking at it, the core of the altar that she had just obtained was directly collected by Yu Linglong into the stored jade talisman. The natural calamity mother-in-law next to her just came over, and she didn't even take a look at it, and then her eyes went blurry, and there was nothing left. You. The natural disaster mother-in-law looked at Yu Linglong and wanted to speak, but she couldn't speak at all. This altar core is a piece of altar core that gives birth to spiritual wisdom. Its value is immeasurable. There are God crystals in the outside world, which cannot be bought. You must know that if such an altar core is used to make other altars, it is definitely the top-level existence. A 10-direction star field boss like Granny Tianchao loves such treasures the most. However, asking her to ask for something from a junior is really hard to say. If it was someone else, just kill them and grab them, but this month Ling Long has a special status, so special that even she can't afford to provoke her. What, you have an opinion? Yu Ling Long patted her little hands, just in time to see the natural calamity mother-in-law looking at her twitchingly, and asked immediately. This? A breath of rebellion rushed to her chest, and the mother-in-law of natural disasters felt that her old injuries were about to explode. How to say this? It was obvious that two people shot at the same time, but this Ling Long didn't even ask herself about the spirit treasure that could be harvested. Staring at the bloodshot eyes, the natural calamity mother-in-law looked at Yu Ling Long, her face turned purple, and her chest heaved violently. What happened today? These two little ancestors were more irritating than the other, and they left her speechless. That's all, I don't care about you people from the Dark Temple. With a long breath of turbid air, the depression that the mother-in-law of natural calamity was stuffed in her chest finally spit out part of it. I thought in my heart that there is still a big harvest today, a piece of altar core, forget it. Little girl, let's adjust your breath, and leave the next thing to Chu Yan and the old man. The natural calamity mother-in-law rolled her eyes and decided to send Yu Ling Long away. Huh. This girl is doing things, and I still use you to point fingers. Yu Ling Long heard the words, but she didn't give the mother-in-law natural calamity any face at all. She snorted softly, jumped over, hid in a corner of the magic hall, looked back at the mother-in-law natural disaster, and quietly took out the core of the altar that she had just harvested, and concentrated on studying it. Having harvested a treasure, Yu Ling Long still has the mind to adjust her breath. At this moment, Granny Tian Calamity turned her head and looked at the demon god's throne, looking at Chu Yan, who was a phantom of the demon god, with a vigilant expression, grinning lightly at the corner of her mouth. Chu Yan, do you dare to make a bet with me? The disaster mother-in-law chuckled lightly. Oh. What are you betting on? Chu Yan turned around and asked. I bet you can't defeat this demon god's avatar. Granny Tianjiao lifted the dragon head pestle, pointed to the tall and mighty phantom on the demon god's throne, and said. If you can defeat him, I will suffer a bit and accept you as my personal disciple. Personal disciple. Chu Yan was stunned, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and then he asked with a chuckle, then what if I win? Ha ha ha, if you win, I will make an exception and let you be my godson and pass on the fate of the natural disaster mother-in-law to you. At that time, the whole Xuanhuan road will be yours. On the face of the natural calamity mother-in-law, a smile bloomed like a smile, and she said without blushing. So, if you lose, I will be your personal disciple, and if you win, I will be your grandson. Chu Yan smiled, very happily, shook his head, and asked, directly. Xuanhuan Road, I don't care about it, let's leave it to your granddaughter. If I win, I want you to recognize me as the master. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2313 The Strongest Blade. This natural disaster mother-in-law is shrewd, and she is not bad inside and out. If she loses, she will be his apprentice, and if she wins, she will be his grandson. However, is this trick useful to Chu Yan? Of course not, and Chu Yan gave her a more ruthless move, admit the master. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth curled up, and he looked at the natural calamity mother-in-law quietly, his eyes flickering slightly. Raising such a condition is not because Chu Yan really wants to accept this mother-in-law of natural disasters as a servant, but to test out what this mother-in-law of natural disasters wants to do. You must know that the mother-in-law of natural disasters has a special status. Thinking of her existence, dignity is more important than life. Therefore, the conditions proposed by Chu Yan, under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for the natural disaster mother-in-law to agree, and she will even fight Chu Yan directly. But then, the reaction of the natural disaster mother-in-law made Chu Yan stunned. Good. 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 This is what you said, so it's settled. Let's make the oath of heaven. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the mother-in-law of natural calamity was extremely excited, her face was full of radiance, and she nodded her head suddenly, and she directly agreed, as if she was afraid that Chu Yan would go back on her word if she took a breath. Heavenly oath. What the hell does this mother-in-law want to do? With doubts, Chu Yan and the mother-in-law of the natural calamity made the oath of heaven, respectively. As for the content, according to what Chu Yan said, if you lose, you will be an apprentice to the mother-in-law of natural disasters. If you win, the mother-in-law of natural disasters will recognize Chu Yan as the master. When the oath was completed, the mother-in-law of natural disaster walked to the corner of the magic hall with a smile on her face, looked at Chu Yan on the stairs, and said with a smile. Teacher, don't blame me for not reminding you that demon god avatar is very strong. So, you have to just admit defeat, or you will get bruised and swollen when the time comes, so don't cry. And don't find a teacher to help you avenge yourself. Because, I can't beat him either. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the natural disaster mother-in-law resounded through the magic hall, and the laughter was extremely carefree and happy. On the stairs, Chu Yan, who was standing opposite the demon god's avatar, changed his expression when he heard these words. This demon god avatar is actually so powerful. Even the mother-in-law of natural disasters is no match for him. You must know that this mother-in-law of natural disasters is at least a strong person in the Saint Emperor realm. In addition, she bears the destiny, so she always has some special methods to suppress all roads in the underworld. If she is telling the truth, then how strong is this demon god avatar in front of her? However strong. Is it not good? In Chu Yan's eyes, the flames of fighting spirit blazed fiercely. The words of the mother-in-law of natural disasters just now not only did not scare Chu Yan, but aroused Chu Yan's fighting spirit. In addition, Chu Yan also heard a meaning, that is, this demon god avatar has no killing intent. Then, let's fight. See how strong the demon god avatar, one of the 12 demon gods, was 1,000,000 years ago. Holy Rakshasa Domain. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan activated the Holy Rakshasa Domain when he came up, and the violent Rakshasa true energy surged like black clouds, instantly covering the entire space. The field of Holy Rakshasa can not only suppress opponents, but also enhance one's own combat power. The most important thing is that Chu Yan is very sure that the avatar, even the avatar of the god, cannot have the ability to display the domain. Roar. Almost in Chu Yan's Rakshasa domain, the moment the tall demon god clone was enveloped, the demon god clone that seemed to be activated in an instant let out a roar, and the entire demon palace trembled. The right arm was raised above the top, and a black saber pierced through the air, exactly the same as the saber held by the statue next to it. The shadow of the knife fell, without a gleam of light, without sound, but as fast as lightning. Just a glance made Chu Yan's scalp numb. Good knife. Chu Yan could clearly see that even the Saint Rakshasa domain was split open with this knife cut. The thick black cloud split into two, revealing a cold light, and cut straight to where Chu Yan's body was. Clang. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan pulled out his backhand, and the Haoyan sword came out of its sheath. The sword energy surged, and it slashed upwards, colliding fiercely with the magic knife. Boom! 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 The fierce violent battle unfolded in an instant. Holding a long sword, Chu Yan rushed up and fought with the demon god's clone, only to be seen, countless afterimages, flying up and down around the demon god's clone. Every afterimage passed by was accompanied by a collision of swords, lights, swords, and shadows. The sparks that exploded were like a furnace of steel, and meteors burst into the sky, scattering in all directions. The fighting method of the demon god avatar is simple, direct, and brutal. There is no imperial technique at all, only the knife. No matter how Chu Yan used it, the demon god's avatar remained motionless, cutting down one after another. Every cut, the void trembles, the power is far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. The most frightening thing is that the perfect fusion of strength and skill, no matter how powerful the force is, as long as Chu Yan moves, the magic knife will stagnate instantly and move accordingly. This kind of ease of retraction is even more advanced than the lifting weight as lightly that Chu Yan had experienced before. White Tiger Martial Soul, come out. Chu Yan slashed with his long sword, fighting like a tide. Behind him was a tall white tiger martial soul, roaring into the void, with a pair of golden tiger eyes glaring at the demon god clone opposite. The majesty of the tiger beast war god and the battle momentum of the demon god's avatar collided suddenly, exploding a circle of air waves in the void. Roar. As if enraged by the power of the white tiger spirit, the demon god clone turned his head, looked at the white tiger spirit, and let out a sharp roar. At the same time, with this roar, a large amount of golden light gushed out from the throne of the demon god below, and quickly merged into the demon god's avatar. In an instant, the demon god's avatar, which was originally illusory and foggy, became solid in an instant. On the black skin, strips of golden spirit patterns are entwined, and the steel-like muscles contain wild power that seems to be able to smash the world. With a firm grip, the magic knife trembled slightly, and the knife energy emitted from the blade was like a wave of waves, sweeping across the entire hall. 3 times stronger than before. Chu Yan's consciousness swept over, and his face immediately turned cold. Looking at the demon god clone in front of him, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this demon god avatar can actually increase the combat power. Moreover, Chu Yan is very clear that this is not an improvement in cultivation and strength, but just an increase in combat power. To be precise, it is the single attribute improvement of the way of strength. Tom. Holding the sword, the clone of the demon god stepped out in one step, and walked down directly from the void above the throne of the demon god. The moment the feet hit the ground, there was a circle of fluctuations, and they scattered in an instant. Moreover, around the body of the demon god avatar, a large area of void kept trembling, and tiny void cracks kept appearing. Just relying on physical strength is enough to shatter the void. This is still a situation where it has not been displayed, it is just a matter of gaining momentum. It's getting more and more interesting. Chu Yan looked at the demon god in front of him, red light and Xian light flashed in his eyes at the same time, and the blood pupil golden pupil shot out a strange light, looking directly at the tall demon god clone. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2314 Black-Eyed Demon. Roar. The demon god avatar that had been promoted raised his hand with a knife. The dark light of the knife tore apart the void, and slashed heavily on the white tiger martial soul. Boom, boom. The white tiger martial spirit's right paw was horizontal, white light bloomed, the tiger's palm swept across, and slapped the falling magic knife head-on. When the two collided, black and white air waves exploded directly, and the body of the white tiger spirit was blown back 7 or 8 steps. After being blessed by the throne of the demon god's avatar has indeed increased in strength several times. Even the white tiger martial spirit of the gold system can't compete with it. As expected of the avatar of one of the 12 demon gods, this way of power is at least 1/10 of the deities. In Chu Yan's heart, he finally had a little understanding of these legendary bosses who were known as the 12 demon ancestors in ancient times. Sure enough, how powerful is the existence that can lead countless demons to fight against God's domain. Tread. Just when Chu Yan was suppressing the white tiger martial spirit and preventing it from directly transforming into the white tiger battle spirit, the demon god avatar on the opposite side stepped out again, and when the heavy foot landed, the entire demon hall trembled slightly. At the same time, the body of the demon god clone began to shrink rapidly, almost in the blink of an eye. It shrank to a size similar to that of Chu Yan. Dressed in a black robe, holding a magic knife, with a blank face, a pair of black pupils, looking directly at Chu Yan. Huh. Black pupil. Chu Yan looked at this demon clone, his face was stunned, and he glanced back. The stone carvings next to him were almost exactly the same. In other words, this demon god avatar has become the real one. From this point of view, it seems that Chu Yan has reached a certain level, even it, let go to fight. Cut. Feeling the threat of the black-eyed demon god, Chu Yan decided to take the first shot. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, the sword glowed like an arrow and pierced the black-eyed demon god. When this sword is struck, there is no gorgeous sword move, nor majestic true energy, but only power. An absolute power that includes all of Chu Yan's understanding of power. However, when the sword had just been slashed, the black-eyed demon god on the opposite side raised his mouth and shook his head directly. That expression was like a pair of empty black pupils, with a hint of sneer. Flash. Opening his mouth, he let out a hoarse and dry voice, and his figure suddenly turned into a phantom, moving lightly on the spot, dodging the sword in an instant. Heh, 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 heh. With a sneer all over his face, the black-eyed demon god, who easily avoided Chu Yan's sword, his slow and hoarse laughter, before he finished laughing, froze instantly, and turned his head suddenly. I saw that after he stepped down from the demon god's throne, the connection between his body and the demon god's throne unexpectedly broke. Under the smooth incision, a twisted band of devilish energy was directly broken into two pieces. One end quickly shrank back to the throne of the devil god, and the other end also returned to his own incarnation body. The black-eyed demon god looked behind blankly, as if he couldn't react. In particular, I feel that the devilish energy in my body seems to be overflowing a little bit, although this overflowing consumption is like a drop of water in the ocean. However, this is a fundamental change. Turning back, suddenly, a pair of empty black pupils stared at Chu Yan, his eyes full of doubts. Hee. Seeing the doubtful look on the face of the black-eyed demon god, Chu Yan smiled lightly, raised the long sword in his hand, and said with a smile. The name of the sword. Hao Yan. There is no one to stop everything. The eyes of the black-eyed demon god followed Chu Yan's words and looked at the long sword in his hand. He was stunned for a few moments before slowly lowering his head and looking at the sword in his hand. This is a sword condensed by magic energy, without any substance. Naturally, there is no problem in dealing with Xinqi Emperor art, and it even has an advantage. However, if dealing with a real magic weapon like the Hao Yan sword, the result. By who, get on. Of course Chu Yan knew that this black-eyed demon god. There is no remnant soul at all, and the altar fire spirit was conceived by himself. Therefore, their level of spiritual intelligence is far worse than that of human beings. Not giving him a chance to react at all, Chu Yan raised his hand and gave an order to the white tiger fighting spirit who had turned into the white tiger fighting spirit behind him and grinned for a long time. Roar. The white tiger war spirit roared, and the berserk spirit power exploded directly, sweeping the entire demon hall. After being transformed into a battle spirit, compared with the state of a martial spirit, it is absolutely different, not on the same level at all. Even just now, the black-eyed demon god, who had repelled the white tiger spirit with one move, looked at the white tiger battle spirit with a blank expression. Snort. In just half a breath, the powerful aura returned again, and a domineering look flashed in the empty eyes of the black-eyed demon god. The word landed, and the black-eyed demon god directly raised his hand and threw the saber, like a sharp arrow, shooting at the white tiger battle spirit. When the knife flew out, the entire demon palace seemed to freeze in an instant, and everything stopped running. Between heaven and earth, there is only this knife. Not only Chu Yan, but also the faces of the natural disaster mother-in-law and Yu Linglong, who were standing aside, all changed. Qinglong Wuhun, give it to me. A word roared out. Behind Chu Yan, there was a blue light, and the figure of a dragon broke through the void, stepped on the golden clouds, and cruising out. The terrifying long way directly picked up a layer of air waves, centered on Chu Yan's body, and rushed in all directions. The white tiger is in front, the green dragon is behind, Chu Yan's body is motionless, his black robe is flying in the wind, his blood eyes and golden pupils are shining like lightning. The azure dragon martial soul appeared without any hesitation. His figure turned into a coiled dragon again. At the same time, the dragon's mouth opened wide, and a cyan dragon's breath spewed out instantly. The cyan dragon's breath, like a bursting meteor, slammed straight into the magic knife that shot at the white tiger's battle soul. On the other side, the white tiger battle spirit was not idle either. The gold power in his body surged crazily. He extracted a large amount of Rakshasa true chi from Chu Yan and turned it into a powerful gold power. He also opened his mouth wide and sprayed out. Boom! Boom! One green and one white, the power of the two battle spirits, perfectly coordinated, bombarded the magic knife from two directions at the same time. Boom! Boom! At the center of the explosion point, the void within a radius of 100 steps sank suddenly, and then, it exploded directly, and all the void was reduced to dust. The violent power swept across, and everything in the whole demon hall was reduced to dust. The magic knife that was still extremely violent just now, after being hit by the joint attack of the white tiger and the green dragon, the body of the knife, which was originally as thick as ink, instantly turned into a mist, as if it was about to dissipate. Magic knife. Demon god's blade. So what, in front of the gods, spirits, beasts, and martial souls, they are all worthless. You, the celestial spirit beast. Looking at the dim, like a magic knife that was about to disappear, the black-eyed demon god looked at Chu Yan's eyes, as if he had seen a ghost, his stiff face twitched constantly. Not only a rare celestial spirit beast, but also twins. Dragon, tiger, and sky spirit, supreme and invincible. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2315 9 Days of Magic War. Only those who have participated in the ancient wars between gods and demons, or have intersected with the gods and demons can understand its meaning. And this black-eyed demon body, although it is only a clone of the main body, does not even have the consciousness of the remnant soul, but the battle memory in the dark tells him that the supreme spirit of the sky is unmatched. Moreover, the most frightening thing is that this enemy is a warrior with twin gods and beasts. On this point, according to the fragmentary memory of the black-eyed demon body, there were not many such geniuses in God's domain back then. But now, without God's domain as a foundation, with two heaven-defying martial souls, they can still grow up, which is very powerful. Roar. For a brief moment of astonishment, the black-eyed demon body was filled with demon energy, and the magic knife in his hand was directly shattered, turning into a piece of pure demon energy, which merged into the demon body. Even if it is just a demon god clone, after millions of years, it will almost dissipate. However, the aura of the 12 demon ancestors made him never stop fighting. Even if he died, he would disappear in the battle. Roar. 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 The sky-shattering roar, the grief and loss of millions of years, all erupted at this moment. Magic, war, 9, heavy, heaven. In the roar, each word was stamped like a spell, and every time a word landed, the body of the black-eyed demon body would skyrocket. This time, completely abandon the human body and become a demon god. Waves of devilish energy continuously shot out from the cracks in his body. In an instant, the sky and the earth were paled, and the whistling wind blew these demonic energy into the entire demon palace, and all the light was suppressed. The body of the black-eyed demon swelled against the wind, and within a few breaths, it swelled to a mountain-like existence. An extremely sturdy aura surged out of him. He raised his head, looked up at the sky, roared angrily, with endless unwillingness and humiliation. At this moment, what was displayed in front of Chu Yan seemed to be the true deity of the 12 demon ancestors who were powerful for 9 days and 10 days in ancient times. Chu Yan looked at the black-eyed demon body quietly, roaring at the world. His whole body was boiling with blood, and his eyes were like torches. This aura alone made Chu Yan tremble, as if he could vaguely see that world-shattering battle a million years ago. Immediately afterwards, the black-eyed demon turned his head suddenly, and looked down at Chu Yan. Purple flames ignited in a pair of black pupils. As the avatar of the 12 demon ancestors, when facing the heavenly spirit beasts in memory, he overwhelmed his will and was completely resurrected. Suppress, suppress. After drinking one word, 10,000 thunders roared, and the void exploded. Countless magical powers of heaven and earth rushed out as if from a different time and space, turning into a flood of peaks and tides, bombarding Chu Yan and the Qinglong by Wuhun overwhelmingly. Down. Boom, boom. The sky and the earth trembled, everything died out, and in the land shrouded in darkness, there was no trace of spiritual power, and everything was reduced to ashes. The Qinglong martial soul and White Tiger martial soul, suppressed by this terrifying power, were unable to resist, roaring and roaring endlessly. After all, this force has already surpassed their limits. With their current strength, they are still unable to contend. Ha ha ha. Chu Yan, did you see it? The 20 demon ancestors are the gods of my demon world. Even if it is a clone, it is invincible. The natural calamity mother-in-law standing aside, seeing this scene, suddenly laughed out loud, with a look of satisfaction on her face. Unexpectedly, a victory came so easily. Chu Yan, from today onwards, you are my direct brother, huh? However, before she could finish her sentence, the smile on her face suddenly froze, her eyes widened instantly, and she looked in the direction of Chu Yanmi, with an expression of seeing a ghost. Roar. This is the sound of dragon's poison, echoing in the demon palace, but it seems to resound through the heaven and the earth. A colorful auspicious cloud suddenly bloomed from the void behind Chu Yan, like a cloud of gods. The multicolored rosy clouds drove away all the extreme darkness in the original hall. The auspicious clouds keep rolling. A tall figure slowly stepped out of the clouds, with a pair of multicolored dragon eyes, looking around the audience. With just a glance, he saw the power of the demon god rolling down from the sky. Roar. There was another sound of dragon's breath, the sound waves visible to the naked eye, wherever it passed. The power of the demon god that had just vented like a tide, froze in an instant. Tread. 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 The entire demon palace fell into silence, except for the Qilin Wuhun and the sound of striding in the air. Good. It is the head of the 5 gods and beasts, the Qilin Tianzuan martial soul. Possesses the power of time and space, bears the divine order of acting on behalf of heaven. Earth travels heavenly spirits and beasts, and unicorn martial soul. The wind stays, the clouds breathe, time and space freeze. The unicorn martial spirit swept across the black pupil demon body, and the colorful unicorn pupils only stayed for a moment before looking at Chu Yan. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the Qilin Wuhun, and nodded heavily. 5 Spirit Guidance Technique. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan nodded, the Qilin Wuhun stepped on the ground, opened his mouth to spit out human words, and drank them word by word, like the Sanskrit sound of a divine mantra, constantly rushing out. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, white, green, black, red, and yellow, 5 characters and 5 colors, every word and thunder. Boom. Boom. Boom! 5 thunderbolts of different colors blasted out, and only 3 of them blasted the mighty tide of the demon god in the sky that was restricted by time and space into dust. Then 2 bolts of 5-color thunder struck heavily on the chest of the black-eyed demon body, blasting 5-color airwaves. The black-eyed demon body trembled violently, all the cracks on the body collapsed, and a large amount of demonic energy gushed out in all directions, and the mountain-like body collapsed instantly. In less than 10 breaths, the entire black pupil clone disappeared completely. After another 10 breaths, not even a trace of darkness and devilish energy existed in the entire demon palace, and nothing remained. How is it possible? The dragon-headed pestle in Granny's hands trembled constantly, and her eyes were completely straight. There was still a trace of the original smile, but instead, it was filled with endless horror. Looking at the empty throne of the demon god, the face of the natural disaster mother-in-law changed from red to purple, and from purple to black. Puff! Finally, a mouthful of blood mist spewed out from his mouth, dyeing half of the sky red. Unexpectedly, the natural disaster mother-in-law looked quite old, and her blood was so strong that she spurted out half a caddy of blood. Hey, you won't die. Chu Yan withdrew the 3 martial spirits, turned around slowly, just in time to see the scene of the mother-in-law spitting blood all over the sky, and asked worriedly. You turned out to be the 3-limbed heavenly spirit beast Wuhun. The mother-in-law of natural calamity hit her chest with a heavy hammer, and finally stopped, looking up at Chu Yan, her face full of horror. No matter how many martial souls are born, I won. Chu Yan said with a light smile. That's right, call Grandpa. When Yu Linglong heard Chu Yan's words, her eyes suddenly turned into crescent moons. She looked at the natural disaster mother-in-law, and shouted directly. What? Let the old man call him. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, the natural disaster mother-in-law's face turned green, and a rebellious energy rushed up in her body, and she opened her mouth to spurt out another mouthful of dirty blood. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2316, taking the granddaughter for a line? Even if she killed the natural disaster mother-in-law, it was impossible for her to guess such an ending. The clone of the 12 demon ancestors has been defeated. As a result, the natural calamity mother-in-law who lived for 1,000,000 years has her 3 views completely destroyed, and the entire sea of consciousness is messed up. You must know that the natural calamity mother-in-law experienced the ancient war of gods and demons. Although she was severely injured and hard to heal, she was still damaged after struggling for hundreds of thousands of years. Because of the special secret technique practiced during his lifetime, after being damaged, his soul is immortal, assimilated by the way of heaven, and bears the destiny of heaven. However, the memory of her life told her that the scene in front of her was extremely terrifying. The 12 demon ancestors represented the highest level of combat power of the demon race during the ancient battle between gods and demons, and they were almost invincible. Even the Protoss from back then couldn't shake it in the slightest. Although, the one in front of him is not one of the real 12 demon ancestors, but just a clone. However, this is the clone of the demon ancestor. Not everyone can defeat it, especially the clone of the demon ancestor, together with the throne of the demon god, has a steady stream of magic power. This is almost an invincible existence, an invincible powerhouse. Although, for millions of years, this avatar has been weakening and dissipating because of the absence of a soul, but all kinds of strong people who tried to enter the demon palace were lost here. Among them, there are even those who are at the Saint Emperor level, completely ignorant of the power of the demon ancestor clone, and want to rely on their strong cultivation to force their way in. However, no matter how strong the cultivation base of the Holy Emperor is, no matter how abundant his true energy is, he can surpass the throne of the demon god and the tripod of the 3 emperors of Kyushu. When you first entered the demon palace, the bones all over the floor are the best proof. Carrying the destiny and guarding Xuanhuan Road for nearly 500,000 years, the natural disaster mother-in-law stared blankly at the throne of the demon god, unable to believe what just happened before her eyes. The demon ancestor clone was defeated by a young man at the martial emperor realm. The one who must win the bet turned out to be himself who lost. Impossible, I actually lost. The face of the natural disaster mother-in-law was full of astonishment. With such a good layout, the best one to be cheated is yourself. Don't forget, we made the oath of heaven. Chu Yan smiled lightly, looking at the mother-in-law of natural disasters. For this person who set up a trap from the beginning, it was impossible for Chu Yan to spare her. If he hadn't used his whole cards to restrain the demon ancestor avatar, he might be the one who lost in the end. At that time, Chu Yan believed that the mother-in-law of natural disasters would not let her go. Heaven's oath. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the natural disaster mother-in-law, who really wanted to deny it, twitched twice at the corners of her eyes. Unlike ordinary warriors, she has no physical body, bears the destiny of heaven, and guards Xuanhuan Road. Therefore, she is more subject to the law of heaven than ordinary warriors. If a thunderstorm strikes down, she, who has no body, can't resist it at all. Then, can we discuss? The natural disaster mother-in-law shook her head, gave up the idea of risking her life, squeezed a smile uglier than crying, and asked Chu Yan. No. Chu Yan said. Then. I'll exchange it with Lingbao. Do not care. I let my granddaughter marry you, how about it? I even hooked up with my granddaughter, so it's okay. The mother-in-law of natural disasters was really about to cry, and even her granddaughter became a bargaining chip, and she wanted to give it to Chu Yan. Too ugly, don't. Chu Yan refused without any hesitation. That's. Yu Linglong on the side, hearing Chu Yan's answer, her eyes turned into crescent moons. This. Facing the extremely resolute Chu Yan, the mother-in-law of natural disasters was sweating, and she was completely flustered. Could it be that I really want to become this Chu Yan's slave? What a joke. I am the guardian of Xuanhuan Road who bears the destiny, hereditary and irreplaceable, natural disaster. Even if this identity is removed, before the loss of the mother-in-law of natural disasters, she was still a big boss-level existence on the Megatron side of the demon clan. But now, a small middle-ranked martial emperor is actually given a slave. If possible, the mother-in-law of the natural disaster would like to slap herself to death now. Of course, this is almost impossible. Therefore, the natural disaster mother-in-law can only face it directly, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, with two pairs of eyes, looking directly at herself. Master. Yes, since you have spoken, I will accept you. Chu Yan smiled lightly and nodded. This result still makes him quite satisfied. Compared to the Sea of Consciousness, Jiuming, dragon warriors, primordial lions and scorpions, and a group of ancient demons and puppets, this mother-in-law of natural disasters is the only one with complete spiritual intelligence. Next, it's time to find the 5 soul stones. Chu Yan turned his head, ignored the sad mother-in-law, turned around and walked towards the apse. This time when he came to Xuanhuan Road, the 5 soul stone was one of his goals, so naturally he couldn't miss it. Not long after, when Chu Yan returned again, he was holding a 5 soul stone the size of a human head in his hand. Looking at the rank, it turned out to be another 5 soul stone of God rank. Although, the volume of this 5 soul stone is more than 10 times smaller than that of an Aishandao's Zhenzong treasure. However, having such a 5 soul stone is of great help to one's own improvement. I hope that the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts can be improved again. Looking up at Yu Linglong and the mother-in-law of natural disasters, Chu Yan sat cross-legged without hesitation, and put the 5 soul stones in front of him. Taking a deep breath, the true energy in Chu Yan's body gushed out directly, enveloping towards the 5 soul stones. As soon as the Junqi touched the five-soul stone, the shell on the surface of the whole five-soul stone shattered directly, exposing the crystal-like stone body inside. In this transparent crystal, it can be clearly seen that 5 different colors of spiritual power, like 5 colors of air, are surging in it. 5 souls, town. With a single sentence, Chu Yan's 5 martial soul powers exploded and suppressed towards the 5 soul stones. Having had experience before, Chu Yan would not give the 5 soul stones any chance to resist. Once he made a move, it would be absolutely suppressed. Sure enough, this time, the 5 soul stones did not resist at all, and the 5 kinds of spiritual power, like a trickle, flowed out from the spar and poured into Chu Yan's body. In an instant, the spiritual power of the 5 soul stones rushed straight into the sea of consciousness, and the 5 heavenly spirit beasts began to crazily snatch it. Fortunately, this 5-soul stone is a god-level stone, and its size is not small. The 5 spiritual powers separated are enough for 5 gods and beasts to distribute. After a while, the 5 divine beasts' martial souls all flickered with different lights, and the violent power of the martial souls swept across the entire sea of consciousness world. In less than half an hour, after Qinglong Wuhun, Xuanhu Wuhun also successfully advanced. Xuanhu Wuhun. At the same time, Chu Yan's cultivation base also began to skyrocket. The Middle Emperor marshal 7th Heaven. The Middle Emperor marshal 8 Heavens. The Middle Emperor Wu Juchangshan. The Superior Martial Emperor Yuzongshan. In 1 hour of practice time, Chu Yan's cultivation base has directly increased from the 7th level of the Middle Emperor Wudi to the 4th level, and rushed to the 1st level of the upper level Emperor Wudi. Roar! 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 Just when Chu Yan's cultivation level broke through to the upper martial emperor realm, the 5 divine beast martial souls roared in unison in the world of consciousness sea. Waves of martial soul power exploded from the bodies of Baihu, Suzaku, Qinglong, and Xuanwu at the same time, shooting at the unicorn martial soul in the sky. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C23 17 9 states and 3 emperors. The majestic spiritual power of the 5 soul stones is driving the 5 spirits of the beasts, all of which are changing. Although there was no appearance, but Chu Yan was sitting cross-legged, and 5 terrifying forces kept rushing into the void. In an instant, Chu Yan's Wuhun continued to evolve itself in a wonderful way. Or, to be more precise, a recovery and awakening. This. In the demon palace, Yu Linglong and the mother-in-law of natural disasters all sensed something, and stared at Chu Yan together. Their faces were full of shock. Because they felt an extremely powerful force on Chu Yan, and they had never seen this kind of force before. Even the mother-in-law of natural disasters a million years ago, who is very familiar with the gods and demons, has never felt this kind of power or appeared. Huh. Then, there. While the two were staring blankly at Chu Yan, suddenly, on the stairs not far away, next to the demon god's throne, the Kyushu 3 Emperor's tripod suddenly buzzed and trembled. A ray of purple profound light rushed out from the big copper tripod, floating in the sky like a layer of air waves. This demon god cauldron, which had been silent for millions of years, unexpectedly, came alive. My God! The eyes of the natural disaster mother-in-law almost flew out of the eye sockets, and her whole body was numb. A creepy feeling that made his soul and body tremble, like a cold current rushing around her body. The Kyushu 3 Emperor's cauldron, the clan weapon of the demon clan, unexpectedly, reacted. What's going on? Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, hearing the exclamation of the natural disaster mother-in-law, turned their heads at the same time and looked at the copper tripod on the stairs. At the same time, on Shang Wangquan Road outside, somewhere. From a crack in the void, 2 figures rushed out, looked around vigilantly, and then charged at the same time, hiding in the mountains below. Along the way, the power of the spirit pattern exerted by the breath pattern completely wiped out the aura of the two of them. These two figures, one round and the other fat, are the little white bear and Situ Yang. This is Shang Wenquan Road. This devilish energy is so strong and terrifying. Situ Yang looked around with his small eyes, his face full of nervousness. I don't know where the boss is. When the little white bear spoke, his eyes were slightly closed, and he began to feel carefully. Boom. Boom. Not long after little white bear's sensory consciousness was dispersed, two terrifying forces suddenly exploded at the core of Xuanhuan Road, the land of the demon race royal tomb. Found it, over there. The little white bear didn't seem to be aware of the vision in the depths of Xuanhuan Road, so he withdrew his consciousness, raised his hand and flew away. Seeing the little white bear run away, Situ Yang instantly intensified the devilish energy around him, so frightened that he quickly shrank his neck and chased after the little white bear. On the other side, in the magic hall, Chu Yan had already got up and walked to the copper tripod. Looking at the slightly trembling and flickering copper tripod, his eyes were shining. This tripod of 3 emperors of Kyushu. Chu Yan turned his head and looked at mother-in-law Natural Calamity. Before she could finish her sentence, mother-in-law Natural Disaster jumped up. Can't move, absolutely can't move, don't even think about it. The Kyushu 3 Emperors Cauldron, even those guys from the God realm back then, no one can move it, and there are a lot of people who have been backlashed. Master Demon God once said that the power contained in these 12 magic cauldrons may exceed the power of the gods. It is a mysterious power that no one knows. Furthermore, if the Kyushu 3 Emperor's Cauldron leaves the demon realm, the entire demon realm will be lost along with it. Seeing the gleam in Chu Yan's eyes, the mother-in-law of natural disasters, how could she not understand what Chu Yan wanted to do? However, Chu Yan's thought was like stepping on her tail, causing her to explode, frantically stopping Chu Yan. No matter whether it is her mother-in-law's fate, or her status as a demon clan before her loss, no one is allowed to play with these 12 demon suppressors. Why are you talking to the master about other things? You want to go against the sky? Yu Linglong shouted. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, the natural disaster mother-in-law froze in an instant, looking at Chu Yan with an expression on her face that was about to cry. Lord, please, don't touch this cauldron, don't. To be honest, if it was someone else, mother-in-law Natural Calamity would not persuade her, but would hide aside and wait to see the joke. How can anyone be able to move this demonic suppressor? During the battle between gods and demons, not all those who wanted to fight the magic cauldron suffered a disadvantage. Including later, among the strong men who entered Xuanhuan Road for Lilian, except for the bones left on the ground, none of them could touch the magic cauldron. But now, the new master in front of him, Chu Yan, not only killed the demon ancestor's clone, but at the same time, what's even more frightening is, he actually made the copper tripod respond. This is the first time that the mother-in-law of natural disasters has seen or even heard of this kind of thing. In ancient times, apart from the 12 demon ancestors, it was impossible for anyone in the whole world to be able to activate these magic cauldrons. Because, if you want to activate these magic cauldrons, you don't need to rely on cultivation or talent, what you need is the approval of the 3 emperors of Kyushu. Okay. Then don't move. Chu Yan nodded, walked back to the original place, and continued to practice cross-legged. In the Sea of Consciousness, the 5 spirits of the gods and beasts have already merged with the 5 soul stones. The 5 spirits of the gods and beasts occupy the sky, with the unicorn spirits as the center, forming a strange formation. The power of the spirits is connected to each other, as if what is gestating or gaining momentum. Strange, it's been so long. Chu Yan, who was waiting a little impatiently, frowned slightly, and was about to transform into a spiritual body and enter the world of Sea of Consciousness to have a look. However, without waiting for him to move, suddenly, in the Sea of Consciousness, an incomparably violent force exploded. Boom, boom. This extremely terrifying power, centered on Chu Yan's body, swept the entire hall with the ancient and eternal breath. For a moment, the demon hall trembled, and the sky and the earth shook. Huh! This is the fusion of 5 souls. Chu Yan's heart was full of astonishment. He looked inside his spiritual consciousness, and looked at the sea of consciousness. The body of the unicorn martial soul continued to soar, and the 5 color rays of light all over his body were like huge waves, pulling up the mighty power of the sky. If, just now, the Kyushu 3 Emperor's cauldron gave me a sense of shock, then now, the aura released from Chu Yan's body makes people feel. The way of heaven is added to the body, the supreme is supreme. This breath swept across, making mother-in-law and Yu Linglong look up at Chu Yan, as if they were looking up at a heaven and earth, a god who would never be able to match it. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! 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 One after another, the sky thunder exploded in the sky of Shanghuangquan Road. Countless thunder and lightning gathered crazily, rushing like a river in the sky of the demon world, as if the entire sky was occupied by endless thunder and lightning, turning into the world of thunder and lightning. What's more, these thunderstorms kept falling towards the demon hall, bombarding the defensive barrier of the demon hall, blasting the sky with electric sparks. Not good. This is heaven's punishment thunder tribulation. The face of the natural calamity mother-in-law opened her mouth wide, she couldn't believe everything in front of her eyes. In the demon realm, there came the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation. This is too ridiculous. The most important thing is, what exactly did this Chu Yan do? It actually attracted such a terrifying thunder calamity from the god of heaven. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2318 5 lines of Futian. The sudden change made Chu Yan, Yu Linglong, and mother-in-law Tianchao all look shocked. Such a terrifying catastrophe made people tremble with fascination. What is the reason for this? This is simply an ordinary thunder calamity, and this is simply the obliteration of the rules of heaven. The mother-in-law of the natural calamity formed seals with both hands, and a spiritual seal was shot, which was shot at the thunder calamity in the sky outside the temple, and it was instantly blown into powder. This handprint represents his mother-in-law's supreme right to guard Xuanhuan Road. Therefore, the mother-in-law of the natural disaster directly discovered that the difference between the heavenly punishment and the thunder calamity was different. Originally, this demon realm was not under the jurisdiction of the God realm and heavenly Tao, so it was impossible for heaven's punishment thunder to rob. But now, not only has it appeared, but it is also the most special obliteration thunder robbery. But the target is Chu Yan. You want to obliterate Brother Chu. Yu Linglong's face suddenly showed a killing intent. At the same time, a hidden but extremely terrifying power slowly awakened in her body. However, at this moment, Chu Yan, who was originally sitting cross-legged, stood up and strode towards the outside of the hall. Walking along this road, the 5-color glow around the body swayed along the road, as if stepping on a divine road, going forward indomitable. After a few steps, I arrived in front of the gate of the demon palace, looked up at the sky. Swish! The 2 gazes were like shocking divine lights, and the 5-color pupils dyed half of the sky in the color of clouds. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, treat everything as a dog, huh? As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan snorted heavily, and at the same time condensed his right hand, slapped hard towards the sky. Boom! The rays of light bursting out like a sea tide surged out in an instant, blasting towards the sky. This palm blasted out, and wherever it passed, the sky would be shaken by thunder, and thunder would be even, and all the thunder in the area covered by the palm print would be turned into ashes. Chu Yan has never been afraid of heaven's punishment thunder tribulation. In the past, perhaps relying on the lightning element of the Suzaku martial soul to suppress and devour it. But now, At this time, Chu Yan not only broke through to the upper martial emperor, but at the same time, the five souls merged, and the five systems tried their best to merge into one. This kind of power, just like the mother-in-law of natural disasters, has never seen it. I am afraid that no one in this world, or in the outer sky of the 9 heavens, has ever seen it. Therefore, at that moment just now, when the unicorn martial soul broke through into a battle soul, Chu Yan finally completed the strongest mystery of the 5 gods and beast martial souls. Fusion of 5 souls, 5 elements guidance technique. This kind of power definitely surpasses the realm of cultivation. It is a kind of existence that completely surpasses the power of warriors. If one had to compare, I am afraid that apart from the power of primordial, or the power of the netherworld, there is nothing else that can be compared with it. Of course, for Chu Yan, it is of extraordinary significance for Chu Yan to transform all 5 souls into battle souls and fuse the power of the 5 elements. However, this power is still based on Chu Yan's own strength. The 5 elements are dog days. Seeing Chu Yan's palm, Yu Linglong scattered the sky full of thunder, and she was shocked in her heart. And beside her, the natural calamity mother-in-law stared at the sky in a daze, completely dumbfounded. One palm to retreat from the catastrophe. Just now, she saw Chu Yan fighting with the demon ancestor clone with her own eyes, so she knew a little about Chu Yan's strength. But now, Chu Yan's palm directly overturned all her previous cognition. My lord, your strength is so powerful. The pupils of the mother-in-law of natural disasters trembled, looked at Chu Yan, and asked involuntarily. To be honest, the natural calamity mother-in-law is becoming more and more unable to see through the young man in black robe in front of her, or in other words, seems to have never seen through. Powerful. Hearing the words of the natural disaster mother-in-law, Chu Yan was slightly startled, then turned around, looked at the natural disaster mother-in-law, and smiled lightly. Whether it is strong or not, you have to try it and you will know. When this sentence landed, the mother-in-law of natural disaster immediately took a step back, shook her head in horror and said, No. Master strength, don't try it. Just kidding. One palm blasted back the combat power of thunder and calamity, and let her, a soul who didn't even have a physical body, go up, and she might be knocked out of her wits on the spot after receiving this palm. You must know that the mother-in-law of natural disaster still hopes that one day, she will have the opportunity to get rid of her status as a slave and regain her freedom. At that time I will continue my grand plan and great cause, reshape my physical body, and resurrect myself. Hee. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Although he wanted to have a try to see how strong the 5 elements Dowing technique was, he suddenly frowned and stopped talking. His mind trembled slightly, as if he felt a familiar breath, but Chu Yan didn't know what it meant. The magic hall's barrier defense was not defeated by the heaven's punishment thunder tribulation just now, and it had a considerable impact on the perception of the outside world. Now that the 5 soul stones have been found, it's time to get down to business. With the natural calamity mother-in-law, it shouldn't be too difficult to find the people in Xingtian Pavilion. However, at this moment, in the demon palace behind him, on the high throne of the demon god, there was a sudden tremor, and a purple light gushed out from it, turning into a meteor, flying towards the sky outside the palace. The 3 of Chu Yan looked at the sky along the purple light, and suddenly found that there were 12 meteor-like mysterious lights above the sky, shooting into the sky from all directions at the same time, and they converged towards the same position. This is the Imperial Mausoleum, it is about to be opened. The natural disaster mother-in-law looked in that direction, nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice. Imperial tomb. Chu Yan was startled. Back then, when Yu Wuxue came to him, it seemed that he meant that Yin Tianquan was going to the Imperial Mausoleum of the demon race. That's right. The imperial mausoleum of the demon clan is not allowed to be desecrated, said the mother-in-law of natural disasters. However, when the words fell, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong turned their heads at the same time, looking straight at the natural calamity mother-in-law, speechless. Okay. The imperial tomb of the demon clan produces the fruit of the sky demon. It is the number one holy medicine of the demon clan. Natural disaster mother-in-law certainly knows that outsiders like Chu Yan and Yu Linglong are not interested in the dignity of the demon race. They are only interested in what is in the imperial tomb. Therefore, as Chu Yan's servant now, the mother-in-law of natural calamity can't hide it at all, she can only tell the truth. Heavenly demon fruit. Hearing this, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong looked at each other, their eyes brightened. Needless to say, Yu Linglong, even Chu Yan, who is completely ignorant of the demons, has heard of the existence of the number one holy medicine of the demons, the heavenly demon fruit. The reason why this demon fruit is famous is related to a legend. It is said that the 9 god-level powerhouses from the 10 directions starfield had all been to this demonic imperial tomb, and some of them broke through to the divine realm after leaving the demonic imperial tomb. According to the power they belong to, news has been inadvertently leaked for hundreds of thousands of years, and the 9 god-level powerhouses have all found the heavenly demon fruit in the demon race royal tomb. Perhaps, this is also the reason why the people of Xingtian Pavilion went to the Mozu imperial tomb. In this way, the legend of the imperial mausoleum of the demon clan and the fruit of the heavenly demon were simultaneously covered with a layer of divinity. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2319 Golden Peak. Xuanhuan fruit is extremely precious, and blood Xuanhuan fruit is the most expensive among the expensive ones. However, comparing them with heavenly demon fruits is like the difference between ordinary fruits and fairy fruits. In ancient times, during the heyday of the demon clan, they had the strength to fight against the gods. At that time, even among the royal clan of the demon realm, not every member of the royal family could enjoy the fruit of the heavenly demon. Xuanhuan Ling, where is it? Chu Yan asked. My lord, come with me, I'll take you there. The disaster mother-in-law hurriedly agreed, and flew forward. For her, as long as Chu Yan no longer has the idea of that magic cauldron, everything else is easy to talk about. Waiting for Chu Yan and Yu Linglong to follow the natural disaster mother-in-law, out of the enchantment of the magic hall, over the mountains, and then look up. I saw that on the far horizon, 12 streamers of different colors had gathered together to form a huge sea of colorful clouds. This kind of vision, appearing in the demon world, gives people a strange feeling. After all, colorful clouds and clouds, this is a phenomenon unique to God's domain. How could it appear in the demon realm? From ancient times to the present, everyone knows that the demon world has always been shrouded in black demon energy, and all kinds of monsters are rampant. Except for black and red, other colors rarely appear. Unexpectedly, the vision of the demon race royal tomb opening was like the opening of a secret place in the god realm. Great luck! The mother-in-law of natural calamity looked at the 12 color clouds in the sky, and said with a smile. This netherworld mausoleum has not been opened for 100,000 years. It seems that there are people from the demon royal family. A member of the demon royal family. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Yu Shitian and Yu Wushu, a father and son, who were against the divine way back then, are said to be descendants of the demon clan, and they are considered extremely rare in the 10 directions starfield. But now, there are still people from the demon royal family. Could it be that the people from Xingtian Pavilion came to Xuanhuan Road to hunt down and kill these demon royal families? However, who is the member of the demon royal family, and why does he appear in Xuanhuan Road? Don't you be afraid, people from Xingtian Pavilion. Chu Yan didn't understand, and there were too many doubts that could not be explained at all. Forget it, it's important to arrive as soon as possible, and kill Tianquan if you have the chance. Shaking his head, Chu Yan stopped thinking about it, took Yu Ling Long, and followed behind the mother-in-law of natural disasters, turned into 3 flying rainbows, and rushed towards the Xiaoyun area in the sky at full speed. At the same time, the entire Shangwenquan Road, everywhere. All the forces and powerful people who entered Shangwenquan Road, when they saw the 12 mysterious lights gathered together and evolved into a cloud, they all boiled. Although most people didn't know that this was the opening of the tomb of Xuanhuan, they could all guess that something big must happen with this sudden vision. And such a big event might be a great opportunity. Look! What was that up there that day? Wow, what a big piece of marshmallow. Are you a pig? Is that marshmallow? That means the tomb of the underworld is about to open. I didn't expect that in the 10 Directions Starfield, there are still the royal family of the demon realm, and they dare to appear on Xuanhuan Road. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect such a once-in-100,000-year event to happen to me. Now I'm prosperous. Huh. Senior brother sent a message, let us gather quickly. Quick, hurry over. With all kinds of surprises and excitement, all the forces and experts on Xuanhuan Road gathered towards the land of clouds and clouds. And in a hidden corner of a certain mountain range, Little White Bear and Situ Yang stared at the colorful clouds in the sky with their round eyes. Boss, go in that direction. It's a terrible breath. My whole body's blood and soul are trembling. There, it's dangerous. Situ Yang's face was as pale as paper, and his whole body was trembling. Don't talk nonsense again, I will beat you. Hearing Situ Yang's words, the little white bear raised its thick bare paw. Bared teeth. Okay. Situ Yang was crying, not daring to confront the little white bear. So, one round and one fat, the 2 figures hurried towards the clouds at the edge of the sky. In the next hour, all the strong men on the entire Shangwenquan Road moved. Even those who were in the secret realm, or who were collecting treasures, all gave up the treasures in front of them and rushed in the same direction. Secret realms and treasures of heaven and earth can be missed, but great opportunities must not be missed. Another hour passed, and the 3 of Chu Yan had arrived. Standing far away on the top of a mountain, Chu Yan, Yu Ling Long, and mother-in-law Calamity looked up at the area shrouded in clouds in the distance. There is a golden mountain, as high as 10,000 zhang. On the top of the mountain, there is a piece of golden fantasy, forming a semicircle, surrounding the mountain. Golden Spirit Peak. Chu Yan has seen countless Lingfang fairy mountains, but what is certain is that so far, this is definitely the first time he has seen the golden Lingfang. Of course, this spiritual peak cannot be piled up with gold. In the world of martial spirits, no matter whether it is a warrior sect or a force, no one is interested in gold, and the lowest level treasure must at least be a spirit stone. Therefore, what this golden Lingfang represents is not its special material, but its unique status. Especially in a place like the demon realm, although there are many mountain peaks in all directions, they are all lush green, but the entire demon realm is still surrounded by black abyss and red magma rivers. Looking at such a golden spiritual peak from a distance, it suddenly gives people a sense of majesty and solemnity, which makes people dignified. However, there is a trace of doubt in Chu Yan's heart. The cloud of rosy clouds, the golden peak, the majesty and majesty. This is really the royal family of the demon world, the lost land. You know, this is the abyssal demon clan, and the battle between gods and demons back then represented the evil side. Even when entering the abyss for the first time and seeing bloodthirsty monsters and spooky ghosts all over the ground, Chu Yan at that time can be sure that this is the abyss. But now, looking at the golden holy mountain in front of him, Chu Yan has doubts in his heart, even a little dazed. These people have very sharp noses. The natural disaster mother-in-law watched from a distance under the golden peak. A large group of warriors had already gathered, and couldn't help snorting coldly. The mausoleum of the royal family cannot be desecrated, anyone can enter. At the foot of the Golden Spirit Peak, a large number of fighters and geniuses gathered. Some were chatting and discussing together, and some began to clean up the surrounding mountains and forests. Surround and kill powerful monsters one after another, and take their magic cores, and even some teams, because of the uneven division of the organs, will make big moves. And at the foot of the Golden Spirit Peak, there are a large number of powerful people, such as Saint Emperor Huanlei, Saint Emperor Tian Can, Saint Emperor Panlong, Emperor Kong Tian, Emperor Giant Spirit, Li Mingdao, Guhong, etc. These powerhouses represent several top powers in the 10 Directions Starfield, including Nishendo, Xingtian Pavilion, Hunyuan Palace, and the 7 War Clans. This time, it was really exciting. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2320roll. All the Golden Spirit Peaks are covered by a layer of magic barrier, completely isolating the spirit peaks from the outside world. If it weren't for the cloud above the sky, which continuously poured out a large amount of sunlight to reveal this spiritual peak, I am afraid that this golden spiritual peak would not appear in front of the world at all. At this time, before Lingfang, a great war broke out. Just like before, when the 3 saints met the palace with the blood spring, several saint emperors shot at each other and attacked each other. The blasted power of the Holy Emperor collided with the barrier of the Lingfang mountain not far away, causing the barrier to tremble, and the strong magic energy barrier instantly became thin and visible. The instant change allows people to see the situation inside the barrier for a short time through the magic barrier. Chu Yan's unicorn pupils, urging the operation, between the lightning and the flint, clearly saw that behind the enchantment, there is a stone forest. On the stone pillars that are also glowing with golden light, there are golden fruits, growing one after another. Each of these fruits has a spirit seal like an eye, which is exactly the legendary Heavenly Demon Fruit. A piece of stone forest, with a glance, one after another, the celestial devil fruits trembled with the breeze, crumbling, obviously ripe and ready to be picked at any time. Standing on the top of a mountain 100 miles away, Chu Yan could feel the power of the holy emperors coming from the battle of several holy emperors from such a long distance. This level of battle made Chu Yan feel a little palpitated. Thinking of the scene of being chased and killed by the Tianquan Saint Emperor before, Chu Yan frowned slightly. You know, before, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong robbed the blood-yellow spring fruit of the 3 holy emperors, if they appeared in front of them now. Maybe, the 3 holy emperors stopped fighting and turned to attack themselves. Let's go, let's sneak past the mountains. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, glanced at the mountain range closest to the Golden Spirit Peak, and said, Yu Linglong and the natural disaster mother-in-law took the 2 breathtaking spirit patterns that Chu Yan handed over, and the 3 of them headed towards the mountains together. In the stone forest I saw just now, there are a lot of demon fruits. How could such an opportunity be missed? It's as if the group of holy emperors and great emperors made a big move in front of the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak at this time, not all for those heavenly devil fruits. Not only Chu Yan, but even the mother-in-law of the disaster, did not expect that such a precious fruit of the demon would appear in pieces. It is possible that the mausoleum of the underworld has not been opened for a long time. Therefore, the number of natural materials and earth treasures is beyond everyone's imagination. Chu Yan, who was running wildly all the way, kept thinking in his heart, how could he get those heavenly devil fruits again in front of several great saint emperors and a group of great emperors? Just broke through the cultivation base and reached the upper martial emperor realm. At this time, Chu Yan needs these heavenly demon fruits to consolidate the cultivation base, and at the same time, maybe it can be improved again. Such a good opportunity must not be missed, it is worth fighting for. Fortunately, Chu Yan has an ancient war beast, the Jade Beetle, given by Ouyang Nantian, and he can do it whenever he has the chance. However, at this time it is definitely not a good opportunity, and we must wait patiently for a good opportunity to appear. My lord, there is still a period of time before the opening of the mausoleum of the underworld. There is still a relic and some treasures in this mountain range. I will take you there. After the mother-in-law of Natural Calamity saw how powerful Chu Yan was, she became extremely hurt of it now, and even without Chu Yan opening her mouth, she took the initiative to speak out about the high-level relics and treasures of heaven and earth in Xuanhuan Road. Such a good servant, how could Chu Yan let him down? Together with Yu Linglong, they entered the ruins and searched without missing anything. In addition, the treasures of heaven and earth in the mountains, as long as they are not far away, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong will not let them go. Basically, the place where the three of them passed was so clean that the warriors who came later to hunt for treasure would cry directly. Chu Yan is not worried, anyway, there is a natural disaster mother-in-law, and the opening time of the mausoleum of the underworld will never be missed. And those big bosses who fought in front of the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak. Just let them play slowly. And in the mountain range closest to the Golden Spirit Peak in front of him, Chu Yan actually found a demon fruit. Look, it really is. Following the guidance of Grandma Tian, Yu Linglong blasted away a piece of rock and found an underground cave. A large area of golden light gushed out from the dark cave entrance. A sky demon fruit, suspended in the silent cave space, did not know how it was conceived. There really is. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and was just about to enter the cave, when suddenly, 2 cracks sounded behind him. Huh! Chu Yan! With the sound of piercing the air, 2 figures landed not far behind Chu Yan and the others, and one of them spoke out in shock. Turning around to look, Chu Yan's face was slightly startled. Gu Hong, Ji Ming. I didn't expect to meet these 2 here. The 3 of Chu Yan all used the breathtaking spirit pattern, so it is impossible for these 2 people to find them and chase after them. Therefore, when the 2 sides met, they both looked stunned. You are not dead. Gu Hong stared at Chu Yan, stunned for a long time, and asked, with a face full of surprise. Before, in that mountain palace, the 2 of them saw with their own eyes that the Holy Emperor Huanlei and the Holy Emperor Tiancan hunted and killed Chu Yan. Although later, Saint Emperor Huanlei came back with a dirty face, but Saint Emperor Tiancan did not. Could it be that this Chu Yan saved his life from the hands of the Tiancan Saint Emperor? How can this be? Even at that time, the sacred Emperor Huanlei, with a dark face said, Chu Yan will die this time. But they didn't expect that when they were hunting for treasure in this mountain range, they would accidentally bump into Chu Yan. If it wasn't for Chu Yan standing beside Yu Linglong, they would even think that they had run into a ghost. Do you really want me to die? Chu Yan sneered, looking at the 2 members who were also against God. A gleam of coldness flashed in his eyes. This, of course not. Gu Hong and Ji Ming, when they heard Chu Yan's words, their expressions changed immediately, and they quickly shook their heads in denial. After all, they are extremely clear about the rules against God. Hurry up, send a message to Master Uncle and tell him that Chu Yan is still alive. Gu Hong turned his head and looked at Ji Ming. His divine sense transmitted his voice. After Gu Hong turned his head, he suddenly found that behind Chu Yan, there seemed to be faint golden light overflowing. Huh! Heavenly demon fruit. After this glance, Gu Hong's eyes instantly widened, his face was full of surprise and greed. However, when he raised his head and saw Chu Yan and Yu Linglong looking at him with cold faces, he suddenly trembled and didn't dare to look at the hole again. Leaving aside the fact that this woman in white was fighting against hundreds of strong men with her own strength outside the palace. That Chu Yan alone was able to escape from being chased by a holy emperor. With this strength, let alone Gu Hong, how many people can there be in the 10 Directions starfield? Therefore, he and Ji Ming couldn't afford to provoke these 2 people in front of him. You guys, get out. Seeing the 2 of them standing there in a daze, their eyes constantly rolling, Yu Linglong's eyes were filled with disgust, and she shouted directly. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2321 Diablo. Yu Linglong remembered these two people. They were present when they attacked the palace. Judging from the conversation between Chu Yan and them, they should be acquainted, but Chu Yan seems to dislike them very much, so Yu Linglong will not be polite to them at all. You tell us to go. Guhong and Jiming originally wanted to see the heavenly demon fruit, but at the same time they used their eyes to peek at Yu Linglong from time to time. Such a beautiful woman, so close in sight, both of them wanted to take the opportunity to get close. However, without waiting for their performance, the iceberg beauty spoke directly and let them go. As the masters of the two major halls of Anishan Dao, her status is one level higher than that of Chu Yan. This beauty is willing to be with Chu Yan, and they get out. This time, the vanity of the two hall masters was directly and deeply stabbed. However, facing Chu Yan, Guhong and Jiming didn't dare to make a mistake, and naturally they didn't want to leave. Their faces turned green and pale, which was extremely embarrassing. Just when the two of them didn't know how to advance or retreat, suddenly, in the sky not far away, a terrifying aura rippled. Humph. The girl doll from there has such a big tone. Everyone turned their heads in unison, looked at the sky, and suddenly found a blurry figure appearing, slowly descending towards this side. Well, the clone of the Phantom Thunder Emperor. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong frowned at the same time, and their expressions changed slightly. Whether it was Sage Emperor Ji Lei, Sacred Emperor Tian Can, or Sacred Emperor Panlong, when Chu Yan and Yu Linglong planned to snatch their blood-yellow spring, they had already recorded the aura of the three of them in the Sea of Consciousness. Therefore, when the clone of the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor suddenly appeared, the two recognized it instantly. And the natural calamity mother-in-law standing next to them looked at the sky. The strong majesty of the Holy Emperor swept across the sky, and the berserk aura enveloped the sky with fierceness, and her face turned green with fright. No way. You just found the first heavenly demon fruit, and you alarmed a holy emperor. Although the natural disaster mother-in-law just learned that Chu Yan is very strong, she doesn't think that a high-ranking Emperor Wu is qualified to fight against the Holy Emperor. You must know that among the 10 direction starfields, apart from those in the demigod realm and the god realm, the Holy Emperor is the most powerful. In the cognition of all the bosses, under the realm of the Holy Emperor, they are all ants. Even if it is a strong person in the Great Emperor realm, facing a strong person in the Saint Emperor realm, he is nothing more than a soldier ant, and it is unnecessary to step on it to death. Therefore, the upper martial Emperor realm cannot enter the eyes of the powerful Saint Emperor realm. Huan Lei, what a coincidence! Hee hee. Seeing the appearance of the Huan Lei Saint Emperor, Chu Yan's face did not change at all, but the corners of his mouth lightly raised, and he greeted him. It was as if the one who appeared in that palace before was not Chu Yan at all. Skillful. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Saint Emperor Huanlei's expression sank. What is coincidence? Judging from Chu Yan's expression and tone of voice, it's just like before. At the palace, he snatched the blood Huangquan that he was about to get, as if he didn't do it. Chu Yan, you are very good. It even surprised me. The Huanlei Saint Emperor calmed down, looked at Chu Yan, and sneered. Before, when he received the summons from Guhong and Jiming, why did he think that these two nephews would have the guts to joke with him? But now, after seeing Chu Yan himself, he is finally sure that this is not a joke. It is simply a miracle that Chu Yan escaped from the hands of the Tianquan Sage Emperor and survived. Although at this time, Saint Emperor Huanlei's evaluation of Saint Emperor Tianquan dropped a lot in an instant, but it can be more or less explained that this Chu Yan still has some strength. Okay, I don't want to talk nonsense with you, leave the demon fruit, you can go. Sage Emperor Huanlei just saw the heavenly demon fruit behind Chu Yan, in the cave entrance, and now looking at Chu Yan, he doesn't want to say anything more to him, and he doesn't even want to look at him again. If it wasn't against the rules of God, I would never let you walk out of Xuanhuan Road alive. Snort. He said to let Chu Yan leave, but his heart had long been murderous. Saint Emperor Huanlei could only endure it for the time being, but he made up his mind, but looked back to find an opportunity to have a good chat with Emperor Tian Can. Anyway, it is impossible to let Chu Yan go easily, that's for sure. In the palace before, when the three saints were fighting against each other, he had been busy for so long, and finally managed to succeed, but in the end. What if I don't leave? Chu Yan also sneered. To be honest, Chu Yan already knew very well the strength of the powerful Saint Emperor in the previous battle with the Tianquan Saint Emperor. Afterwards, he obtained the 5-soul stone, his cultivation level broke through to the upper martial emperor realm, and at the same time, the Xuanwu and Qilin Wuhuns were promoted to battle souls at the same time. Now Chu Yan really wants to try, what will happen if he fights the Holy Emperor again? Hearing Chu Yan's words, the Huanlei Saint Emperor was stunned. He didn't expect that Chu Yan would dare not listen to his own words. However, looking at the sneer on Chu Yan's face, the Huanlei Sage Emperor immediately understood that Chu Yan was relying on the rules against the divine way, so he had no fear. Frowning slightly, Saint Emperor Huanlei's face darkened in an instant, but when his eyes swept over Yu Linglong beside Chu Yan, it suddenly brightened. Chu Yan, don't think that you have joined the Tao against God, I can't do anything about you. On the face of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, the smile became more and more sinister, and he looked straight at Yu Linglong, with murderous intent in his eyes. Although I can't do anything to you directly, but this girl, if the fragrance disappears, it must be a great regret in life. Saint Emperor Huanlei, of course, knows Yu Linglong's identity. When Yu Linglong went to Tianhai territory to participate in the test against the divine way, he was the one who received the Heixiao Emperor who accompanied him. However, it should be good to threaten Chu Yan with this. Hearing the words of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong's expressions changed at the same time. However, without waiting for them to open their mouths, suddenly, a circle of ripples suddenly appeared in the void above everyone's heads, and an extremely powerful breath spread out in all directions along with the layers of void ripples. Snort. Humming one word, it exploded in the void, except for Yu Linglong. Everyone's sea of consciousness sank at the same time, and their bodies all retreated half a step. Including Chu Yan, when he looked up again, his face was full of horror. Is this a strong demigod? Sacred Emperor Huanlei's face was pale, the soul attack just now was aimed at him. Let's go. Not daring to stop at all, the Huanlei Saint Emperor turned around and left with Gohong and Ji Ming. He never expected that the Dark Temple would actually send a demigod-level powerhouse to protect the eldest lady. Just kidding, I actually threatened the life of their young lady in front of the Dark Temple and demigod powerhouses. If I was a few moments later, I'm afraid I would die on the spot. Well, you Chu Yan, no wonder you have no fear, you deliberately showed up to lure me here. Humph. It's obvious, there is a way to make you die. Saint Emperor Huanlei withdrew from the mountain range and flew towards the Golden Spirit Peak. At the same time, a sinister smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2322, see how you die. In just a few blinks of an eye, the Saint Emperor Huanlei's avatar returned to his true self, and immediately after that, there was a shout like thunder in front of the Golden Spirit Peak barrier. Chu Yan, that heavenly demon fruit, I will give it to you. The Emperor's majesty is like the tide, and the sound waves are rolling, and the shouts containing true energy resound throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The bosses and geniuses gathered in front of the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak were stunned at the same time by a shout. Even those strong men who were fighting stopped and looked up at the Phantom Thunder Emperor in midair. Countless pairs of eyes could see all of them. Sacred Emperor Huanlei was facing a mountain range to the east, smiling all over his face. The next moment, everyone's eyes, following the gaze of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, looked at the mountain range. Huh! Someone is there. Look, there is a golden light overflowing there. It seems to be the fruit of the demon. Damn, it's impossible that Chu Yan is still alive. Last time, wasn't this Chu Yan killed by the Tianquan Saint Emperor? This is impossible. This guy is not dead? Damn it, didn't you see that he was picking the demon fruit? He is alive and well. Oh my god, even the Holy Emperor Tianquan can't kill him. And that woman, did you see that, the one who suppressed hundreds of us last time? It's lively now, look at the Heavenly Emperor. Just stunned for a few moments, the exclamation of the audience resounded like mountains and seas. All the eyes looking at Chu Yan became extremely complicated, with envy, admiration, greed, and more doubts, but the expression of the most people was one, isn't it good to live? Looking at the two figures in the mountains with a serious expression. Chu Yan, who was in sight of everyone, stood in the mountains, facing everyone's eyes. His face became colder and colder. He never expected that this Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor would be so vicious. You know, in front of the Golden Spirit Peak, several holy emperors were attacking each other and colliding with the Spirit Peak at the same time, while the others were all staring at the stone forest behind the enchantment. It is impossible to notice it. Now after the roar of the Huanlei Sage Emperor, everyone's eyes are all looking over. It is impossible not to be discovered during various detection methods. The point is that among these people, there are two holy emperors who are still Chu Yan's deadly enemies. Especially the Tianquan Sacred Emperor, who failed to chase and kill Chu Yan, failed to seize Chu Yan, and was suffocating fire in his heart at this time. Now it's all right, and he sent it to his door. Therefore, when many warriors who knew the palace incident last time all looked at Tianquan Xingdi, the suspicion and contempt in their eyes made Tianquan Xingdi almost explode in anger. Humph! Chu Yan. With a heavy snort, the violent power of the Holy Emperor exploded from the body of the Tianquan Holy Emperor, and his extremely cold eyes looked at Chu Yan, with killing intent surging. You're looking for death yourself, then, die. The Holy Emperor Tianquan shouted, the power of the Holy Emperor surged, and he raised his hand and punched the distant mountain range. Heavenly demon fruit, of course he wants it. In the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak behind him, there are at least hundreds of heavenly demon fruits. However, compared to killing Chu Yan and recovering his Holy Emperor's honor, these heavenly devil fruits are nothing. And, most importantly, he took the time to summon Xingtian Pavilion, and found out that the boy in black robe who robbed his blood Xuanhuan was actually the sinner of God of Xingtian Pavilion. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sage Emperor Tianquan didn't hesitate at all. Raising his hand was the killer move. However, the power of the Holy Emperor blasted out, and as the Holy Fist passed through the air, the sound of rolling thunder exploded, and everyone in the audience was startled. All of them looked nervous, looking at the mountains in the distance. In their view, this battle is very interesting. Before Chu Yan escaped from the hands of Tianquan Sage Emperor, did he rely on his own strength, or something else? Nobody knows. But now, with the battle in sight. What is the situation? You can see it at a glance. Therefore, all the strong men who had doubts in their hearts all turned their eyes to the mountains in the distance. However, among the crowd, not everyone has such an idea. It is best that Emperor Kongming and Emperor Giant Ling definitely do not think so. Seeing the sacred Emperor Tianquan make a move, the faces of the two of them tightened suddenly, and their brows frowned slightly. They are anti-Shinto members. And Chu Yan, with the same status as them, is also a member of an Aishin Dao. No one else would know this except for the anti-Shinto members present. What they don't understand is that the Huanlei Saint Emperor, as the palace party of the Shantian Temple of the Nishan Dao in the Tianhai territory, What he did just now seems to be framing Chu Yan. No matter what, according to the rules against Shinto, when a member is attacked by others and there is a danger of losing his life, other members present must not sit idly by. The two great emperors looked at each other, and the emperor's prestige rose up at the same time, and they were ready to rescue Chu Yan. Although the cultivation of the two is only at the great emperor level, but the member of Ni Shandao, which one is not a dragon and a phoenix among men, but a leader in martial arts. With the strength of the two of them, it is not a big problem for them to attack with all their strength at the same time and hold the Emperor Tiancan for a period of time. With this time, Chu Yan has enough time to escape. However, just as the two discussed and decided, and were about to make a move, a figure fell in front of them in a gust of wind. Palace Master Phantom Thunder. Emperor Kongming and Emperor Giant Ling looked at the figure in front of them, and their faces were startled at the same time. You two, it's not an opportunity to make a move at this time, why not just wait and see? With my palace here, nothing will happen. Don't worry. Emperor Huanlei said with a smile on his face. It's not a chance to make a move. Just wait and see. Emperor Kongming and Emperor Giant Spirit frowned, looking at Saint Emperor Huanlei. Yes. Yes. The doubts in my heart intensified, but the Huanlei Sage Emperor is the master of Shantian Palace, and his status is several levels higher than them. With such a clear opening, the two of them could not disobey. Failure to rescue fellow members is a felony. However, it is a felony to disrespect the order of the palace lord, and to have the same relatives. The great emperors of the two palaces pondered for a moment before giving up their plan to attack directly. Hey, Chu Yan, let's see how you die. Preventing the two fellow great emperors from helping each other, the Huanlei Sage Emperor stood there, looking at the mountains in the distance, with a playful look on his face. But at this time on the mountains in the distance, seeing the Tiancan Sacred Emperor make a move, the scared mother-in-law's face turned green. God, oh God! It was discovered. This is not the Saint Emperor's avatar, but the Tiancan Saint Emperor himself. How terrifying the power is. Not only the natural disaster mother-in-law, but also Yu Linglong's pale face, trembling eyes. Do you want to use a forbidden technique? Within Yu Linglong's body, waves of power as deep as the deep sea kept rolling. Not far away, Emperor Panlong looked at Yu Linglong, who was standing next to Chu Yan in the mountains, with an anxious expression on his face, and he was about to make a move. Seeing the fist of the Holy Emperor, in the blink of an eye, they had already reached the mountain range through hundreds of miles. Everyone held their breath and their eyes trembled. In an instant, it seemed as if the heaven and the earth were solidified, and everyone looked at it in astonishment. However, the next moment, an incomparably vast force, accompanied by a dazzling five-colored mysterious light, soared into the sky from the mountains. Give me, break! Chu Yan roared and shook the sky. Saint Rakshasa floated behind him, and the five-colored rays of light all over his body condensed on his right fist. The golden light of the fist continued to soar, and when he raised his hand, a Wanlai dragon gang shot straight out. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2323 Hard Front. 5 Elements Futian Technique. The divine beast of the sky, the fusion of the power of the 5 series of martial souls, blasted out with the imperial art of Wanlai Longjin, with the momentum of destruction, the power of the sky, turned into a huge fist, and rushed towards the fist of the Holy Emperor. Fight the sky and the earth, go against the sky. A proud, majestic momentum soared into the sky, from the mountains, straight up. It was Chu Yan who gave off this momentum. Under such a situation, there is no way to retreat, no way to avoid. Then, don't retreat, let's fight. What? In all directions, no matter it was Sage Emperor Huanlei, the two great emperors, or Sage Emperor Panlong who was watching, all expressions changed. Even Yu Linglong, who was standing next to Chu Yan, and the mother-in-law of natural disasters looked at the imposing Chu Yan with surprise on their faces. On the other side, in front of the Golden Spirit Peak, many powerful people were all startled with wide eyes and mouths. This guy, is he crazy? Even with a strong man in the Saint Emperor realm, he is tough head-on. Is it because I don't want to live anymore, or I want to commit suicide, or I just want to have fun? Even the Tianquan Sacred Emperor, who made the shot, froze, with a look of disbelief all over his face. This kid wants to fight me. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. After being taken aback for a moment, Holy Emperor Tianquan laughed wildly. For him, the most worrying thing is that Chu Yan turned around and fled like last time, and then hid in a certain ruin of Xuanhuan. In that case, not only would a lot of time be wasted chasing and killing, but at the same time, if the mausoleum of the underworld opened here, he would completely miss it. Now seeing Chu Yan take the initiative to fight, of course he is very happy. Since you are so knowledgeable, you are in a hurry to die, then I will help you. The universe is full of laws, but one is missing. Tian can strike. After a wild laugh, the Holy Emperor Tianzan's whole body was full of holy power, and the blasted fist exploded, turning into a wave of wind, covering the sky and covering the earth, like a tsunami in the void, and shot towards the mountain where Chu Yan was located. Although the Emperor Tianquan said it, he was still worried in his heart that Chu Yan would turn around and flee after a faint shot. Therefore, he directly activated a large-scale holy technique to completely seal the entire mountain range. Tianquan 9 Strikes is the famous combat skill of Tianquan Sacred Emperor. Even if one of the random moves is used, it is more than enough to deal with this Chu Yan. With this move, the power of the Holy Emperor filled the sky. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to blast the entire mountain range into dust. In an instant, the two attacks collided fiercely. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering sound of the air explosion pulled the trees in the entire mountain range and flew them around. A wave of visible air rushed from the center of the explosion point to the surroundings. Passing by the vigor, all the powerful people in the audience trembled, their eyes widened, and at the same time they saw that above the sky. The golden fist wrapped in wuxia blasted on the vast storm, as if hitting a large wave. The 5-color thunder passed by, filled the sky with dragons and tigers roaring, and the divine flames were soaring, tearing the storm into pieces layer by layer, completely shattered and burned into nothingness. In less than a breath of time, there was no trace of wind power on the trembling sky that was originally violently windy. What? With a grim smile on his face, he waited to see Chu Yan, the Tianquan Holy Emperor who was turned into powder in his own Tianquan Gangfeng. The smile on his face was completely frozen, and his eyes looked straight at the opposite side as if he had seen a ghost in the mountains, the black-robed figure still standing there. His face, eyes, and heart were full of disbelief. How is this possible? The sea of consciousness of the Tianquan Sage Emperor couldn't function properly, and the pupils of his eyes were dilated. The strength of this Chu Yan, a few days ago, Tianquan Sage Emperor chased and killed him all the way, fighting with no less than 100 moves. At that time, Chu Yan had to join forces with the woman in white to barely block his attack. But now, with all his own strength, he blocked his trump card ultimate move. This is absolutely impossible. At this very moment, not only Heavenly Remnant Sage Emperor, but all around, Huanlei Sacred Emperor, Giant Spirit Great Emperor, Panlong Sage Emperor, Yu Linglong, Mother-in-law Natural Calamity and other big bosses and powerhouses in the audience were all stunned. One punch shattered the power of the Holy Emperor. Also, still positive and tough. Just now, everyone saw the power of Tianzan's 9 strikes, which made Tianquan Saint Emperor's famous move, and it was absolutely impossible for him to let go. Obviously, he wanted to completely smash that Chu Yan and the entire mountain range with one move. The incomparably powerful power of the Holy Emperor made even the other people present feel palpitations and restlessness, but now, just like that, Chu Yan broke it. How long is this? It's only been a few days. This Chu Yan seems to be a different person. Tian, do you only have this strength? Why don't you look like you haven't eaten? Come up with some Holy Emperor's combat power, don't let me look down on you. Just as everyone stood there dumbfounded, a sneer sounded from the distant mountains. Everyone's eyes were on the same line, and they turned their heads to look at the same time, only to see, in the mountains, a figure in a black robe slowly lifted into the air. Heavenly Emperor. When the words landed, everyone in the audience gasped at the same time. In particular, they saw that there was a trace of contempt on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth. That's right. Absolutely, there was a hint of contempt in that sneer. Facing countless pairs of horrified eyes, Chu Yan soon arrived in the air. With a pair of cold eyes, he swept towards Tianquan Sage Emperor and Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor below. The contempt at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. Good. For Chu Yan, whether it is the Holy Emperor of Huanlei, who is sinister and shameless, or the Holy Emperor of Tianquan, who bullies others with power, it is nothing but falsehood. In the face of all this, only one word is enough. War. Fight against heaven and earth, gods and demons, destroy them in one battle. Chu Yan has just completed the fusion of the 5 souls, awakened the 5 elements Futiandaoing technique, and is looking for a suitable opponent to try. Smart-tongued boy, you are courting death. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the corners of Tianquan Sage Emperor's eyes twitched twice, his veins immediately popped up, and his face became more and more serious. The majesty of the Holy Emperor cannot be desecrated. This kid dared to provoke himself in front of so many people. The soul of Tianquan Sage Emperor was trembling with anger, and the roar in the sea of consciousness made his whole body boil like a sea tide with the might of the Sage Emperor. This time, Holy Emperor Tianquan was completely furious. The Holy Emperor's zhenqi, like a soaring flame, surged wildly as Tiansan's hands continued to be raised, and quickly condensed in front of his head. In less than a blink of an eye, they gathered into a ball, like a hill like Saint Emperor Gangyuan. This is the incomparably pure Saint Emperor Gangyuan, without a trace of inclusions, and the dazzling golden light from it pierces the eyes of the crowd watching the battle. It was as if everyone was staring at a golden sun. Under the rage, the Tianquan Saint Emperor even gave up the Emperor technique directly, and urged the extremely terrifying Gangyuan, who was a strong Saint Emperor realm, to push it suddenly, and smashed it to Chu Yan, who was opposite in midair. 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2324 against the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor Gangyuan is an existence that surpasses the true Qi Gangyuan. In terms of purity and power, it is more than 5 times that of warriors below the Saint Emperor realm. Therefore, as a strong person in the Saint Emperor realm, the Saint Emperor Gangyuan is the source of all power and can destroy all extreme powers. Regardless of the attributes of martial arts and martial arts, in front of the Holy Emperor Gangyuan, there is no mutual generation and mutual restraint at all. And the reason why Tianquan Shingdi used this trick was because he saw that the 5 elements in Chu Yan's body were extremely powerful. This mass of Holy Emperor Gangyuan blasted out, and the sky and the earth trembled. The violent holy power rushed from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky, rolling up a large amount of spiritual power from the heavens and the earth, forming a tide of spiritual energy, and its power was earth-shattering. Facing the Tianquan Saint Emperor and directly using the Saint Emperor Gangyuan to deal with Chu Yan, everyone in the audience changed their expressions drastically. They knew that Chu Yan's words just now completely angered the Tianquan Holy Emperor. So now, the Tianquan Saint Emperor made a move, and he no longer held back the slightest bit of his hand, and directly exploded the true combat power of the powerful Saint Emperor realm. No one doubts that in front of such a terrifying Saint Emperor Gang Yuan, even a powerhouse at the peak of the Great Emperor realm would have to die on the spot. You know, the Tianquan Sage Emperor is a strong man in the second level of the Sacred Emperor realm. Immediately, everyone's eyes, following the terrifying Saint Emperor Gang Yuan, swept towards Chu Yan, who was floating in the sky above the opposite mountain range. Huh? Why isn't he hiding? Aren't you scared, stupid? Not everyone can bear the fate of provoking the Holy Emperor. Sage Emperor Tianquan is a strong person in the Saint Emperor realm of Xingtian Pavilion. How terrifying is his combat power? That is, in the entire 10-direction star field, there is no force that can fight against the Xingtian Pavilion. Doesn't this kid understand that he is not only provoking the Heavenly Emperor, but the Xingtian Pavilion? That's not necessarily true. Who said that there is no one in the 10-direction star field that can fight against Xingtian Pavilion? I heard that there is a force named Ni. Hush, you're courting death. This name is taboo, shut up if you don't want to die. Amidst all kinds of discussions, everyone looked at Chu Yan with a look of regret. Such a powerful genius is about to be lost. However, on this Xuanhuan road, every time it is opened, there are piles of lost geniuses, and there is no difference between this one or two. If you want to blame, you can only blame this Chu Yan, who has eyes but does not know Mount Tai, and provokes the strong man in Xingtian Pavilion. This is simply courting death. However, just when everyone was criticizing in their hearts, all of a sudden, they felt a bright light in front of their eyes, as if there was something like lightning appearing in the sky. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky, only to hear the sound of a sword resounding through Jiuxiao. Clang. I saw the black-robed figure hanging in mid-air, with his backhand over his shoulder, drawing his sword out of its sheath, and the sound of sword light and sword resounding at the same time echoed Jiuxiao. Immediately afterwards, in less than half a breath, when everyone's pupils reflected the sword light, and the sound of the sword reverberated in their ears, a wave of sword intent that froze the soul came like a tide. What? That's... Oh my God! Godly soldier! This Chu Yan, how can there be such a high-level magic weapon? What a powerful sword intent, what a terrifying sword practice. It turns out that this Chu Yan is a sword repairer. Without waiting for everyone's surprised voice to come out, the long sword in Chu Yan's hand has already moved in the sky. Boom! 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 A series of 5-color sword glows slashed out with a wave of the hand, and the sword energy spanned the sky and the earth, constantly slashing on the huge hill-like Saint Emperor Gang Yuan. The sound of air explosion, the sound of sword howling, exploded at the same time. Accompanied by the sky-filled sword energy, the shining sword light kept appearing, constantly slashing towards the Saint Emperor Gang Yuan, and the sound of explosions resounded through the sky. Everyone looked up at this scene, only feeling that their souls were constantly trembling with the burst of air that exploded as the sword lights fell. Almost every sword light exploded on the Saint Emperor Gang Yuan. There will be a group of big or small Gang Yuan. Was cut down and disappeared into the sky. In less than half a breath, after hundreds of sword lights, the hill-like Saint Emperor Gang Yuan was cut to pieces and shrunk rapidly. When it was baptized by the sword energy all over the sky, and finally rushed in front of Chu Yan, there was only one piece left, the size of a human head. 5 Elements Dowing Technique. Chu Yan formed a palm with his left hand, and slapped it out, blasting towards the last ball of Saint Emperor Gang Yuan. Immediately afterwards, the palm print flexed and stretched, turning the palm into a grasp, and grabbed it hard, directly grabbing the head-sized Saint Emperor Gang Yuan in the palm of his hand. Hee. As soon as he raised his head and looked into the distance, the Tianquan Holy Emperor, who had been completely dumbfounded, raised the corner of Chu Yan's mouth and shook his left hand hard. Boom! With a loud noise, the ball of Saint Emperor Gang Yuan, caught in the palm, was directly caught into powder and dissipated in an instant. Hiss! Hiss! Hiss. Following the shattering of the last mass of Saint Emperor Gangyuan, everyone gasped at the same time, and the corners of their mouths twitched violently. This is too tough. That is the incomparably pure and powerful Saint Emperor Gangyuan, the source of terrifying strength for a strong Saint Emperor realm. It turned out to be like this, was broken. Although it seemed that Chu Yan seemed effortless during the whole process, everyone present knew it. In order to obtain such a result, it is absolutely impossible without fearful strength. At the same time, the most important thing is to have a power of the same level as the Holy Emperor Gangyuan. Otherwise, it is impossible to compete with the Holy Emperor Gangyuan, let alone destroy it. God, oh my God! How is this possible? Am I blind? Tell me quickly, I must be blind. Oh my God, this is too scary. That's the Holy Emperor. Holy Emperor. The 10-direction star field, the top combat power. A strong martial emperor can actually use his own strength, without any external force or opportunistic means, to confront a holy emperor head-on. It's not that Jian Yu is in the realm of heaven and earth, it's as simple as that. This Chu Yan probably has an extremely powerful whole card. Fight against Xingtian Pavilion. This kid, it can't be. In front of the Spirit Peak enchantment, the bigwigs and powerhouses of various forces were in an uproar, and even those powerhouses in the Great Emperor realm had horrified expressions on their faces, and their hearts were shaken. Although the Great Emperor realm powerhouses, are the most acceptable to the Saint Emperor realm in terms of strength, and many of them can bear the blow of the Saint Emperor realm talents with all their strength. But, those are those who are strong in the Great Emperor realm, but below the Great Emperor realm, they have never seen or even heard of that ordinary martial soul, who can break the thigh with the Saint Emperor realm. Even in the 10-direction starfield, among the 7 famous forces, such a perverted martial artist is like a hare and a horn. Now, I don't know that a casual cultivator who came out of there can do so much. In other words, if this black-robed youth is really a casual cultivator, then he must be well known in the Casual Cultivator Alliance. However, among the people present, few people knew this black-robed young man, and even the strong men of the Loose Cultivation Alliance present were all confused. So, naturally, some people made guesses and associations about his identity. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2325 War Escalation. In front of the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak, all the way to the opposite mountain range, densely packed with bigwigs and powerhouses of various forces. Everyone looked up at the battle between Tiancan Xingdi and Chu Yan in the sky, their faces full of astonishment. Especially among the crowd, the instigator of this battle, the second mistress of the Shantian Palace of the Nishan Dao, Sage Emperor Huanlei, was already stupid. Impossible. How is this possible? It is completely unimaginable that that kid, with that confidence, is as tough as a strong man in the Saint Emperor realm. What's even more unimaginable is that that kid still managed to hold on, and, still not falling behind. Shouldn't it be that after one move, people and mountains will be directly smashed into powder, and the battle will end? At this moment, Saint Emperor Huanlei's sea of consciousness was a little confused. If it wasn't for the surroundings, the other people who watched the battle with him would all be standing there with dazed faces. This kid, that's such a powerful force. It's only been a few days. What the hell happened? That kind of power is not at all the power of an ordinary martial emperor. When chasing down this sun before, he didn't have such a strong combat power at all. What happened in the past few days? Compared with the Sage Emperor Huanlei, the one who was more shocked in his heart was of course the Sage Emperor Tiancan, who was in full view. His heart was already burning with anger, but now this result made him almost explode on the spot. You know, there are a huge number of big bosses and strong men gathered in front of this Golden Spirit Peak, and everyone is watching this battle, even the warriors who were originally looking for heaven and earth treasures and fighting for it. Now they all stopped and focused. Under such circumstances, if he couldn't even suppress a strong martial emperor, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the entire 10 Directions starfield? Before, when the pursuit failed, there were no outsiders, and the news could be temporarily blocked, but now. Chu Yan, you die for me. The roaring sound shook the heavens and the earth, and a volcanic eruption of the power of the Holy Emperor, centered on the Tianquan Holy Emperor, exploded. As the breath passed by, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the earth trembled and the mountains shook, even the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak trembled violently. That's right. This Chu Yan must die. Zhang Ling Luoyan knife. Gui Yuan Hua Longpa. To everyone's surprise, in the crowd below, 2 figures soared into the sky, and with one knife and one punch, they blasted at the black-robed figure in the distant mountains at the same time. The sudden appearance of these 2 people made everyone startled and frowned. It actually destroys life and death. This is the world of martial spirits, a taboo for warriors to fight, and it will be shameless for all warriors in the world. However, when everyone glanced over and saw who the 2 figures were, they frowned, and everyone who was about to open their mouths to scold them shut their mouths. Because those 2 figures belonged to the Holy Heaven Pavilion. Before, some people were worried that Chu Yan was so tough with Tianquan Sacred Emperor. It was not just the strength between the 2 warriors. This Xingtian Pavilion is not easy to deal with. Sure enough, these were only 2 moves. Seeing that the Tianquan Sacred Emperor was unable to kill and stand up, the other people in the Xingtian Pavilion couldn't help it. For the people of Xingtian Pavilion, this Chu Yan is one of the top 10 existences on the God's sin list. Now that he appeared and was hit by them, how could he let him leave alive? Especially seeing that the Tianquan Sage Emperor couldn't kill him quickly, and if the battle continued like this, it would damage the reputation of Xingtian Pavilion. Therefore, the people in Xingtian Pavilion naturally couldn't bear it anymore, and even disregarded their face, and prepared to hit 3 more. Moreover, it was 2 great emperors and 1 saint emperor who attacked at the same time against a martial emperor. Among the 2 options, process and result, Xingtian Pavilion chose the result without hesitation. As long as you can kill this God's edict sinner, face counts for nothing. With the status of Xingtian Pavilion in the 10 Directions starfield, who dares to say a word? Of course, even if it is said, it doesn't matter. Let's kill together. The people of Xingtian Pavilion, the thoughts in the sea of knowledge, how could the other big bosses and powerhouses present not know? So when the people of Xingtian Pavilion appeared and destroyed the world of Wuhun, the most sacred rules of life and death, apart from cursing in their hearts, no one dared to say a word. Xingtian Pavilion is too strong. However, among the people present, not everyone dared to, for example. Ha ha ha, 2 great emperors, 1 holy emperor, bullying a junior, what a majesty. 1,000 demon blood slash. Accompanied by the wild laughter, a figure soared into the sky, stepped on a black magic knife, and with a wave of his hand, 2 sword lights slashed out, attacking the attacks of the 2 Saint Heaven Pavilion Great Emperor Realm powerhouses just now. Cut directly into nothingness. All of a sudden, someone dared to intervene in the affairs of Xingtian Pavilion, including the Emperor Tianquan. All of them changed their faces and turned their heads to look at the same time. Huh! Holy Emperor Coiling Dragon. The 3 eyes swept across, and the 2 great emperors of Xingtian Pavilion, one of them, sank at the same time, and their brows frowned slightly. Not only because of the strength of Panlong's Sage Emperor, but also because of the power behind this Panlong Sage Emperor. Panlong Xingdi, who was flying with a sword, flew directly into the sky in front of the mountain range, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked at the 3 Xingtian Pavilion bosses with a smile on his face. Behind him were Chu Yan and Yu Linglong. Of course, the natural disaster mother-in-law is only a soul body, and she has long followed the way of heaven in Xuanhuan Road. As long as she is not willing, no one can see her. For Panlong Sage Emperor, as a madman of the sacred emperor realm, he would naturally not watch Chu Yan being beheaded on the spot by the people of Xingtian Pavilion. Because the Mad Clan, like the main clan, is under the Dark Temple, one of the 3 Dark Temples, and a subordinate force of the Mad Demon Temple. Therefore, before Panlong Sacred Emperor, unlike Tianquan Sacred Emperor and Huanlei Sacred Emperor, in the ruins of the palace, the blood yellow spring was stolen, and he was not directly hunted down. Now, for the same reason, because Yu Linglong was present, it was impossible for him not to save her. After all, the 2 great emperors of Xingtian Pavilion, one holy emperor, such power, but a monster with combat power, Chu Yan, can deal with it. At the same time, Panlong Sage Emperor naturally knew that Chu Yan's identity as Dark Sky character should not let him have any accidents. Panlong, what do you want to do? Could it be that you, the Dark Temple, want to be an enemy of my Xingtian Pavilion? The Emperor Shengtiange, who just appeared, looked at the Emperor Panlong and asked directly. Snort. Hearing the questioning from a strong man in the great emperor realm, Panlong Shengdi didn't say much, but just let out a heavy snort to show his attitude. One word fell to the ground, both hands waved together, and sharp sword lights in the void, with the power of the holy emperor who shocked the soul, slashed towards the strong man of the Xingtian Pavilion on the opposite side. This shot is a killer move, without the slightest holdback. Bold. Seeing that Panlong Shengdi attacked directly, the 3 big bosses of Xingtian Pavilion were enraged and fought back together. The next moment, the war broke out directly. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2326 5 lines of prestige. Sage Emperor Panlong, how could he be polite to them? With a greeting, the 2 great emperors of the Mad Clan rushed up and fought with the people of Xingtian Pavilion. In this battle, the 2 holy emperors and the 4 great emperors are all top forces in the 10 directions starfield. One side is Xingtian Pavilion at the top of Jinziu, and the other side is Mad Clan, one of the 7 great clans. The battle was violent, and the whole world was eclipsed by it. The sky collapsed, the sun set and the stars were lost, and the sound of explosions continued, shaking the ground, and everyone's expressions changed. This is troublesome. Saint Emperor Phantom Thunder hid in the crowd, watching the fierce battle in the sky with a gloomy expression on his face. Someone actually came forward to help this kid. However, if you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to deal with him. In his opinion, since Chu Yan joined Anai Dao, the strength and talent he has shown are almost inconceivable. Therefore, his murderous intentions towards Chu Yan in his heart are increasing day by day, and he can't wait to kill him with one breath. However, this carefully designed situation actually caused a violent battle between the 2 holy emperors, the 4 great emperors, and the 2 major forces. And that Chu Yan became a spectator instead. Nothing happened. However, even so, the Huanlei Sage Emperor did not dare to deal with Chu Yan directly in front of everyone, and could only watch. Not only him, but all the bigwigs and geniuses from all over the world watched quietly, without any plans to make a move. And in mid-air, Chu Yan, who had watched the battle for a long time, finally had enough understanding of the strength and fighting style of the Saint Emperor Realm and Great Emperor Realm powerhouses. Originally, this time, Chu Yan wanted to try the level of the 5 elements Futian technique when working with the Tianquan Saint Emperor. Just now, after 2 moves with Tianquan Sage Emperor, Chu Yan rushed forward with his long sword in his hand. Boom! 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 The addition of Chu Yan made the originally balanced battle instantly become one-sided. As a result, several figures flew out of the crowd below and joined the battle. Some of these people are the members of the Xingtian Pavilion who just arrived, and some are the big bosses of the subordinate forces of the Xingtian Pavilion, and their strength is around the Great Emperor Realm. In the mountains, Yu Linglong didn't intend to make a move, but her eyes were fixed on the battlefield, and at the same time, she occasionally sent out a few voice transmissions from her spiritual sense. On the other hand, the natural disaster mother-in-law looked extremely excited, watching the battle in the sky. Her face was full of excitement. Okay. Well done, as expected of the Lord, beat him up. The one on the left, yes, cut off his bodyguard. Well done. As if watching the excitement, his face was full of enthusiasm, his eyes were full of enthusiasm, and he gave praise from time to time. Shut up. Yu Linglong has been staring at the battle in the sky, with a nervous expression, annoyed by the natural disaster mother-in-law. She directly shouted. Go and stare at the mausoleum of the underworld. If it is opened, someone will rush in before us, you, huh? Hearing Yu Linglong's words, the natural disaster mother-in-law was startled, and quickly turned her head to look in the direction of the Golden Spirit Peak. Sure enough, due to the successive battles, the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak became thinner and thinner, and it seemed that it would be opened at any time. Who dares? With my natural disaster here, how can it be against the sky? She answered with a firm voice, but Granny Tianxiao's figure flashed, like a group of ghosts, flying towards the Golden Spirit Peak in the distance. At this time, the battle in the sky has entered a white-hot state. The power of the Emperor in Tianxian's whole body was almost pushed to the limit, ignoring the powerful blow of Emperor Panlong, condensing the terrifying power, blending it into his 8-edged purple gold hammer, and blasting it heavily at Chu Yan. This kind of ignoring, completely ignoring another powerful opponent, and only staring at Chu Yan's attacking style is not because of the tactics of the Tianquan Sacred Emperor. It's because he was almost going crazy by Chu Yan. This Chu Yan basically used Panlong Xingdi as his shield, let Panlong Xingdi stand in front, and he held back his big move behind. Every time he makes an attack, Chu Yan will suddenly rush up when his old strength is gone and his new strength is not born. He will make a move, turn around and retreat. One person faces two opponents, one of which is about the same strength as him, and the other is not weak. Under such circumstances, the Tianquan Sage Emperor was completely at a disadvantage, and he looked extremely embarrassed during the battle. In front of so many people, let him be a holy emperor, how did he come to power? Therefore, this time, even if Saint Emperor Tianquan tried his best to take the move of Saint Emperor Panlong, he would first destroy that Chu Yan. With this move, Tianquan 9 strikes combined with the attack of the Spirit Hammer. As soon as he made a move, a big hole was blasted out of the entire void. The berserk power, coupled with the powerful imperial art, gathered a force that could destroy the world and sweep across all directions. Even in the mountains below, several taller peaks were directly smashed into pieces. Countless broken stones flew like sharp arrows, shooting at the crowd watching the battle, causing a group of ghosts to cry and howl. The power of the Holy Emperor is so terrifying. But now, with the momentum of thousands of thunderbolts, this blow exploded all the way towards Chu Yan. 5 souls unite, Fu Tian guides. Chu Yan's black robe was like a flag, flying in the wind, and 5 mysterious lights behind him shot up into the sky, and at the same time they fell sharply. They instantly merged with the long sword in Chu Yan's hand. As soon as the sword was slashed out, the fairy glow was brilliant, and the stream of light rushed. When the brilliance passed by, the mountain-like spiritual hammer first burst into cracks, and then completely collapsed, turning into nothingness. All that remained was a large swath of wind, rushing in all directions, like a sea wave, rushing towards the far sky like an ebbing tide. Swish! Swish! Just as Chu Yan retracted his sword and was about to dodge, suddenly, in the scattered energy, 2 phantoms that were almost identical to the spirit hammer's energy rushed toward Chu Yan. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, your body belongs to me. Seeing Chu Yan relax his vigilance, the Tianquan Holy Emperor suddenly burst into ecstasy and laughed loudly. With the move just now, he never thought that he would kill Chu Yan with one move. After all, there is a Panlong sage emperor behind him, and he will definitely save him. Therefore, the Tianquan sacred emperor directly used the stroke and the move, quietly released 2 clones, and melted into the middle of the attack of the spirit hammer. When Chu Yan broke the spirit hammer attack, the 2 clones attacked Chu Yan's sea of consciousness and soul, directly through the bursting air waves. Amidst the wild laughter, the 2 clones evolved from the most powerful secret technique of Tianquan sage emperor, the technique of seizing body and body, have already rushed 10 steps in front of Chu Yan. This kind of distance is calculated mentally and unintentionally. Even the gods may not be able to react. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the Emperor Tianquan did not give up the idea of taking Chu Yan away. As long as Chu Yan's soul is destroyed and this body is snatched away, Xingtian Pavilion will have an explanation, and he will also get great benefits. This is definitely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing the 2 clones attacking Chu Yan directly, the Panlong sacred emperor not far away suddenly changed his face in shock. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2327 Winsong. Not only Panlong's sage emperor, but even Yu Linglong, who was far away in the mountains, had a sudden change in her spiritual eyes, opened her small mouth, and shouted anxiously. "Brother Chu, be careful." Seeing this scene, the expressions of the other bigwigs and geniuses watching the battle all changed suddenly. They didn't expect that the Tianquan sage emperor still had such a skill. With this combat experience, he was worthy of being a strong sage emperor. It is extremely shameless to use such means against the Emperor Tianquan. Everyone looked at Chu Yan with eagerness and worry. Except for Saint Emperor Huanlei's eyes glowing, and the creases all over his face bloomed like blooming flowers. Above the sky, Chu Yan's face was calm. Looking at the 2 clones rushing towards him, he shook his head slightly and said with a light smile. "The same trick, I want to do it again." "Hee, do you really think that everyone else is like you, stupid?" As soon as the words landed, there was a golden light in Chu Yan's eyes, and 2 pupils shot straight out, blasting on the rushing clone, and there were 2 ghost hissing and howling sounds immediately. The 2 Saint Emperor avatars were completely wiped out into nothingness by Chu Yan's eyes. These 2 pupils are not ordinary powers, but the Qilin Tiantong formed from the Qilin pupil after the Qilin martial soul was promoted to the battle spirit. It contains extremely powerful heavenly power, and it is a god-level imperial art derived from the Kirin Tianwei art after it entered the Jin dynasty. Not to mention the Tianquan Saint Emperor, this is a clone that only has the power of a complete Saint Emperor. Even a Saint Emperor who specializes in soul attack, there is no possibility of attacking Chu Yan's soul. In other words, after Chu Yan got the Kirin Sky Eye, he didn't destroy other people's souls, that's enough. Others still want to use their souls to attack him, just kidding. No matter how strong the soul power of a warrior is, it can be compared with Qilin Tianwei. The shrill screams echoed in the sky, and everyone's faces were full of astonishment. Huh! The power of the soul. Oh my god, this Chu Yan has also cultivated the power of the soul. What a powerful power of the soul, compared to the great emperor realm, it is only stronger but not weaker. It's too likely to be scared, this Chu Yan, perverted. All kinds of exclamations sounded, and their gazes at Chu Yan changed from nervousness to astonishment in an instant. Although, it is not uncommon for warriors in the 10 Directions Starfield to practice spirit attacks. However, like Chu Yan, martial artists who practice swordsmanship and the power of soul are rare. After all, these 2 ways of cultivation can be said to be very different, and even run in opposite directions. If ordinary warriors lack comprehension and talent, they will easily go mad. God, soul power. How can you have such a powerful god soul power? This, impossible. The smile on Tianquan sage emperor's face was completely stiff, the corners of his eyes twitched, and his face was full of horror. You know, his secret technique of seizing body and body is his biggest hole card and unique move. Even if he meets a strong opponent before, this secret technique almost makes him invincible at the same level. But now, this young man, whose cultivation level has fallen by a large margin, has failed twice in a row. A kid in the martial emperor realm actually cultivated both soul and martial arts. However, the power of his spirit and soul that came from him is completely crushing his body, seizing technique. This is impossible. Ha ha ha, good job. Not far away, Panlong Sage Emperor was so frightened that his scalp exploded just now. Now that he saw Chu Yan escaped from danger, his face was full of surprise, and he laughed out loud. At the same time, he was also afraid that the Holy Emperor Tianquan would appear again, so he quickly waved the saber in his hand and rushed forward. Thousand Demon Blood Slash. The blood-colored sword glow pierced the sky, and the power of the sword was so strong that even the Holy Emperor Tianquan felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly woke up from his sluggishness, smashed out with a backhand hammer, rushed forward, and met the Holy Emperor Panlong once again. The battle became a group. With a wave of Chu Yan's long sword, he condensed the sword intent and sword energy, and found a gap. He also raised his sword. Of course, Chu Yan would not miss such a good opportunity to practice mobile phones. 9 Suns Falling Soul Banner. After being besieged for a few strokes, the Tianquan Saint Emperor, who fell into the disadvantaged again, had bloodshot eyes in his eyes, his face was livid, he gritted his teeth, took out a spirit treasure, and raised his hand as if tossing it in the air. This spiritual treasure is the treasure of the Tianquan Sacred Emperor's bottom of the box, and few people display it in front of him. Almost all the enemies who have seen this rare treasure have lost it. Now, he was also forced to take it out cruelly. The 9 Suns Falling Soul Banner is a rare treasure of the demon race obtained by the Tianquan Saint Emperor on the Xuanhuan Road. If it is used by a person who practices magic arts, the power is not even weaker than that of a demigod. But the Tianquan Sacred Emperor did not practice magic arts. If it weren't for the matching secret technique engraved on this strange treasure, it would be impossible to even activate it. However, it is precisely because of the existence of supporting secret techniques that the power of this strange treasure is extremely terrifying. The big black flag had 9 sides in total, and each side was printed with a round of different styles of talismans. They flew up together and formed a large formation above the sky. 9 strands of extremely young attributed power crashed down, like 9 great mountains, falling straight down towards Chu Yan. But the Tianquan Saint Emperor suddenly changed hands, and attacked the Panlong Saint Emperor with the spiritual hammer in his hand. One move, was almost a desperate combat method, just to hold the opponent back and prevent him from having spare energy to rescue Chu Yan. Sacred Emperor Tianquan has absolute confidence in this 9 Suns Falling Soul Banner. Therefore, as long as the Holy Emperor Panlong is held back, it won't take long for that Chu Yan to be suppressed by the 9 Suns Falling Soul Banner, and the soul will fly away. Saint Rakshasa, kill it for me. As soon as Chu Yan raised his head, he saw the large formation of Jiuxiao Luohan Banner, which was running crazily, and waves of attacks fell like tides, extremely powerful. But Chu Yan was unmoved at all, and with a wave of his hand, a tall phantom behind him directly appeared. The holy Rakshasa himself appeared, holding a golden fork, and waved it fiercely. Boom! 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 The attacks of the falling soul banners were directly crushed by the golden fork, blasting a large wave of air and rushing in all directions. Chu Yan's aura is like a tide, holding a long sword, and cooperating with the offensive of the holy Rakshasa himself. He slashed out with a sword. The sword light is like electricity, the sword momentum is like thunder, and the sword intent bursting out on the edge of the sword is like a divine light. Where it points, the world loses color. Tianquan 9 strikes, great wind song. Seeing the 9 suns falling soul banner, the holy emperor Tianquan was about to be unable to withstand it, and suddenly became violent. The power of the Holy Emperor exploded from his body, and countless hurricanes rushed to the sky and the earth. However, Sage Emperor Tiancan is like a wind tunnel, attracting all the strong winds, gathering towards his body. The bosses and powerhouses from all directions, seeing this scene, all of them looked shocked. Unexpectedly, that Chu Yan was able to force the Tiancan Saint Emperor to such an extent. This is the real genius. A group of people, countless pairs of eyes, and flames. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C23285 Series Extreme. Among the crowd watching the battle, most of the youths, from various forces, are talented elites. Especially the genius disciples of the 7 great clans, almost all of them are geniuses on the star list. For the battle that happened before them, although they didn't know much about the name Chu Yan, but after watching this battle, it made their blood boil and their eyes were filled with admiration. Boom! 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 The air exploded in the sky and shook the sky, the aura was like madness, the sky trembled, and the mountains shook. The confrontation between Chu Yan and Tiancan Sage Emperor became more and more split. From the beginning, Panlong's Sage Emperor dominated, and in the end it directly became Chu Yan's main attack. All kinds of imperial techniques and combat skills, spirit treasures, and strange fires, emerged one after another, and the martial spirit and battle spirit had already appeared. The fighting power burst out between breaths, disturbing the 9 heavens and 10 places, making people tense and afraid to look directly. But Chu Yan, who is in the battle, is constantly comprehending and improving, and he understands more and more how different the strength of the Holy Emperor is. What is the threshold between the martial Emperor realm and the Holy Emperor realm? In Chu Yan's view, the heavenly remnant Saint Emperor, as the powerhouse of the Xingtian Pavilion, is the same as the members of Ni Shindao. All of them are amazingly powerful. Force. However, my martial Emperor realm actually surpassed him in some respects. For example, martial Dao will, as well as the perception and understanding of the 9 attributes, even in terms of manipulation and application, are obviously stronger than this Saint Emperor realm. As a strong man in the Saint Emperor realm, the opponent relied on the powerful original power of the Saint Emperor, true energy, and cultivation to suppress the opponent from the beginning to the end. Indeed, in this regard, the current Gangyuan power of the Tiancan Sage Emperor is at least 3 times that of his own. This is also because Chu Yan possesses 64 Qi Hai Nei pills. If it is replaced by other ordinary martial Emperor realm powerhouses, the power of Zhen Qi Gangyuan will be at least dozens of times higher. This is the reason why the Saint Emperor realm powerhouse crushes all the martial Emperor realm fighters. However, all kinds of strange spells and spiritual treasures on the Tiancan Holy Emperor also made Chu Yan on guard. Relying on these rare treasures, Emperor Tiancan maintains an advantage, but it makes Chu Yan despise him more and more. The Saint Emperor realm powerhouses in Xingtian Pavilion were simply piled up with resources, and they were not real Saint Emperor realm powerhouses at all. Heavenly. I know all about your means. Chu Yan took a step forward, and behind him was the Xuanhuan battle spirit, entrenched in the sky, suppressing all the gale winds in all directions. If you don't have any whole cards, then I won't be polite anymore. Stepping out step by step, Chu Yan's aura continued to rise, and he walked towards the Tiancan Holy Emperor. The long sword in his hand was trembling constantly, and the flames of war in his eyes were still burning. The 5 souls subduing the sky art guides all the forces of the world, turning it into a majestic howling tide, like a vision of the world, turbulent like waves. In this battle, Chu Yan not only fully understood the strength of the Saint Emperor realm, but also became more proficient in the newly awakened 5 elements Daoing technique. In the sky, there seemed to be 2 extremes, one with a rainbow-like momentum, and the other with a chaotic atmosphere. The bosses and geniuses watching the battle were stunned when they heard Chu Yan's words. What a strong extreme power, this Chu Yan is really powerful. That Tianquan Saint Emperor, who has been attacking the Saint Emperor Gangyuan to fight against Chu Yan's extreme power, originally thought that he would have the upper hand. Now it seems that it is not enough at all. Of course, the 9 Taoes of heaven and earth, and the 9 elements of ultimate strength are the foundation of all things. The Saint Emperor Gangyuan is only the original power of a warrior. It's okay to explode in a short period of time. Naturally, it can't compare to the laws of heaven and earth for a long time. So that's the case. It seems that in the future, we still need to concentrate on cultivating the power of the extreme system. This is true energy cultivation, and it should be done together. Not bad. Not only those young geniuses, but now even Emperor Giant Ling, Emperor Kongming, and other bigwigs had expressions of shock on their faces. That Chu Yan actually talked to a holy emperor like this. Could it be that he already has the strength to be on an equal footing with the holy emperor, this? A strong man in the martial emperor realm. What kind of concept is equal to the combat power of the holy emperor? This is in the 10 Directions starfield, and it has never been seen or even heard of in the past 100,000 years. If Tianquan Sage Emperor is just an ordinary Sage Emperor, everyone can still say that he is not representative. However, this Tianquan Saint Emperor is a strong Saint Emperor in the Xingtian Pavilion, and he is the top existence in the same level. 9 strikes. The Tianquan Holy Emperor, whose face was as pale as a pot and ashen as ink, was already on the verge of madness. Seeing Chu Yan mobilizing the power of the 5 elements to attack him, he desperately mobilized the Saint Emperor Gangyuan in his whole body, turning it into a large wave of gang wind and rushing towards him. In an instant, above the sky, 2 heinously powerful floods collided fiercely. It was like 2 thunder clouds colliding with each other, and the remaining waves of energy exploded, picked up the air waves nearly 1,000 feet high, and rushed in all directions. This terrifying fighting power is extremely terrifying. The airwaves dispersed, and above the sky, 2 figures appeared. The face of Tianquan Sacred Emperor turned slightly pale, and the protective energy around his body began to tremble, which was obviously a sign that the energy was not continuing. Damn it! This Chu Yan actually has such a strong 5-element extreme. It seems that he still has a whole card. This is troublesome. From the very beginning, he wanted to kill Chu Yan as soon as possible, but now, the soul of Tianquan Saint Emperor is trembling slightly. Although Chu Yan's combat power exceeded his imagination, it was still within the acceptable range. However, under such circumstances, the price to be paid to kill this Chu Yan is really a bit high. If you really fight Chu Yan to the death, not to mention whether you can kill Chu Yan, at least you will be injured. At that time, if the mausoleum of the underworld is opened, all the spirit treasures and opportunities may have nothing to do with him. Listen, everyone, act together and kill this kid for me. Turning his eyes around, Saint Emperor Tianquan turned his gaze to the crowd below, and shouted directly. What? When the words fell, all the influential figures and warriors in the audience were stunned. What's the situation? This Xingtian Pavilion is shameless. At the beginning, I prepared 3 people to deal with 1, but now seeing that it didn't work, I thought about bullying the few with more. The majestic Xingtian Pavilion, known as the head of the 7 major forces in the 10 Directions starfield, is really unacceptable for such behavior. However, now the Tianquan Holy Emperor has spoken, after all, behind him is the Xingtian Pavilion. The small and medium-sized forces in the 10 Directions starfield dare not give Xingtian Pavilion face. Besides, if you really help the Holy Emperor Tianquan, it is equivalent to befriending him, such a big tree, who would not want to climb it. Haha, Sage Emperor Tianquan speaks, of course we have to save face. In the crowd, upon hearing the words of Sage Emperor Tianquan, Sage Emperor Huanlei's eyes lit up immediately, and he directly spoke in agreement. Due to his identity, It is impossible for the Huanlei Sage Emperor to directly attack, but it is not a problem to help the scene and shout a few times. As long as he can kill that Chu Yan, he can do anything. Humph. Let me see who dares. At this moment, a strange sound sounded. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C2329, Two Saints of War. To be honest, many people present were already tempted by the words of the Tianquan Holy Emperor, and some even took out their spiritual weapons and treasures. However, this sudden stern shout made everyone startled, and all turned their heads to look. After all, not everyone dares to provoke Xingtian Pavilion. Countless pairs of eyes swept over, but they looked at the mountains in the distance, where a white dress was flying in the wind, slowly rising from the mountains. Yu Linglong. Seeing the appearance of this beautiful figure, except for the eyes of a few insiders in the crowd, the eyes were shining. Most of the bigwigs and powerhouses are in a daze. Huh. Isn't this the woman with that Chu Yan? Who is she, so arrogant, dare to speak like that? That's right, you don't want to live against Xingtian Pavilion. I don't want to live. But her behavior will implicate the sect behind her, really. No. Why does it look familiar? Look familiar. After a short period of sluggishness, various discussions rang out in the crowd. Everyone stared at the sky and looked at Yu Linglong. Apart from being amazed by her extraordinary temperament, they also kept guessing about her identity. Yu Linglong. On behalf of the Dark Temple, I announce that whoever takes action against Chu Yan will be my enemy, and the Dark Temple. This heavy sound resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the wind and clouds moved. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes below all showed a look of shock. Oh my God! Yu Linglong. Isn't that the eldest lady of the Dark Temple, the young master? Damn, the people from the Dark Temple are here too. Are you still with that Chu Yan? The number one force in the demonic Tao, the mortal enemy of Hunyuan Palace, the Dark Temple, one of the 7 great forces. Now it's exciting. The faces of the bigwigs and powerhouses of various forces changed, and then a smile appeared on their faces. Just now, the Heavenly Emperor of the Xingtian Pavilion spoke, which made them difficult to make a decision. Now, Yu Linglong spoke on behalf of the Dark Temple, and it was easy for them to make a decision. This Yu Linglong is the young master of the Dark Temple, and the future master of the Dark Temple. As for the Tianquan Sacred Emperor, he was just a strong man in Xingtian Pavilion, and he didn't even dare to say anything on behalf of Xingtian Pavilion. Although the forces of the two parties are about the same, the status of the representatives is very different. You are the Temple of Darkness. In the sky, Emperor Tianquan pointed at Yu Linglong. His face was full of astonishment, the corners of his eyes twitched, he couldn't believe it at all. When did this Chu Yan get involved with the Dark Temple again? Originally, Chu Yan's public identity was just a casual cultivator, and no one would be afraid at all. But now, Yu Linglong represents the Dark Temple, and the moment these words came out, the situation changed rapidly. Hey, Dark Temple, so what? Dare to be an enemy of my Xingtian Pavilion, huh? While speaking, a figure soared into the sky from the crowd, flew towards Tianquan Sage Emperor, and spoke at the same time. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the person coming, and frowned slightly. Because, this person who just appeared is the elder of Xingtian Pavilion, in Tianquan. This person is also the main target of Chu Yan, coming to Huangquan Road this time, the target person that Yu Wuxue and his son entrusted him to kill. It's just that what Chu Yan didn't expect was that this in Tianquan was not like the situation provided by Yu Wuxue. The cultivation base was only the Great Emperor realm, but the first Heavenly Saint Emperor realm. Father and son of the Yu family. Did it do it on purpose? Chu Yan was startled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Wrong. The thought flashed by, and Chu Yan denied his idea. You son of the Yu family, entrust yourself to killing Tianquan, get back the key of the demon imperial tomb, and protect the imperial tomb from being opened. Fundamentally speaking, there is no need to target yourself. Therefore, the information they provided cannot be messed up. Then, the only explanation is that during the period after they obtained the information, Yin Tianquan's cultivation base increased dramatically, breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm. Chu Yan, you have committed a capital crime. You still want to kill yourself. As the elder of a branch of Xingtian Pavilion, Yin Tianquan had just broken through his cultivation and his status had risen sharply, and there was a hint of arrogance in his words. Although he just arrived, Chu Yan's strength has also been seen a bit. But so what? Now, together with the Tianquan Sage Emperor, they are two Sage Emperors. To deal with a martial emperor realm, it is like killing chickens with a knife. If just now, Chu Yan still had some capital, thinking that he could be arrogant by relying on the Dark Temple and his own leapfrog combat power, then, now that he appears, the two great emperors are crushed by absolute strength. What big waves can they cause? The prestige of Xingtian Pavilion cannot be desecrated. Suicide. Hearing Yin Tianquan's words, Chu Yan frowned, and gradually relaxed, the corners of his mouth raised with a curve. It took a long time to fight with Tianquan Sage Emperor for so long, just to lure him out. Otherwise, when the mausoleum of the underworld is opened, go there and find it in such a big place. It's different now. As long as the Yin Tianquan is killed, Chu Yan can wait to enter the mausoleum of the underworld without any scruples and concentrate on practicing. He, you are the one waiting. Chu Yan smiled lightly, the long sword in his hand trembling slightly, and said again. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yin Tianquan, who was originally proud, was taken aback, frowned slightly, and said suspiciously. You, no benching. Yin Tianquan is sure that this is definitely the first time he has seen this Chu Yan, but listening to what he said, he seems to know himself. Could it be that this kid wants to have a relationship with him so that he can let him go? Joke. Today, in front of all the forces and warriors, he disrespected Xingtian Pavilion so much, and coupled with his name as a sinner of the gods, no matter what relationship he has with him, he will die. Of course I know. With a smile on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth, he raised the long sword in his hand, pointed at Yin Tianquan with the tip of the sword, and said with a smile. Today, you are the one who killed. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's eyes burst into golden light, and Qilin Tianwei pierced Yin Tianquan's eyes like a thunderbolt. It's like a little spark that ignites the whole world. Following the direct shooting of these two golden lights, Chu Yan's body burst out with a domineering aura. He Feiyang, dressed in long robes, has a fighting spirit like the tide of the raging sea and sky, covering even the sky and the earth. What about the two holy emperors? Xingtian Pavilion is extremely powerful, so what? Today, with the sword in my hand, I want to cut out a clear sky. Only heaven is unyielding, only war is undefeated. Yin Tianquan's soul was violent, and he finally blocked the two attacks of Jinmeng's soul, and then looked at Chu Yan. His eyes were full of anger. This kid dared to play with himself. What a lifeless thing, Tianquan, do it. Full of anger and murderous intent, Yin Tianquan did not expect that under such a situation, Chu Yan would still dare to play with himself. How could he not be angry? Haha, okay, let's join forces, and kill the sun together. Seeing Chu Yan angering Yin Tianquan, the Holy Emperor Tianquan was naturally excited. While speaking, he waved his big hand, and the wind of Tianquan gang roared out. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2930 Full Outbreak. The wind was like a tide, its power was shocking, sweeping across the world. There was a faint sound of thunder. It is obvious that even the void can't bear it, such a powerful wind force is trembling and screaming endlessly. Sage Emperor Tianquan raised his right hand, and the strong wind in the air quickly condensed into a terrifying tornado, which fell from the sky, and the eye of the wind pointed directly at Chu Yan. This move is the strongest move hit by Tianquan Saint Emperor, Tianquan 9, Destroyer Tianfeng. Yin Tianquan, who was standing not far from him, also made a move at the same time. With a wave of his hand, he took out a purple-black longbow, and with a sudden pull, the holy power of Gangyuan in his whole body was instantly condensed on the longbow, forming a spear of Gangyuan. Arrow. This longbow, named Yuan piercing the vault bow, is a real fake artifact, and it is a treasure of the pavilion given to their branch by Xingtian Pavilion. When the purple light on the tip of the arrow lights up, the entire sky is darkened, as if it swallowed up all the light in the world. At this moment, everyone's eyes trembled, and their souls were shaken. Pseudo-artifact, Lord of Spirit Treasures. Coupled with the drive of a strong man in the Holy Emperor realm, its power is terrifying. That Chu Yan actually had to face such powerful two holy emperors, it was simply impossible to fight. Don't talk about a martial emperor realm, I'm afraid even a saint emperor realm powerhouse can only avoid his edge. The powerhouse of Xingtian Pavilion is really extraordinary. In the sky, Panlong's sage emperor, who had just finished adjusting his breath, saw this scene, and his expression changed drastically. Not good. With a cry of urgency, and with a wave of the spirit knife in his hand, he was about to rush forward. However, without waiting for him to move, another figure rushed towards him from the crowd below, directly blocking him with a grinning face. Saint Emperor Beilu. The Beilu Sage Emperor, who came with Yin Tianquan, had been staring at the Panlong Sage Emperor as planned. Therefore, when Panlong's Sage Emperor wanted to make a move, he appeared directly to block it. The next moment, the Beilu Sage Emperor, who was brandishing a long spear, directly fought with the Panlong Sacred Emperor. Scary black rivers, like belts, entangled the Panlong Sacred Emperor and pulled him directly to the sky. There is no chance of Panlong Xingdi, any chance to rescue Chu Yan. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, this time, you are dead. In the crowd below, Saint Emperor Huanlei was ecstatic when he saw this scene. Originally, I thought that Chu Yan would escape today, but I didn't expect that the strength of Xingtian Pavilion was so strong that there were two more holy emperors. Humph. Do you want to fight? Above the mountain range, Yu Linglong's face was covered with thousands of years of ice, and her spiritual eyes had completely turned black. All over the body, traces of black devilish energy gushed out continuously, and there was a roaring sound in her petite body, as if a peerless beast was waking up in her body. The black smoke in the white skirt is flying in the sky. This scene, falling into the eyes of the natural disaster mother-in-law below, made her pupils shrink and her lips trembled. That is. Not far away, Yin Tianquan's long arrow finally finished gaining momentum, and the purple-black arrow's aura, just overflowing with arrow energy, exploded the surrounding void to pieces. Give me, die. One word landed, the hand was loosened suddenly, the bowstring trembled, and the long arrow exploded with a sonic boom, like a thunderbolt, shot out with a bang. Almost at the same time as he shot, the Tianquan Saint Emperor next to him also gathered his momentum, his whole body was like a tide, and he pressed down hard with both hands, controlling the huge dragon fist above the sky, towards the top of Chu Yan's head, fell suddenly. The two holy emperors shot at the same time. How shocking the power is. A wind that destroys the world, a divine arrow that can shoot through the sky, with the momentum of destroying everything, went towards Chu Yan. The two horrific powers rushed past and spread their power, sweeping the crowd below to watch the battle, making everyone's hearts arouse a deep sense of death at the same time. Horrible. Terrible. In the face of such a powerful holy emperor, they feel like ants that will be trampled to death. There is no resistance at all. With terrified expressions on their faces, everyone's eyes were on the figure of great perseverance in the sky on the other side. The black robe is facing the wind, the long sword is in hand, Chu Yan's eyes are watching all this quietly, there is not even a trace of waves. The next moment, streams of mysterious light shot up from Chu Yan's body. Qinglong. Xuanhuan. Qilin. Come out. Holy Rakshasa, come out. Jiao Ming, come out for me. Ancient demon hunter generals, come out. Dragon Zhanwei, come out for me. Hongming lion scorpion, come out. With every soft drink, behind Chu Yan, there is a huge body like a giant, constantly shattering the void, and appearing behind him. In the blink of an eye, a large mountain-like figure completely occupied half of the sky behind Chu Yan. Give me, kill. Chu Yan waved his hand and ordered directly. Yes, my lord. Jiao Ming bowed, then turned around, with a pair of empty eyes, looked at the purple-black arrow light from the opposite side, and smiled slightly. With a flash of black light in his hand, the three-pointed and two-edged gun struck the void, and a circle of void cracks visible to the naked eye, like a blasted crystal, formed a large spider web and scattered around. At the same time, an ancient prehistoric aura continuously diffused from Zhang Zhang's spear body. Damn, I rely. That is, the magic weapon. My god, what are these? They are all ancient demons. The one holding the magic weapon seems to be an ancient demon. How is this possible? There is also a celestial puppet. The golden celestial puppet, could it be the legendary golden corpse? Oh my god. Facing the uproar and exclamation below, Jiao Ming swept out the three-pointed and two-edged spear in his hand. A dazzling black gun light, shining like a shooting star, with the strong momentum of an ancient demon god, soared into the sky and scattered in all directions. This shot, from ancient times to the present, after millions of years, the power of the 9 underworld demon god has once again appeared in the world. Boom! The gun light collided with the arrow light, exploding the sky with flames. The terrifying gun light and arrow energy smashed through a terrifying storm, and swept it in all directions. Above the sky, which was originally extremely gloomy, instantly became like a night, without a ray of light, and everything was covered. On the other side, the dragon warrior guards and a group of ancient demons lined up neatly. After several changes, they formed a battle formation. They all blasted out their attacks and smashed into the Tiangang tornado falling from the sky. Boom, boom. There was another violent sound, the devil energy and the power of the wind rushed into Yunxiao at the same time, and the large swath of wind turned into a strong force and scattered in all directions. Aha! Chu Yan let out a muffled snort, and was shocked by 2 powerful forces, one in front and one in the back, and the true energy in his body immediately reversed, and a stream of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Resisting the powerful attacks of the 2 holy emperors one after another, Chu Yan's current cultivation base is simply unbearable. Although he has been buffered by Jiao Ming and the dragon guards, the ultimate recipient is himself. After all, at least half of the power of Jiao Ming and Dragon Clan War Guard comes from him. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2331, The Holy Emperor is Furious. Chapter 2331. It's like urging the spirit of the beast, Chu Yan, consumes much more energy than fighting directly. But now, in order to deal with the joint efforts of the 2 holy emperors, Chu Yan summoned all his strength. In this way, Chu Yan's consumption has become extremely huge. In addition, Jiaoming and Longzhu Zhanwei are only around the Great Emperor realm, which is far behind the 2 Saint Emperors. Relying on the 3-pointed and double-edged spear magic weapon, Jiaoming blocked Yin Tianquan's arrow with the powerful ancient demon god power, while the dragon warriors and the others, relying on the Shengwei Gu Zhanjin, blocked the Tian Kanshing Emperor's great wind song. Block is blocked. However, when Jiao Ming and the dragon clan fought against them, the power of true energy drawn from Chu Yan and the power of countershock transmitted from them were completely beyond Chu Yan's ability to bear. Whether it is Jiuming, dragon warrior, or ancient demon, they are all puppets of Chu Yan, and the power they use and the damage they suffer will be reflected from Chu Yan. Therefore, after carrying the two strong attacks of the two holy emperors in a row, Chu Yan was finally injured. However, his body stood tall like a giant of heaven and earth, and like a sword drawn from its sheath, straight as a peak, without any sign of retreat or wavering. Huh. Didn't die. What? Blocked. Sacred Emperor Tiancan and Yin Tianquan were stunned at the same time, their eyes full of shock. The crowd watching the battle below, including Yu Linglong above the mountains not far away, were startled at the same time. This is the joint blow of the two holy emperors. Hee, is that all there is to it? The corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, with a slight smile. Accompanied by the bloodshot overflowing from the corner of the mouth, one can feel a rebellious and wanton aura, which arises spontaneously. Although he suffered two strong attacks from the Sage Emperor and was traumatized, but in the end, he was able to block it. The many elites and powerhouses who are not here, even the entire 10-direction star field, up and down for millions of years, who can do it like Chu Yan. Martial Emperor Realm Cultivation Base, one person with one sword, block two Saint Emperor Realm powerhouses, join hands to kill. Only this one person. Tiancan Sage Emperor and Yin Tianquan on the opposite side reacted from the shock, and the murderous intent in their eyes erupted instantly like a river flowing backwards. I want you to die. The Emperor Tiancan was really about to go crazy, his whole body was furious to the extreme, the blood vessels all over his body were completely swollen, and his eyes were so red that he could almost bleed. In the stern voice, both hands waved at the same time, and the two celestial winds broke out at the same time, turning into two tornadoes thousands of feet high, roaring, pushing at the same time, and attacking Chu Yan left and right. Today, you must die. At the same time, there was also Yin Tianquan, his eyes shot out, and the true energy around his body exploded like boiling water. With a pull of his right hand, the longbow in his hand emitted a dazzling purple-black light, with a trace of thunder-like truth. Yuan's long arrow slowly solidified on the bowstring. Whether it is Yin Tianquan or Tiancan Saint Emperor, behind them is the Xingtian Pavilion. The name of Xingtian Pavilion brings them endless benefits, and naturally has corresponding rules and restrictions. If today the two holy emperors attacked together, they would not be able to kill this son and let him run away, then the Xingtian Pavilion will blame them, and the two of them may be completely finished. Call out. Gathering the momentum was completed in an instant, and the purple-black arrow light burst out, and the screaming sound, like the neighing of a ghost, pierced people's hearts and souls. The two holy emperors joined forces to attack and broke out again. Regardless of Chu Yan, whether it was strength or luck just now, he blocked the combined attack of the two great emperors. But in the end, he was injured. That is to say, this monster like Chu Yan has reached the limit of his tolerance, plus he was injured just now, and his strength has dropped drastically. With such a combo attack, at most 2 or 3 more moves can definitely blow him into scum. Therefore, Emperor Tiancan and Yin Tianquan will not stop at all, nor will they give Chu Yan a chance to breathe. Everyone come back. Chu Yan on the opposite side. Staring like lightning, he stared directly at the two holy emperors and shouted softly. The dragon warriors, the 100 generals, the ancient demons, the Hongmeng lions and scorpions, etc., turned into a large stream of light and returned to Chu Yan's body. Only Jiuming, holding a 2-pointed and 2-edged spear, stood beside Chu Yan, like a demon god of heaven and earth, overlooking the world. With the move just now, Chu Yan has already discovered that it is useless to rely on numerical superiority to deal with such top combat power. The blow of the strong is more important than fine. It was the first time to fight against two holy emperors, usually the strongest battle. In actual combat, Chu Yan has rapidly improved his combat experience. Therefore, leave Jiao behind, and take back all other Ying puppets. Qinglian, come out. With another soft drink, Chu Yan waved the long sword in his hand, and a large piece of cyan sword light swayed out like mercury leaking to the ground. Almost at the same time as the shout fell to the ground, a bright blue lotus flower bloomed in the void. From the very beginning of the stems and leaves to the buds, and then the big lotus blossoms, which made everyone's eyes bright. Then, the second flower, the third flower, the fourth. One after another, the lotus continued to bloom, as if it had been a long time, and it seemed like an instant. What appeared in front of everyone was a whole, huge cyan lotus pond. On each lotus petal, there is a cyan streamer shining brightly, exuding a coldness and sharpness. If you look closely, you will find that it is the condensation of cyan sword lights. Give me, break. Chu Yan drank heavily, the howling sound was like thunder, the lotus pond exploded, and the cyan sword lights all over the sky, like pear blossoms in the rainstorm, slashed into the surrounding void, and stabbed at the two holy emperors to attack. Boom. 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 The sword light exploded in the strong wind all over the sky, and he tried his best to block the purple-black arrow light. Countless bursts of air resounded throughout the world. Qinglian Sword Pond is like a solitary boat fluttering in a violent storm. Although it is weak, it is not afraid of the wrath of heaven and earth until all anger disappears and the lotus pond collapses. The scattered vigor and powerful countershock force shook Chu Yan's body like a flood peak, as if being hit by two mountains. Chu Yan's body, golden light and red light exploded at the same time, and his figure retreated again and again. However, Shantian fire body and dragon pattern golden body still withstood this blow. After buffering all the countershock force, the golden light and red light slowly converged and returned to Chu Yan's body surface without collapsing. The physical strength of the double body training shows its strong defense. This is the body training flow. The faces of Tianquan Saint Body and Yin Tianquan showed shock again. You know, this is a joint blow from two holy emperors, not to mention those who are at the level of Emperor Wu, even those who are at the level of body refinement at the level of holy emperors, probably would not dare to take this move head-on. But now, this kid not only blocked it, he was also unharmed. I finally understand why this son was designated as a sinner of God's edict by the holy mountain with his cultivation base of Emperor Wudi. Yin Tianquan's face showed a dignified look, and the killing intent in his eyes, when he looked at Chu Yan, became stronger and stronger. Today, even if you are seriously injured and do not enter the underworld, I want you to die. With a roar, Yin Tianquan erupted. The longbow in his hand burst into a dazzling purple-black light. It changed suddenly and evolved into a long spear. Yin Tianquan held it in his hand and stabbed it fiercely. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2332 World Domination. The expression on Yin Tianquan's face was extremely vicious, but his heart was already chilling. And this chill was brought to him by Chu Yan in front of him. From the very beginning, watching his battle with Tianquan Sage Emperor, to joining in himself, ready to crush him in one fell swoop. However, this Chu Yan is like a majestic mountain, no matter how fierce the attack is, how violent the power is, except for the slight tremor of the mountain, it cannot be shaken at all. Moreover, the growth rate of this kid is almost visible to the naked eye. After a few tricks, he could still be injured, but now he just took a few steps back. The speed of this increase in combat power has exceeded his imagination. If such sinners are allowed to live, the threat to Xingtian Pavilion is really too great. At this moment, Yin Tianquan and Tianquan Sage Emperor finally made up their minds after exchanging their spiritual senses. The two decided that they would kill this son even if they gave up the opportunity to enter the mausoleum of the underworld at the highest price. The killer move of the trump card, all out. The longbow turned into a spear, the spear was like thunder, and with incomparably violent power, Yin Tianquan unleashed all the might of the Holy Emperor and rushed towards Chu Yan. World Domination Battle. Seeing Yin Tianquan rushing towards him, there was no trace of fear on Chu Yan's face. Instead, his eyes were blazing with flames, and his whole body surged into the sky and earth. Bring it on! Amidst the shouts, Chu Yan held Haoyan in his hand, cut out a large piece of cyan sword lotus, and fought directly with Yin Tianquan. On the other side, Jiao Ming, holding a three-pointed and two-edged spear, also greeted the Tianquan sacred emperor. Boom! 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 In less than a few breaths, the entire sky exploded with countless gas explosions, and the four of them fought for nearly 100 moves. The crowd below looked at this horrific battle, all of them were frozen, and even their breathing was almost stagnant. Horrible. Terrible. Regardless of whether it was Chu Yan or his Yin puppet Jiaoming, even after being erupted with all their strength by the two great saint emperors, they continued to be bombarded and suffered constant injuries. But the two of them didn't have the slightest intention of retreating or avoiding them at all. With one sword and one spear, they were like fighters charging in counterattack, their eyes were like torches, and they rushed forward again and again. The more he fights, the stronger the offensive becomes, and this one-person, one-puppet fighting spirit becomes more and more fierce. A fierce and bloody aura swept across the audience, causing everyone to stare at him. Everyone present, no matter if they were powerful figures or talented elites, were shocked by this aura and impact. I have never heard of such a sturdy warrior. Chu Yan, you have run out of oil and lamps. It is useless to resist like this. If you oppose me, Xingtian Pavilion, this will end. Ha ha ha. Yin Tianquan grinned grimly, striding across the sky, with a purple-black imperial spear in his hand. The endless gun power was like a tide, as if it could pierce a hole even in the sky. One shot at a time, like rushing thunder, kept killing Chu Yan. Holding a long sword and resisting it with all his strength, Chu Yan's eyes were piercing, and the death in his heart gradually grew. During the battle, I looked back at Jiao Ming, and saw that there were already hundreds of wounds on its body, and a large amount of monster energy was constantly overflowing. It was obviously at a disadvantage in the battle with the Tianquan sacred emperor. With the magic weapon in his hand, he resisted the heavenly impairment of the second heaven of the holy emperor for less than half an hour. Such a record can be called the pinnacle. However, Chu Yan knew very well that if he continued to fight like this, he and Jiao Ming might really suffer from this. Chu Yan frowned, retreated while fighting, approached Jiao Ming, and at the same time turned his hand over, and took out a large teleportation talisman. Boy, want to leave? Dreaming. The Emperor Tianquan kept staring at Chu Yan, and seeing the golden light flashing in his left hand, he immediately understood what Chu Yan was thinking. The sky and the earth net. With a loud shout, a large piece of the power of the Holy Emperor rushed out, completely sealing the sky of the fighting side. In an instant, Chu Yan and Jiao Ming were locked directly. No matter whether it is a moving talisman or a spacetime emperor technique, it cannot be used unless one has the strength beyond the realm of the Holy Emperor. Only then is it possible to break this prohibition. Is it going to be lost? Chu Yan looked at the hammer that kept dropping, and the death energy in his heart was extremely strong. It's been a long time since I experienced that bone-piercing coldness, but for Chu Yan, there is no trace of fear now, but the whole body is boiling with blood, making people tremble. Not only Chu Yan himself, but everyone watching the battle below can see that Chu Yan's current situation is extremely dangerous. Maybe, in the next breath, maybe after 100 breaths, this genius who fought against the two great emperors with his own strength, might really be lost. What they don't understand is why Chu Yan didn't choose to avoid it before. Don't talk about facing the two great emperors. Even if you fought against the Tianquan emperor before, you just retreated and resolved the crisis. In this way, at least it will not be lost. However, that is their opinion and 3 views. For Chu Yan, there is no regret at all. Since Chu Yan awakened the way of self, martial arts has only one thing for Chu Yan, and that is never to back down. If you choose to give in when you meet a strong man, then what's the use of practicing martial arts? This is Chu Yan's bottom line. Chu Yan's martial arts rules: even if he dies in battle, Chu Yan will never bow his head to any strong force. Holding Haoyan, the torn black robe was flying in the wind, and in Chu Yan's eyes, there was a fire-like determination, burning. Let's fight. In this life, I will never lose the sword in my hand. The long sword was raised lightly, and the blue sword lotus in the sky continued to bloom, and mysterious lights shot up from Chu Yan's body. The Milky Way in the nether realm, the sky is endless, the moon dust is chosen by nature, and the sea of stars moves. At this moment, an incomparably mysterious chant sounded, and a large piece of moonlight and starlight swayed from the direction of the mountains not far away. Countless stars gushed out from the void, gathered into a sea of stars, and rushed towards the battle area. Boom, boom. This vast sea of stars, wherever it passes, is like the tide pushing sand, whether it is void or energy, it is all melted away. In less than a breath, the tide of the star sea surged past where Chu Yan was, instantly wrapped it up, turned it into a meteor, reversed the flow, and flew towards the mountain range. Not good. Emperor Tiancan and Yin Tianquan saw this scene, and their expressions changed at the same time. They didn't expect that the eldest lady of the Dark Temple would have such a powerful secret technique, that she could even destroy the seal of the Holy Emperor. Humph. If you want to leave like this, you underestimate me. Yin Tianquan frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the beautiful figure in a white dress in the distant mountains, and then he sneered. Leave it to me. With a violent roar, the spear in Yin Tianquan's hand evolved again, and turned into a purple-black longbow again. With his heavy hand fully drawn, a large area of arrow light filled the entire longbow with a smile, and there were more than a dozen trees of arrow light quickly. Condensation. Die. With one word, the rain of arrows poured out like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, and the fan-shaped attack surface almost completely covered the sky over the mountains. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2333 Life and Death Crisis. This move, a range attack, can't help confining the space again, and can also attack Chu Yan and Yu Linglong at the same time. With just a glance, Yin Tianquan could tell that the powerful secret technique that Yu Linglong used that time was far beyond her cultivation level. Therefore, it is impossible to use continuously. In this way, with this move, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong must die. A natural disaster. Of course, Yu Linglong saw that the thunder arrows of the Holy Emperor shot from behind her, and she immediately let out a soft cry, which resounded through the sky. Leave it to the old man. As soon as the words fell to the ground, in the depths of the mountains in the distance, the whole body of the natural calamity mother-in-law shot into the sky with black light. With a wave of her hand, a mass of soul consciousness rushed out of her body, like a ray of ghost, rushing towards the sky. This ghost left the body, and the face of the natural disaster mother-in-law turned pale instantly, and the entire soul body was directly doubled in size. As a soul body, how long it can exist in the world depends entirely on the strength of the soul body. Like her, directly splitting the original soul consciousness of the soul body has a great impact on her. After all, the natural disaster mother-in-law is the same soul body as Ouyang Nantian, and unlike Ouyang Nantian, she has a host body. This move hurt her a lot. However, seeing that Chu Yan was trapped and in danger of losing her life, the mother-in-law of natural disasters was completely desperate. After all, she now recognizes Chu Yan as the master, and if Chu Yan loses, she will die with it. Greedy wolves are attacking the sky. Xuanhuan lost formation. Swallow it for me. The Dharma seal shot straight into the void like lightning, and instantly hit the separated ghost, and exploded, turning into a large black cloud wave. Roar! 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 In this black cloud wave, countless Xuanhuan evil spirits appeared, roaring and roaring, like a tide of beasts, rushing towards Tianquan Sage Emperor and Yin Tianquan. Not good. Stop. Seeing this scene, Yin Tianquan and Tianquan Sage Emperor were so startled that their faces turned green, and they cried out. This is the ghost of the underworld, and it is many times higher than the monster of the abyss. What was even more frightening was that there was a large black wave of evil ghosts, numbering no less than tens of thousands. If they rushed over, they would be able to eat the two of them into scum in just a few breaths. Boom! Boom! The two holy emperors dared to hesitate, and they shot at the same time, blasting two powerful attacks, and at the same time their figures flashed sharply, and they retreated violently to the rear. How powerful is the speed of the holy emperor's movement? Especially when fleeing for their lives, it was as fast as lightning, and the people didn't even see the shadow clearly. The two holy emperors retreated directly from the sky to the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak. Their thinking is also extremely simple. If the tide of evil spirits really rushes over, they will rush into the crowd and ask others to use them as shields. However, when the two of them pushed the bodyguard to the extreme, took out several spirit treasures to defend themselves, and approached the crowd, they raised their heads to look at the sky, but their faces were stunned for a moment. Huh. Missing. Just now, the tide of evil ghosts was shocking like a raging tide, and there was still a little shadow there. In the entire sky, except for some wandering black air currents, there is nothing at all. Damn, I was fooled. Yin Tianquan and Tianquan Sage Emperor finally reacted. They suddenly soared into the sky, floating in the sky, and looked towards the mountain range where Chu Yan had just escaped. The two divine senses of the Holy Emperor instantly covered a large mountain range, and they continued to probe. Over and over again, they searched with a net, but they didn't see the two of them at all, and the one who had just rescued Chu Yan was also out of breath. Humph. Do you want to escape like this? Dreaming. Tianquan, act quickly. Yin Tianquan snorted coldly, withdrew his consciousness, turned his head, looked at Tianquan Sage Emperor, and said, Okay. Leave it to me. Hearing Yin Tianquan's words, the Tianquan Saint Emperor grinned, and a look of arrogance flashed in his eyes, and then the might of the Saint Emperor in his whole body crazily increased. In fact, the most powerful emperor technique of the Tianquan Holy Emperor is the clone technique. Not many people know about this, and Yin Tianquan is one of them. That's why Tianquan was asked to take action. This avatar technique was studied to the extreme by the Tianquan Sage Emperor, and it possesses extremely powerful functions, one of which is investigation. Clone, get out. The majesty of the Holy Emperor turned into pieces of wind, surging in the void, and every time the wind surged, a phantom would appear in the void. In less than a blink of an eye, there were tens of thousands of clones, like a densely packed Zhou army, completely covering half of the sky. Give it to me, find that kid. Looking at the large number of clones in front of him, Sage Emperor Tianquan was full of spirits, and with a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of clones, like a black cloud, swept towards the mountain range. Boom! 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 These tens of thousands of avatars rushed into the mountains, smashing everything they saw into dust. Whether it's trees, rocks, or even the ground under your feet, a layer will be blasted away, and the void within 100 feet away from the body will all be blown into powder. A good mountain range was completely destroyed by these tens of thousands of avatars, leaving nothing behind, at an extremely fast speed. Soon, in less than 100 breaths, a black boulder halfway up the mountain was hit by a clone, but it didn't explode. This black stone was exactly the entrance to an ancient ruin that the mother-in-law of natural calamity brought Chu Yanhua Linglong to find and hide in it. The avatar was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the sky in the distance. The consciousness flew out, and told the deity of the Tianquan Holy Emperor. Haha, I found it! Tianquan Xingdi's eyes lit up, the spiritual hammer in his hand, his soldier's aura sword, and he raised his hand with a hammer, and slammed it down towards the black stone. The gigantic spiritual hammer, with astonishing power, fell down fiercely with the power to smash the entire mountain range. Damn it! It was discovered. With overwhelming power, the mother-in-law of natural disasters blocked the entrance of the ruins. With the help of her soul body, she stood near the black stone. When she saw the attack fall, her expression changed drastically. Not good. Chu Yan and Yu Linglong, who followed closely behind, also sensed a terrifying attack coming from the sky. Linglong, let's go. Both eyes were blood red. Chu Yan mobilized all his strength, and pushed Yu Linglong hard, away from the hiding place of the ruins. Yu Linglong's white figure flew 10,000 steps away, and the huge black boulder behind her was instantly submerged by the spirit hammer falling from the sky. Boom, boom. The explosion was shocking, and the black boulder was directly turned into dust, and the ancient ruins that had not been opened were wiped out at the same time. But Yu Linglong's whole body froze, and she suddenly turned her head to look, only to see the dust flying all over the sky, vigorous like a tide, and there was Chu Yan's figure there. Obviously, Chu Yan didn't have time to escape, and was completely swallowed by that spiritual hammer. Little brother Chu. Dead. Dead. Yu Linglong's small face was full of dull eyes. She was completely absent-minded, and her whole body froze immediately. At this moment, her heart seemed to have sunk directly into an abyss, unable to reach the bottom at all, and the air conditioning and chill all over her body kept rising. Chu Yan, lost. Not only Yu Linglong, but everyone in the audience looked at the dust storm billowing in the mountain range with dull faces. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2334. What's the situation? Rewind time to 100 breaths. No one thought that the avatar of the Tianquan Holy Emperor would have such a powerful detection ability. However, on another spiritual peak farther away that no one has noticed, two figures are quietly appearing. Oh, these guys dare to treat the boss like this, I'm going to smash them. The chubby little white bear rushed down the mountain, but was hugged tightly by another figure as fat as a hill. Dang dang, save big brother first. Boss. Hearing Situ Yang's words, little white bear was taken aback, then froze and turned his head to look. Call. Seeing that the little white bear stopped rushing down the mountain, Situ Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly waved his hand, and a total of 9 talismans appeared in front of him, releasing a faint aura of spirit patterns. Hey, these guys must never have imagined that there is a celestial master here, and the mere seal of the Holy Emperor is nothing. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Situ Yang, who was full of pride, slapped out his hands in seals, and his palms flew, as fast as lightning, smashing all the spirit patterns. The 9 talismans were turned into powder, and the power of the incomparably powerful spirit patterns overflowed from the jade talismans, floating in the air like 9 streams. Go! The 9 gates turn to yin and yang, and the world hangs upside down. With a soft drink, 9 small streams swam towards the opposite mountain range. At this time, tens of thousands of heavenly remnant clones were carpet-like destroying everything in that mountain range, including the void. Amid countless air waves and explosions, these 9 thin streams would not attract anyone's attention at all. When the black stone was discovered, when the hammer seal of the Tianquan Saint Emperor fell from the sky, 9 streams had penetrated into the black stone and wrapped around Chu Yan's body. Linglong, let's go! Between lightning and flint, Chu Yan pushed hard, pushing Yu Linglong to the distant sky. At the moment when the hammer fell, he was wrapped in 9 streams and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had arrived at a Lingfeng mountain 10 miles away. Ah, boss. Seeing Chu Yan's appearance, Little White Bear was extremely excited and jumped up all of a sudden, with a pair of bear eyes shining brightly. Hey, I have 9 heavenly talismans. Situ Yang looked at the 9 piles of debris at his feet, with a face that was about to cry. On the other side, the mountains in front of the Golden Spirit Peak. Accompanied by the earth-shattering explosion, it reverberated for a long time, and the dust and mist filled the sky slowly dissipated. Everything is gradually returning to calm. Everyone, like a zombie, stood upright, with their necks stretched out, and their eyes were looking straight at the center of the explosion just now. With dull faces, everyone seemed to be in a trance. The battle, that's the end. That monstrous genius is so ruined. This result really made them unacceptable. After all, the terrifying combat power and talent shown by that Chu Yan just now exceeded everyone's imagination. Such a genius, so lost. Could it be that he is really a casual cultivator, and he really has no power to protect him? While everyone was waiting with doubts on their faces, Sacred Emperor Tiancan and Yin Tianquan, with grinning faces, had already begun to explore the mountain range with their senses. However, after sweeping back and forth 3 times, the smiles on the faces of the 2 great emperors gradually froze. The 2 eyes looked at each other with doubts, and their eyes were full of suspicion. Huh? Why is there no trace of breath left? Yin Tianquan frowned, looked at Tiancan, and asked, directly through voice transmission with his spiritual sense. The situation is not right. The physical body exploded, and the soul collapsed. How could it be possible that there is no remaining breath of the soul? This is impossible. At the same time, the Emperor Tiancan was stunned and murmured. Not good. Yin Tianquan probed twice again, and finally found a trace of an extremely weak third-party force remaining in the void. That Chu Yan, someone rescued him. This sound. Shocked, Yin Tianquan lost his voice, which immediately caused a group of bigwigs in the crowd below to change their expressions. The next moment, countless spiritual senses swept towards the mountain range at the same time. After a short breath, some powerful figures also showed a look of shock on their faces. Sure enough, in the void, there was a trace of extremely weak profound energy left, and it would be impossible to find it if one did not have a cultivation level above the peak of the Great Emperor realm. What's more, if it is in the middle of a battle, or if there is interference from other forces, it is impossible for even a strong person at the Saint Emperor level to discover it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Among all the people, the most astonished ones were of course Yin Tianquan and Tiancan, the 2 holy emperors. After all, that strange force rescued Chu Yan under their noses, but they didn't realize it just now. The sky sees all the ways, the 1,000 seals of the holy law. Show me. As soon as the words fell to the ground, behind Yin Tianquan, a ball of golden light shot up into the sky, but it was an incomparably huge golden seal martial soul. Amidst the majestic power of the golden seal martial soul, the golden seal martial soul turned slowly, and towards the mountains below, cast a golden seal light curtain, covering the entire mountain range. This large piece of golden light is like the sky descending. Several streaks of colorful streamers as thin as gossamer were extremely obvious under the golden light curtain, and they continued to dissipate. If it was a few breaths later, even if Yin Tianquan used the golden seal martial soul, he might not be able to find the remaining power of the spirit pattern. Unexpectedly, really, let him escape. Seeing the power of these tiny 7-colored spirit patterns, how could Yin Tianquan and Tiancan not understand that someone else took action and rescued Chu Yan? Therefore, after the explosion of the mountain range just now, Chu Yan, who had already been smashed to pieces and his soul collapsed, did not leave a trace of residual breath in the void. This shows that Chu Yan is still alive. Yin Tianquan didn't dare to hesitate, and drew his true energy, urging the Jining martial spirit on top of his head to illuminate the surrounding mountains, trying to find out the source of that strange power. Standing beside him was the Tianquan sacred emperor, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, with veins bursting out on his forehead, and his face was full of the expression of wanting to eat people. Unexpectedly. No one could have imagined that in such a situation, Chu Yan still hadn't been killed and let him escape. In addition, this time, this Chu Yan has escaped from him for the second time. Moreover, every time is more terrifying. Last time, he was alone, but this time, there were two Saint Emperor realm powerhouses who let him escape again. The growth rate of this divinely ordered sinner is too terrifying. Whether it is Tianquan or Yintianquan, the chill in their hearts is getting stronger and stronger. And below, a group of bigwigs, as well as various elite geniuses and powerhouses, from the expressions of the two holy emperors and the news from the bigwigs, more and more people gradually know that Chu Yan escaped. Over the mountains not far away, Yu Linglong, who was originally standing stiff, finally loosened her top body and let out a long breath. Her spiritual eyes flickered slightly, her red lips lifted slightly, revealing a bright smile. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2335 Brother Return. Originally, when Yu Linglong saw Chu Yan being swallowed by the Holy Emperor's hammer, she fell into great sadness and disappeared instantly. Like the two great emperors, and other big brothers above the great emperor realm, Yu Linglong immediately discovered that there was no residual consciousness of Chu Yan in the dust and energy that exploded. So, Chu Yan is still alive. Just now, at the moment when it was reflected in the sea of consciousness that Chu Yan might be damaged, Yu Linglong was ready to mobilize the Mingyue Hall of the Dark Temple, and let everyone here be buried with him. Now, with all the anger gone, Yu Linglong finally calmed down. Okay. Great. My lord is fine. Beside Yu Linglong, the natural calamity mother-in-law, who was like a little girl, but with an old man's face, also let out a long sigh of relief. Miss Yu, why don't we leave here first? However, the next moment, Tianquan and Yintianquan's spiritual consciousness swept towards the mountains, and the scalp of the natural calamity mother-in-law exploded instantly. She turned her head to look at Yu Linglong, and said. After all, she used secret techniques to help Chu Yan just now, and her whereabouts have been exposed. It's hard to guarantee that the two holy emperors can't find Chu Yan, and they will blame her for destroying her soul body, which would be a sad reminder. After all, the natural calamity mother-in-law is no better than she was before the loss, and even less than Yu Linglong's identity. Facing the two great emperors, she has no power to resist at all and can only avoid it. At this time, among the crowd below, a group of bigwigs and geniuses gradually came to their senses. All of them were shocked. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply, their mouths were tongue-tied, and their faces were full of disbelief, and they also turned towards the mountain range and began to investigate. However, after searching for a long time, except for the figure and breath of Yu Linglong, the eldest lady of the Dark Temple, nothing can be detected at all. So, that Chu Yan really escaped from birth. A thunderstorm exploded in everyone's sea of consciousness, causing them to completely lose their composure. You must know that among the strong here, the weakest one is around the Emperor Martial Realm. And just now, that Chu Yan was also at the Martial Emperor Realm, and the strength and actions he showed made their entire martial arts worldview completely subverted. It is also at the Emperor Wu Realm, not to mention the battle against the two saints. Even if they are asked to say no to that Saint Emperor, I am afraid they will be scared to pee their pants. At the scene where countless people gathered, there was not a single sound, everyone stood there dumbfounded, and the sea of consciousness was in chaos. After a long time, someone slowly opened his mouth and said, "This Chu Yan is so talented in battle. If he is allowed to break through to the real Emperor realm, then..." When this word landed, it was like throwing a small stone into a calm lake, causing huge ripples in an instant, and immediately after that, it boiled completely. Just Just now, what I saw was true, right? Nonsense. Of course it's true, I've seen it too. Chu Yan is really fighting against the two great emperors alone. It's still the two great emperors of Nima Xingtian Pavilion. This is too awesome. That Tian Can is at the second level of the Holy Emperor, the Holy Emperor of Tian Quan, the first level of the Saint Emperor. This strength, TSK. Defeated Yurong. Just wait and see, if that Chu Yan proves the great emperor realm, not to mention the two in front of you. I am afraid that none of the strong men in the third heaven of the Saint Emperor realm will be Chu Yan's opponent. Third heaven of Saint Emperor realm. I think it's not necessarily the fourth heaven of Saint Emperor realm. The whole crowd, about Chu Yan's voice, kept ringing. These people, before, knew that Chu Yan was just a casual cultivator in the Emperor Wu realm, and they simply disdained him, but now, they have nothing but awe in their hearts. The sound of the tide below spread to the sky, and when Tian Can Xingdi and Yin Tian Quan heard it, their faces turned black. Or let him escape. This time, that Chu Yan, in front of all the forces, let Xingtian Pavilion lose face. Snort. The Holy Emperor Tian Can was full of unwillingness in his heart, and he hummed heavily. I still want to prove the Tao Great Emperor realm. Even if you escape the first day of the junior high school, can you still escape from Huangquan Road? This time I will never let you leave Huangquan Road alive. As soon as the words landed, the Emperor Tian Can turned around directly, and flew away in one direction. Damn it. Extremely hateful. Yin Tian Quan saw the Emperor Tian Can leave, and heard the meaning of his words. He should have gone to track down that Chu Yan, and immediately stamped his feet and cursed. Like Tian Can, Yin Tian Quan had to admit that everything was a foregone conclusion now, and if he wanted to kill that Chu Yan, he had to find another chance. However, unlike Tian Can, Yin Tian Quan came to Huangquan Road this time with a clear purpose. Therefore, after hesitating for a long time, he still gave up being with Tian Can, lowered his figure, and fell towards the barrier in front of the Golden Spirit Peak. The purpose of his trip is the tomb of the royal family of the demon race in the mausoleum of the underworld. Yin Tian Quan and the other great emperors continued to attack the barrier after a little breath adjustment. Boom! 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 Shocking explosions resounded throughout the world, like heavy hammers, hitting everyone's hearts. Immediately afterwards, the people who gradually came to their senses also began to join them, and began to bombard the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak. After this battle, the perceptions and attitudes of the other power leaders present towards Xingtian Pavilion have undergone some changes in their hearts. Especially at the end, when the tide of evil ghosts appeared, Tian Can and Yin Tian Quan, the two holy emperors, rushed towards the crowd in order to protect themselves, which made everyone's faces turn green. Fortunately, the last ones are all just illusory images, not real ghosts, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, no matter how powerful it is, or how prestigious it is unreliable. In this martial arts world where the weak prey on the strong, the only thing you can rely on is your own strength. Like Chu Yan, one person alone can fight against the astonishing combat power of the two saints. Improve your strength. This is the key. That's right. Only strength is the foundation of everything. I want to be a man like Chu Yan. Quick, attack. The demonic fruit is right in front of you. A martial artist kept reacting, looking behind the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak, at the golden fruit in the stone forest. His fighting spirit instantly became high. More and more warriors joined the team attacking the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak. As time passed, 100 years away from the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak, in an underground ruins, Situ Yang and Little White Bear were stuffing handfuls of golden pills in front of their eyes, sitting cross-legged, covered in wounds, with their eyes closed. Mouth of the young man in black robe. At the same time, Situ Yang continued to set up various spiritual formations, sweating profusely from exhaustion. And the little white bear kept staring at Chu Yan, who closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, grinning anxiously. After an unknown amount of time, the young man in black robe, frowning tightly, trembled suddenly. A pair of black pupils, as deep as the starry sky and the sea, suddenly opened, and the two eyes burst into the void with endless fighting intent and anger. #C2336, the place of the veil. Thousands of feet underground, in this ancient demon ruins that had been silent for an unknown number of years, with a violent roar, the entire underground ruins trembled. With a sudden leap, Chu Yan jumped up from the ground, the breath of his whole body rushed like a tide, and a pair of thunderous eyes glanced around. Huh! Dang dang, fat man. The six eyes met. Chu Yan, Situ Yang and Little White Bear were stunned at the same time, and they froze immediately. The scenes that happened just now, like looking at flowers on a horse, kept flashing in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Finally, the violent aura on Chu Yan's body gradually subsided, and the flames of war in his eyes also slowly disappeared. Thanks. Turning his head slowly, looking at Little White Bear and Situ Yang, Chu Yan raised his mouth and thanked him. Not long ago, at the moment before the final body loss, Chu Yan clearly sensed that the power of the 9 spirit patterns wrapped his body, and he was still in a daze at the time, but now seeing Situ Yang, everything is naturally clear. At the moment of crisis, it was Little White Bear and Situ Yang who rescued him after he pushed Yu Linglong away. Haha, boss, this time, thanks to my uncle, if I hadn't pulled him, Without waiting for Situ Yang to finish his complacency, the little white bear slapped his paw on Situ Yang's fat belly, which frightened the fat man. The little white bear, who was also eager to behave, rushed to Chu Yan at once, with his palms flying, roaring a lot of animal language in a hurry, and described to Chu Yan the reason why the two of them came to Xuanhuan Road. Huh! Kill those 2 holy emperors. Chu Yan, who was listening to the little white bear with a smile on his face, suddenly turned cold when he heard the last words. Don't. Brother, sister, don't be impulsive, impulsiveness is the devil. Hearing Little White Bear's words and seeing Chu Yan's expression, Situ Yang's heart trembled suddenly, and he quickly spoke to dissuade him. Just kidding, I escaped from birth just now, and now I am going back to take revenge. This, isn't it sending me to my death? That's right. There's no rush. There is always a chance. Chu Yan glanced at Situ Yang, nodded, and a sharp edge flashed in his eyes. This time, being able to survive was considered luck, a coincidence, and an extreme accident. However, since there is no loss, then the next step is to live a new life. In this life, will Chu Yan change? Of course not. One's own martial arts is the Tao, the way of self-proving and going against the sky. Revenge must be reported. Before that, I still need a chance. Where is this? Chu Yan pondered for a long time, and gradually came to his senses, looked around, and within his eyes, was a place of ancient demon relics. Chu Yan is quite familiar with such an environment, but he doesn't know how far Situ Yang's little white bear has taken him away from the Golden Spirit Peak. Hey, boss, this is the mausoleum of the underworld, another entrance. Situ Yang said. Huh. Another entrance. Chu Yan was startled, puzzled. Isn't the entrance to the mausoleum of Yellow Springs the Golden Spirit Peak? How could there be another entrance? Moreover, even if there is another entrance, how did Little White Bear and Dang Dang know about it? Before, when Chu Yan was with the mother-in-law of natural disasters, she had never heard of it. Could it be that Little White Bear and Situ Yang knew Xuanhuan Road better than mother-in-law natural disasters? According to Chu Yan's memory, the two of them seemed to be here for the first time on Xuanhuan Road. Too many doubts suddenly flashed in his mind, making Chu Yan unable to react for a while. Ah, ah, ah. The little white bear glared at Xie, then turned to look at Chu Yan, and began to explain in a low voice. Chu Yan listened carefully to the little white bear's animal language, and asked a few questions from time to time. After half an hour, he finally understood the matter. It turned out that after little white bear arrived at Xuanhuan Road, he was guided by a mysterious force and came here directly. If it wasn't for Xie who woke her up at a critical moment, she might have entered the mausoleum of the underworld of the demon race directly through this entrance. But if she wanted to explain clearly what that mysterious power was, she couldn't tell at all. Afterwards, sensing that Chu Yan was in danger, little white bear and Xie dived towards the golden spirit peak to bring Chu Yan, who was in crisis, back here. It turned out to be like this. Chu Yan raised his head and looked around, his eyes flickered, and his face was full of surprise. Looking around, in the eyes, there is a gray mist, and there is a blue stone path at the foot, extending towards the depth of the mist. When Chu Yan operated the unicorn pupil to see through the gray fog and look at the far end of the path, he found that the unicorn pupil had failed. Chu Yan entered the abyss demon realm 3 times, and the unicorn pupil has always been his reliance. For all warriors, when entering the demon realm, the distance away from the body of their consciousness is limited, at most it is only 100 steps away from the body. Therefore, Chu Yan has been running the pupil of the unicorn, and the barrier-breaking magic energy, which has a greater advantage than other warriors. But I didn't expect that it would fail here at this time. But when Chu Yan wanted to improve the unicorn pupil again and tried it, he saw that the devilish energy here was completely different from the devilish energy outside. There is an extremely mysterious power mixed in the demonic energy, the pupil of the unicorn, which is impossible to see through. When you come, you will be safe. Go, have a look. Surprise and curiosity arose in Chu Yan's heart. He raised his legs and walked forward, along the blue stone path, dodging into the depths of the mist. Ah! The little white bear agreed, and the little bear made great efforts to keep up with Chu Yan, and also rushed into the mist. Wow, big brother, big brother! Wait for me. Xie was still cleaning up his various spirit formations. Seeing Chu Yan and the little white bear disappearing into the magic fog, he became anxious and roared repeatedly. After a while, Xie took back all the spiritual arrays that had been set up just now, leaving only an ordinary breath-separating spiritual array, guarding the entrance, but chasing after Chu Yan. The 3 of them joined together, looking around while looking forward. Chatting all the way, walking forward for almost an hour, the blue stone path in front of the chest finally came to an end. What appeared in front of the 3 of Chu Yan was a black stone bridge. However, this is not an ordinary stone bridge. On the head of the bridge, there is a black stone gate. The left and right sides of the stone gate are drawn with vague figures. When the 3 of them approached and looked up carefully, Chu Yan was stunned. On both sides of the stone gate, among the graphics drawn, the one on the left gave Chu Yan a familiar feeling. It was a human man in green robes, tall and handsome, but in his right hand, he was holding a dragon-headed pestle, which was exactly the same as the one in the hands of the natural calamity mother-in-law. Natural disaster. Chu Yan was startled. Immediately realized that this person may have the same identity as the mother-in-law of natural disasters, and I don't know how many natural disasters in Xuanhuan. On the other side of the stone gate, there is a painting of an extremely powerful Xuanhuan evil spirit, holding 2 steel forks and a pair of blood-red round ghost eyes, which looks extremely adulterous. #C2337 Fat Man's Dignity. The 3 of Chu Yan observed Sherman and the stone bridge for a long time, after making sure there was nothing unusual. Chu Yan and Little White Bear turned their heads at the same time and looked at Xie. Fuck, big brother, what are you looking at me for? Xie has been hiding behind Chu Yan and Little White Bear, taking out 1 or 2 pieces of talisman from time to time, crushing them, and blessing some kind of spirit pattern power on himself. Suddenly, seeing Chu Yan and Little White Bear staring at him, Xie La Jiao was shocked, his whole body trembled, and he turned around and wanted to leave. The three of them spent a lot of time together, so Fatty subconsciously sensed a hint of danger. "If you dare to leave, I will throw you here alone," Chu Yan shouted. "Go, open that door," Little White Bear added. "It's okay, I'll drive. Originally, he wanted to fight, but when he saw the cold light flashing in the eyes of Chu Yan and Little White Bear, the fat man immediately shrank his neck, and walked towards her with a dejected face. But 100 paces away, the fat man walked for almost 100 breaths, before carefully approaching the stone gate. First, he pushed hard and found that there was no reaction from Sherman, so Xie La Jiao began to look up, down, left, and right at Sherman. "Huh! The ancient, forbidden spirit array." With a glance, Xie La Jiao quickly noticed something on the gateposts on both sides of the stone gate, and said, "Hey, what a coincidence, this is what I do." Smiling, Xie La Jiao saw that the Sherman was controlled by the spirit array, and immediately he was at ease, and deliberately turned his head to look at Chu Yan and the Little White Bear, with a look of complacency on his face, as if he was saying, "Look. Without me, you can't get in at all. Stop talking nonsense, break it quickly." The Little White Bear directly raised its paw and threatened. Seeing that the Little White Bear had a bad expression on his face, Xie La Jiao shrunk his neck, turned around quickly, flipped his hands over, took out 2 pieces of spirit patterns, threw them left and right, and threw them towards the gateposts on both sides. The moment before the spirit pattern was about to touch the doorpost, Xie La Jiao made seals with both hands, and made 2 spirit seals, which bombarded the spirit pattern and exploded directly. Boom! Boom! From the exploded spirit pattern jade talisman, 2 groups of spirit pattern power surged out and rolled towards the gatepost. "Hey, it's done, it's so small." "Huh." After clapping his hands, Xie La Jiao, who was about to turn around for a moment, hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly saw that the power of the 2 spirit patterns poured into the pillar, and with just a light flicker, any movement. "The power of my spirit pattern has been swallowed. How can this be?" Xie La Jiao looked at the 2 quiet doorposts with a dazed expression, completely dumbfounded. "Even if my own spirit pattern can't break the restriction of the ancient magic circle, how could it be swallowed by 2 completely different spirit power attributes?" As a spirit pattern master, there is almost nothing that Xie La Jiao doesn't know about the spirit patterns, spirit arrays, and restrictions in the world. Among them, of course, include the spirit formations and prohibitions of the ancient gods and the ancient demons. Therefore, Xie La Jiao was full of confidence at first, without any doubts, but now, this result completely stupefied Xie La Jiao. "Fatty, what are you doing? Can it work?" The Little White Bear saw that Xie La Jiao was stupid, how could he let go of the opportunity, and laughed directly. "Huh. This doesn't seem to be the evil power of the demons." Chu Yan looked at the 2 doorposts, frowned slightly, and also noticed something unusual. "What? What did you say?" Hearing what the Little White Bear said, Xie La Jiao, who was in a daze, immediately exploded, his eyes were completely red, staring at the Little White Bear, and roared loudly. "I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm the man who wants to become the #1 spirit pattern master. How dare you say that I can't do it?" There were roars, filled with endless aggrieved and furious. Xie La Jiao, whose dignity was challenged, was completely furious. "You shall land spirit talisman, break it for me." Amidst the loud shouts, Xie La Jiao waved his hand, and an extremely black spirit pattern that had no luster appeared in his palm. He bit his finger hard, squeezed out a drop of blood, and wiped it on the spirit pattern. Between Xie La Jiao's brows, an eye-shaped spirit mark emerged, casting a light of light on the black spirit talisman in his hand. In an instant, an incomparably majestic force gushed out from the black jade talisman, and a terrifying tide of spiritual power rushed out of the spirit pattern and rushed in all directions. Even if it was Chu Yan and Little White Bear, they were all swept away by this tide of spirit patterns, and their bodies were shaken, and the true energy and monster energy in their bodies boiled at the same time. What a powerful spirit pattern! Ah! Chu Yan and Little White Bear were startled at the same time, looking at the jade talisman with spiritual patterns in Situ Yang's hand. Their eyes sparkled. Boom! Amidst the astonished eyes of the two, Situ Yang waved his hand, and a large black wave rushed out of the black spirit pattern, picking up a monstrous wave of spiritual power, like a torrent, directly hitting the stone gate in front of him. With a shocking sound, Hong Feng slammed into the stone gate, making continuous explosions, and the restraining force gushing out from the gate collided with it. As if two powerful armies were fighting, the berserk force exploded, and the ground under the three of them trembled. However, this time, Situ Yang was obviously really angry. The piece of spirit pattern he took out was estimated to be of a very high grade, and he was exhausted all the way, completely smashing the restraining power on the stone gate. In less than a moment, a layer of ripples swayed on the stone gate, and the ancient prohibition completely failed. Creak. With a soft sound, the originally closed stone door suddenly opened a crack. Haha, fighting with this young master, you know how powerful it is. Situ Yang was extremely proud. With a big wave of his hand, he retracted the black spirit pattern, and walked towards the stone gate. However, the moment he touched the stone gate with his hand and pushed lightly, suddenly, behind the stone gate, a sharp light flashed, piercing Situ Yang's chest. This is a black magic knife. When it stabs out from the stone gate, it has a knife intent that makes people's souls chill. It is extremely fierce. Break! Chu Yan, who had been fully alert all the time, made a move without any hesitation, with two fingers together and a sword finger slashing out. Boom! The saber energy collided with the sword intent, invincible, and turned the magic sword millions of years ago into nothingness. Although the wounds suffered in the battle with the two great emperors have not fully recovered, it is still more than enough to deal with such a mechanism. Swish! With a flash of his figure, Chu Yan rushed directly to Situ Yang, blocking the fat man who was pale with fright and hadn't reacted yet, raised his hand and stabbed behind Sherman with a few sword fingers. After confirming that it was absolutely safe, Chu Yan raised his hand, pushed hard, and the stone door opened wide. With Chu Yan in front, Situ Yang closely behind, and Little White Bear behind, the three of them carefully walked across the stone bridge and stepped onto the opposite side. Just arrived at the opposite side, the three of them raised their heads and glanced over, but all of them had bright eyes. Fuck, this. Situ Yang's face was full of excitement, extremely excited, his tongue was tied up, and his slit eyes were all naked. Even if it was Chu Yan, his face was full of shock as he glanced at it. #C2338 Xiaoxuanling River. This is at Sanggu Stone Palace, part of which has collapsed. It's not the kind of damage after the battle, but the damage caused by a long time. Therefore, the entire stone palace gave them an extremely ancient and long-lasting feeling, as if people suddenly came to the ancient times, and saw the scenes of the lives of the people of that era. Of course, this cannot be the reason for the three people's eyes to shine. The main thing is that on the side of the stone hall, there is a small purple-red river, flowing slowly, branching out into countless small streams, hidden in the stone hall. Just in the purplish-red river, those waters released terrifying spiritual power, making the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual power around the entire stone palace more than 10 times higher than that in other places. At the end of the purple-red river, there is a piece of purple-red altars, with more than 30 seats. Every altar is still running, releasing a faint power, connected to each other, forming a strange altar array. And behind it, there are 2 towering trees, with a trunk nearly 100 feet high, densely packed with golden fruits. And these fruits are exactly the same fruits in the cave of the ruins that Chu Yan and Yu Linglong found before, the same Tianma fruits. So much. In Chu Yan's eyes, 2 balls of fire had gushed out, and his heartbeat accelerated. Unexpectedly, surviving a catastrophe this time unexpectedly bumped into such a good thing. Ah. Ah. When Little White Bear heard Chu Yan's words, he was also excited, and said something. Huh. You said that this place is already underground, within the scope of the Tomb of the Underworld. Hearing Little White Bear's words, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. Isn't the mausoleum of the underworld not opened yet? Why now, they have already come in. If this is the case, then the relic palace in front of you is a relic within the range of the mausoleum of the underworld. As the core area of Xuanhuan Road, it is reasonable to have such a treasure. To know. This mausoleum of the underworld is the tomb where the demons buried the lineage of the royal family. Just thinking about it, you can know how terrifying the various treasures here are. Just the golden spirit peak barrier that protects the imperial mausoleum, after millions of years, can still block a group of holy emperors and countless great emperor-level powerhouses for almost a day. If Chu Yan hadn't fought against the Xuanxing, even if the enchantment of the golden spirit peak was broken, it would be extremely difficult and risky to compete for those heavenly demon fruits. But now, all dangers are gone. Because Chu Yan has already entered the interior of the mausoleum of the underworld, the treasures in front of him are easily available. If this is the case, then with the help of the Jade Beetle, you can pass through the mountain and appear on the Golden Spirit Peak, within the barrier. Those holy emperors and powerhouses of various forces who are still attacking the enchantment are helpless. A thought flashed across Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, immediately making his eyes brighten. In the stone forest behind the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak, there are a large number of heavenly demon fruits, which is a huge fortune. Just when Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was flooding and his eyes were shining brightly, the Little White Bear and Situ Yang beside him had already stared at the surroundings. Ah, that's Xiaoshan Lingyi. The Little White Bear, with a face full of astonishment, a pair of bear eyes shining with dazzling purple thunder, has been staring at the small river, and when he walked 100 steps forward, he let out a voice and roared. Ah! When the roar of the bear fell to the ground, the Little White Bear had transformed into Xie La Jiao himself, and rushed towards the Xiaoxuanling River. Tom! 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 The Ziluo Tianxiong himself, who was nearly 100 feet tall, stomped step by step, shaking the sky and shaking the earth, directly startling Chu Yan and Situ Yang. Little Shanling River. Chu Yan looked sideways, just in time to see the Little White Bear, who had already leaped and stepped directly into the purple-red river, splashing a large canopy of water. Before those sprays dispersed, a large piece of purple-gold spiritual power surged up in the purple-red river, enveloping the body of the Little White Bear immersed in the river. Ah! Ah! What a pure source of demon soul, cool. It's so cool. The bear eyes of the Little White Bear wrapped in purple gold spiritual power instantly turned into dazzling purple gold eyes, shining like 2 bewitching stars. What is the source of the demon soul? Chu Yan was stunned when he heard the roar of the Little White Bear. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly caught sight of the source of the Xiaoxuanling River not far away. In the normal purple-red river, it rushes towards the section where the Little White Bear is. In these red rivers, there is a strong evil and killing atmosphere, which is obviously not good. Ah, no good, heavenly demon Hunsha. Almost at the same time that Chu Yan discovered the strangeness, Little White Bear's powerful demon consciousness also produced the strange red river, twisted the bear's head, and roared. However, when it jumped up, stood up from the river, and wanted to lift its legs to land, the bear showed a hint of reluctance on its face. Boss, help me. Turning his face away, Little White Bear looked at Chu Yan and said. Okay. Leave it to me. Hearing the voice of the little white bear, Chu Yan nodded his head heavily. A pair of colorful unicorn pupils stared closely at the Red River, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The power of evil spirit dares to be arrogant. Little White Bear and Chu Yan have been together for too long, so Little White Bear knows all about Chu Yan's secrets. If this heavenly demon and soul evil were replaced by someone else, they might really be helpless. However, for Chu Yan, the evil spirit is a big problem. Holy Rakshasa deity. Holy Rakshasa domain, give me control. With a low shout, behind Chu Yan, there was a roar in the void, and two golden eyes, like gods, shot through the void, and the tall demon god stepped out and appeared behind Chu Yan. At the same time, the thick black clouds on Chu Yan's body rolled out, and swept away towards the Xuanhuan river not far away. As if the flood had crashed into a sea of flames, where the power of the holy Rakshasa passed, those heavenly demons and souls mixed in the purple red river water were instantly smashed into nothingness by the terrifying Sha power of the holy Rakshasa itself. Seeing this scene, Little White Bear breathed a sigh of relief, grinned at Chu Yan, and then dipped into the Xuanhuan river again, his whole body surging with monster power, and began to practice with all his strength. Chu Yan smiled lightly, leaving the holy Rakshasa himself to protect the Little White Bear, then turned around and walked towards Situ Yang. Now, it's time to have fun with those big guys on the ground. At the same time, Chu Yan's position is thousands of feet up, in front of the Golden Spirit Peak. Yu Linglong had a cold expression on her face, holding two jade talismans of communication in her small hands, and kept sending out various orders. In front of the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak below, those holy emperors are still attacking the enchantment, trying to break into it. However, in the surrounding mountains, those other powerhouses who were waiting for the barrier to break and casually searched for relics and treasures in the nearby mountains have already exploded. #C2339 Get ready. Following Yu Linglong's orders, some forces belonging to the Dark Temple were gathered and began to attack the surrounding forces, and all the forces related to Xingtian Pavilion. Damn, here we go again. Are these guys crazy? Quick, block, no, run away. Stay away from these lunatics. What's the situation? People from the Mongolian and Quan tribes, what are you going to do? Escape first. All kinds of cursing sounds kept ringing in the surrounding mountains and ruins. These power fighters who have various relationships with Xingtian Pavilion are so depressed that they are about to vomit blood. Especially those who managed to break through the restriction of the ruins and were just about to harvest treasures, but were attacked by the power of the Dark Temple, so they had no choice but to retreat, watching helplessly as the harvest went to others. The point is, the power of the Dark Temple is too powerful. The 7 or 8 forces are gathered together, led by a strong man in the Great Emperor realm, and spread out to all the nearby mountains. When they see the subordinate power of Xingtian Pavilion, they will do it directly. No nonsense at all. On the side of Xingtian Pavilion, a group of bigwigs gathered in front of the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak, attacking the barrier with all their strength, regardless of their life or death. As a result, these force fighters belonging to the Xingtian Pavilion could not fight against the Dark Temple at all. They could only flee in all directions with tears in their eyes, and lost their gains. Good. Good job. Catch up and kill one if you can. For every one you kill, you will be rewarded with a yellow spring fruit. That, from the Yuji sect, you have only killed a few now. Is your sect's strength getting weaker and weaker? Or, you don't want to do your best to help me? And the one over there. Yu Linglong, standing on the top of a mountain, wearing a white dress, was flying against the mountain wind, with a face full of ice, constantly issuing various orders and messages. At this time, Yu Linglong was full of aura, showing the might of the young master of the Dark Temple. Humph. Now. Even if it is to charge some interest, let's see how I clean up your holy garbage. Yu Linglong gently put down the jade talisman in her hand, and in a blink of an eye, she swept towards the Golden Spirit Peak. The big bosses of the Xingtian Pavilion, who were still attacking the barrier, raised their mouths slightly and their eyes were as cold as frost. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The barrier covering the entire Golden Spirit Peak made two loud, earth-shattering noises, and the violent barrier power exploded suddenly, causing the entire world to tremble. Including Yu Linglong and the strong men in the surrounding mountains, all the strong men near the Golden Spirit Peak all changed their expressions, and they all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Golden Spirit Peak. Haha, this enchantment still has half of its defense at most, it's about to die, everyone, come on. A holy emperor who attacked the barrier laughed wildly. Great! I can go in right now. Hurry up, everyone work harder. The mausoleum of the underworld is the tomb of the royal family of the demon race in the past, and it has countless heaven-defying treasures. Don't talk about heaven-defying treasures, just the heavenly demon fruit in the stone forest, it's amazing. Quick, go all out. Sage Emperor Huanlei, Sage Emperor Tianquan, including those who turned around, couldn't find any trace of Chu Yan, Sage Emperor Tianquan, who just came back, a group of big shots. All of them were full of excitement, howling together, crazy shot. Boom. 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 The more violent attacks of various holy emperors doubled in an instant, like a flood, blasting towards the Golden Spirit Peak barrier in front of him. The faces of the holy emperors were full of surprise and excitement. They were at the front of the Golden Spirit Peak enchantment, completely blocking the large group of martial Emperor Realm warriors behind them. These martial Emperor Realm powerhouses are extremely golden in number, overwhelming a large area. However, they know that with these big bosses around, it is even more difficult for them to gain something in this mausoleum of the underworld. Oh my god, the barrier's defense has indeed become weaker. That's right, the thickness of the enchantment is more than half thinner than before. It seems that it won't last long. What a terrifying barrier. With so many Saint Emperor powerhouses, it took almost a day to destroy half of it. That's right. If this was in the ancient times, I'm afraid even the demigods would be helpless. The ancient demons are indeed powerful. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at the stone forest behind that. I dare say that the number of demon fruits must not be less than 100. 100 pieces. That would be a huge wealth. With this wealth, it is completely possible to establish a not weak sect force in the 10 directions starfield. Don't think about it, we martial Emperor Realm, there will be opportunities. That's right, I'm afraid that once the barrier is broken, we won't even have a chance to see the heavenly demon fruit, and will be snatched up by those holy emperors. Hey! Our martial Emperor Realm has a weak cultivation base, so there's nothing we can do. Outside the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak, the crowds of martial Emperor Realm powerhouses all turned from exclamation at the beginning to depressed sighs in the end. Ordinary elite geniuses don't dare to expect extravagance. Even those who are strong in the great Emperor Realm can only shake their heads. In front of the Golden Spirit Peak, the sound of air explosions attacking the enchantment continued. On the other side, in the Relic Palace thousands of feet underground, Chu Yan just woke up from practicing breath adjustment. As soon as he raised his head, he looked at the Xiaoxuanling River not far away. On the surface of the river, the holy Rakshasa himself, holding a silver fork, leaped above the holy Rakshasa's domain, cutting across the entire river, and no trace of heavenly demon soul could come within 1,000 steps of the little white bear. At the same time, the silver fork of the holy Rakshasa himself cast a silver glow, shining at the end of the river, constantly devouring these demon souls. As time went by, the number of red soul spirits flowing out from the source of the river became less and less. The little white bear was lying in the river with a relaxed expression on his face, and the purple fur on his body was faintly shining with golden light. Holy Rakshasa deity, holy Rakshasa domain, take it. After another 100 breaths, Chu Yan saw the source of the river, and there was no more red river flowing out, so he waved his hand and took back the holy Rakshasa himself. Boss, it's almost time. The mausoleum of the underworld seems to be opening soon, it should not take more than 2 hours. Little White Bear sensed that Chu Yan was waking up, opened his eyes, and spoke. 2 hours. Chu Yan frowned slightly. 2 hours is not too much, if you want to kill something, it should be enough. Jade Beetle, come out. With a soft cry and a flip of his hand, a jade talisman appeared, filled with true energy, and the exquisite jade beetle took off with wings and landed on Chu Yan's shoulder. Dang dang, evolve a clone for me, I want your true self. Fatty, give me the best breath-blocking jade talisman, it must be able to block all the breath of the deity's body. Chu Yan looked at Little White Bear and Xie La Jiao, and kept talking. Ah. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the Little White Bear stood up from the Xuanhuan river, his body's monster energy exploded, and the purple light soared into the sky. #C2340 Imperial Mausoleum Monster Beast. The purple demonic aura that filled the sky rushed past, and condensed into a bare body nearly 50 feet in size on the opposite river bank. In terms of size, it's a few circles smaller than the Little White Bear himself, but his overall appearance is that of a super bear demon, and his cultivation is around the 3rd level of the upper demon emperor realm. Little White Bear has never learned the technique of clone, it is only the skill of clone that will be possessed after reaching the upper martial emperor realm. Therefore, the differentiated body of the Ziluo Tianxiong is much weaker in terms of body size and demon cultivation. However, Chu Yan didn't want this avatar to fight, so it was enough. Heaven-sealing talisman, show it. Xie La Jiao, who was next to him, had already prepared. With a big wave of his hand, the purple jade talisman flew out, and the handprint followed it, smashing the jade talisman. The power of a large piece of purple spirit pattern swept out, completely enveloping Ziluo Tianxiong's avatar. Jade Beetle, come on. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand to point, and the jade beetle on his shoulder flew out, shooting towards the brow space of Ziluo Tianxiong's avatar, and entered with a single seal. Hum. The jade beetle released the breath of an ancient war beast, and quickly merged with the clone of the Ziluo Tianxiong. The 3 paths are in one, the perfect avatar is born. Not bad. This time, Chu Yan is not going to use his own avatar, but the avatar of Little White Bear. The purpose is to hide, and how long he can hide. Go. Chu Yan and Little White Bear have a spiritual contract, and Chu Yan can manipulate its avatar freely. And the Little White Bear, with a grin, sank into the Xuanhuan river again, closed his eyes and practiced. As for what the boss was going to do, it already knew more or less clearly. Even Xie La Jiao next to him was just stunned for a moment. When he saw Chu Yan instructing the Ziluo Tianxiong avatar to soar into the sky, and his figure disappeared directly into the soil layer above, his eyes lit up and he suddenly realized. Hey, here's a good show to watch. Abyss. Xuanhuan Road, in front of the Golden Spirit Peak. The barrier of the mausoleum of the underworld is getting thinner and thinner, less than 30% of its original thickness. At this moment, all eyes staring at the stone forest full of demon fruits behind the golden barrier, became scorching hot. At the same time, the gazes of some bigwigs gradually became strange. Everyone, be careful of that Panlong sacred emperor, he belongs to the Mad Clan, and he was against my Xingtian pavilion just now. Out of the corner of Yin Tianquan's eyes, he glanced at the Panlong sacred emperor who was hidden in the crowd and basically did not make any moves. He spoke with Tianquan, Huanlei, and several other big sacred emperors through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Wait a minute, the enchantment is broken, let's take some action. First deal with this Panlong sage emperor, then, there will be one less heavenly demon fruit, how about it? He has always held a grudge against Panlong's Sage Emperor for helping Chu Yan. Now that the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak is about to be broken, he began to calculate how to get more rewards by eradicating his differences first. Okay. Let's do it. Upon hearing the words, Sage Emperor Tiancan glanced at Sage Emperor Panlong, who was not far away, and there was also a chill in his eyes, and he nodded directly. Liking Tianquan, Tiancan Sage Emperor also had talks about Chu Yan's escape from birth, just now. So it wasn't that Panlong's Sage Emperor helped that Chu Yan, maybe he had already wiped out Chu Yan, and it would be so embarrassing there. Well. Yes, one less person is always good. Agree. Saint Emperor Huanlei grinned, of course he would not object. Compared with Tianquan and Tiancan Sage Emperor, he wanted Chu Yan to die more, so he was extremely unhappy with Panlong's Sage Emperor. However, he is very clear that behind Panlong's Sage Emperor, there is not only the Mad Clan, one of the 7 great war clans, but also the Dark Temple. But now, Xingtian Pavilion came forward. Of course he was willing to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. At the same time, he also had his own plan. Hey, wait a minute, once the barrier is broken, when they fight, I can use that trick to sweep away most of the demon fruits. At that time I will return to the way of the gods. I will see who has more points than me, ha ha ha. Fantasizing about the scene where he ascended to the position of Taoist master in his mind, the Huanlei Sage Emperor smiled so happily that his mouth almost reached his ears. As long as he ascends to the position of Taoist Lord, although Chu Yan may not be able to be driven out of the Taoist god, it will be very easy to clean him up. Immediately, each of the Saint Emperors, with their own thoughts, attacked the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak on the surface, but secretly, they were all quietly preparing their ultimate moves and Emperor techniques, ready to attack directly at the moment the barrier was broken. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. A thunderous sound suddenly sounded. The sound was muffled. It didn't sound like an explosion attacking the Spirit Peak's barrier at all. With the sound of an explosion, all the holy emperors were stunned at the same time, and they all looked up. With this glance, the complexions of all the holy emperor powerhouses and the big bosses in front of the Spirit Peak's barrier changed in unison. I saw that behind the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak, in the stone forest that bred the fruit of the demon, the sky suddenly exploded with dust and stone chips. The entire stone forest trembled, dust was flying, a tall monster body appeared in the stone forest, the monsters surged all over, waving their palms, and grabbed the golden fruits flying all over the sky one by one, and swallowed them directly belly. What? No, some monsters have broken into the stone forest. Oh my god, it's snatching the sky demon fruit. When everyone saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment, and then there were exclamations and explosions at the same time. Just now, they were attacking the barrier like a tide, but now they all stopped and looked behind the barrier with horror on their faces. An incredible scene happened. How could there be monsters in the mausoleum of the underworld? This is the imperial mausoleum of the demon clan in ancient times. For nearly 1,000,000 years, it has been shrouded and sealed by barriers and restrictions. Although it has been opened several times, within a limited time, all life will be driven out of the mausoleum of the underworld, and it is impossible to stay inside. What's more, this is the abyss of the demon realm, where monsters and ghosts are rampant, so here comes, monsters. This is totally unreasonable. The most important thing is, how did this monster, whose cultivation was no higher than that of a high-level demon emperor, get into the barrier? The most important thing is, how could it, in front of everyone, swallow the heavenly demon fruits one by one? Boom. 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 The explosion sound echoed in the enchantment. The sound was extremely loud, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the Golden Spirit Peak trembled slightly. And the bare-bodied monster blasted away a large area of the stone forest, and suddenly revealed the demonic fruit trees hidden in the stone forest. At a glance, there are 10 demon fruit trees, each of which is nearly 10 feet high. The demon fruits that were originally floating above the stone forest seemed to have been frightened, and they all fell from the air and hid in the canopy of the demon fruits. All the great saint emperors present froze. Because that bare-bodied monster is constantly tearing out the heavenly demon fruits from the tree crown and stuffing them into its bloody mouth. #C2341 Mysterious Taoist 1, 2, 3. A group of saint emperors, countless great emperors, and Wu emperors all over the mountains and plains stared at the back of the barrier with all their eyes, and the bear monster swallowed the heavenly demon fruits one by one. Almost every time they swallowed a golden fruit, the corners of everyone's eyes would twitch. This is the heavenly demon fruit. The bear demon, who didn't know where it came out, wouldn't treat these incomparably precious sky demon fruits as wild fruits. In the blink of an eye, that monster swallowed nearly 20 heavenly demon fruits. This made all the powerhouses present feel pained and twitch. "Stop it, Ba, shut up. Bold and wicked, step down immediately for me. Don't touch the demon fruit." A group of saint emperors reacted suddenly, roaring and shouting angrily. Although their sea of consciousness was still a little trembling, and they didn't react at all, but the loss of the demon fruit was all in an instant, and their eyes turned red. For them, this scene was really too weird. Even the hundreds of demonic fruit trees that appeared in the disappearing stone forest were a little dazed. A total of 20 demon fruits disappeared. These demon fruit trees, which had grown for millions of years, suddenly reacted. On top of the big trees, dazzling rays of light shot up into the sky, turning into defensive restrictions one by one, wrapping themselves. Hundreds of demon fruit trees all completed their self-defense in an instant, trying to stop the demon bear and pick their own fruits. Boom! Boom! That monster seemed to be a little sluggish to the defensive spirit array that suddenly appeared on the sky demon fruit tree. 2 muffled sounds. Not good. That monster, everyone, attack quickly. Emperor Tiancan was the first to react. Just yelled. However, after the roar fell, the eyes cast from all directions were all idiot-like eyes. Attack. How to attack? I didn't see that the bear demon came after the enchantment of Ling Fang, but now, the enchantment has not been broken, and everyone can't get in. Apart from staring, what else can it do? The master of this war beast, I don't know where he is hiding, can you come out and see him? In the Xie Shengshan Pavilion, the great elder of the Longyu branch, Yin Tianquan. Among the several holy emperors, Yin Tianquan's eyes turned bit by bit, and his eyes kept scanning around the bear demon. Soon after he found something, he jumped out, bowed his hands slightly, and shouted to the sky. When this word fell to the ground, all the powerhouses in the audience were stunned. Beast Master. Could it be that this monster has an owner? Countless pairs of eyes looked at the bear monster, and then, each face showed a look of surprise at the same time. That's right. How could it be possible for a monster whose cultivation level was not higher than that of the upper demon emperor realm to be stronger than the saint emperor realm powerhouses present, able to break through the barrier and enter the mausoleum of the underworld? Behind it, there must be a powerful master, otherwise, it is impossible for the monster to not react in the slightest to the threat of a group of holy emperors. Even when the bear demon turned his head to look over, there was still a trace of disdain in the bear's eyes. If it's inconvenient to show up, fellow Taoists, please leave the heavenly demon fruit for the sake of my Xingtian pavilion. I'd be very grateful. This sentence resounded, carrying the power of the holy emperor, shaking the void like thunder rolling. The monster beast that raised its palm again and was about to attack the protective cover of the sky demon fruit tree, when it heard these words, its paw froze and stopped unexpectedly. There's a show. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up. And Yin Tianquan, who was standing in the front, also raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly, with a look of pride on his face. As long as the name of Xingtian Pavilion is in the 10 Directions starfield, who would dare not give face to it? Fellow Daoist, the elders of the 9 ministers of the lower Xingtian Pavilion, Tian Can. Holy Emperor! Please give me a thin face. Tian Can Xingdi, who made a long sound of the word Sage Emperor, also stepped out, walked to Yin Tianquan's side, and clasped his hands facing the void inside the barrier, and shouted. Fellow Daoist, at the lower Jiuxiao mountain, the 3rd elder of the Elder Hall. Fellow Daoist, my next. One after another, the holy emperors kept standing up, facing the void in the enchantment, and sending out registration posts. Everyone, in their hearts, secretly guessed the identity of this mysterious fellow Taoist. Unexpectedly, without damaging the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak, he was able to use his supernatural power to directly shuttle in and pick up these heavenly demon fruits. With such a cultivation base, it is very possible that the cultivation base has reached the demigod level, and he is the enshrined boss of a certain force. Therefore, Yin Tianquan and the other holy emperors spoke very politely and did not want to have a direct conflict with this mysterious fellow Taoist. Including Yin Tianquan of Xingtian Pavilion and Tiancan Xingdi, every big brother of the holy emperor lowered his status and did not dare to speak too arrogantly. Huh! That monster, stop! Yin Tianquan swept his eyes and saw the monster bear standing among hundreds of demon fruit trees within the barrier, and stopped moving, and immediately said with joy. Sure enough, everyone looked up and saw that the monster that was still attacking the heavenly demon fruit tree's defensive spirit array just now had put down its palms, turned its head with a dull expression, and looked outside the barrier. A group of proud saint emperors, you guys seem to be hesitating. This scene, in the eyes of the saint emperors, was naturally extremely pleasantly surprised. Haha, let me just say, with me coming out of Xingtian Pavilion, huh? Not good. Sage Emperor Tiancan laughed out loud, raised his chin slightly, and just opened his mouth without saying a word. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze instantly. Boom. Boom. 2 more dull slaps sounded, and the magic fruit tree trembled suddenly that day, and the defensive spirit shield of the fruit tree was almost completely dented by the blow. That monstrous beast actually made another move. Roar. The roar of the bear was earth-shattering, resounding through the void, and the defensive spirit shield of the fruit tree shattered in an instant, splashing spiritual power, and was directly breached. The huge monster screamed, pulled out its palms, pulled out the last few remaining demon fruits from the tree, and threw them into its mouth. Immediately afterwards, the monster, in front of everyone, forcibly uprooted the 10-foot-tall, heavenly demon fruit tree. The demonic energy surged around the fruit tree, and in a flash, the fruit tree disappeared in front of everyone. Hum. 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 The appearance of this scene made the other demonic fruit trees around tremble with fear, and all kinds of spiritual power poured out from the tree, frantically blessing the defensive spirit shield on the tree itself. And outside the barrier, those holy emperors, seeing this scene, were all stunned and stood there directly. It never occurred to them that this demon bear not only wanted to pick the heavenly demon fruit, but after eating and wiping it off, he would also pack and take away the heavenly demon fruit tree. This is simply, kill everything. According to its way of doing things, not to mention leaving the demon fruit, I am afraid that even a leaf will not be left for them. #C2342 Great Gain. Following the disappearance of the heavenly demon fruit tree, waves of anger surged continuously among a group of holy emperor bosses. It was like a sea of fire that was instantly ignited, and the monstrous flames swept all directions. Every holy emperor boss looked at the demon bear and walked towards the next demon fruit tree. All of them changed their expressions and became extremely gloomy. They are very clear that this demon bear is probably really going to wipe out all the demonic fruits here. This bear demon, is he courting death? Too arrogant, you want to take them all away. Isn't this against the rules? With so many of us, he wants to monopolize it alone. Friend Daoist, did you hear me clearly? I am Xingtian Pavilion. That's right, save face and keep some. Fellow Daoist, don't pull down the tree, then you can. This time, even the big bosses of the Great Emperor realm, behind the big bosses of the Saint Emperor realm, couldn't sit still anymore and shouted. And those holy emperors, all of them had iron blood on their faces, their hearts were bleeding, the corners of their mouths twitched, their noses were crooked in anger, and the anger in their hearts almost burned the surrounding void. These are hundreds of heavenly demon fruits, hundreds of heavenly demon fruit trees. In the entire Huangquan Road, no matter whether it is going up Huangquan Road or going down Huangquan Road, all the bosses explored along the way, and the most they encountered were only a few heavenly demon fruits. With such a large amount of wealth, this invisible demigod powerhouse wants to keep it all by himself. And in front of them, so unscrupulous, completely without giving a trace of face. What made them most aggrieved and almost vomited blood was that they were now blocked by the spirit peak barrier, and they couldn't do anything except watch helplessly. Just now, a group of bigwigs begged with kind words, and even raised the prestige of their respective powers, but the mysterious owner of the demon bear didn't give face at all. This is too cruel. Before, those martial emperor realm powerhouses who were far away from the spirit peak enchantment and could only watch the excitement, when they heard the voice from ahead, all of them suddenly changed their expressions. Monopoly. And, even uprooted the trees. This is too sturdy. It's too good to do. What kind of terrifying existence is a strong man who can do such an act against the sky? Golden Spirit Peak, thousands of feet underground, in the ancient palace. Regarding everything that happened above, Chu Yan could see and hear everything clearly through Little White Bear's avatar. However, what Chu Yan cares most about is the heavenly demon fruit. It's done. Got it, haha. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept across the Rakshasa space, seeing that the just acquired demon fruit was carefully planted, and his heart was full of ecstasy. A heavenly demon fruit is worth 100,000 members' points against God, it is extremely precious. However, the heavenly demon fruit can only be conceived on the Huangquan Road, unless it can be harvested when it is opened, and it is impossible to see it on weekdays. It is different now, with the heavenly demon fruit tree, coupled with the rich heaven and earth spiritual power bred in the Rakshasa space. After Chu Yan, there will be inexhaustible heavenly demon fruits that can be harvested. After all, Chu Yan not only needs to improve his strength alone, but behind him, there are more people who need cultivation resources to quickly improve their strength. Just like Little White Bear, Situ Yang, and Jiao Ming, Chu Yan has been providing massive training resources all along, allowing them to soar like a rocket at a training speed far exceeding that of warriors of the same level. So, how could Chu Yan let go of the hundreds of demon fruit trees now? Although these heavenly demon fruit trees are only hundreds of thousands of years old, they are much worse than the 2 trees in the stone palace in front of them. However, there are many. Hundreds of Tianma fruit trees, compared to the 2 in front of them, can produce more than 10 times the number of fruits. With the points, I can send out reward missions in Anai Dao and ask them to help me collect 5 soul stones. As long as I have enough 5 soul stones and 5 divine beast spirits, I can continue to advance. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, he kept pondering, his eyes shining brightly. According to what the Qilin Wuhun told him, although the 5 divine beast spirits have all been promoted to battle spirits, they have also awakened the true natal spirit skills of the 5 divine beast spirits, the 5 elements Futian Daoing technique. However, without mentioning the unicorn martial soul, Chu Yan knows that the ultimate form of his 5 divine beast martial souls is the heavenly spirit beast. The lowest is also a martial soul of the god rank. Chu Yan has absolute confidence. When the 5 gods and beasts are promoted to the ultimate form, not to mention in the 10 direction star field, I am afraid that they will be invincible in the god realm they are going to in the future. Therefore, Chu Yan now needs a lot of 5 soul stones, the more the better. Boss, these 2 demonic fruit trees are at least tens of millions of years old. Compared with the one you just harvested, they are 10 times stronger. Hurry up and take them in. The little white bear naturally knew what Chu Yan was thinking, and with an excited face, he aimed his bear eyes at the 2 towering giant trees in the stone palace, and said, "These 2, big brother. You have to be careful, I checked just now, the spirit formations on these 2 demon fruit trees are extremely powerful. They are not so easy to deal with. Xuanhuan has been studying the source of the Xuanhuan River, those purple-red altars, and after taking over a few, he heard what the little white bear said, and quickly reminded Chu Yan Dao. Okay." Hearing the words of little white bear and Xuanhuan, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, he turned around slowly, and looked at the 2 huge tianma trees that were hundreds of feet high in the stone palace. Good. These 2 trees are the key. Just now, he had been controlling the clone of the little white bear to snatch the heavenly demon fruit trees on the ground, but for a moment he ignored these 2 giant heavenly demon trees. Of course, Chu Yan also wanted to test the heavenly demon fruit tree, and now that he had a solid foundation in his mind, it was time to do it. Cut. After uttering a single word, Chu Yan pointed both hands together, and the pointed sword turned into a light, and he slashed out, directly slashing at the 2 demon fruit trees not far away. Boom. Almost when Chu Yan's finger sword was 100 steps closer to the giant tree, the defensive restriction on the tree suddenly opened, blocking the finger directly. However, there is also a clear trace left on the defensive restriction. Hao Yan's sword, come out for me. Chu Yan smiled slightly, without any hesitation, and drew his true energy. The Hao Yan sword behind his back broke out of the sheath, like a shooting star, flying towards the obvious crack on the restriction of the giant tree of that day. Click. Without any accidents, the Hao Yan sword pointed at the forbidden defense of the giant tree of heavenly demon, and it exploded instantly. At the same time, above the ground, at the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak, a group of big bosses attacked the spirit barrier in a frenzy. All of them had red eyes. Although the demon bear in the barrier was lying prone there, it didn't continue to devour the demonic fruits, or continued to pull up trees. It was more like refining the demonic fruits that it had just swallowed. However, the Tianquan Sage Emperor and the others knew that a monster of such a huge upper demon emperor realm would be refined in a short time, and continue to harvest these demonic fruits. Therefore, time is running out, and we must not procrastinate any longer. We must break through the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak as soon as possible, and rush up to snatch it. Boom. 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 A group of Holy Emperor bosses completely erupted, and all kinds of holy arts bombarded the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak overwhelmingly. #C234331 Pot End. This violent bombardment caused the already precarious Golden Spirit Peak barrier to tremble violently. The knot, which was not thick in the first place, is consumed extremely quickly. It is estimated that this barrier will collapse in a short time. However, at this moment, the monster beast in the enchantment suddenly opened its eyes, and 2 purple thunder eyes burst into the void. Look, everyone, the demon bear has woken up. Yin Tianquan was the first to notice the awakening of the monster, and immediately reminded him loudly. With the sound of landing, a group of holy emperors all turned their heads to look. Sure enough, the demon bear who was sleeping with its eyes closed just now, was awakened by the explosion of attack all over the sky, or the demon fruit that had been swallowed just after refining. At this moment, a pair of bear eyes as big as copper bells opened, are rising together. The abnormal movement of the monster immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at it. And the demon bear who got up and stood up, met everyone's eyes. His bear eyes were like thunder, looked around the audience, and grinned. Huh. Could it be? The appearance of the demon bear is completely different from before, and it even smiled. Could it be that the mysterious owner of this monster is already satisfied with what he has gained so far, and decided to give everyone a face? If so, great. The faces of all the Saint Emperors who were originally angry showed a look of surprise. All kinds of thoughts flashed in their sea of consciousness, and their eyes were full of anticipation, hoping that the monster would stop here and leave them with the rest of the heavenly demon fruit. In this case, their losses are not too great, and they can barely accept it. Hey hey. The next moment, the grinning monster looked at the pair of fiery eyes outside the barrier, and laughed softly. Immediately, the monster raised its right palm, and a large wave of monster energy poured into the right palm, and quickly condensed. Clang. In less than half a breath, a monster sword appeared, and the purple sword body released sword energy. It made everyone's face suddenly change. What? This bear demon actually uses a sword. Are you kidding me? Does it use a sword? Including the boss of the Saint Emperor realm, all the martial spirits in the audience looked at the demon bear holding the long sword, and they were all dumbfounded. A bad premonition rose in everyone's hearts at the same time. Call out! Call out! Sure enough, without waiting for everyone to react, the bear demon raised his hand and slashed out a sharp sword light, which struck on a demon fruit tree beside him, and directly chopped the spirit array on the tree into powder. Ah! With a wave of his left palm, he pulled the demonic energy out, pulled out the fruit of the demon fruit tree in front of him, threw it directly into his mouth, pulled it out again, the whole fruit tree was uprooted, and disappeared in a flash. This scene, in the eyes of the bosses outside the barrier, all of them changed their expressions. It started again. It's the second tree, the heavenly demon fruit, and the heavenly demon tree. It's over. It's over. If you do it like this, it will definitely be over. No, it must be stopped. Hey! That sword just now, why does it look familiar? Yeah, it's a little familiar, it seems to be. The demon bear in the enchantment woke up this time and harvested the demon fruit again, and directly used the demonic sword. The speed and efficiency were greatly improved. It's just that, when someone saw the sword technique that the demon bear had just displayed, they were stunned. Especially Tian Can and Yin Tian Quan, their faces changed immediately. Compared with other people, the two of them are very familiar with the perception of this sword energy. They almost recognized it immediately when the sword light came out. Because, in the previous battles, they locked on countless times, similar to the sword energy. The master of this sword energy is Chu Yan. Call out! Call out! Call out! The demon sword is like lightning, constantly slashing, and the falling sword light streaks across the void, leaving behind a blue sword lotus, which condenses and does not disperse. Another 3 Tianma fruit trees were chopped off, and the barren trees were exposed in front of the demon bear. The vision of the sword lotus, that is. Chu Yan. Someone recognized the blue sword lotus and exclaimed directly. When these words sounded, everyone's expressions changed instantly, including the Saint Emperors. Chu Yan. No way, it turned out to be Chu Yan. That demon bear is Chu Yan's pet. Oh my god, he's still here and hasn't left. How could he appear in the enchantment? What's going on? A group of bosses, facing the monster bear holding a long sword in the enchantment, cut out blossoming green lotuses, continuously devoured the demon fruit, and at the same time uprooted the demon tree, completely blasting the pot. Hey! Hearing the sound wave outside the barrier, the demon bear stopped suddenly, shook the long sword in his hand, and pulled out a green lotus sword flower. The bear's eyes swept towards the big guys, and he grinned directly, showing a smile on his face. The animal teeth on the mouth gleamed coldly. It's only been a while, and the monsters had devoured all the fruits on the 5 heavenly demon fruit trees, and at the same time took away the heavenly demon trees. You must know that these heavenly devil fruit trees are all sacred trees of the ancient demon clan, and the forbidden spirit array on the tree, even if it is a strong person at the Holy Emperor level, it will take a lot of effort to break it open. Damn, Chu Yan. At this time, the Tianquan Sage Emperor had a mouth full of teeth, and he clenched his teeth tightly. The few words squeezed out between the teeth contained incomparable killing intent and ferocity. He has fully confirmed that this demon bear is just an incarnation, and all the demon fruits and demon trees it has harvested must have been in Chu Yan's hands. Not only Tianquan Sage Emperor, but Yin Tianquan, Huanlei Sage Emperor, etc., who were standing near him all had hideous eyes. What kind of secret method did this Chu Yan use to drive his demon pet into the barrier, so that he could harvest the fruit of the demon so easily? The most hateful thing is that this Chu Yan dared to be so unscrupulous in front of him, which is a kind of humiliation at all. Especially when I think about how I called the other party fellow Taoist just now. He still thought in his heart that maybe it was the demigod senior who appeared here. But now, he is just a kid in the martial emperor realm. How can he be worthy of the honorific words of these holy emperors? In the void, the faces of Tianquan Xingdi and Yin Tianquan were burning hot, making them feel as if they had been slapped several times. The phantom Thunder Saint Emperor hidden in the crowd, his old face was even more red and purple, and his heart was bleeding. Just now he was thinking that as soon as the enchantment was opened, he would use secret skills to snatch the fruit of the demon, return to the way of rebellion, exchange for a lot of points, ascend to the position of Taoist master, and take care of that Chu Yan. But now, it was Chu Yan who harvested the heavenly demon fruit. Everyone, do you miss me? The demon bear grinned, spit out words, and the voice of speaking was exactly what everyone guessed, Chu Yan's voice. This word resounded, and there was silence in front of the entire Golden Spirit Peak. The eyes of everyone looking at the demon bear changed, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Really? Really Chu Yan? #C2344 hand over all. The words from the demon bear's mouth resounded throughout the Golden Spirit Peak, whether it was in front of the barrier, at the foot of the mountain, or in the nearby mountains, all warriors trembled in unison. The still who controlled the demon bear clone, plundered the demon fruit, and pulled out the demon tree turned out to be Chu Yan. I'll be good, it's Chu Yan. I just fought against the 2 holy emperors, and nothing happened, and now I appear in the barrier again. This Chu Yan, isn't it amazing? How did he do it? Oh my god, it looks like he wants to loot all the demon fruits, including those demon trees. Haha, we can't get it, and those holy emperors, don't even think about it. That's right, why do I really want to applaud that Chu Yan's behavior? Not bad, good job. Ah, that's awesome. A martial emperor not only singled out the 2 great emperors, but now looting treasures in front of all the bosses. Ha ha ha, look at the expressions of those bosses, it's so cool. Cool. This Chu Yan is definitely the strongest Emperor Wu I have ever seen. All kinds of voices, full of passion and excitement, resounded throughout the sky of the Golden Spirit Peak. At this moment, the nature of the matter has completely changed. Because of Chu Yan's participation, the atmosphere of a treasure hunt that was extremely ordinary in the 10 Directions starfield became strange. Just like before, that group of Saint Emperors guarded the front of the barrier of the Golden Spirit Peak, staring at the stone forest sky magic fruit behind the barrier with their red eyes, not letting any martial Emperor realm experts approach at all, and those martial Emperor realm powerhouses also don't dare to approach. Although there is only one level of heaven and earth gap between the Saint Emperor realm and the martial Emperor realm, this gap is really too big. It's so big that even all the powerful people in the Emperor Wu realm who are present know it all in their hearts. Maybe, this time, all the treasures in the mausoleum of the underworld will be taken as their own by these holy emperors. They even drink soup, no, and dare not have the slightest complaint. Because, be it angry or aggrieved. The fact is that even if all the powerful martial emperors present are united, they cannot be the opponents of these holy emperors. So, I can only endure, hold back. But now, with the appearance of Chu Yan, all the powerhouses in the emperor martial realm finally spit out some of the bad breath in their hearts. Chu Yan, who has the same cultivation level as Emperor Wudi, is like a god of war descending from the heavens. Not only did he violently fight against the two saint emperors, he escaped safely, but when he turned his head, when he came back again, he directly snatched all the saint emperors and was about to obtain a treasure. However, those holy emperors, whose eyes were higher than the sky on weekdays, could only watch helplessly, and even whispered 4 times, asking, "Such a scene, why don't they let their blood boil and applaud in their hearts?" At this very moment, a group of great saint emperors standing in front of the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak all had livid faces and violent veins on their foreheads. The sounds from all around came to their ears without a trace. When did that Chu Yan become a hero? At this moment, it wasn't just 1 or 2, but all the saint emperors' faces were tinged with purple, embarrassing. Chu Yan, listen to me, and immediately hand over all the demon fruits to me, otherwise. Emperor Tiancan searched a large circle, but did not find Chu Yan, thinking that Chu Yan had escaped far away. But I didn't expect that Chu Yan not only appeared, but also snatched so many demon fruits in front of him, which was basically slapping him in the face in front of everyone. Not bad. Chu Yan, hand over the demon fruit. Another holy emperor stood up and shouted loudly at the demon bear in the barrier. This sentence sounds like an order. Hey, how about it, Chu Yan? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Yin Tianquan smiled slightly, rolled his eyes, and said in an extremely friendly manner, "There are so many heavenly demon fruits here, there are 200 of them. Let me wait for a few holy emperors to discuss and let you take 10% of them. 20 demon fruits. That's a lot. Take these heavenly magic fruits and leave immediately. Let's just let go of the past, what do you think?" Yin Tianquan said, but in the sea of consciousness, one after another consciousness came out, but it was completely different from what the other holy emperors discussed. Wait until the barrier is broken, let's take action together, kill this Chu Yan, smash it to ashes, and never let him escape again. When the saint emperors heard Yin Tianquan's voice transmission, their eyes lit up and they nodded in unison. In that way, it was as if they heard Yin Tianquan's words and asked Chu Yan to leave with 20 demon fruits, leaving the past behind. Agree. Take away 20 pieces, it's a reward for little friend Chu Yan. It makes sense, let's do it. All the bosses nodded their heads one after another, and they were extremely cooperative with Yin Tianquan's calculation. In their view, such a condition is against the sky. It is almost a great chance for Emperor Wu to get 1/10 of the treasure in front of a group of holy emperors. In this way, they can also show the great minds of these holy emperors, which really serves multiple purposes. Therefore, that Chu Yan has absolutely no reason to refuse, he should be grateful and virtuous, and even cry bitterly. As for the matter of killing Chu Yan after breaking the barrier, you only need to move a little bit to create an illusion so that everyone can't notice it, it couldn't be easier. In Yin Tianquan's heart, what worries him most now is that Chu Yan still holds other secrets about the mausoleum of the underworld. Because even their holy emperors couldn't enter the enchantment, this Chu Yan can enter and exit freely, there must be something strange about this matter. If you keep this Chu Yan, I don't know how many treasures he will take away. Therefore, when he heard the first 2 holy emperors scolding Chu Yan, he hurried out to smooth things over, hoping to stabilize Chu Yan. Chu Yan, this is a good opportunity. Don't miss it. In this 10-direction star field, offending us saint emperors will not do you any good. While Yin Tianquan was speaking, he turned his head to look at the 2 holy emperors beside him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and there was a hint of threat in his tone. "Let's talk." Yin Tianquan's words spread throughout the mountain, and when the other strong men heard it, their faces changed. The excitement and passion just now fade away quickly, and the passion that fills my heart gradually fades away. These words, spoken with emotion and reason, cannot be rejected. If they were Chu Yan, they would have no choice at all. It could even be said that they would offend a few great saint emperors if they possessed the heavenly demon fruit, such a rare treasure. As the heavenly Quan Sage Emperor said, in this 10-direction star field, there is really no way to mix it up. Ha ha ha. Saint Emperor Huanlei and the crowd laughed wildly in his heart. Chu Yan, even if you exhausted all your mechanisms and took away the heavenly demon fruit, as long as a few great saint emperors speak, people in the entire 10-direction starfield will chase after you, so, besides handing it over obediently, what else can you do? In his opinion, Chu Yan dare not refuse at all. #C2345, the barrier will shatter. Chapter 2345. In the mountains not far away, on top of 1,000-zhang peak, a white dress looks like snow. These guys are too deceitful. Yu Linglong's face was icy cold, and the anger in her spiritual eyes was burning like two flames. Just when he was about to speak, the monster in the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak suddenly moved. Tom. The huge bear's paw was lifted up, and it stomped heavily, causing the entire Golden Spirit Peak to tremble. On the bear's face, the corners of the mouth that were originally grinning became even wider. "Hand over the demon fruit." "Leave." "Ridiculous." Before, the two great emperors joined forces, but they didn't shake him in the slightest. Now, with just a few words, "I want to retreat myself, is this possible?" The heavenly demon fruit is a sacred item of the ancient demon race. Everyone can get it. If you want it, use your ability. Chu Yan spoke in a deep voice, the meaning couldn't be clearer. Do it, Depot. If you don't have the skills, just rely on your mouth, then watch it. When these words fell to the ground, all the saint emperors were stunned at the same time, and their expressions changed. What? This kid actually refused? You dare not hand it in. Tianquan Sage Emperor, Tianquan Sage Emperor, and other big bosses all stared at Chu Yan with astonishment on their faces. This Chu Yan is so bold. Here, he dared to disobey 5 or 6 holy emperors and dozens of great emperors directly. Could it be that he is not afraid that even if he gets the treasure, he will die to use it? Even if he was refined by him, the news spread later, and coupled with the power of the big bosses, people from the entire 10-direction starfield came to hunt him down. Good. 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 Yin Tianquan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Looking at Chu Yan, the killing intent in his eyes surged, and he said 3 good words in one breath. I didn't expect that a small martial emperor realm would want to swallow it all by himself. Fellow Taoists, since he is given a chance and he doesn't want it, then we will work together to break this barrier, rush in, kill him, and send him to the end of physical injury and Tao elimination. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yin Tianquan waved his big hand, and the purple gun appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and roared with the might of the Holy Emperor, and the heavy gun pierced out, hitting the barrier fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, all the saint emperors around him also shouted angrily and shot one after another. Do it, break the barrier. Don't keep it, go all out. You can't let this kid run away. All kinds of holy emperor techniques and powerful attacks hit the barrier like a violent storm, sinking the entire sky. The explosion of the sky and all kinds of mysterious light surged into the sky and the earth, blasting a wave of terrifying air, sweeping in all directions. This scene, in the eyes of other warriors around, was like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone. Chu Yan, actually refused. The warriors below the great emperor realm were bewildered, and they never guessed that this would be the result. Originally they thought that Chu Yan would accept it when he met, and take 20 demon fruits, and then retreat. At least there is still a glimmer of life. But now, completely angering a group of saint emperors and great emperors, the consequences. Okay. As expected of the word Diablo. Among the crowd, only Sacred Emperor Panlong looked at the demon bear in the barrier with eyes full of brilliance, and praised him aloud. Originally, it was out of duty to help Chu Yan, but now, seeing Chu Yan's words and deeds, he completely recognized it. In the 10 directions and 9 heavens, this son is the only one who can have such courage. As a strong man of the Mad Clan, Panlong's Sage Emperor has seen countless talented elites, but in terms of martial arts will and character, there are not many people who can compare with the Xian Chu Yan in front of him. Boom. 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 The majesty of the Holy Emperor, all kinds of trump card tricks, no longer hidden, have appeared one after another. There is only one purpose, to destroy the enchantment as soon as possible, rush in to snatch the fruit of the demon, and casually destroy that kid who dared to challenge them. In this wave of attacks, almost all the holy emperors and great emperors broke out. And within the enchantment, Chu Yan was not idle either, controlling the incarnation of the demon bear, holding the demon sword, using the Qinglian sword pool, and cutting out the sword light that filled the sky. Boom. 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 Pieces of sword lotus bloomed, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, falling from the sky, and bombarded a dozen or so heavenly demon fruit trees in a large area, causing the tree bodies of these heavenly demon trees to be restrained, roaring continuously, and bursting with anger. Qinglong martial soul, give me, town. With a loud shout, behind the demon bear, a ball of blue light shot up into the sky, turning into a thick and long blue dragon, and it opened its mouth to get angry. Roar. The dragon's soul shakes the sky, and all spirits surrender. As the supreme animal of the wood system, the flowers, plants, and trees in this world are all its subjects. The majestic power of the wood-type martial soul is like a green sea tide, constantly surging out from the dragon soul. Like ripples and blue waves, the wood spirit aura on every heavenly demon fruit tree continued to dissipate wherever it passed. The heavenly devil fruit tree, as the holy tree of the ancient demon race, possesses powerful wood-type spiritual power, and can even breed a wood-type spirit array to protect itself. But now, being suppressed by the wood-type divine beast and the dragon power of the Qinglong Wuhun, that bit of wood-type spiritual power is simply irresistible. In an instant, all the demonic fruit trees and their defensive restrictions quickly disappeared. Give it all to me, take it. The demon bear's eyes were bursting with purple thunder, and the bear's mouth opened, roaring angrily. A large amount of demonic energy rushed out, like a huge demonic wind. Wherever it passed, those demonic fruits that had lost the protection of the restraining spirit array rose up in the wind and flew towards the demonic bear's big mouth. This scene was like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, and it was like moths flying into the flames all over the sky. In less than a moment, nearly 200 heavenly demon fruits were all vomited down by the demon bear in one breath. Immediately afterwards, harvesting the heavenly demon fruit tree. According to Chu Yan's thinking, these demonic fruit trees are even more important than those demonic fruits. As long as it is possible, even if it is a single plant, Chu Yan will not stay, and all will be moved into the Rakshasa space. At that time, there will be a steady stream of demon fruits. There are nearly 100 demon fruit trees. Even if the demon bear incarnation is flying with both palms, it will take a while to pull them out with all their strength. However, outside the barrier, how could those already completely crazy bosses just sit back and watch? Boom, boom. An earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the entire world. In ancient times, the defensive barrier of the mausoleum of the demon royal family, after being bombarded by several saint emperors and dozens of great emperors for a whole day, finally couldn't hold it anymore, and appeared a huge crack. Great! The barrier is about to shatter. The bosses who were attacking all had joyful faces and shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, this time, let me see how you die. Xuanhuan laughed wildly, looking behind the barrier crack, the incarnation of the demon bear who was still pulling up trees quickly, with a ferocious and murderous expression on his face. This time, this kid must not be allowed to escape again. Huh. So fast. Chu Yan's face changed slightly, and his mind was lifted. However, at this moment, suddenly, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky from the Golden Spirit Peak. At the same time, accompanied by incomparably terrifying mystical power, continuously rushing out from the Golden Spirit Peak, the entire Spirit Peak trembled slightly. What's the situation? Whether it was Chu Yan, or the big bosses present, or other strong men who were starting to approach the barrier, all of them changed their faces when they saw this scene. #C2346 Golden Palace Tianmen. Boom, boom. The golden light soared into the sky, the thunder clouds were thousands of miles away, and the originally peaceful Golden Peak became prominent at this time, and the sky and the earth turned pale. Everyone was shocked by the vision in front of them, as well as the incomparably terrifying mysterious power that filled the world, and their souls trembled in shock. The golden beam of light rushing out from the top of the Golden Spirit Peak reached Jiuxiao. After rushing up to the top of the 9 layers of clouds, it crashed down, smashed down heavily, and condensed into a huge golden palace gate. This is a quaint gate. It looks exactly like the Tongtian Gate in the myths and legends, where the carp crosses the Dragon Gate. It is exactly the same. The whole body is golden, as if passing through this palace gate, you can directly reach the heaven. With the appearance of this golden palace and heavenly gate, the entire Golden Spirit Peak, as well as the vision between heaven and earth, began to calm down slowly. Oh my! What is that? Including the Sage Emperor, all the warriors gathered in front of the Golden Spirit Peak's enchantment were stunned by the sudden appearance of the Golden Palace Heavenly Gate. Should be the entrance to the mausoleum of the underworld. The enchantment was broken, and the entrance to the mausoleum of the underworld also appeared. Such a terrifying vision of heaven and earth can only be opened by the entrance of the mausoleum of the underworld, but the power in the gate that day is so powerful. It should not be fully opened yet. Go in now, and you will be pulverized by that power. I'm looking forward to it. This is the royal tomb of the ancient demons. Everyone's faces were full of shock, and their eyes were burning. They didn't expect that the mausoleum of the underworld was really opened. You know, a long time ago, in the Xuanhuan Road of the Demon Realm, the mausoleum of Xuanhuan has always needed a great opportunity to be opened. It is said that only people with special identities who enter the Xuanhuan Road can trigger the opening of the mausoleum of Xuanhuan. Judging from the current situation, it should be that special person who appeared on Xuanhuan Road, so the mausoleum of Xuanhuan will be opened. This great opportunity actually made them bump into each other. Thousands of feet underground, in the ancient ruins. Chu Yan, Little White Bear, and Situ Yang naturally discovered the vision of the opening of the mausoleum of the underworld. The Little White Bear, who was soaked in the Xiaoxuanling River, got up from the river, with a pair of purple eyes shining like lightning. In the Xiaoxuanling River, the Little White Bear, who stood in front of Chu Yan again after the training was over, made Chu Yan stare blankly. It seems that there is something different there. There was a trace of golden flame in the purple eyes, and even some scattered golden hairs began to appear in the fur on the body. This is very different from the Little White Bear that Chu Yan first met after he came to Wuhun World. Jin Yan's purple pupils, a little absent-minded, just looked at Chu Yan so dully. In the void, traces of golden light dots appear continuously, especially in the direction of the ancient magic hall not far away. Golden light dots, like golden raindrops, appear in the void, as if indexed by some power. Then, it floated towards the Little White Bear. Countless golden dots merged into the Little White Bear's body. Who, you, Yao? As if the savings had reached the limit, as the golden flames in the purple pupils of the little white bear became thicker and thicker, bursts of roars suddenly resounded. An invisible force rapidly expanded within the little white bear's body. Bloodshots kept blooming in the little white bear's purple eyes. Even if he roared sharply, it seemed that it couldn't alleviate the little white bear's pain. "Big sister bear, why do you?" Not far away, Xie was frightened and rushed towards him, but was stopped by Chu Yan. "Don't bother her." Chu Yan frowned slightly, staring at the little white bear closely. Without turning his head, he said to Xie in a deep voice. The golden flames turned into 2 balls of fire in an instant, and the little white bear's face became more ferocious, and the berserk and demonic aura around him kept rushing out. Chu Yan can clearly feel. Inside the little white bear, there is a terrifying power that is awakening. After roaring and roaring for 100 breaths, the blood in the little white bear's eyes gradually receded, and the evil spirit around the bear's body also gradually subsided. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably mysterious force rippled outside the little white bear's body. "Huh! This is a breakthrough." Chu Yan was stunned, his face full of astonishment. "This breakthrough is too easy." If it was just an ordinary demon cultivation promotion, Chu Yan would not be so surprised. The important thing is, this is the realm of the upper demon emperor, breaking through to the realm of the great demon emperor. It's only 1 step away from half-saint. In this way, little white bear's strength has surpassed his own by 1 level. Puff. The little white bear who had just calmed down slowly became clear in his purple pupils, but suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood mist. These demon blood, coagulated but not dispersed, did not fall directly to the ground, but began to merge with the golden light spots in the void that had not completely dissipated. Hum. Hum. In the blood mist, the void trembled twice. 2 tiny purple beads suddenly appeared, and slowly fell on the raised right palm of the little white bear. "Boss, this is the certificate to enter the mausoleum of the underworld." Little white bear raised his hand and handed the 2 purple beads to Chu Yan. "The certificate to enter the mausoleum of the underworld." "You." Not to mention Xie, even Chu Yan was a little confused now, took 2 purple beads and passed one to Xie. "I am not sure as well." Hearing Chu Yan's words, little white bear's purple pupils, which were already clear, began to become scattered again, as if he was also confused. Chu Yan looked at the little white bear, thoughtfully. "Do not care." After a long time, Chu Yan waved his hand, breaking the dull atmosphere, and looked at the purple bead in his hand, his eyes sparkling. "This mausoleum of the underworld must be entered. However, Yu Linglong." After thinking about it, Chu Yan thought that since there were only 2 purple beads, Yu Linglong might not be able to enter together. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's consciousness flashed, and he returned to the ground from the ground of thousands of feet. At this time, the enchantment of the Golden Spirit Peak was densely packed with cracks, and it could no longer support it, and it was about to collapse. And the demon bear incarnation of Little White Bear is picking the last 2 demon fruit trees. Swish! Swish! As the last 2 demon trees disappeared on the spot, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth lightly lifted and he smiled. Turning around, looking outside the barrier, his eyes were red, and he frantically attacked the barrier full of cracks. A group of holy emperors. Chu Yan threw 3 jade talismans casually. "Since you want it, then go ahead." 3 jade talismans were thrown into the air, along a slightly larger crack in the barrier, flew out directly, and shot towards Tianquan Sage Emperor and the others outside the barrier. What? Tianquan Sage Emperor, In Tianquan and other big bosses were all taken aback when they saw the scene. Could it be that this Chu Yan is going to hand over the heavenly demon fruit? This kid has such a kind heart. Or, seeing that the barrier is about to break, they want to use this trick to ease the relationship. One after another consciousness flashed in the sea of consciousness of the Saint Emperors, and they couldn't react for a while, and they didn't know what Chu Yan wanted to do. However, when the 3 pieces, which looked like jade talismans for storage, flew 100 steps in front of them, a sense of icy danger caused their scalps to explode instantly. Block. Careful. Retreat. After 3 roars, the Holy Emperor's whole body exploded with the power of the Holy Emperor, and all his figures retreated violently. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C2347 Depression of the Holy Emperor. Boom. 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 Almost at the moment when the 2 holy emperors and a group of big bosses retreated quickly, 3 storage jade charms exploded in the air. Hundreds of thunderbolts roared and exploded, blasting the entire sky. A series of thick thunderbolts descended from the sky and struck down heavily. The mighty thunder power seemed to be the wrath of the gods, about to destroy the world. Even the 2 great emperors and a group of big guys reacted very quickly and dodged ahead of time, but they were still swept away by the blasted Lei Wei, and their bodies trembled violently. Come out with a mouthful of blood. Thunder, thunder tribulation. After finally suppressing the retrograde chi in their bodies, a group of big bosses turned their heads and looked at the sky with pale faces, their eyes full of shock. They never thought that there was a piece of thunder hidden in those 3 jade talismans. Did it just make their hair stand on end? Those who are strong in the Saint Emperor realm are almost the top of the pyramid in the 10 directions star field, and there are very few who can make them feel dangerous. Of course, heaven's punishment thunder tribulation is one of them. This kind of ruling power of heaven, no matter how strong or weak, regardless of cultivation level, any strong practitioner of martial arts will be shocked by it, and will feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, the power of this thunder calamity is not strong. It should be the thunder calamity of a martial artist who cultivated in the imperial realm, so it did not cause any substantial harm to the big brothers. However, it actually frightened them. Swish. 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 Another 3 jade talismans flew in the air, from Chu Yan's position, to a mountain range in the distance. There, the white skirt was like snow, with a pair of beautiful eyes smiling slightly, looking at Chu Yan's avatar of the demon bear. Ling Long, here is a thank you gift, please pass it on for me. Anyone who has helped me, thank you. Chu Yan turned his head, looked in the direction of Yu Ling Long, and said. The mausoleum of the underworld, I'll go first. See you soon. The body of the demon bear began to dissipate slowly, and while the demon energy was surging, Chu Yan smiled lightly in the direction of the white skirt on the peak of the mountain in the distance. For those who have helped him, Chu Yan will naturally not forget. Therefore, Chu Yan took out part of the heavenly demon fruit and gave it to Yu Ling Long as a thank you gift. Vengeance must be avenged, love must be repaid, a man is upright, and hatred and resentment are clear. Chu Yan, you still want to leave. In the distance, a group of big bosses such as Tianquan Sage Emperor escaped for dozens of miles because of the previous wave of sky thunder. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to leave, they suddenly became furious and roared again and again. Chu Yan tricked them all. The 3 jade talismans that concealed thunder calamity not only drove back a group of big bosses, but also allowed him to escape, leaving a gap. At the same time, the storage jade talisman he gave to Yu Ling Long fell into Yu Ling Long's hands safely because no one dared to intercept it because he didn't know the situation. For a while, a group of big bosses who became angry from embarrassment came from the sky far away, wanting to kill Chu Yan. However, they only saw 3 beams of light rushing out of the ground from the ground of the Golden Spirit Peak, shooting directly towards the deep part of the Golden Spirit Peak, the tall Golden Palace and Heavenly Gate. Tianquan, in Tianquan, I will decide the heads of you two. Ha ha ha, goodbye. Chu Yan laughed loudly, his figure was like lightning, and he led Little White Bear and Situ Yang through the air, and the 3 figures disappeared directly into the Golden Palace Heavenly Gate. Give me, die. The Tianquan Saint Emperor, who charged violently, watched Chu Yan's figure disappear into the heavenly palace. His eyes were instantly blood red, and the power of the Saint Emperor exploded all over his body, and after smashing the barrier full of cracks with his body, while rushing towards the Golden Palace heavenly gate, he raised his hand and punched out. An incomparably violent fist blasted out violently, directly blasting towards the Golden Palace heavenly gate. However, without waiting for the fist to approach, a terrifying power rushed out from the Golden Palace heavenly gate, instantly smashing the Saint Emperor's fist into powder. At the same time, the golden light fluttered past like water, rolled over the body of the Tianquan Holy Emperor, directly engulfing his whole body with the Emperor's mighty true energy. Everything was swallowed up, and even his body was frozen in midair, unable to move. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the other big bosses who rushed forward changed drastically. If they dared to go any further, they quickly turned around and retreated. After 10 breaths of time, with the golden water flowing back to the Tianmen gate of the Golden Palace, the Tianquan Holy Emperor, who was fixed in midair, softened and recovered. Swish! Drumming up the last trace of broken Saint Yuan in his body, the terrified Heavenly Emperor, like a flash of lightning, retreated nearly 100 miles before stopping breathlessly. But even so, a pair of eyes full of astonishment stared at the tall and majestic Golden Palace Tianmen together, with inexplicable horror on his face. Terrible. That kind of power is far beyond his imagination. It is not a level of power at all, just like an ant standing in front of the world, even the soul will be melted. The door hasn't been opened that day. You can't trespass. The Emperor Tianquan took out a handful of golden pills, swallowed them, and said at the same time, recovering the Xing Yuan that had disappeared from his body. Not turned on. Impossible. Just now. That's right, didn't the 3 of Chu Yan go in? Hearing Tianquan's words, the other bosses were all stunned, and their expressions became extremely ugly. They also saw the scene just now. The Holy Emperor Tianquan suffered a great loss, and the power gushing out of the Tianmen of the Golden Palace was obviously because the Tianmen hadn't been opened yet. It's just that what they don't understand is that since the Golden Palace Tianmen has not been opened, why can that Chu Yan enter? Before, there were hundreds of heavenly demon fruits, but they didn't get any of them, and it took a lot of effort to smash the barrier. Now, that Chu Yan entered the mausoleum of the underworld before them. Could it be that this Chu Yan really has some special means? A group of bosses looked at each other with stunned and puzzled expressions, but there was nothing they could do. Snort. Even if he wanted to break his head, it was impossible to figure it out. Tianquan let out a cold snort, turned around, and fell towards the golden spirit peak below. Since the Golden Palace heavenly gate has not been opened, that Chu Yan escaped again, so what's the use of watching here? Why don't you take advantage of this time to go down and investigate to see if there are any demon fruits in the Golden Spirit Peak? Under the gaze of a group of bosses, Tianquan's figure fell towards a messy stone forest. The hundreds of demon fruit trees that originally grew there were all uprooted by the demon bear at this time, and gravel and tree pits were everywhere on the ground. However, it is not certain that there are 1 or 2 fallen heavenly demon fruits. Swish! 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 The bosses who reacted in an instant, all flew towards the stone forest. But in all directions, those other warriors who were still watching saw a group of big shots flying towards the stone forest, but they all had strange expressions on their faces. There were even a few people whose faces were so purple that they almost burst out laughing. What a joke! A group of holy emperors picked up the rags of Chu Yan, a martial artist in the emperor realm. If this is reported, the entire 10 Directions Starfield will laugh out loud. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2348 Amazing thank you gift. The weird atmosphere around them was naturally noticed by the bosses. However, for the heavenly demon fruit, although they felt aggrieved and furious, they could only grit their teeth and search for it wholeheartedly. Not to mention, in less than 100 breaths, a strong man in the Great Emperor realm actually found a sky demon fruit among the rubble in the stone forest. As a result, the other big bosses were already angry in their hearts. No matter what happened, they just came up and grabbed it. Boom. 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 A big battle, direct violence. For a heavenly demon fruit, a group of big bosses in the Great Emperor realm fought directly. Although the big brothers of the Holy Emperor were jealous, but because of their face, they couldn't bear to go and grab a heavenly demon fruit with a group of great emperors. You know, there are still a large number of martial emperor realm powerhouses in all directions, just look at them. Damn Chu Yan, I will never let you go. No matter it was Yin Tian Quan, Saint Emperor Tian Can, or Saint Emperor Huan Lei, they all gritted their teeth, hating Chu Yan to the extreme in their hearts. All this is because of that Chu Yan. At this time, in another mountain range, several figures are sneaking. A tall and strong man walked in the front, followed by a four-eared fox, and kept moving towards a hidden place. This four-eared celestial fox martial soul has a strong ability to detect spiritual power, especially in the mountains and forests. As long as there is any abnormal aura, it is almost impossible to escape its detection. In terms of induction, monsters or martial spirits are much better than warriors. Followed closely by a group of powerhouses around the Upper Emperor realm, all of them were cautious, for fear of interfering with the four-eared sky fox's investigation. You know, just now, the four-eared celestial fox seems to have discovered something. However, to their disappointment, after turning around a pile of blue stones for a few times, the four-eared sky fox seemed to have lost its sense of spiritual origin, turned around and shook its head at its master, then turned into a stream of light and returned to its master consciousness. See. Oh, I'm out of touch again. The strong man shook his head with a look of disappointment. Young Palace Master, why do we have to help that Chu Yan, wasting so much time? All the treasures in this mountain range have been dug away by them. That's right, if we didn't look for the people in Xingtian Pavilion, we wouldn't have gained so little. What is the relationship between that Chu Yan and our young Palace Master? Who knows, I didn't see that Chu Yan. I entered the Golden Palace Heavenly Gate by myself, and left our young Palace Master. I guess, the relationship is not very good. Then we, the Dark Temple, still help them. A Chu Yan has wasted so much of our time. The Golden Spirit Peak is occupied by the Great Emperor and the Holy Emperor. The nearby mountains have been explored by other warriors first. Our Dark Temple will probably be lost this time. We have lost a lot, we all blame that Chu Yan. Because there was no harvest, a group of strong men from the Dark Temple were dissatisfied in their hearts and faces. If it wasn't for the young Palace Master, they might have started scolding directly. After all, they risked their lives and entered Xuanhuan Road just to gain something. But because they wasted a lot of time helping that Chu Yan, and they gained very little, they were naturally a little dissatisfied. Snort. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a majestic anger surged along with a ripple in the void. From the crack in the void, Sage Emperor Panlong stepped forward with a pair of thunderous eyes, looking around at the 7 or 8 disciples of the Dark Temple present. Behind him, Yu Linglong in a white dress followed closely. Are you courting death? Panlong Sage Emperor had a majestic face, and he directly yelled at him. Although he is an elder of the Mad Clan, his status is much higher than the disciples of the Dark Temple in front of him. Moreover, the relationship between the Mad Clan and the Main Clan and the Dark Temple is also public. Subordinates should die. Whether it was because of Panlong's Sage Emperor scolding, it was also because of the appearance of Yu Linglong, the master of the Young Hall, that the 7 disciples of the Dark Temple turned pale with fright, and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Here are 7 heavenly devil fruits. Chu Yan asked me to pass them on to you, and thank you for your help just now. Take them. Yu Linglong's face was frosty, and with a wave of her hand, 7 golden lights gushed out and fell respectively on the 7 disciples of the Dark Temple in front of her. Exactly, 7 heavenly demon fruits. What? Heavenly devil fruit. Return 1 per person. Hearing Yu Linglong's words and looking at the golden fruit in their palms, the 7 disciples of the Dark Temple were all stunned and completely dumbfounded. This is the heavenly demon fruit, and there are 7 of them in one shot, which is too scary. You know, those big bosses in the Great Emperor realm, at this time in the stone forest area of the Golden Spirit Peak, have already overturned the sky for a demon fruit, and their eyes are blood red. But now, these ordinary warriors in the martial Emperor realm, each of them got one. Many, thank you, young palace master. The 7 people were filled with ecstasy, their voices trembling with excitement, and they quickly thanked them. Thank you, just thank Chu Yan, I'm just assigning for him. Yu Linglong's voice softened slightly, and she spoke. In addition, let me hear the dissatisfaction about Chu Yan again, kill Wuxia. As soon as the words landed, Yu Linglong waved her big hand, and threw 2 stored jade talismans again, flying towards Panlong's sage emperor, saying, Elder Panlong, one of these belongs to you, and the other belongs to you. Help me distribute it, but it belongs to my dark temple, and everyone has it. Remember, tell them that this is a thank you gift from Chu Yan. After finishing speaking, Yu Linglong's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When she reappeared, she had already returned to the top of the first mountain. Wearing a white dress, standing on the blue stone on the top of the peak, the mountain wind is howling, and the snow clothes are like the moon. With a pair of spiritual eyes on her delicate and cold face, she was looking towards the direction of the Golden Palace Heavenly Gate. She was thinking about something, but there was only a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, which aroused infinite reverie. On the other side, in the dense forest of the mountains she had just left, Elder Panlong had already petrified on the spot. There are 2 storage jade talismans, one of which contains 10 celestial devil fruits, and the other contains nearly 80 celestial devil fruits. In addition, before the eldest ladies, it was a total of 100 demon fruits. That Chu Yan actually took out half of the harvest to thank the people in their dark temple. This is too generous. Even myself has 10 heavenly demon fruits as a gift. This kind of harvest, compared to the whole Xuanhuan road, all the strong people, including those who are still digging through the trash, the big bosses of the Holy Emperor realm and the Great Emperor realm, I don't know how many times stronger. Hee, this Chu Yan is not bad, not bad. Panlong Xingdi reacted from his astonishment, grinned immediately, turned his head to look at the figure of the eldest lady on the mountain peak in the distance, and smiled slightly. Immediately, his figure flashed sharply, and he headed towards the disciples in the same hall in the surrounding mountains. Of course, he is willing to do such a task for him, and he will share hundreds of heavenly demon fruits. Such a large amount of money is definitely worthy of his status. It's just that, as the Panlong Sage Emperor released them one by one, almost all the disciples of the Dark Temple were shocked to death, completely dumbfounded. It's just that if you help someone fight, it's just a sky demon fruit. Such a good thing, I have practiced all my life, and I have never encountered it. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2349 City of Holy Demons. The abyss of the demon realm, the mausoleum of the underworld. With a mysterious light on his body, he seemed to be in a foreign land. Between the ups and downs, even his spiritual consciousness was a little blurred. I don't know how long it took, Chu Yan only felt his feet sink and landed lightly. The dizziness also disappeared, and the surrounding scene gradually became clearer. The golden light burst out from the eyes, and the multicolored light swept in all directions, and the consciousness was cleared and dispersed at the same time. With a glance, the surrounding situation can be fully seen. At this moment, Chu Yan was taken aback. I saw that the ground under my feet was not ground at all, but a cloud like a black cloud. Looking around, there is a sea of black clouds in the eyes, and Chu Yan seems to be on the top of the dark clouds. Of course, these dark clouds and the ground are not ordinary dark clouds. Almost every few steps, there is a spirit pattern imprinted on the ground. These spirit patterns look very special. Ordinary spirit patterns have 9 grades and 9 colors, but the spirit patterns on the dark cloud ground are constantly changing in color, just like colored lights, changing back and forth between various colors, dazzling. Looking up, in the depths of the clouds, there is a huge golden palace, densely packed like a giant city. At the back of the city, there is a huge tower that pierces into the sky, with 9 floors and 9 colors. It looks extremely solemn and solemn. The huge city in front of the tower, compared with the 9 colors God Tower, looks a bit ancient and dilapidated, and above the city, gray dead energy surges. It looks like a ghost town. Except for this huge city, looking in all directions, it seems that there is nothing, and the continuous sea of clouds has no end in sight. It seems that the mausoleum of the underworld should refer to this city. Just a city. And a tower. Chu Yan did not expect that, as the most core Xuanhuan road of the demon race, the mausoleum of Xuanhuan, there is only one city. Originally, he thought that it should be the same as Shansha Xuanhuan road, at least a continental mountain range or something. Well, this is here, exactly the same as the picture in my inheritance memory. When the voice of Little White Bear came, she fell 10 steps behind Chu Yan. After she calmed down, she walked to Chu Yan's side, saw the same scene, and said, "Damn, what kind of spirit pattern is this?" Fatty Situ followed closely behind, lying on the ground directly, and began to study the dark cloud spirit pattern on the ground. Inherent memory. Chu Yan ignored Situ Yang and looked at the Little White Bear with a dazed expression on his face. Ever since he met the Little White Bear on Xuanhuan Road, Chu Yan felt that something was wrong with it, including just now. He and Situ Yang each entered the Golden Palace Tianmen with a purple bead. But Little White Bear doesn't need purple beads at all, he can directly enter Tianmen. Moreover, Chu Yan felt that even the opening of the Golden Palace Heavenly Gate was related to Little White Bear. Whether it is the appearance of the Golden Spirit Peak or the Golden Palace Tianmen, it seems to be a bit too coincidental. Especially in the underground palace, the Golden Palace Heavenly Gate appeared just as Little White Bear broke through to the Great Emperor realm. And that little Shanling River seemed to be completely prepared for Little White Bear, especially for her to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Both Chu Yan and Situ Yang tried the Xiaoxuanling River, and the water in it was not beneficial to the improvement of the two of them at all. In the end, the appearance of the purple bead directly entered the Golden Palace and Tianmen, which further showed that the Little White Bear seemed to have some special relationship with the mausoleum of the underworld of the demon clan. Therefore, when Little White Bear mentioned inheriting memory, Chu Yan immediately became serious. Well, this city is exactly the same as the picture in my inheritance memory. It has been calling me since I entered Xuanhuan Road. Little White Bear spoke very seriously, with a little flush on his little face, as if a little agitated and excited. But her eyes kept staring at the giant city in the distance, and the giant tower that pierced into the sky, with an extremely solemn expression. In your inheritance memory, is there anything about the battle between gods and demons? When Chu Yan saw the Little White Bear, his eyes were a little loose, and he seemed to have fallen into the inheritance memory again. Quickly open your mouth and ask. Back then, God realm and demon realm fought for what? The two races of gods and demons, why are they all lost? With an eager tone, Chu Yan kept asking, which made Little White Bear stunned. It seems to be because of some secret, well, I can't get up, headache. Seemingly knowing that Chu Yan was the key, Little White Bear frowned and thought carefully, but within a short breath, his entire face changed. Forget it, don't think about it. Seeing the little white bear's appearance, Chu Yan quickly spoke to dissuade him. The little white bear shook his head violently a few times, and finally suppressed the force that gave her a headache. Go. Enter the city. After the little white bear slowed down a bit, Chu Yan took out the golden pill and swallowed it for him, then looked at the giant city in the distance, and said, "It seems that all the secrets can only be explored by oneself. Moreover, this giant city seems to have a great connection with Little White Bear. In the future, if Chu Yan wants to be an enemy of Xingtian Pavilion in the 10 Directions Starfield, he will inevitably fall into crisis constantly. Therefore, the safety of the Little White Bear has always been something Chu Yan is more worried about. But now, the city of the mausoleum of the underworld in front of him may be a chance." After making up his mind, he kicked Situ Yang and Chu Yan, who were lying on the ground, and flew quietly towards the front of the city. Flying in the sea of clouds that is slowly becoming a spirit pattern always makes Chu Yan and the others feel frightened. In particular, spiritual power of various attributes surged and collided back and forth in this area, and spiritual power vortexes would appear from time to time, and the terrifying strangling power contained in it would probably make even the strong in the Great Emperor realm terrified. It's just that Little White Bear took the initiative to fly in front, and it seemed that as long as she passed by, the vortexes of spiritual power would be much calmer. In this way, the flying speed of the three of Chu Yan is not slow. In less than 100 breaths, he came to the gate of the giant city. I don't know how much of this city exists, and the original city gate is also unknown, leaving only some broken fragments scattered in front of the city gate. Passing through the city gate, Chu Yan and the others entered the city. Inside the city, it is very similar to the scene outside the city. It is also in a dilapidated state. Almost all the buildings along the street have been destroyed. Among them, you can see some traces left by the war. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that these battle marks did not seem to be considered strong, and it seemed that their cultivation bases were only caused by those around the martial emperor realm. Could it be that the battle between gods and demons did not affect this place? Chu Yan's eyes were full of doubts and thoughts. These battle marks were caused by the warriors who came here to practice later. Walk along the main street, and soon pass through the central square of the city, and appear in front of a palace-like building in the center of the city. Seeing this palace, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Because this palace, unlike other buildings in the city, is actually well preserved. Go in and have a look. With a deep groan, Chu Yan strode forward, just about to get close to the palace gate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar in the void suddenly exploded. Trespasser, die. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2350 Enyao reverse repair. Accompanied by thunder like nightfall, a large black cloud billowed in the palace, and a tall figure came riding on the cloud and appeared in front of the palace gate. A pair of golden eyes pierced through the black clouds, scanning Chu Yan and the others. Black clouds and shadows, the majestic power of the Holy Emperor, suppressed all directions, sweeping the world. Holy Emperor! Chu Yan looked up, his brows were slightly frowned, and his mind tightened. The pupils of the unicorn burst out, looking towards the huge black shadow. The 5-colored eyes broke through, and the phantom began to scatter. Comes like a turbulent, goes like a tide. A large number of black clouds, scattered and surging, swept away towards a place in front of the palace gate, and melted into it in the blink of an eye. This is a spirit, wrong, magic soldier. Chu Yan's eyes moved with the scattered black clouds, and he saw a corner outside the palace gate, with 3 magic knives inserted on the altar. At this time, the 3 demon soldiers swallowed up a large black cloud, and above the soldiers, the holy power was swallowed, and the power was extremely strong. However, before the 3 of Chu Yan came closer, the 3 demon soldiers seemed to have sensed something, and their aura quickly restrained and disappeared completely. All of a sudden, they turned into 3 ordinary spirit weapons, like stone carvings, totally unobtrusive. What a strong magic soldier! Walking to stand in front of the 3 magic soldier altars, Chu Yan looked at each of them, and his eyes flickered. These 3 magic weapons seemed to be locked in the altar. Compared with the spirit soldiers and emperor weapons used by ordinary people, their light volume is more than 10 times larger. Each book of magic soldiers has nearly 1 foot in size, namely, purple, red, and black. The purple magic soldiers are in the middle, and the red and black magic soldiers are arranged on the left and right. Even if it is these 3 demon soldiers, the aura is all restrained. Chu Yan can clearly sense that there is an extremely powerful force in these 3 demon soldiers with the sword intent in his body. Demon soldiers, different from ordinary spiritual soldiers, are heavier, the evil of soldiers. The so-called evil spirit of soldiers refers to the number of warriors killed. The more strong men there are, the heavier the evil spirit will be accumulated, and the stronger the demon soldiers will be. 100 cuts, 1,000 demons, and 10,000 demons are the ranks of demon soldiers. As for the 3 handles, the handle in the middle is the magic soldier of the 10,000 demon level, and the 2 handles next to it are the 1,000 evil magic soldiers. WH. What's the situation? Just now, this holy demon disappeared. Fatty Situ reacted a bit slowly, his face turned pale from the sudden appearance of the holy demon just now, but he just realized that the mountain-like phantom of the holy demon had disappeared in front of the palace gate. After reacting, it was discovered that Chu Yan and Little White Bear were looking at the broken demon altar of the 3 demons. A magic soldier can evolve the power of a holy emperor, the power of a magic soldier. It's amazing. Chu Yan's eyes were full of strange colors. Looking at the 3 ancient magic soldiers in front of him, he said in surprise. Huh. This seems to be a formation. Situ Yang came over, circled around the 3 altars, looked at the palace gate not far away, and let out a little gasp. In the altar under the 3 magic knives, there should be something hidden in the formation. If I guess correctly, it should be the bones of the strong demons, blood essence, etc., Sanyang Kai Tai. There was a look of doubt on the fat man's face. Didn't the demons practice the way of yin and evil? How could there be such a power of extreme yang? And it became a big formation. Hearing Fatty Situ's words, Chu Yan and Little White Bear turned their heads together, to see that the faces of the 2 also showed strange colors. The large formation of the demon clan actually has the extremely yang attribute. This discovery immediately overturned Chu Yan's 3 people's understanding of the demon race. At the same time, how terrifying is the strength of the demon powerhouse who built this large formation at the beginning? Could it be that after cultivating to a certain level, you can break the attribute boundaries? Situ Yan became more focused, took out some spirit patterns, and began to study the 3 altars. It seems that this weird demon altar had the greatest impact on Situ Yang's soul among the 3. Situ Yang, who has always regarded himself as the #1 spirit pattern master in the world. He actually found an altar spirit array that he didn't understand at all. How could he accept it? Suddenly, the purple magic soldier in the middle shot out a beam of magic light towards the Little White Bear among the 3 of them. Not good. Chu Yan's complexion changed, his figure flashed sharply, and he rushed towards the Little White Bear. But the magic light was so fast, it flashed suddenly, and when Chu Yan rushed to the side of the Little White Bear, it had already dissipated in the void. Chu Yan and Little White Bear were stunned at the same time, not knowing what they found just now. In other words, it was as if the magic light just now had never appeared at all. Fatty, what are you doing? Chu Yan turned around, kicked Fatty Situ's ass, and shouted loudly. Boss, it's not me, I haven't done anything. Situ Yang, who was kicked by Chu Yan, looked aggrieved, rubbed his butt, and whispered. Hey, it's really not him. Just when Chu Yan was about to speak again, suddenly, a gust of devilish energy gushed out from the purple magic soldier, condensed in the sky above the altar, and a gloomy voice sounded. The sudden change made the three of Chu Yan stunned at the same time. They hurriedly looked up, only to find that it was the phantom of the Holy Emperor who disappeared at the palace gate just now, and reappeared. I have seen the seniors. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he bowed his hands in a salute. I have seen the seniors. Situ Yang and Little White Bear, following Chu Yan, also opened their mouths to salute. Senior. Hearing the words of the three of Chu Yan, the Holy Emperor Moying was stunned, with a pair of purple pupils and black flames. Ha ha ha, how dare you call a dead soul of the demon race, senior? Are you afraid that you will be implicated by the demon race and be judged? After a long silence, the phantom of the Holy Emperor suddenly spoke loudly. At the beginning, the gods and demons fought against the sky, and the demon clan was lost. Since then, it has become an evil force in the martial arts world, and all the lost clansmen have been hunted down. Even for millions of years, the power headed by Xingtian Pavilion has regarded the descendants of the demon race as the enemy of life and death. A half-demon bloodline like Yu Wuxue had to join the God-defying Dao in exchange for a living space. It can be seen from this that in the world of martial spirits, the demon race has almost become the point where everyone can get it and punish it. Demon, so what? God, so what? Hearing the words of Saint Emperor Moying, Chu Yan smiled lightly and said directly. The world is long, and there are 10,000 ways and 10,000 dharmas. How can there be righteousness and evil? If you use it righteously, you will be righteous, and if you use it evilly, you will be evil. This is caused by the heart of martial arts. What does it have to do with the righteousness and evil of Taoism? My way is to change from righteousness to evil, it all depends on my heart. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's body was like a tide, and in his eyes, one black and one white, two completely opposite different pupils appeared at the same time. Huh. Yinyao reverse cultivation. Seeing Chu Yan's pair of different pupils, Saint Emperor Moying's face changed suddenly, and he said in a startled voice. 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2351 Yellow Springs Forest. After staring at Chu Yan for 10 breaths, the misty Holy Emperor Phantom gradually calmed down with the surging aura all over his body. A pair of black flame pupils flickered for a long time, as if meditating on something. You guys want to enter the city of holy demons? After glancing at Little White Bear and Situ Yang, the Holy Emperor Spectre asked. Not bad. I hope Senior will allow it. Chu Yan nodded, bowed his hands again, and said neither humble nor overbearing. You three. The Holy Emperor Spectre smiled slightly, nodded, his eyes fell on the Little White Bear, and the corner of his mouth lightly said. The bloodline is a bit weak, but it's barely there, but it's just, well. Everyone pays 10,000 divine crystals, and I will force you to go in. As the words fell, the two demon soldiers next to the Holy Emperor Phantom also buzzed and trembled, as if echoing the words of the Holy Emperor Phantom. Obviously, the other two magic soldiers did not conceive the body of the soul, but they already had spiritual intelligence. Bloodline. 10,000 divine crystals. When the three of Chu Yan heard it, Chi-Chi was taken aback, staring at the Holy Emperor Phantom with a face full of astonishment, and for a while, they couldn't react. I've never heard of the fact that there is an entrance fee for Lillian in the ruins. This city of holy demons is just an empty city, and there is no force occupying it at all, so why pay the city tax? Could it be that these three magic soldiers, blocking the gate of the palace, are specially designed to collect tickets? What surprised Chu Yan the most was that the Holy Emperor Phantom actually said that the bloodlines of the three of them were almost inferior. He and Situ Yang, it's okay to say, don't even have the blood of the Little White Bear. This exceeded Chu Yan's expectations. Do you have to hand in all the people who enter? Chu Yan asked when he saw the look Xie La Jiao threw at him. Certainly. Saint Emperor Phantom answered very simply. Okay. This is 30,000 God crystals. As soon as Chu Yan raised his hand, a large piece of divine crystal flickered and flew towards the Holy Emperor Phantom. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. Human boy, you are very sensible, it's okay, go in. With a glance, he saw tens of thousands of divine crystals flying towards him, and the Holy Emperor Demon's shadow roared excitedly with a pair of purple pupils and black flames burning. Not only it, but even the demon soldiers on the two altars next to it trembled violently. Shenjing. For Chu Yan now, it's really nothing. Moreover, Xie La Jiao hinted to Chu Yan that the power of these three altars is terrifying, and the strength of the ghost of the Holy Emperor may have reached the fifth heaven of the Holy Emperor. If it is a large altar array, and the spirit body bred out has such strength, then the power of these three altars is beyond imagination. Therefore, you must not fight recklessly, that is simply courting death. 30,000 divine crystals. For other powerhouses, even those in the Great Emperor realm, they are probably worth a fortune. However, for the current Chu Yan, it is really nothing. There is a saying that the problems in this world that can be solved with money are not big problems. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't even have to think about the choice of paying 30,000 divine crystals and avoiding a fight with a Saint Emperor Phantom of the fifth heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. Seeing the three demon soldiers scraping away 30,000 divine crystals there, Chu Yan smiled lightly and walked towards the palace gate with Little White Bear and Xie La Jiao. However, the three of them had just walked a few steps when a reminder came from behind. Boy, I went wrong, over there. On the purple altar, the Holy Emperor Phantom was gnawing on the god crystals one by one, and at the same time raised his hand, pointed to the small wooden door of an ordinary building on the left, and opened his mouth. Huh. Chu Yan was taken aback. Looking across the central square of the city, on the street on the left, the whole house collapsed, only a bare wooden door stood up. Chu Yan suddenly looked astonished. Go through the wooden door that doesn't even have a house. Looking back at the palace gate, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the Holy Emperor Moying. Boy, think about it, the real mausoleum of the underworld will be in the center of the city. If you want to enter, I will never stop, as you. The Holy Emperor, Spectre said, with a little smug expression on his face. Could it be a trap? Seeing the expression of the Holy Emperor Phantom and the meaning of his words, there is obviously a problem. Boy, I'm only reminding you for the sake of your willingness to pay the money. Hee hee. The Holy Emperor Phantom smiled, turned around and lowered his head, and floated over to the altar next to him. A wisp of red air flow that was rolling towards the god crystal beside his feet stomped his foot into powder, and swallowed all his 10,000 god crystals with a wave of his hand. Go down. Obviously, Saint Emperor Moying didn't intend to say anything more, but Chu Yan already understood. The city of the Holy Emperor and the palace in the center of the city are all blindfolds. The mausoleum of the underworld, as the tomb of the royal family of the ancient demons, how could it be so simple? At the same time, Chu Yan also fully understands why there are 3 magic soldier altars, where tickets are collected. Walk. With Little White Bear and Xie La Jiao, Chu Yan turned and left the palace gate, and walked towards the wooden gate in the ruins on the street on the left. At a distance of tens of thousands of steps, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness has been exploring the wooden door. When he got closer, Chu Yan still didn't detect anything special about the wooden door in front of him. It seems that the building collapsed, leaving only the wooden door connected to half of the wall, which is an ordinary ruined door. However, when Chu Yan stepped forward and pushed open the wooden door, the world behind the door completely confused Chu Yan and the 3 of them. This is a forest, endless, virgin forest with tall trees everywhere. None of Chu Yan and the others moved, and even Chu Yan maintained the posture of holding the door handle and half opening the door. But the three of them were already in this primeval forest. Yellow Spring Forest. With a glance, Chu Yan found that 100 steps in front of them, in front of a bush, there were 4 large characters engraved on a small stone tablet. This, here, is Xuanhuan Forest. Ting Dang Ting's short legs sprinted a few steps, and the little white bear rushed to the stone tablet, which was about the same height as her, with a look of astonishment on his face, staring at the big bear's eyes, opening his bear's mouth wide, his face full of astonishment. "You know this place?" Chu Yan was taken aback and asked. "I only know that in ancient times, this netherworld forest was one of the 5 great Jedi in the entire demon realm. According to legend, among the demon god's subordinates, 5 of the 12 demon ancestors broke through to the realm of the demon god in this netherworld forest." Little White Bear turned around and explained to Chu Yan. 12 devil ancestors. Chu Yan was taken aback. He didn't expect that this piece of Xuanhuan forest was so powerful. In this way, the 3 demon soldiers in front of the palace gate really did not lie to themselves. This place is really the core of the ancient demon realm. From the beginning to the end, a series of things made Chu Yan feel a little scared when he thought about it now. If I don't pay the money, I fight with the Holy Emperor Phantom, no matter whether I win or lose, and enter the palace in the center of the city. What will happen? The result, I am afraid, will be known when the Golden Palace Heavenly Gate opens in the Golden Spirit Peak, and a large group of strong men pour into the Holy Demon City and arrive at the square in the city. Don't even think about it, I'm afraid that scene will be very exciting. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2352 Tianyu Drunk Flower Palace. Although the current time is noon in the daytime, standing at the entrance of this Xuanhuan forest, the 3 of Chu Yan could feel a gloomy and cold aura rushing towards them. This feeling is like not standing in front of the forest, but standing in front of a large glacier. Running the pupil of the unicorn, Chu Yan could clearly see that inside the forest, a large amount of evil spirit was surging around. These gray evil spirits are several times stronger than the evil spirits outside, and at the same time, there is a trace of purple breath in them. This purple breath is called the death breath of the underworld, and it is extremely poisonous and Walk. On Chu Yan's body, the Saint Rakshasa domain was instantly released, covering the figures of the 3 of them, and then strode out and entered the Xuanhuan forest. Little White Bear and Situ Yang followed closely, never within 10 steps of Chu Yan. Once entering the netherworld forest, the sunshine, which was not considered strong before, disappeared in an instant, and a large wave of evil spirit, accompanied by the death energy of the netherworld, rushed in waves like waves, all of which were isolated by the holy Rakshasa domain. What a pure evil spirit! For Little White Bear and Situ Yang, the terrifying evil spirit was a great tonic for Chu Yan. While the holy Rakshasa domain separates the evil spirit from all around, it is constantly devouring and refining. As long as you pay attention to extracting the dead energy of the underworld, these pure evil spirits are of great benefit to the holy Rakshasa. While Chu Yan devoured the evil spirit, the 3 of them moved forward. Although Chu Yan's current cultivation base has reached the upper Wuti, and the Little White Bear has also broken through to the realm of the Great Demon Emperor, and there is Situ Yang who has been holding 2 jade talismans with both hands, but the 3 of them are still very careful. After all, this is the underworld forest. Even the 12 demon ancestors of the demon realm practiced and made breakthroughs here. It can be seen that this underworld forest is definitely not simple. The fact is just as Chu Yan expected, all the way forward, within an hour, they encountered 3 waves of monster attacks. The monsters in the Yellow Spring Forest, almost the first ones, have reached the peak of the Great Emperor realm, led by the monsters of the first level of the Holy Emperor realm, and they rushed towards Chu Yan and the others like hungry wolves hunting for food. Fierce battles broke out in the Xuanhuan forest that had been quiet for an unknown number of years. Such a powerful monster, with its evil spirit all over its body, covers all the heaven, earth, sun, and moon. The fang-toothed ghosts don't know what fear and pain are at all. Even if they are cut in half by the Haoyan sword, they will still roaring. He kept rushing towards Chu Yan and the others. In the eerie forest, monsters and ghosts are raging, sword energy is endless, and beast roars are shocking. Whether it is Chu Yan or Little White Bear, they can barely cope with this group of evil spirits, especially with Situ Yang. With the blessing of countless spirit patterns, the combat power has almost doubled. The strength of the spirit pattern master is most obvious in this kind of group battle. The three of them advanced while fighting, and according to the guidance of the Little White Bear, it took a full day before they came to a lake. Below here is the Tianyu Drunken Flower Palace. The Little White Bear stood by the lake, pointed at the blue lake in front of him, and said, "Tianyu Drunken Flower Palace." Chu Yan was stunned, his consciousness was like a net, and he went to explore under the lake. This name doesn't sound like Demon Realm at all. The consciousness is like electricity, and after a few breaths, Chu Yan, who retracted his consciousness, frowned slightly. "There's nothing down here?" Chu Yan asked in astonishment. "Tianyu Drunken Flower Palace, only people with special blood can perceive it." "I can see." Little White Bear's answer left Chu Yan speechless. However, Chu Yan was not too surprised. After all, ever since meeting Little White Bear on Huangquan Road, Chu Yan had always suspected that Little White Bear had a special relationship with this demon clan. I can sense it too." Just as Chu Yan was pondering, Situ Yang, who was standing by the lake in a daze, stared wide-eyed, opened his mouth wide, looked up at Chu Yan in astonishment, and murmured, "You have a special bloodline too." Chu Yan and Little White Bear were taken aback at the same time, and turned to look at Situ Yang, also with astonishment on their faces. "No. It's not blood, it seems to be my martial soul, you can see it." Situ Yang quickly shook his head and explained. "The Qing Tian Baimu martial soul, the martial soul inherited by the blood of the ancient spirit pattern master, has something to do with the demon clan. If you can see it, you can enter it." Little White Bear nodded and said with certainty, "It's raining and drunk in the flower palace today, is there any danger?" Chu Yan asked. "No." The Little White Bear shook his head, his eyes shifted to the other side of the lake, where a large red bana flower grew, as delicate as blood. Legends say that the Tianyu Zuihua Palace was built by a demon goddess of the demon clan in ancient times for her lost daughter. I hope that one day, after her daughter is reincarnated, she will come here and improve her cultivation. So, any warrior who can see this palace and enter it can get great benefits. But..." Having said that, the Little White Bear stopped and turned to look at Situ Yang. After the bear's eyes stopped slightly and looked up and down, the corners of his mouth twitched twice before continuing. "However, from ancient times to the present, no more than 8 people have entered it, and each of them is a woman. Female." When this sentence landed, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, turned his head and glared at Situ Yang, and also looked up and down the fat man several times, with a light smile on his face. Big brother, big sister, what kind of eyes do you have?" "My young master, I am definitely a pure man." The fat man's face turned completely purple, and he quickly opened his mouth to defend. "Never mind. It's actually beneficial, you two, go." Chu Yan didn't bother to tease Situ Yang, such things as chance are weird. "Boss, you. Brother, don't leave us behind, I'm afraid." The reactions of Little White Bear and Situ Yang were completely different, but Chu Yan had already made up his mind. There is one more important thing that has not been done. This day's rain-drunken flower palace is a great opportunity for the two of you, but it has no destiny for me. You should practice hard here, and I'm going to take care of my own business. When the time comes, you will directly return to the way of rebellion." As Chu Yan said, he turned around and walked towards the way he came. "Brother, who beat me up?" Seeing that Chu Yan was about to leave, Xie La Jiao became anxious. He was about to shout, but was slapped on the head by the little white bear. "What's it called? I didn't hear the boss say that he has something to do. Let's go down." The little white bear picked up Xie La Jiao and jumped down towards the lake. "But, what are you going to do, brother?" Xie La Jiao followed the little white bear into the lake, and asked, while diving towards the bottom of the lake. "Boss, of course to kill that Xuanhuan." Little white bear replied. "Ah! The holy emperor of heaven." Hearing little white bear's words, Xie La Jiao's face changed in shock. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2353 Heaven's Secret Picture Scroll. All the way out of the Yellow Spring Forest, Chu Yan kept approaching the entrance. A day has passed, and the Golden Palace Heavenly Gate must have been opened, and those big bosses and warriors from all major forces may have appeared in the city of the Holy Devil by now. It's just that Chu Yan is not sure how many people can afford the entrance fee of 30,000 shenjing, and finally appear in Xuanhuan Forest. However, Chu Yan was not in a hurry. Because others might give up because of the 30,000 divine crystals, but Xuanhuan absolutely would not. According to the information provided by Wu Shue, this Xuanhuan, this time the Xuanhuan Road was opened, came to the tomb of Xuanhuan, so, not to mention 30,000 divine crystals, I am afraid that Xuanhuan will also dig out 100,000 divine crystals. But now, there is only one thing that makes Chu Yan curious and expectant. It was that Xuanhuan, what was the purpose of coming to the mausoleum of the underworld? After another day, Chu Yan finally returned to the entrance of the Yellow Springs Forest. After using the breathtaking spirit pattern, he found a hidden place near the entrance of the forest, and waited while cultivating. Sure enough, not long after, strong men began to appear at the entrance of the Netherworld Forest. It's just that the first wave of people entering the Yellow Spring Forest turned out to be this time, the extremely low-key Hunyuan Palace powerhouses. The 3 Hunyuan Palace disciples, led by a young man in white robes, rushed towards the depths of the forest as soon as they appeared at the entrance of Xuanhuan Forest. The direction is clear, not procrastinating, and it is obvious that they came prepared. This time, the Xuanhuan Road in the Demon Realm was opened, and the 7 major forces in the 10 directions starfield gathered. Among them, the Hunyuan Palace was the most low-key, just like the air, and it didn't attract anyone's attention at all. Acting low-key, I'm afraid the plot is not small. However, Chu Yan didn't have much interest in Hunyuan Palace, so he continued to wait patiently. In the next day, a few more Great Emperor Realm peaks and Saint Emperor Realm powerhouses entered the Yellow Spring Forest. The third one to enter was Xuanhuan, who Chu Yan had been waiting for a long time. Xingtian Pavilion came in together, a total of 3 people. After adapting to the environment, as expected, Xuanhuan left alone, and acted separately from Tiancan Xingdi. Swish! Chu Yan, in the darkness, like a ghost, followed Xuanhuan quietly, heading towards the core of Xuanhuan Forest. In less than 3 hours, Xuanhuan came to a land of mountains and forests. After stopping his figure, Xuanhuan looked around cautiously. Yu Fu muttered a few words in his mouth. The power of a large piece of spirit pattern surged, and it didn't take long for a light gate to appear in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan entered, and the door of light began to shrink rapidly. Swish! Without any hesitation, Chu Yan's figure emerged from the void, turned into a black rainbow, and shot directly at the Xuanhuan portal that was about to close. Entering the Gate of Light, there is a black hall in front of you, full of gloomy energy and dense fog, making you feel like you are in a dense fog. It seems to be in a great hall, surrounded by pillars, and on the pillars, there are strange ghostly shadows, which makes people feel creepy. Chu Yan. You are not dead. When Chu Yan's figure appeared, not far away, he was standing on the steps of the main hall, holding a scroll of ancient painting in Tianquan, and he was stunned there. He never thought that Chu Yan would appear here, in front of his eyes. 2 days ago, when the Golden Palace Heavenly Gate opened, a group of holy emperors rushed into the city of holy demons. They didn't find the remains of Chu Yan at all, and thought that Chu Yan had been lost. Unexpectedly, this Chu Yan actually went to Xuanhuan Forest, and even followed him. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, let's make a break. Clang. Jianling let out a long cry, and the Haotian sword pierced through the air, and the sword peak pointed directly at Yin Tianquan on the steps of the main hall. Break it. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yin Tianquan was stunned for a long time, before bursting into laughter. I admit, you have good fighting power. The battle at the Golden Spirit Peak. How dare one person fight against 2 Saint Emperor realms? However, do you really think that with your current strength, you can really deal with me? Do you know where this place is? Hearing Yin Tianquan's words, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and his consciousness swept around. The entire hall is empty, except for the steps in front of me. There are only 12 black pillars in the hall, nothing else. Where is it? You will die today. Chu Yan withdrew his consciousness and locked on Yin Tianquan, but seeing the joking look on his face, Chu Yan's eyes were full of doubts. Based on his current combat power and the sword in his hand, Chu Yan is sure to kill this Yin Tianquan. However, Chu Yan really didn't know what the ruins in front of him were. Could it be that Yin Tianquan entered the mausoleum of the underworld because of the painting in his hand? What's wrong with that painting? Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, here, you can't kill me at all. Let me tell you, this place is called Tianji Palace. Yin Tianquan smiled all over his face, firmly grasped the scroll in his hand, unfolded it slowly, and then said. At the time of the great battle between the gods and demons, the demon god held the 12 demon ancestors, invincible in battle, and shocked the 9 worlds, but the world didn't know that besides the 12 demon ancestors, there were 3 other demon ancestors with the same combat power. Thoroughly. One of the demons masters the 3 realms of the Yellow Springs. Even if the God realm invades the demon realm later, it will not be able to destroy the tomb of the Yellow Springs it guards in the end. This time, I came to Xuanhuan Road just for this painting. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yin Tianquan, with a grin on his face, completely opened the scroll in his hand. The 3 realms of the underworld, all the demons are reborn, 9 heavens and 10 earths, a myriad of mysteries. Yin Tianquan pinched out a Dharma seal, threw the copper jade talisman and the picture scroll in his hand at the same time, and suddenly 3 dazzling mysterious lights shone at the same time. A terrifying aura swept across the entire hall. The great wave of devilish energy and the dead energy of the underworld surged like a tide, and the airflow visible to the naked eye surged like a river in the hall. Well, this is... Chu Yan's complexion changed. Unexpectedly, there was such a strong death energy in Xuanhuan in the scroll. Since he stepped into the demon realm, he has never seen such a terrifying and powerful demon aura. What is certain is that this aura is far superior to the powerhouses of the Saint Emperor realm, and it is much stronger than any powerhouse Chu Yan has encountered so far. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, aren't you strong in battle? Can't you fight by leapfrogging? Now, prepare to die. Yin Tianquan's laughter shook the entire hall. He didn't expect that this time, during the trip to Tianji Temple, he not only got the painting, but also killed Chu Yan, casually. Such a good thing, let me meet him, I really wish for it. A tall figure slowly appeared under the continuous fusion of 3 mysterious lights in midair. Those eyes, with purple and black pupils, looked down towards Chu Yan and Yin Tianquan through layers of death energy in Xuanhuan. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C2354 5 Elements of Yin-Yang Reverse Cultivation. A dazzling mysterious light and a gloomy death aura swept through the hall. In the purple and black two-color light group in midair, a gray-robed young man with a jade tree facing the wind strode forward. This figure appeared in the midair of the hall, causing the entire void to tremble, and the strong death energy in the entire hall was frozen. With every gesture, 10,000 dermas follow each other, just like the master of this piece of heaven and earth. Natural disaster. However, when Chu Yan's eyes fell on the young man in gray robe, especially the dragon-headed pestle held in his right hand, his expression froze. Chu Yan has definitely seen this figure before. It is the two magic pictures on the wooden door in front of the netherworld sticks, one of which is this natural disaster. To be precise, it should be the current Xuanhuan natural disaster mother-in-law who doesn't know which predecessor. What Chu Yan didn't expect was that the natural disaster turned out to be one of the 3 major demon kings of the demon clan. This status. It seems that the current mother-in-law of natural disasters has just been taken in as a slave by myself, but she did not expect to meet her former deity. What worries Chu Yan the most is that if this natural disaster is the first natural disaster, the boss who is known as one of the 3 great demons, let him know what he did to his successor, then the result. Participate in Lord Mozen. Yin Tianquan grinned ferociously, squinted at Chu Yan, and bowed to the gray-robed youth who stepped down from the sky. Master Mozen. On Chu Yan's face, the corners of his eyes twitched twice. He came here for whatever he was afraid of. This gray-robed young man was indeed the demon lord of natural disasters. Who woke up the will of the deity? Calamity Demon Lord, the sound is like metal rubbing, like pig iron rusted together because it has not been used for a long time, but it gives people a sense of incomparable fear. It's me. It's me. Lord Mozen, when you left the edict, anyone who awakens your will can promise the other party one thing. I don't know if it counts. Yin Tianquan seemed to be afraid of being robbed, so he quickly answered. Calculate. The Calamity Demon Lord nodded, and looked at Yin Tianquan with a pair of eyes, with strange colors flickering in his purple-black pupils. Master Mozen, please take action and kill this human being. A killing intent flashed in Yin Tianquan's eyes, and he raised his finger to Chu Yan, with a grin on his face. Following the direction of Yin Tianquan's finger, the Calamity Demon Venerable turned his head and looked at Chu Yan, but with a glance, his purple and black pupils flashed at the same time. With a light sigh, 2 rays of light burst out from the eyes of the Calamity Demon Lord, and shot straight at Chu Yan's eyes. In an instant, scenes that happened in Xuanhuan Road kept appearing before the eyes of the Demon Lord of Natural Disasters. This is an incomparably powerful secret technique. It doesn't need to invade the opponent's sea of consciousness at all. It only needs the breath left on the opponent's body to know everything that happened in the past. Of course, this kind of secret technique can only be used within the scope of natural disasters on Xuanhuan Road. Following the rapid flickering of these pictures, the face of the Calamity Demon Venerable slightly frowned. Haha, Chu Yan, you are dead. The Calamity Demon Venerable is angry, and he will kill you immediately. Life is better than death. At the beginning, you were asked to hand in the heavenly demon fruit. If you don't hand it in, you can die now. Looking at Chu Yan, Yin Tianquan, who had a sad smile all over his face, thought to himself. However, after waiting for a few breaths, the smile on Yin Tianquan's face gradually froze. Because, after taking back the secret technique and staring at Chu Yan for a long time, the originally angry demon lord of natural disasters nodded and smiled. See, Senior. Chu Yan stepped forward lightly, bowed his hands, and saluted. You and I are on our own, so you don't need to be too polite. The Calamity Demon Venerable waved his hand, nodded and smiled. Pfft. From my own people. Hearing this, Yin Tianquan's eyes protruded, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. What's the situation? That Chu Yan knows the demon lord of natural disasters. And it seems that the relationship is not shallow, to be called one of my own. How can this be? This wisp of will of the remnant soul of the Calamity Demon Lord. It was definitely the first time to be awakened, and I got this key by myself, the only one in the world. This Chu Yan, how could he know the Calamity Demon Venerable during the ancient war between gods and demons? Staring at the eyeballs that were about to fly out, and opening his mouth wide open showing the back molars, Yin Tianquan stared at Chu Yan and the Calamity Demon Lord as if he had seen a ghost. It was as if the world in front of him was no longer the one he was familiar with. Why do you have the breath of those magic sticks on your body? Who are you? The Calamity Demon Lord turned his head and looked at Yin Tianquan, the smile on his face disappeared, and he asked in a cold voice. I am. Hearing the question from the Calamity Demon Lord, Yin Tianquan's face suddenly changed, and large drops of sweat began to roll off his forehead. Senior, this Yin Tianquan is the elder of Xingtian Pavilion. Chu Yan replied. Xingtian Pavilion. Humph. Hearing the name of Xingtian Pavilion, the face of the Scourge Demon Lord completely turned cold. At the beginning of the war between gods and demons, the Xingtian Pavilion was the greatest help of the gods. How could the demon king of natural disasters not know? Broken soul. Not talking nonsense to him at all, the Calamity Demon Venerable pointed out directly, and a black line shot directly between Yin Tianquan's eyebrows like an arrow. Ah! The shrill screams resounded through the hall, and Yin Tianquan fell to the ground in an instant, crying like a ghost in pain. Soul trauma is 100 times more painful than physical creation. Although the Calamity Demon Lord is just a wisp of willpower now, but before the loss, the most powerful thing is the power of the soul, so it couldn't be easier to deal with Yin Tianquan. Senior, I need his head. Chu Yan cupped his hands. Take it. The Scourge Demon Lord waved his hand. Call out. The light of the sword was like lightning, it swung down, the blood splashed 3 feet, and the head was thrown away. In just a flash, Chu Yan was taken into the Rakshasa space, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, this time killing Yin Tianquan, with the help of the Calamity Demon Venerable, he succeeded so easily. In this way, his mission of coming to Xuanhuan Road was finally completed. Thank you, Senior. You don't have to thank me. Since you have something to do with the natural disasters of the underworld, you are also considered half of me as a member of the demon clan. The Calamity Demon Lord looked at Chu Yan, pondered for a moment, and then said. Your status is quite special. I'm afraid those magic sticks will regard you as a serious problem. Be careful yourself. This mausoleum of the underworld is not suitable for you. I will send you away. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the Calamity Demon Venerable waved his hand directly, and the thick black magic energy swept across, including Chu Yan's body, and disappeared directly on the spot. After 3 breaths, the Tianji Hall slowly returned to calm. Yin and Yang reverse cultivation, and the 5 elements surpass the sky. I never thought that such a warrior would really exist a million years later. The one from Jiuxiao, I'm afraid I can't sit still. Hee, it's interesting. Well. With a long sigh, the body of the remnant soul of the Calamity Demon Lord slowly disappeared, turned into a faint black smoke, and returned to the scroll in midair. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2355 Broken Heaven Scabbard. Demon Realm, Xuanhuan Road, Golden Lingfang Mountains. With a swish, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the void and landed on the ground of the mountain range. After seeing the surrounding environment clearly, Chu Yan took a deep breath, took out the communication jade talisman, and contacted Yu Linglong. This time, entering the Golden Palace Tianmen, because the number of purple beads is not enough, so I did not go with Yu Linglong, so it is necessary to contact. After some calls, a response was quickly received. Yu Linglong did not enter the mausoleum of the underworld, but returned directly to the Dark Temple. It's fine. Chu Yan nodded, put away the jade talisman, jumped up, and headed towards the exit of the demon realm. Yu Wuxue and his son's missions have been completed, now it's time to exchange for the Duantian scabbard. Thinking of the Duantian scabbard, the blood in Chu Yan's whole body began to boil. This time, he not only completed the killing mission, but also obtained a large number of heavenly demon fruits, yellow spring blood fruits, and ordinary yellow spring fruits. These, in an Aishan Dao, can be exchanged for points. Yin Tianquan is an elder of the Saint Emperor realm in Xingtian Pavilion. According to the exchange rules, he can exchange tens of thousands of points. As for the harvested demon realm fruits, except for the heavenly demon fruits, other ordinary fruits can be exchanged for a large amount of points. After leaving the demon realm, he flew all the way, and it didn't take long for Chu Yan to return to an Aishan Dao, Tianheu branch. With the head in hand, Chu Yan went straight to Chaotian Temple to hand in the task. After handing in the task, Chu Yan got thousands of points, and at the same time there was a message about Duantian scabbard. 3 Mountains Region, Nankui Realm, Yang Family. Minglang Tianchao Ruler. Chu Yan looked at the text on the message and was startled. Why have I never heard of this Yang family? It doesn't seem to be a big force. Just in Chaotian Temple, Chu Yan directly spent 100 points to check the relevant information of the Yang family in the Nankui realm. Sure enough, it's just a small family that doesn't even have Emperor Wu, with a population of less than 10 million. The patriarch's name is Yang Xixiang, and his cultivation is only at the 7th level of the martial emperor realm. No wonder, no one knows about Duantian's scabbard. It is hidden in such a small family, and the name of Duantian's scabbard must become Minglang Tianchao Ruler. Finding it is like finding a needle in a haystack. With a slight smile, the flame in Chu Yan's hand rose, and the information about the Duantian scabbard was directly burned into nothingness. Swish. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan left the Chaotian Hall, went to the teleportation hall, and stepped into the teleportation array to the 3 mountains. Almost at the same time that Chu Yan's figure disappeared into the teleportation formation, in the Shantian Palace in Nishan Dao, the Huanlei Saint Emperor suddenly woke up from his practice. Huh. Someone completed the task. This, how is it possible? In Huangquan Road, the Huanlei Sage Emperor, who had harvested a total of 1 heavenly demon fruit and 10 Huangquan fruits, returned to the Dao against God with a full stomach. Although the few of them had accepted the killing mission, they really didn't dare to take action against an elder of the Holy Emperor in Xingtian Pavilion. In particular, this time going to the Xingtian Pavilion on Huangquan Road, the strength is extremely strong. But now, he received a reminder that someone had completed the killing mission released by Yu Wuxue and his son. That's not right. The 5 people who accepted the mission all came back with me. Sage Emperor Huanlei was a little dazed, pondered for a moment, and then directly sent an inquiry summons to a deacon elder in Chaotian Pavilion. After a few breaths, Saint Emperor Huanlei, who received the feedback, had bloodshot eyes. Chu Yan. Cluck cluck. Inside the hall, the piercing sound of teeth grinding constantly echoed. The purple-red Saint Emperor of Phantom Thunder was panting violently, like a bull about to go mad. It's this Chu Yan again, it's him again. This time I will definitely kill you, and I will never let you go. Waves of roars sounded in the hall of the Holy Emperor Huanlei, and the whole hall was buzzing and trembling. If it weren't for the Holy Emperor's palace. They all have the best breath-separating spiritual formations, and I am afraid that this voice can be heard by the entire God-defying Tao. We must get this Chu Yan out of the way of rebellion, and then kill him, there will be no scruples. After roaring and furious, Saint Emperor Huanlei gradually calmed down and began to think about strategies. If you want to drive him out of Anishan Dao, you can only use the rules in Anishan Dao. Hey. A sinister smile emerged from the corner of his mouth, and a consciousness flashed in the sea of consciousness of the phantom thunder Saint Emperor. After leaving the teleportation array, Chu Yan was already in the Sanshan area, checked the map, identified the direction, waved to tear the void, and sneaked into it. The area of Nankui boundary is not big, so it is not too difficult to find the Yang family. A day later, Chu Yan appeared in a city and headed towards the city lord's mansion in the center of the city. In Nankui Yang's family, the Minglang Tianchao ruler is the treasure of the town. According to rumors, this soldier ruler has a strong defense ability to defuse all spiritual attacks. The higher the cultivation level of a warrior who masters this weapon rule, the higher the spiritual weapon attack that can be broken. Therefore, when Chu Yan proposed to exchange for the treasure of the Yang family, Yang Xixiang directly refused. Although the black-robed young man in front of him was full of imperial prestige, making it difficult for Yang Xixiang to breathe, but in order to keep the family treasure, Yang Xixiang did his best. Not only Yang Xixiang, but the entire Nankui Yang family, with thousands of strong men, prostrated themselves in front of Chu Yan, trembling. In their eyes, those who are high-ranking martial emperors are like gods. And they are rejecting a god. Could it be that today is the time when the Yang family will be destroyed, and the Yang family will be removed from Nankui domain from then on? But the result, what exceeded their expectations, was that the black-robed god brought out 10 treasures that made them tremble. One of them, Emperor rank high-grade cultivation technique, just glanced at it, and the bottleneck of Yang Xixiang's cultivation that had been silent for thousands of years began to loosen. In the end, when Chu Yan walked out of the Yang mansion, what was placed in the Rakshasa space was the Minglang Tianchao ruler, that is, the Duantian sword scabbard. 1 emperor-level exercise, and half a magic weapon. Chu Yan stood in front of the gate of the Yang mansion. Behind him were the Yang family patriarchs and strong men who were grateful and tearful. In their view, a spirit weapon, no matter how powerful it is, can only be used by one person, and it does not have much significance for the overall improvement of the family. However, a powerful exercise is completely different, and the strong and geniuses of the entire family can practice it. In a few hundred years, there will be a large number of powerful people in the family. The prosperity of the family is just around the corner. Yang Xixiang, who was full of excitement and trembling all over, bowed respectfully to the god in black robe, soaring into the sky. After a full 10 breaths, he stood up tremblingly, and announced to the crowd behind him. Pass down the order to erect a monument for the statue of the great benefactor, and it will be enshrined by my Yang family forever. With the Duantian scabbard in his body, the blood in Chu Yan's whole body was boiling. Without a single stop, he flew towards the headquarters of Enai Shindao. Because, on the altar in the square of Enai Shinto headquarters, there is, the heaven-breaking sword. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2356 Refining and Conquering. Crazy tearing apart the void all the way, constantly traveling through time and space, regardless of the consumption of true energy. It only took a day and a half to arrive at the headquarters of Enai Shindao from the Sanshan area. The process of subduing Duantianjian was completely different from what Chu Yan imagined. As soon as the Duantian sword scabbard came out, the Duantian sword that had been suspended for hundreds of thousands of years on the altar directly turned into a black rainbow and returned to the scabbard. The divine sword was like a sheath, and all the sword intent disappeared completely. Even Chu Yan, who was holding the Duantian sword, couldn't sense the strength of the Duantian sword in his hand, as if it was an ordinary iron sword. Great! The heaven-breaking sword, I finally got it. Chu Yan's face was full of excitement, his eyes shot sharply, and with a wave of his hand, he put the Duantian sword into the Rakshasa space, directly on the square of Nishendo headquarters, tearing the void, turned around and left. Although he successfully obtained the Duantian sword, Chu Yan knew that this did not mean that the Duantian sword had surrendered. Therefore, Chu Yan must find a place to retreat as soon as possible, and try his best to subdue Duantianjian. After Chu Yan's figure disappeared for 3 breaths, on the Nishan square of Nishan Zun's headquarters, one after another silhouettes rushed towards him. What happened? Life. Huh. What happened just now? Why can't I breathe? Strange, how does it look? Today's square is different, it seems to be. Who was it just now? What did you do? Something seems to be missing. Hiss. Hiss. Every terrifying figure that appeared on Anai Shindao Square was almost full of seriousness and doubts. However, when they glanced over, they didn't finish a sentence, one after another, they froze on the spot. Everyone stared blankly at the bare black altar, completely dumbfounded. With the passage of time, more and more people in the headquarters of Anai Shindao sensed some changes and differences in Anai Shindao Square, and rushed here. In less than 100 breaths, the incomparably huge Nishan main hall, on the square in front of the hall, was packed with people. However, without exception, these people seemed to be enveloped by some powerful spiritual formation in this square, and anyone who entered the square would be petrified. Moreover, the power of this large formation seems to be getting more and more terrifying. After waking up from various hidden places in the Nishan Dao, the big bosses who appeared in the sky above the square almost fell from the sky one by one with horror on their faces. Regardless of whether it is the big bosses against the Shinto, or ordinary members, or the masters of various halls, as long as they appear on the square against the Shinto. In the sea of consciousness, being bombarded by Wan Leiqi at the same time, the soul was instantly frozen. There is only one voice, constantly echoing in their sea of consciousness. The heaven-breaking sword is gone. Emperor Ning Tian stood in front of the black altar on the square, surrounded by the white-robed chief steward and Ouyang Nantian. The 3 bosses stared at the empty altar with their mouths wide open. Even if their divine senses tore down the altar, they didn't feel a trace of sword intent. Therefore, the heaven-breaking sword really disappeared. On this day, the God-defying Tao, that had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years, exploded. The Duantian sword, one of the 3 great treasures of Nishan Dao, was confiscated. Chu Yan did not choose to be in Anai Shindao headquarters, but suppressed the excitement, and teleported all the way back to Tianhai territory. Anai Shindao headquarters has a teleportation array directly leading to each branch, so it took less than an hour for Chu Yan to return to Tianhai territory, his own palace. In this residence hall, Fatty Situ had nothing to do in Chu Yan's residence hall when he first came to Nishan Dao. Coupled with his timidity, he strengthened Chu Yan's residence hall defense spirit array every day. Therefore, the safer place that Chu Yan can think of at present is his own palace. After opening all the prohibition and defense spirit arrays in the palace, Chu Yan also arranged a few breath-separating spirit patterns. Chu Yan came to the cultivation hall. Haotian sword, come out. With a low whistle, the long sword behind him burst out of its sheath like lightning, drawing a shining sword track in the void, and landed firmly in front of Chu Yan. Haotian, this time it's up to you. Chu Yan caressed Haotian's sword and spoke softly. The Haotian sword trembled slightly, as if hearing Chu Yan's words, the sword body trembled slightly, and the sword intent surged out instantly. The sharp and invincible sword intent shrouded Chu Yan's body, making Chu Yan completely relieved. Last time, at Nishendo headquarters, Chu Yan broke the sword spirit of Tianjian with the help of Heoxianjian. Therefore, this time, if you want to subdue Duantianjian, you will definitely need the help of Haoshianjian. Breaking Heaven's sword, come out. With a wave of his hand, black light surged, and as soon as the Duantian sword appeared, it broke out of its sheath, and the majestic sword energy swept across in an instant. Town. With a loud shout, behind Chu Yan, the white tiger martial soul roared out, and the golden eyes of the two tigers slammed into the Duantian sword heavily, completely enveloping it. Saint Rakshasa, come out. The power of the white tiger martial soul was simply not enough to suppress Duantianjian. However, after a brief conflict, Chu Yan directly summoned the holy Rakshasa himself. Gold and silver double forks, two sharp lights shot down, and hit the Duantian sword heavily. Boom, boom. The entire training hall trembled suddenly, and the visible light of the void swept across all directions. What Chu Yan didn't expect was that the sword power of Duantianjian was indeed not ordinary tyrannical. Even under the double suppression of the white tiger martial spirit and the holy Rakshasa himself, there is still no feeling of being at a disadvantage. On the contrary, on the Duantian sword, the strong devilish energy was like a wave, hitting the white tiger martial soul and the holy Rakshasa itself wave after wave. The five elements seized the sky. Seeing how powerful the Duantian sword was, Chu Yan was already prepared, and with a loud shout, four mysterious lights behind him exploded at the same time. Boom! 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 Four berserk forces exploded in the void at the same time: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and five extreme powers merged in front of the Chilan martial soul, turning into a group of five profound lights, which ruthlessly suppressed towards the Duantian sword. Down. This wave of collision caused the Duantian sword, which was originally standing majestically in the void, to tremble violently, and was knocked back several hundred steps violently. Roar. A sharp howl exploded, and a black phantom rushed out of the Duantian sword in an instant. It was the sword spirit of the Duantian sword. Wait, it's you. Seeing the Duantian sword spirit appearing, Chu Yan's eyes flashed sharply. He put his two fingers together, raised his hand and pointed, and shouted. Haotian sword, cut. With the one-word sword order, the Haotian sword suspended behind him, like thunder and lightning, shot out violently, stabbing straight at the Haotian sword spirit. Puff. As if passing through the trunk of a big tree, there was a muffled sound, and the sword spirit of breaking heaven was directly pierced by Haotian. Ho, ho. A large amount of demonic energy exploded on the body of the Duantianjian sword spirit, and was swallowed up by the Duantianjian scabbard thrown by Chu Yan. After 10 breaths, the crazily trembling Duantianjian finally calmed down completely. A large amount of iron filings peeled off the originally dark sword body, revealing the original body of Duantianjian. Clang! A dazzling sword light pierced through the sky, piercing all the layers of restraints and defensive formations in Chu Yanju Palace, like a ray of divine light, heading straight for Jiuxiao. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2357, Sword breaks the sky. The long sword pierced the sky, and the sword energy swept Kyushu. When the sword is released, the sun, moon, and stars hang upside down, and the sky is covered with hell, and all colors are lost. Between the heavens and the earth, only this sword survives forever, and within 100 miles, all of them are swept by the sharp sword energy. Receive. In the training hall, Chu Yan looked stunned, so he dared to hesitate, and immediately threw the scabbard in his hand, put the Duantian sword suspended in midair into the scabbard, and threw it back into the Rakshasa space. The heaven-breaking sword disappeared, and the vision of heaven and earth stopped abruptly. However, the vision of heaven and earth that took less than 3 breaths just now still made the entire nation Dao heaven and sea territory tremble. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying breaths exploded from the depths of the 3 giant palaces, and various big men rushed out, levitating and looking around. What's going on? What happened just now? Huang Fuitian floated in the air. His spiritual consciousness was like a tide, covering the entire mountain gate of Nishan Dao Tianxi region in an instant, but he didn't find any abnormality. It should be sword energy just now, very strong sword energy. Hey, look at the top. Saint Emperor Huanlei followed Huang Fuitian and looked around, but when he saw the sky above, his expression changed and he exclaimed. Huang Fuitian, Emperor Ziyun and other bigwigs raised their heads in unison when they heard the sound, and when they glanced over, their expressions all changed. I saw that above the 10,000 zhang sky, a huge vortex like a tornado lay across the sky. The bloody mouth of an eternal ferocious beast is also like the sky outside the sky. Time and space are broken, and under the violent rotation, it is about to swallow the whole world directly. Seeing this scene, even the bigwigs like Anaish and Dao Tianhaiyu were all stunned. If the remaining sword energy in the surrounding void is real, then what happened just now? When the sword god was born, a sword shattered the sky. This is too scary. When did such an amazing and peerless sword cultivator appear in the 10 directions starfield? On this day, Anaish and Dao Tianhai territory, with a sword across the sky, broke the sky, cut off the sun and the moon, and the entire Anaish and Dao was shaken. Next, Huang Fuitian immediately sent a message to Anaish and Dao headquarters to report the strange scene truthfully, but got an even more shocking piece of news. The first of the 3 great treasures of Anaish and Dao, the Duantian sword, disappeared. The 24 palaces of the 8 divisions, the entire Nishan Dao, almost turned the sky upside down, and a big boss of the division was repeatedly called back to the headquarters to investigate the mystery of Duan Tianjian's disappearance. On the other side, Chu Yan lives in the cultivation hall, but has already fallen into cultivation. Until now, Chu Yan finally discovered that, as Wu Shue and his son said, the scabbard of the Duantian sword is actually much more important than the Duantian sword. With this scabbard, no matter who it is, they will not be able to detect the slightest aura of Duan Tianjian. Therefore, just now Duan Tianjian made such a big movement, it really scared Chu Yan, and at the same time, it also made Chu Yan truly see the power of Duan Tianjian. After restraining his mind, Chu Yan resumed the prohibition and defense of the palace, and then took out 10 demon fruits and began to practice. The 10 demonic fruits, once swallowed, turned into majestic spiritual power, rushing straight to Chu Yan's Sea of Qi. Completely different from Chu Yan's initial expectation, the demonic fruit contained no demonic energy at all, but extremely pure heaven and earth spiritual power. However, what made Chu Yan even more unimaginable was that apart from the extremely pure spiritual power of heaven and earth, there was also an extremely mysterious power mixed in this demon fruit. The mysterious power on the thin water rushed into Chu Yan's meridians, making his heart beat faster. Even the blood in the whole body began to boil. Suddenly, in the sea of consciousness, 2 consciousnesses sounded almost at the same time, which made Chu Yan startled. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and 2 long swords appeared at the same time, Hao Yan in his left hand and Tian Tian in his right. It was these 2 spiritual weapons in his hands that confirmed the call of consciousness, including the Duantian sword that he had just subdued. The spiritual power in the demon fruit you want. Induction for a long time. Chu Yan finally understood the meaning of the 2 long swords. Good. For such a request, Chu Yan will naturally not refuse, especially the Hao Yan sword, which is different from the 5 gods and beasts. This is the first time that it has made a request to itself. Therefore, it is impossible for Chu Yan to refuse them. The spiritual consciousness was activated and scattered all over the body, and the 64 inner alchemy circulated, devouring all the spiritual power transformed by the demon fruit, and the shared mysterious power was also introduced into the 2-handed long sword. In an instant, a very strange feeling suddenly grew in Chu Yan's soul. It was as if the two swords in his hands were completely connected to him at once, and they were no longer separated from each other. Even a trace of imprint was added to his soul. Clang! Clang! Two sword sounds sounded at the same time, one from the left and the other from the right, floating up. The sharp and unparalleled sword intent swept across the entire training hall at the same time, and all the items in the training hall were turned into dust as the breath passed. Moreover, on the body of the two long swords, two vague patterns began to slowly condense. This is... Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's expression froze immediately, and he was stunned. He has never seen that a spiritual plan can be bred in the spiritual sword. Buzz buzz. The trembling sound continued, and as the double sword patterns continued to appear, the sword energy became more and more intense. Suddenly, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, there was a shock like a sky crashing and an earth cracking, which made Chu Yan's brain buzz and almost collapsed directly. What's the situation? Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness transformed into a body, entered the sea of consciousness, and at a glance, he immediately rushed forward with a look of shock. Holy Spirit pattern. Under Chu Yan's gaze, the Holy Spirit pattern, which had been silent for a long time, was vibrating crazily on the sea of consciousness and sky, splitting from one piece into two. On the road of martial arts cultivation, this Holy Spirit pattern has saved his life more than once. However, from the beginning to the end, Chu Yan never figured out where the Holy Spirit pattern is. But now, the Holy Spirit pattern has a reaction with the two spirit swords outside, and it is evolving crazily. Swish! Swish! Finally, under Chu Yan's amazed gaze, the Holy Spirit pattern turned into two balls of light like the sun, rushed out of the sea of consciousness, and hit the patterns above the two spirit swords respectively. The next moment, the two patterns on the spirit sword trembled suddenly, and the final shape of the pattern finally fully appeared. On the Haotian sword, there is a vast black starry sky, in which countless stars shine brightly. And on the Duantian sword on the other side, there is a maze of killing intent. Boom, boom. The two spirit swords burst out with an incomparably powerful force at the same time, rushing towards the surroundings. These two streams of air merged with each other, and their formidable power continued to increase. Wherever they passed, the entire training hall, whether it was the walls of the main hall or the spirit restraining array, all collapsed. Just in the blink of an eye, when Chu Yan came to his senses, he looked around, and the residence hall, with a radius of several miles, turned into ruins. Come back! Chu Yan, who woke up suddenly, raised his big hand and took back the two spirit swords. At this time, on the far side of the sky, in the direction of the Shantian Lord Hall, all bloodshot eyes looked at each other. Chu Yan, you actually demolished your own palace. The roar and scolding of the Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor resounded through the entire Sky-Sea territory against the Divine Dao Sky. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2358 Anti-God Horn. In Nishan Dao Tianhai territory, the strange space-time vortex in the sky directly opened a big hole in the formation of the mountain gate. Coupled with the news from the headquarters, the Duantian sword, the first of the three treasures of the Nishan Dao, mysteriously disappeared. These two pieces of news made all the bigwigs in the Tianhai territory so shocked that their faces were stunned and their souls trembled. But at this moment, in the direction of Chu Yan's Jiufeng, his entire palace was directly reduced to ruins. In this case, the eyes of all the bosses looked at Jiufeng where Chu Yan was, instantly making Chu Yan the focus of attention. Chu Yan, you dare to destroy the palace, it's a big crime. The Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor roared, and the scolding resounded throughout the sky. Boom, boom. At the same time as this roar sounded, a muffled sound of thunder exploded in the sky, causing everyone's expressions to change again. What's the situation? Everyone looked up at the sky, glanced over, and were all taken aback. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Above the sky, through the shattered vortex of time and space, one can clearly see that large pieces of thunderclouds are frantically gathering. Countless thick thunderbolts were conceived in the thunderclouds, so powerful that a chill rose in everyone's hearts at the same time. Thunder. Thunder tribulation. Huang Fuitian looked at the mighty thunder cloud sea in the big shattered hole in the sky. His face was full of astonishment. How could there be thunder calamity? And who is it that attracted the thunder calamity? Could it be that it has something to do with the broken formation of the mountain gate just now? Boom. Just when everyone was inexplicably astonished and completely confused, in the sea of thunder clouds, the first lightning calamity crashed down and slashed straight towards a mountain in the distance. And on that peak, amidst the vast ruins, a black-robed figure stood majestically. Chu Yan. It was you who attracted the thunder calamity. Including the Huanlei sage emperor, all the big bosses looked in the direction of the thunder disaster. All of them were surprised. What's going on? It's just that the two spirit swords have changed, and this will also lead to thunder disaster. Chu Yan stood on the top of the peak, looking at the thunder that fell from the sky. His face was speechless. Get lost. With a loud shout, a group of flames rushed out from behind. First it was a 5-color flame, then it quickly turned into a fiery red color, and when it rushed into the sky, it had already turned into a deep purple. Chirp. The battle spirit of Suzaku, like the god of fire in heaven and earth, bathed in fire all over his body, faced the thunder and charged against Jiuxiao. The majestic power of the battle spirit, accompanied by the large sea of flames swayed by the Suzaku war spirit, swept across the falling thunder, like a dirty line on a white cloth, erasing it instantly. Without a trace of stagnation, the fire of Suzaku surged up, passed through the broken hole in the sky, and slammed into the large cloud of thunder and calamity in the sky, burning it into nothingness and turning it into dust. In an instant, the world was clear, and the terrifying vision of thunder and catastrophe that was originally muffled by thunder and rolling, and the world was pale, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Hiss. 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 All the bosses, seeing this scene, looked at Chu Yan's eyes, all changed, and they all gasped. With a wave of his hand, the thunder calamity was wiped out. How terrifying is this kind of imperial technique? Chu fights the emperor, mighty. Terrible. What a perverted genius. It's really my luck to have the Chu war emperor. Young and promising. In a few years, I'm afraid that in the Tao of Anai Shin, Chu Xuanhuan will be second to none. Very good. Very good. As expected of a genius valued by the Earth Demon Palace. This son is extraordinary, and he must be a great talent against Xingtian Pavilion in the future. That's right, that's. All of a sudden, there were all kinds of praises and hustle and bustle, and everyone looked at Chu Yan with enthusiasm. Among the big shots, the Huanlei sage emperor standing in the crowd had a face that was so black that it could almost drip ink. Damn Chu Yan, robbed me of the demon fruit, robbed me of tasks, and made me look ugly. The Huanlei Saint Emperor only felt that he was about to explode with anger. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Chu Yan, and his teeth rattled. You forced me. Swish. The figure of the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Shantian Lord Hall, below. At this time everyone's eyes fell on Chu Yan, and the sudden departure of the Huanlei Saint Emperor did not attract much attention. Moreover, not only the sage Emperor Huanlei, but also the bigwigs from various palaces and halls have also left the scene one after another. After all, from their point of view, it seems that there is no big deal. It may be that Chu Yan, who has made a breakthrough in his cultivation, or practiced some powerful imperial technique, has attracted the divine punishment and thunder calamity. However, before everyone had dispersed, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Woo! 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 The sound of the golden horn sounded from the mountain gate below, and almost the moment the first sound sounded, all the spiritual peaks in the entire mountain gate began to tremble. At this moment, no matter if it was the big guys who were still watching from the sky, or the giants who were practicing in seclusion, all of them changed their expressions drastically. Anti-God horn. What's going on? Even Chu Yan turned his head suddenly, looking in the direction of the main peak, with a look of astonishment on his face. God-defying horn. In Anishan Dao, the magic weapon for commanding all members. Every time the horn of Nishan is sounded, there is always an earth-shattering event in the Dao of Nishan. Moreover, this anti-God horn requires at least 5 emperors to sign the horn to activate the ban on the horn and blow it. In an instant, no matter if it was a big boss or an ordinary member, they all rushed towards Xuantianzhou Hall at the fastest speed. God-defying horn. Take a look. It was the first time for Chu Yan to hear the horn against the gods. When he pondered in his heart, his body turned into electricity and flew towards the Shantian Hall. In less than 100 breaths of time, when they arrived at the Shantian Temple, the entire square of the main hall was already densely packed with members of the rebellious way. Those who have seen it, those who have not seen it, gathered together. All members of Anishan Dao, even some who have been practicing in seclusion, all appeared. What's going on? How can you blow the horn against the gods? What's the matter? Could it be that Xingtian Pavilion has made a move ahead of time? Impossible. I defy the Shinto Mountain Gate, and it is impossible for them to find out. That's right, even if you do it, I should do it first against the divine way. So, it's our 5-year plan, ahead of schedule, ready to start a war with Xingtian Pavilion. It's possible, it's possible. There was an uproar among the members of the Anishan Dao, who filled the square with all kinds of discussions and speculations. Many people even looked fighting, and their true energy kept surging. The moment Chu Yan fell, Gohong, Ji Ming, and other Shantian Palace members standing in the crowd looked sideways, and everyone had a strange look on their faces. Swish! 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 At this moment, several figures rushed out from the Shantian Lord Hall and landed in front of everyone. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2359 evict. These few figures appeared in front of everyone, and the originally noisy Shantian Temple Square suddenly became quiet. The people at the head are precisely Huangfu Yitian, Saint Emperor Huanlei, Saint Emperor Qingyang, and the 3 masters of Shantian Palace, who gathered together. See the 3 palace masters. See the 3 palace masters. See the 3 palace masters. All the members, seeing the appearance of the 3 major palace masters of Shantian Palace, were startled for a moment, then bowed to see them. However, Huangfu Yitian and Ji Lei Xingdi, who were the leaders, nodded with a chuckle. After looking at the audience, they looked at Chu Yan, who was standing among the crowd. Looking at these 3 gazes, Chu Yan was stunned, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. They want to deal with me. Without thinking too much, Chu Yan can guess that the horn against the gods is probably aimed at him. It seems that Huangfu Yitian and Huanlei Saint Emperor of Shantian Palace have set up a big game and are going to attack themselves. Who is it? Why, sound the horn against the gods. While everyone was waiting, a thunderous sound exploded in the sky, and a thundercloud came across the sky. Above the cloud, a rainbow-like figure in a purple robe and a jade crown suddenly appeared. The figure was still 10 miles away, but the rushing aura made everyone in the audience tremble. Even if the 3 masters of Shantian Palace were swept away by this momentum, they would be instantly suppressed. This person is none other than one of the 3 major enshrinements in the Tianhai territory of Nishan Dao, the Holy Venerable Tianlin. See the Holy Lord Tianlin. See the Holy Lord Tianlin. See the Holy Lord Tianlin. The three major palace masters all bowed to salute, and then the Huanlei sage stepped out and explained. Report to Sacred Emperor Tianlin, the God-defying horn is here to activate. Saint Emperor Huanlei had an extremely respectful attitude, with a smile all over his face, without any trace of nervousness. Huh. It's you. Why? Saint Tianlin's expression was a little relaxed, his eyes were fixed on Saint Emperor Huanlei, and he asked. There are 8 chapters in the Way of Rebellion, each of which has a horn against the gods, but it does not mean that it can be activated at will without any major events. And Saint Emperor Huanlei, as the second lord of Xiantian Palace, couldn't possibly be ignorant of this matter. Therefore, Tianlin Xingzuan guessed in his heart that something might really happen that was related to the prestige of the divine way or life and death. Holy Lord Tianlin, everyone here, this time I activated the God-defying horn, not because I was attacking or in danger because of my defying the gods, but because I, Xiantian Palace, are going to invite out the Xiantian Golden Slip. The sound of the announcement, which contained the true energy of the Holy Emperor, resounded over the entire square like a billowing thunderstorm. This sound of thunder, wherever it passed, the faces of all the big bosses and members present, including Sacred Emperor Tianlin, all changed in unison. Xiantian Jingjian. Without waiting for everyone to react from their astonishment, Sage Emperor Huanlei mobilized his whole body with holy energy, and with a wave of his big hand, a golden light broke through the air from the Xiantian Lord Hall behind him. This is a huge golden ancient bamboo slip wrapped in 7 colors of light, with 2 big characters Xiantian on the back and countless golden characters of celestial talismans densely engraved on the front. It was dyed a piece of gold. Please Xiantian golden seal. Seeing that everyone in the audience was stunned by the Xiantian golden slips, the Grand Master of Xiantian Palace, Huangfu, was full of arrogance, and with a wave of his hand, a vermilion spiritual seal behind him rose into the sky, like a rising sun, soar into the sky. Tom. With a sound of shock, the huge fiery red gold seal was heavily covered on the Xiantian golden slip, and suddenly the 7 colored rays of light surged, sweeping the world. Xiantian decree, successful. Huangfu announced loudly, and with a sudden wave of his right hand, the Xiantian golden slip in the sky slowly turned over, revealing the words on it to everyone. This decree orders the Heavenly Sea Territory Earth Demon Palace against the Divine Tao, to fight against Emperor Chu Yan, and be expelled from now on. There must be no violation. Xiantian God Emperor. Rows of gold characters fall in the eyes of everyone. Everyone trembled violently, and the sea of consciousness buzzed. Xiantian God Emperor. This is the Xiantian decree, from the Xiantian God Emperor. Oh my god, is Xiantian Palace crazy? You actually asked for a Xiantian decree. There are only 3 copies of the Xiantian decree in the Xiantian Palace's collection. My god, in order to expel a member, Xuantian's decree was actually used. This is definitely the first case in the history of the 8 divisions of the rebel god. This Chu Yan, what did you do? After the audience was stunned, there was an earth-shattering sound wave, full of shock and doubt. The Xiantian decree was left by the 3 god emperors who followed the Qingmu sword god and founded the way of rebelling against the gods. In Anishan Dao, the 3 giant palaces are named after the titles of these 3 god emperors, and they have the highest authority in Anishan Dao. In the ancient war of gods and demons against the gods and destroying the Xingtian pavilion, the 3 great god emperors made great contributions. After the establishment of the 3 great palaces, they left 3 decrees each, as the treasures of the palaces, passed down through the ages. The order is like a mountain, even if it is the current Taoist master, it cannot be shaken. Since Xiantian Palace was founded, it has only been used once, helping it to become the head of the 3 giant palaces, and the other 2 palaces cannot be shaken so far. But no one expected that Xiantian Palace used the Xiantian Golden Slip for the second time to expel Chu Yan. An ordinary member who goes against the divine way, even if he is the emperor of the Earth Demon Palace, compared with the value of the Shantian Golden Slip, it is definitely nothing. Shantian Palace, use the Shantian Golden Slip just to expel that Chu Yan from the way of rebellion. The bosses in the audience were all confused, and they didn't understand at all what happened. However, everyone can also guess that Chu Yan probably offended Shantian Palace to death, so that led to Shantian Palace's unscrupulous and crazy actions at all costs. Among these people, some people have heard of the grievances between Chu Yan and Shantian Palace, especially the Huanlei Sage Emperor. However, no one would have thought that Shantian Palace paid such a high price this time. Shantian Jinjian. Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, his eyes flickered slightly, and his face turned cold. You can guess with your heels, this time Shantian Palace used the Shantian Golden Slip to deal with him. It must be the Huanlei Sage Emperor. Moreover, his purpose is definitely not as simple as expelling himself from the way of rebellion. I'm afraid expelling Anai Dao is for his convenience, ignoring the rules of Anai Dao, so that he can kill himself. Chu Yan, a member of the Earth Demon Palace in the Heavenly Sea territory of Anai Dao, disregards the rules of the Tao, has no dignity, stirs up disharmony among members, is selfish, does not put the interests of the whole Tao first, and only cares about the individual. Members of the prestige and decree of the divine Tao must not stay, and from today on, everyone, please remember that this son is no longer a member of my rebellious Tao, and will not be blessed by rebellious Tao. The Emperor Huanlei, with every word like thunder, displayed each and every one of them, announcing Chu Yan's crimes to the public. Not bad. Emperor Qingyao nodded. That's right. Huangfu Yitian nodded. It's really like what Huanlei said, this son must not be left behind. Xingzu and Tianlin also nodded slightly. The members of Shantian Palace who were present echoed the voice, and there was a wave of condemnation in the entire square. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2360, is it enough? Following Shantian Palace's momentum, the atmosphere of the entire scene began to be one-sided. Especially a group of big bosses from Shantian Palace, who had obviously discussed it a long time ago, their attitudes were firm, and their tone was completely consistent. Shantian Palace has a very high status in Anai Dao, so this wave of momentum has created an extremely lively scene. Just expelled like this. Shantian decree, even the Taoist lord cannot change it now. Unexpectedly, that Chu Yan turned out to be such a person. That's right, such a person is not worthy of entering my way of rebelling against the gods, and it is right to expel them. It seems that in tens of thousands of years, this Chu Yan is the first one to be expelled from God's Tao. The scene that took place in Shantian Square at this moment was really unexpected, and many big bosses and members couldn't even react. It was the first time for many people to experience the Nishan Dao horn and the Shantian Golden Slip, and it was the first time to see the expelled members of the Nishan Dao. At the same time, many people once again had a deep understanding of the prestige of Shantian Palace, and it deserves to be the head of the 3 great palaces against God. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, let you be more arrogant. Among the crowd, Guhong, Jiming and the others were all smiles, and their hearts were extremely happy. That is, let you swallow the fruit of the demon. In front of the main hall, Emperor Huanlei looked at Chu Yan, and was even more triumphant, smiling and flushed, as if he had ushered in the second spring of his life. Looking at Chu Yan, he sneered. Finally finished. Expelled that Chu Yan from Anai Dao. Next, it was too easy to kill him without the protection of God against God. Today, I finally vented my hatred. What kind of dog, fart ignores Taoist rules, has no respect, is selfish? At this moment, as the party concerned, Chu Yan, who was stared at by countless eyes, finally sneered and said, "Isn't it just that you want the fruit of the demon? Did I complete the task you didn't complete? Such public revenge, this rebellious way, could it be that your family started it? Chu Yan's eyes were burning with cold flames, and the killing intent overflowed from his body. This phantom Thunder Saint Emperor is looking for death at all. Not only is it black and white, but it also unites with other people in Xiantian Palace to distort the facts. It is absolutely shameless. Hearing Chu Yan's words, some of the anti-Shinto members present, especially those from the Earth Demon Palace and the Human Palace, also darkened their faces, squinted at the three major palace masters of Xiantian Palace, and sighed in their hearts. Who are the three masters of Xiantian Palace? Everyone in the Nishan-Dao Tianhai region knows who they are. However, since he has a high position and authority, it's hard for other people to say anything, so they can't fight against the masters of the palace, can they? Humph. Chu Yan, don't need to quibble here, let your tongue be like a king, and talk to the sky. From now on, you will no longer be a member of my rebellious way. Come on, drive him out. Huang Fuitian shouted loudly and ordered directly. I come. Standing there with a smirk on his face, the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor's eyes lit up immediately, and at the same time as he agreed, his body exploded with the power of a Saint Emperor, his figure soared into the sky, and he raised his hand with a palm towards Chu Yan. Boomed past. Boom, boom. This palm carried all the murderous intent of the Holy Emperor Huanlei, and the power of the Holy Emperor all over his body. Although Huang Fuitian gave the order to drive Chu Yan out, the attack of the Holy Emperor Huanlei, so that everyone in the audience changed their expressions. Where the palm print passed, the void in the film collapsed, time and space were distorted, and the power of the Holy Emperor exploded violently, as if it was about to destroy the world, and his subordinates did not hold back at all. Now, Chu Yan has been expelled from Anishan Dao, so he is not a member of Anishan Dao. Therefore, the Huanlei Sage Emperor is no longer restricted by the rules of Anishan Dao. With this palm, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Huanlei Sage Emperor simply took the opportunity to kill Chu Yan. At the first level of the Saint Emperor realm, there was a sudden outbreak, and the power was so strong that everyone's expressions changed. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Court death. With a loud roar. Above the sky, a flash of light burst out like a movie, like a meteor from outside the sky, rushing towards the palm print. Boom. There was a shocking explosion, and most of the people present did not react at all. The two attacks slammed into each other and exploded directly. Bold, who is it? Saint Emperor Huanlei, Huang Fuitian and other big bosses of Xiantian Palace all changed their expressions and suddenly looked up. Including Saint Emperor Tianlin in midair, also frowned, his face darkened, and he looked at the place where the golden light exploded in the sky just now. Dare to make trouble in the Xiantian Lord Hall, and don't take Xiantian Hall and him, the Holy One, seriously. Including all the members of Anishan Dao present, they were also stunned. They never expected that someone would take action to help Chu Yan, who was expelled. This is basically challenging Xiantian Palace, or in other words, the whole against God. Who has such courage? Humph. Xiantian Palace, have you guys had enough of it? Following this cold snort, a figure slowly appeared above the sky, holding a pure gold iron rod, full of holy power, like a raging sea tide, suppressing the whole sky. The figure that suddenly appeared was none other than Tiankuan Xingzuan. Against God, Tian Haiyu, the great palace master of the Earth Demon Palace, and the heavenly Kuan Saint Venerable, return. The Tiankuan Saint, who was originally hundreds of millions of miles away, received a message from Emperor Ziyun, and almost used up the 10,000-mile moving talisman on his body. With his cultivation as a saint, he continued to tear the void, and finally rushed back. At this moment, Saint Tiankuan didn't even look at Chu Yan, but in fact, he was already happy in his heart. What a great opportunity this is. Let that kid owe me a big favor, such an opportunity is rare in 1,000 years. A group of pig brains, monsters like Chu Yan, don't want to make friends, and even make all kinds of calculations as enemies. Are these people pigs? Heaven. Tiankuan Holy Venerable. Saint Emperor Huanlei, Huangfu Etian and other big bosses all changed their expressions. They never expected that they had already calculated that Saint Tiankuan was not within the mountain gate at all, but now, he would suddenly appear. However, it seems that today, there are a lot of things that they can't think of. Just as everyone's eyes were focused on the just-returned Tiankuan Xingzuan, suddenly, another figure suddenly appeared in the sky. What the hell, Shantian decree, that dead ghost of God Emperor Shantian left behind 3 rolls of broken bamboo, are you really a treasure? This sentence exploded, and everyone in the audience turned green with shock, and looked up in horror. Who would dare to call one of the 3 great God Emperors at the beginning of An Shan Dao's creation, Shantian God Emperor, a dead ghost? He also said that the Shantian golden slip is a broken bamboo. Every word and every sentence was like a series of thunderbolts, exploding in everyone's sea of consciousness. However, when they all raised their heads and saw the figure slowly emerging from the sky, their faces froze, and no one dared to refute even a single word. See, Nantian God Emperor. Holy Venerable Tianlin, who was originally looking angry, bowed quickly, and opened his mouth to see the Tao with great respect. See Nantian God Emperor. See Nantian God Emperor. See Nantian God Emperor. All members of the audience bowed in unison, respectfully paying homage to that figure above the sky. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2361 It's you. Facing Ouyang Nanshan's sudden appearance, the bosses and members of the audience all looked shocked, and all of them were so shocked that their faces were deformed. What a joke! The expulsion of Chu Yan shocked even the 3 major God Emperors in the headquarters. Just now, there was a Tiankuan sage, and now he is directly the Nantian God Emperor, so they all came to help that Chu Yan, right? Under the astonished gazes of countless people, in the sky, Saint Tiankuan and Ouyang Nantian stared at each other, both of them looked unhappy at each other, and fell towards the square below. A saint and a demigod landed on both sides of Chu Yan, one left and one right, and turned to look at Chu Yan at the same time, smiling slightly. See Grand Palace Master, see Senior Ouyang. Chu Yan was a little confused, and bowed to the 2 of them. Boy, not bad, it's been a while since I last saw you, and your cultivation base has increased so much. Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan with a smile, and looked him up and down, his eyes bright. That's better cultivated by my Earth Demon Palace, Chu Yan, don't you think so? Tiankuan Xingzuan hurriedly answered and spoke. Yes. Chu Yan was speechless, turned around with a wry smile, and replied. Cultivate a fart, if you want to talk about training, I discovered this kid from the outland continent, and I brought it back against the divine way. It's only been a few days in your Earth Demon Palace. Ouyang Nantian heard the words, but he was unwilling, and opened his mouth, just drank. So what did you find out? What's the big deal? Then it's just the usher. Not to be outdone, Tiankuan sage sneered and said mockingly. What? The usher. What's wrong with saying that you are the guide? Besides, it's the business of my Tianheu branch now. What are you doing here? Chu Yan is my man, of course I want to cover him. Don't bother you, in this Tianhai territory, with me around, no one can touch him. Can't move. Ha, joke, I'm on the way here, but I heard that Chu Yan boy has been expelled from your Sky Sea territory. Fart. That one who wants to die is getting impatient. People under the cover of my heavenly Kuan dare to move. Come on, let me kill a few, and keep alive. The 2 big brothers, you say a word, I say a word, there are red faces in the fight. In the entire Shantian Great Hall, countless pairs of eyes looked at the two bosses, each with a dull expression, completely dumbfounded. It seems wrong to say this. That Chu Yan, who had just been expelled, suddenly jumped out of two big bosses, and judging from what they said, it seemed that they both valued Chu Yan very much. As a result, the behavior of Shantian Palace this time. Nantian Divine Emperor, Tiankuan Holy Venerable, this son violated the rules of the Tao. Come out, the other members present are all witnesses. Sage Emperor Huanlei gritted his teeth, stood up, bowed to the two big men, and said. With this opening, the quarrel between the two big brothers came to an abrupt end. In the next breath, the corners of the mouths of the two big brothers raised slightly at the same time, and they turned their heads together to look at the Huanlei Sage Emperor. Damn, it's you waiting. Finally jumped out by myself, right? When it comes to people who are mature and scheming, the little Phantom Thunder Emperor is really no match for the two old monsters who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. From their point of view, this Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor has average cultivation, and his mind is full of shit. Could it be that he didn't have a point in his mind? This time the two big bosses came to deal with Chu Yan's affairs. There must be a main goal. It just so happened that the Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor finally couldn't hold back and stood up by himself. Hey, what did you just say? Hey. Lord Tian Kuan and Ouyang Nan Tian looked at Saint Emperor Huanlei in front of them and smiled at the same time. Chi, two adults, I said just now, that Chu Yan violated. Not this sentence. In front, that sentence. Before the Holy Emperor Huanlei could finish speaking, Ouyang Nantian interrupted him directly, shaking his head and saying. Front, I didn't say anything. Saint Emperor Huanlei was a little confused by the two big bosses. He rolled his eyes several times. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that from the time the two big bosses appeared to when he stood up just now, he had been while thinking about countermeasures. He didn't say anything at all. Say nothing, that's right. However, the two big brothers grinned lightly when they heard what he said, and smiled at the same time. What's wrong? The more the Emperor Huanlei listened, the more confused he became, and seeing the smiles on the faces of the two big men, the chill in his heart grew stronger. Snort. Just as the cold air was rising in the heart of Sage Emperor Huanlei, as expected, Ouyang Nantian's face suddenly changed, and it became icy cold in an instant. This God Emperor is here in person, everyone pays respects, why don't you meet this God Emperor? This God Emperor and the Tiankuan sage are talking here, you count that onion, how dare you come to interrupt? This God Emperor has already said that the Shantian golden slip is just a pile of waste paper. Even if the Shantian God Emperor is not a dead ghost and stands in front of him in person, you have to give me some face. How dare you talk nonsense? Me. My fart, get out. With a loud shout, the power of the God Emperor swept away, almost frightening the Sage Emperor Huanlei. His legs were limp, and he dared to say another word, so he quickly stepped aside. His face was pale, his body was covered in sweat, and his tail was between his legs. Shrink your neck. Ouyang Nantian, this is the branch of Tian Heiyu, isn't it very good for you to do this? Finally, Huang Fuitian, who was standing not far away, couldn't bear it anymore, and spoke. As the Grand Master of Shantian Palace, compared with Ouyang Nantian, his status are almost the same. Therefore, when Huang Fuitian saw that the Sage Emperor Huanlei was worthless and had lost all the face of their Shantian Palace, how could he bear it? He, the Grand Palace Master, must stand up. Even in the face of the Tiankuan sage, and Ouyang Nantian, they must fight. Not too good. Hearing the words of the Emperor Fuitian, the sage Tiankuan spoke immediately. You Shantian Palace, blow the horn against the gods, summon all the members of the Tianhai region branch, and expel the War Emperor from our Earth Demon Palace face to face. If you do this, it will be very good, right? Humph. Chu Yan violated the rules of the Tao. As the great palace master of Shantian Palace, please move the Shantian golden slip. It is considered that you have given face to your Earth Demon Palace. What's wrong? Huangfu Tian is not the Grand Master of Shantian Palace, so naturally he will not retreat in the slightest. No problem. When Tiankuan Xingzuan heard this, he was finally angry. Okay, since that's the case, then I won't talk nonsense with you. Ziyun. Turning around abruptly, His Holiness Tiankuan looked at the second palace master of the Earth Demon Palace, Emperor Ziyun, and roared directly. Yes. Hearing Tiankuan's words, Emperor Ziyun took a step forward and waved his hand. Immediately, 3 streamers of black light shot up into the sky, and the entire Shantian square was filled with thunderclouds and demonic energy. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2362 Hell Demon Order. These 3 black lights spread out, and the entire Shantian square was filled with strong evil spirits. Everyone in the audience, including Huangfu Tian and Huanlei Saint Emperor, also changed their expressions, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Hell Demon King Order. How can this be? No matter how unbelievable their faces were, in front of them, in the black light, 3 tokens appeared. Not only did they know each other, but almost all the big bosses of the various palaces and halls present knew that it was the Earth Demon Palace, an existence comparable to the Shantian Golden Slip, the Order of the Demon King of Hell. Like the Shantian Golden Slip, the Earth Demon God of War who created the Earth Demon Palace also left behind 3 tokens as the treasures of the Earth Demon Palace. Whether it is value or function, it is no different from Shantian Jingjian. Shantian Gold Slip, right? You think that only your Shantian Palace has it, and our Earth Demon Palace is poor and useless. Let's take a look. Holy Lord Tiankuan poked the iron and gold stick, pointed the stick directly at Huangfu Tian's nose, and said, Now I give you 2 choices, either, remove the Shantian Golden Slip you just sent, or I will use the Hell Demon King order to directly scrap the Shantian Golden Slip you sent. So now, you take the initiative to withdraw, or do you want me to do it? As the words landed, everyone in the audience twitched their eyes at the same time, turned their heads together, and looked at Huangfu Tian. No one expected that in order to help Chu Yan, the Earth Demon Palace actually used the Hell Demon King token, and took out all 3 tokens at once. One must know that one of the 3 Shantian gold slips in Shantian Palace was used up many years ago, and all 3 tokens are in the Earth Demon Palace. If it is really done according to the method of Tiankuan Xingzuan, 3-2, Shantian Palace will definitely lose. Yu. Looking convulsively at the 3 black Hell Demon King's tokens floating above the head of Tiankuan, Huangfu Tian also stuttered and couldn't speak. Even a fool can see that it is obviously impossible to compete with the Earth Demon Palace for the number of gold slips. They can immediately use a piece of Hell Lord token. The content on the golden slip in their Shantian Palace was directly annulled. Even if Shantian Palace takes out the last Shantian golden slip, there are still 2 tokens waiting for you in the Earth Demon Palace. Forget it, Huangfu, Huanlei, this time the Nantian Divine Emperor and Tiankuan Saint Venerable will come forward together, you Shantian Palace, just take a step back. Tianlin Xingzuan at the side, seeing the situation getting out of hand, hurried out to smooth things over. This? Huangfu Tian frowned, rolled his eyes, and looked at the Huanlei Sage Emperor. The other party's face was ashen, but his face was also twitching, and there was nothing he could do. Okay, since the work of the Holy Lord Tianlin, our Shantian Palace will naturally give face, so we will withdraw the Shantian Golden Slip just now. After hesitating for a while, Huangfu Tian certainly could see that now is a good opportunity to take advantage of the donkey, but before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden shout from the crowd. Slow! This sound sounded like thunder, shocking the audience. Everyone followed the voice, but found that the speaker was Chu Yan. No matter Huangfui Tian, Huanlei Xingdi, Tianlin Xingzuan, Tiankuan Xingzuan, Xian the Great, and even Ouyang Nan Tian, who thought he knew Chu Yan, they all looked at Chu Yan with puzzled faces, and didn't know at all. He opened his mouth at this time. What are he going to do? You know, at this point, things are about to be settled. Not only was the Xiantian golden slip that expelled Chu Yan removed, but at the same time, Xiantian Palace was greatly humiliated in front of everyone. At this time, why did Chu Yan suddenly speak? Chu Yan, you. As the intermediary, Tianlin Xingzuan looked at Chu Yan and spoke suspiciously. Senior Tianlin, everyone, I, Chu Yan, since I joined the heavenly sea territory of Nishan Dao, the illusory Thunder Saint Emperor of Xiantian Palace has repeatedly designed me, whether it is within the mountain gate or on the Huangquan road that just ended. Chu Yan strode out, walked towards Xuantianzhou Hall, and at the same time continued to say. Although I was lucky enough to solve the calculations over and over again, it is not a long-term solution if things go on like this. On Huangquan Road, the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor once helped the Saint Emperor of the Xingtian Pavilion for the Heavenly Demon Fruit, and wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone. Deliberately exposed my whereabouts. Later, I was asked to hand over the Heavenly Demon Fruit, but I refused, so today, such a big show was created. Every word, Chu Yan yelled like thunder, staring directly at the Huanlei Saint Emperor. His eyes were as sharp as a sword. It doesn't matter, my words or the words of Phantom Thunder, who is true and who is false, I will not comment now. Since there is animosity between us, and according to the rules against God, private fighting within the sect is not allowed, then now may be a good opportunity to resolve the conflict. Just like just now, Sacred Emperor Huanlei shot himself, wanting to kill me on the spot with one palm. If it wasn't for the Tiankuan sage, who would appear immediately, everyone should know what the consequences will be. Why, Huanlei will be such a killer? It is because the Tianxian Jinjian has been completed, and I, Chu Yan, have been expelled from Anishan Dao. So, he naturally has no scruples, he can kill if he wants. Having said that, Chu Yan finally stopped, and walked in front of several big brothers, turned around suddenly, with a black robe fluttering in the wind, with true energy surging all over his body, he sternly shouted. Now, it's time to make a break. Not for heaven's sake, not for selfishness, just for Wuhun. The soul of the warrior. When the four characters were uttered, there were bursts of thunder, and the sky and the earth trembled. Without blood, there is no soul. The soul of a warrior, fight. In an instant, the entire Shantian square fell into dead silence, and everyone looked at Chu Yan, who was roaring sharply, with strange expressions on their faces. I don't know why, listening to every word Chu Yan said, their blood boiled, their souls trembled, and even the martial soul in the sea of consciousness roared endlessly. Good. A martial artist cultivates. What is he cultivating? Every warrior, from the day he awakened his martial soul, stepped into the road of enlightenment and practice. Martial souls are 9-star and 10 rank, there are strong and weak, all the way forward, everyone is relying on their own martial soul, but when there is a martial artist, I have said, another meaning of the martial soul. This is, the soul of the warrior. I, Chu Yan, am here, as a casual cultivator, to propose a life and death battle to the second palace master of the Xiantian Palace of the Nishan Dao, the sage Emperor Huanlei. Just when everyone was shocked, Chu Yan, who was hunting in the black robe, roared again. This time, this sentence is like a spark, completely igniting all the hot blood on the scene. Battle of life and death. Battle of life and death. Battle of life and death. The whole audience shouted like thunder, boiled like a tide, and the sound wave almost toppled the entire Xiantian Palace. In front of the main hall, a group of bigwigs were stunned, looking at the scene of countless people cheering and roaring in front of them. They were all dumbfounded. What's the situation? Chu Yan, a strong man in the Emperor Martial Realm, wants to fight to the death with a strong man in the Saint Emperor Realm. #C2363 Dare to fight. Boiling like a tide, blood like the sky. In the entire Shantian Palace Square, the scene was completely out of control. Everyone was roaring, shouting at the top of their lungs. The scene was completely out of control, and even the few bosses present were stunned. Huanlei, do you dare to fight? Chu Yan's shout sounded again, and in an instant, the out-of-control boiling square fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes are all looking at the Huanlei sage. Being stared at by countless pairs of eyes, countless pairs of red but flaming eyes, Saint Emperor Huanlei's heart skipped a beat, his soul trembling. What's the situation? Why all of a sudden, I became the focus of the audience? Life and death battle. Seeing everyone staring at him, and looking at Chu Yan not far away, the Huanlei sage emperor's body swayed, and his legs felt a little weak. Others don't know, but he is clearly ruthless. On Huangquan Road, that Chu Yan can fight against the two holy emperors of Xingtian Pavilion with his own strength. This matter, because Ni Shindao, only he and a few emperors of Shantian Palace saw it, directly concealed it, and would not help Chu Yan to publicize it at all. Therefore, in Ni Shindao, those who know about this matter are limited to a few people. At that time, Xingtian Pavilion, a Tianquan Saint Emperor of the second level of the Saint Emperor realm, and Yin Tianquan, a first-level Saint Emperor realm, were not Chu Yan's opponents. Moreover, the killing mission issued by Yu Wuxue and his son was also completed by Chu Yan, which shows that Chu Yan killed Yin Tianquan. Yin Tianquan, whose cultivation base was the same as his own, but with a slightly higher combat power, died in Chu Yan's hands. Now let him fight Chu Yan one-on-one for a life and death battle. What does this have to do with sending him to death? The difference. However, just as Sage Emperor Huanlei was thinking about how to refuse and escape, Sage Emperor Qingyang of Shantian Palace laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha ha, what a joke! A martial artist in the first level of the Martial Emperor realm. How dare you provoke a Saint Emperor realm expert, Chu Yan? Where does such courage and self-confidence come from? It's simply arrogance. I want to remind you, you are courting death." Holy Emperor Qingyang's words were full of arrogance, and his face was full of arrogance. When the voice sounded, all members of the anti-Shen Wei in the originally noisy square were stunned at the same time, and their expressions changed. That's right. The first level of the Upper Martial Emperor realm challenged the first level of the Saint Emperor realm. There is a whole gap between the Heaven and Earth realm, and there is also a huge gap between the Emperor realm and the Holy Emperor, like a huge gap like a peak in the sky. This kind of life and death battle seems to be a bit like courting death. That's right. Chu Yan, are you sure that you want to fight Huanlei? Saint Emperor to the death. Huang Fuitian, who had been suppressed by the two big bosses for a long time and was about to vomit blood because of his aggrievedness, immediately smiled when he heard the words of Qingyang Xingdi, and swept away the bad breath in his chest. He looked at Chu Yan with great pride, and opened his mouth to remind Road. While speaking, he deliberately made the word Holy Emperor into a long sound. You know, this is that Chu Yan, looking for death. Such a good opportunity to bring the failed plan back on track again is so rare. This Chu Yan is really young and vigorous. Seeing Tian Kuan Xingzuan and Ouyang Nan Tian traveling thousands of miles to support him, he became so arrogant that he almost went to heaven. Now it's all right, he opened his mouth to challenge the Huanlei Sage Emperor, and as a casual cultivator. I am sure. Chu Yan nodded, his face was calm, without any fluctuations. Okay. Huanlei, answer. When Huang Fuitian heard Chu Yan's answer, the smile on his face almost bloomed like a flower. He turned his head and was about to tell the Holy Emperor Huanlei, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw the Holy Emperor Huanlei. After that, his face was startled. Huh? What's going on? Huanlei, why are you shaking? That's right, Master Huanlei's second palace. Have you practiced some powerful emperor technique or body training technique recently? Your physical strength is about to increase, and your legs are trembling so powerfully. Not only Huangfu Yitian, but also Sacred Emperor Yinglian Qingyang looked at Sacred Emperor Huanlei with a look of astonishment and asked. Because, at this time, the Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor, his legs were trembling unceasingly, his whole face was twisted into a ball, he looked like he was constipated, he was smiling but not smiling, crying but not crying. Huanlei, don't get too excited. Although this is a good opportunity to show off my Xiantian Palace prestige, after all, Chu Yan is my fellow member, so you shouldn't hit too hard, understand? Even Tianlin Xingzuan, who was born in Xiantian Palace and stood aside, looked at the Huanlei Sage Emperor with a puzzled face, and reminded him. Me. As the person concerned, the Huanlei Sage Emperor, whose face was contorted in pain and who was about to cry, actually wanted to say. Can I just lose and surrender? But these words echoed hundreds of times in his heart and sea of consciousness, but he still dared not say them out. As the second lord of Xiantian Palace, in front of all the members, he admitted defeat to a junior of the martial emperor realm. Of course he knew how serious the consequences of this behavior would be. That's not as good as it is now, just blew yourself into the sea of qi, and it's a joy to come. What to do? What to do? At this moment, Emperor Huanlei feels like an ant on a hot pot. No matter what happens, the result is the same. I agree. The last two words agreed, the Huanlei Saint Emperor almost gritted his teeth and squeezed them out. There is no choice at all. Promise to die. If you don't agree, you will die. However, if you agree to the life and death battle and do your best, there may be a chance of survival. So, in front of so many people, and in front of the eager anticipation of the other big bosses in Xiantian Palace, what else can Saint Emperor Huanlei say? What else can you choose? What made him vomit blood the most was that these people were all summoned by him using the horn against God. It turned out to be to let them see how Chu Yan was expelled from the way of rebellion, so that he could look up, but the result now is different from what he originally designed and imagined. Okay. Saint Emperor of Phantom Thunder, you have already challenged, next, get ready. Tianlin Sage Emperor nodded upon hearing what Huanlei Sage Emperor said, turned around and looked at everyone in the audience, and announced loudly. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chu Yan suddenly spoke again, interrupting his words. Etc. When this sound sounded, Saint Tianlin was taken aback for a moment, and turned to look at Chu Yan, his face full of astonishment. This kid, what are you going to do again? Not only Tianlin Xingzuan, but Huangfu Yitian, Huanlei Xingdi, Ouyang Nan Tian, and Tiankuan Xingzuan were all taken aback. They looked at Chu Yan with a puzzled face and didn't know at all. Chu Yan called, Wait. Wait, what are you going to do? Including all members of Anishan Dao in the audience, like all the big shots, they all looked at Chu Yan in astonishment, completely dumbfounded. Could it be that this Chu Yan is going to go back on his word now? #C2364 crazy? In front of Xiantian Palace, a battle of life and death is about to begin. Chu Yan, one of the parties involved, interrupted the announcement just before Tianlin Xingzuan announced the start of the battle. This move caused everyone to look sideways, and countless pairs of suspicious eyes were all cast on Chu Yan. These gazes were full of doubts, and of course there were also many doubts and sneers. After all, a martial emperor level challenged a saint emperor level. This gap in strength made this battle basically no suspense. Therefore, even if Chu Yan repents now, it is reasonable. Including a group of bigwigs in front of the main hall, when they heard Chu Yan stop, their expressions changed immediately. Huangfu Yitian, Qingyang Xingdi, Tianlin Xingzuan, etc., all sneered, with a look of contempt on their faces. This Chu Yan is so heroic as he said just now, but now when it's time to fight, he's showing his true colors. As for the Tiankuan saint, Ouyang Nan Tian and Ziyun the Great, their faces were slightly gloomy, they looked at Chu Yan, and remained silent. Chu Yan, do you want to cancel the life and death battle? No problem, I completely agree. In the audience, only Saint Emperor Huanlei was overjoyed and hurried to speak, but before he finished speaking, Chu Yan shook his head and directly denied his words. What? This Chu Yan didn't want to cancel the battle of life and death. Then what on earth does he want to do? Sage Emperor Huanlei has taken the initiative to say that he is willing to cancel the life and death battle, which is tantamount to giving him great face and a step. Clang. Facing the gazes of everyone in the audience, Chu Yan pulled out his backhand, and the Haotian sword came out of its sheath directly, with sword energy and sword intent surging. What the sword pointed at was pointing at the Shantian Palace, the three masters, at the same time. What I mean is, I want to challenge you Shantian Palace, you three, go up together. Boom. 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 This sound resounded like 5 thunderbolts, the eyes of all the people present were rounded, and their bodies trembled suddenly. The entire sea of consciousness was filled with thunder, shocking everyone so dumbfounded that they couldn't react at all and were completely dumbfounded. What? That Chu Yan, what did you just say? Challenge the 3 masters of Shantian Palace alone. Is this kid crazy? Those are the 3 holy emperors, the Holy Emperor Huangfu, the Holy Emperor Huanlei, and the Holy Emperor Qingyang. There are 3 genuine holy emperors. These 3 people can become the 3 palace masters of Shantian Palace. How could their combat power and strength be weak? Not to mention 1 martial emperor realm, even 100 martial emperor realm, I'm afraid they are no match for them. Ha ha ha, laugh, joke. This is too funny. The whole scene froze for nearly 3 breaths, and Sacred Emperor Qingyang finally couldn't hold back, and laughed directly. Chu Yan, you don't need to create momentum anymore, and you don't need to be a sensationalist. Maybe in your opinion, you will lose if you challenge 1 Saint Emperor, and you will lose if you challenge 3 Saint Emperors. Therefore, you want to make yourself more confident and sensational when you lose, right? Stop dreaming. You, a little Emperor Wu, are not qualified to issue such a challenge. Our Shantian Palace sent a Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor to fight for the sake of Tian Kuan Saint Emperor and Nantian Divine Emperor. You, don't push yourself. Whether it is the majesty of the Holy Emperor or the majesty of my Shantian Palace, you are not allowed to blaspheme like this. Word by word, Qingyang Xingdi seemed to have seen through that Chu Yan's mind, and directly opened his mouth to reprimand. Huanlei, do it. For our Shantian Palace, teach this brat who doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the earth and provokes the majesty of my Shantian Palace a good lesson. When Huangfu Yitian heard what Qingyang Xingdi said, his face was ashen, and he said sharply. Yes. Grand Palace Master. At this point in the matter, the Huanlei Saint Emperor still said something, and the last hope no longer exists, so he can only stimulate the whole body of true energy, bully himself, and walk towards Chu Yan. The Shantian Square is huge, and it was originally a place for martial arts competitions. Moreover, life and death battles don't need any ring barriers, just fight directly. Chu Yan, take my palm. Without any hesitation, Saint Emperor Huanlei knew that Huangfu Yitian, Saint Emperor Qingyang, and Saint Tianlin were all extremely angry at this time, and if he didn't make a move, I'm afraid. Therefore, walking 1,000 steps in front of Chu Yan, he raised his hand and slapped it straight out. In this palm, the power of the Holy Emperor surged, almost using 50% of his power. The Holy Gang was like a tide, and the thunder was violent and shocking, and it blasted straight at Chu Yan. Compared with the palm that was blocked by the Tiankuan sage before, although this palm is much weaker, its power is equally astonishing. Such an attack from the Holy Emperor is definitely enough to kill a strong martial emperor. However, what is different from before is that at the same time as the palm of the Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor blasted out, the Holy Gang surged on his body, and the body shield rose up simultaneously, protecting his whole body. The Holy Emperor, Gang Yuan, with palm prints like thunder, rushes past, and the void is blasted open layer by layer, which is earth-shattering. All the anti-Shinto members present all changed their expressions, and their faces were full of horror. How terrifying is the strength of a strong talent in the Saint Emperor realm? How could Chu Yan, who was only in the martial emperor realm, be able to stop it under this palm? You must know that most of the members of the Anai Shin Dao present are the powerful emperors. If they were to face this palm, they would not have any confidence in receiving it. Oh! Chu Yan is over. Seeing this scene, Huang Fuitian and Sage Emperor Qingyang sneered and nodded continuously. This palm, although the Huanlei Saint Emperor only used 50% of his strength, it would not be able to kill that Chu Yan, but it was enough to abolish him. Good. Good. Sage Emperor Huanlei made a move, and the scale was well grasped, which made the two of them extremely satisfied. However, when everyone looked at Chu Yan along the palm print of the Holy Gang, they saw that Chu Yan's figure flashed suddenly and moved. Holy Emperor! Hee hee. With a sneer, Chu Yan clenched a fist with his left hand, and the Golden Gang was like a tide, and he raised his hand and punched out. Wanlai Dragon Gang. The power of the dragon is like a tide, and the power of the fist is like thunder. With this punch, the aura of Chu Yan's whole body changed greatly, his eyes shone with golden light, and the endless dragon's breath rushed out, condensing into a fist like a golden dragon's shadow, blasting straight to the oncoming palm prints. Boom! One palm and one punch collided, and the earth-shattering explosion sound exploded, making the eardrums of all the members watching the battle ache. However, when everyone raised their heads and looked at the center of the explosion, they saw a roaring golden dragon soaring through the sky, tumbling and moving, smashing the terrifying palm of the Holy Emperor into pieces and dissipating quickly. What? How can this be? The faces of all the bosses changed in unison, and their faces were full of surprise. Huang Fuitian and Qingyang Xingdi had grimaced faces just now, but at this moment, their faces froze instantly, and their eyeballs popped out. Even Ouyang Nan Tian, the Holy Master Tian Kuan, had his pupils tightened and his face was full of disbelief. Seeing this scene, all the members of the rebellious God Dao, the Sea of Consciousness was buzzing, and thunder exploded in their hearts. That Chu Yan actually blocked it. #C2365 Yuan Sword, you will be defeated. Fighting with one move, the vigor was scattered in all directions, and everyone in the audience was shocked by the result of the first fight between the two. This Chu Yan actually blocked it. Except for the Huanlei Sage Emperor, who had long been mentally prepared, everyone else's expressions changed. Especially Huang Fuitian and Qingyang Xingdi, their whole bodies were petrified on the spot, and they stood there in a daze, unable to react at all. Originally, in their opinion, after this move, the battle should end, and Chu Yan would either die or be disabled. But now, not only is that Chu Yan fine, but he also looks calm, as if he didn't even consume much energy. How can this be? Facing an attack from a Saint Emperor realm expert, even with only 50% strength, a martial Emperor realm expert can deal with it so easily. Chu Yan, it seems that you have really benefited a lot from being on Huangquan Road. Your cultivation base has improved a lot. Although the Huanlei Saint Emperor knew in his heart that Chu Yan could block his move, but with so many people watching, he had to say something for the sake of face. Don't think that if your cultivation base has improved, you are qualified to fight with me. Just now is just a practice, and the next step is the real start. While speaking, Saint Emperor Huanlei pushed his hands flat, and the Gang Yuan in his whole body continued to condense, turning into a huge ball of red light. In the ball of light, the majestic power of thunder and lightning rushed out, blasting the surrounding void into pieces, and it was impossible to withstand such a powerful thunder. Thunderbolt 9 Heavens! With a loud shout, Saint Emperor Huanlei suddenly pushed his hands flat, and the huge ball of thunder and lightning exploded thousands of electric snake sparks, blasting towards Chu Yan. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn it for me. Seeing that Emperor Huanlei began to use his original power, Chu Yan sneered and didn't care at all. He waved his hand and summoned the Suzaku martial soul to meet the thunder. Chu Yan has absolute confidence in Saint Emperor Huanlei, because Chu Yan has long known that the natal attribute of Saint Emperor Huanlei is the fire element mutated thunder-type Kung Fu and Gang Yuan. And my Suzaku martial soul is the king who restrains the thunder system, no matter what it is, sky thunder or earth fire. In front of Suzaku Wuhun, they are all scum. Chirp. The resounding sound of the phoenix's cry resounded through the heavens and the earth, and a ball of fiery flames rose up. It reached a height of less than 100 feet, and then a huge fire bird rushed out of the flames. The red lightning rushed straight. Ha ha ha, fire element martial soul. Seeing that Chu Yan directly summoned the martial soul, the Huanlei sage emperor smiled and said with a proud expression on his face. Chu Yan, do you really think that your leapfrog combat power has reached the Saint Emperor realm? Let me tell you, even warriors of the same rank who are the first heavenly Saint Emperor realm have the same cultivation base, but their combat power is vastly different. Farewell. Do you really think that my original power of the thunder system is just a thunder attack? In that case, I won't be titled Phantom Thunder. The Saint Emperor of Phantom Thunder, the famous Emperor Art, although it is of the thunder type, but his trump card, the martial soul, is rarely revealed in front of everyone. Because his martial soul is an extremely rare divine soul type martial soul, named Fire Illusory Crystal Sky Beast. It is a special war beast composed entirely of mysterious crystals. The entire body of the beast is composed of fiery red crystals, which are crystal clear and ignore all spiritual and soul attacks. At the same time, it also has a strong soul attack ability. Therefore, the thunderbolt blasted out by Saint Emperor Phantom Thunder just now contains a powerful soul-like attack. When he saw that Chu Yan summoned a fire-type martial soul and wanted to fight against his thunder and lightning power, he knew that Chu Yan had been fooled. With your fire element martial spirit, you just want to deal with my Sacred Emperor Huanlei, who had a sneer on his face, was about to open his mouth to laugh a few words, but before he could finish his sentence, the smile on his face froze in an instant. Call. The fire waves falling from the sky were like a frenzied tide, falling from the sky, like the tide hitting a boulder, instantly buzzing and trembling, and stopped moving forward. Qinglian Sword Pond. Seeing that Suzaku blocked the thunderous attack, Chu Yan slashed out with a backhand sword. The sharp sword energy flew across the void, and the silver bright sword edge cut directly on the thunder ball. Puff. There was a muffled sound, like a sharp knife cutting flesh, and a sword mark visible to the naked eye split open on the lightning ball. But that sword light had passed through the thunder ball and slashed straight towards the illusory Thunder Emperor who was not far away. What? I couldn't believe that my unique move was so vulnerable. One fire and one sword not only destroyed my famous unique skill, but the sword edge didn't weaken at all, and cut straight towards me. Thunder Sky Shield, block. The Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor, whose face changed rapidly, didn't dare to take any chances anymore. He urged the already extremely strong body protection essence, and at the same time cast the defensive Emperor technique, condensed a thunder shield, and blocked it in front of him. The strongest lightning defense, unstoppable. The power of White Tiger Gold, break it for me. Chu Yan fisted left and right sword, his whole body was full of fighting spirit, his thunder eyes instantly turned white, he opened his mouth and spit out, the power of the White Tiger martial soul rushed out, and instantly merged with the Haotian sword in his hand. Boom. The sword light rushed out hundreds of feet, the dazzling sword light and majestic sword energy turned into a peerless sword, and the point of the sword tip was the huge thunder and lightning shield in front of the Huanlei sage. Cut. After uttering one word, Hong Yin rolled, and the Haoyan sword slashed through the air, slashing heavily on the thunder shield. Boom, rumbling. He had just endured a thunder shield from Qinglian Sword Pond, and was struck by this terrifying Haoyan sword light. He didn't even block it for half a breath, and it exploded directly, turning into thunder light all over the sky, scattering in all directions. Is this a divine weapon? The pupils of the Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor trembled, and a look of shock appeared on his face. As a holy emperor and the second master of Xiantian Palace against God, he has extensive knowledge, but the magic weapon in Chu Yan's hand is so powerful that it is almost outrageous. When my own thunder shield is like this, like chopping melons and vegetables, 2 swords will be smashed to pieces. Such a powerful divine weapon, combined with a powerful swordsman, has more than doubled its power. It turned out that on Xuanhuan Road, as a bystander, I hadn't experienced it personally. Now it's my turn to finally understand why Tian Kanxingdi and Yin Tianquan couldn't suppress this Chu Yan. This sword, you will be defeated. In Chu Yan's eyes, blood eyes and golden pupils appeared immediately, and he stepped out, hunting in the black robe, and the sword intent all over his body turned into a tornado, before melting around his body, without a trace of hesitation, one sword after another, constantly cutting out. The sword light all over the sky merged into a frenzy of sword intent, with the power to destroy the heavens, it shrouded towards the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor. This sword is not only the sword intent and the power of Haoyan, behind Chu Yan, the 5-color soul light surges, and even the power of the 5-element guidance technique is integrated into the sword tide. This is a brand new attempt. It is a fusion of the kendo that Chu Yan relies on most, and the newly awakened 5 elements Daoing technique. Boom. 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 In the next breath, countless thunder and lightning collided with the sword light above the sky, and the sky exploded. #C2366 Heaven and Earth Demon God. The eyes of everyone in the audience were attracted by Chu Yan's move. Countless pairs of eyes, with deep tension and solemnity, stared at the sky, constantly exploding. Terrible waves of air and shocking coercion continued to surge. That astonishing wave of swords is frantically suppressing all the lightning power in the void. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was cultivated in the Emperor Wu realm, he actually completely suppressed the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor in the Saint Emperor realm. 1,000 waves of thunder luck. The Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor's eyes shot out with lightning, and with a wave of his hands, he sacrificed his portable spiritual treasure, a pair of purple bells. This pair of purple bells, all purple and red, just appeared, like 2 meteors, straight into the sky, crashing into the sea of spiritual clouds. Boom, boom. Thousands of miles of thunder, thousands of miles of lightning, the sea of spiritual clouds that originally enveloped the entire mountain gate, after the pair of purple bells crashed into it, the boundless sea of white clouds changed from white to gray and from gray to black at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a series of thick electric snakes jumped and appeared in the clouds. Click! The thunder was so fast that before everyone could react, a thunder pillar as thick as a giant python slashed down from the thunder cloud towards Chu Yan. Break it! Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was like a tide, and a large group of black light burst out behind him. Amidst the sky-shattering roar, the holy Rakshasa himself, holding a gold and silver fork, broke through the air. Cut the giant python thunder column. Ka ka ka. On that golden fork, monstrous demonic energy was released, blasting on the thunder pillar, causing the thunder pillar to vibrate continuously, twisting suddenly, like a real giant python, directly entangled towards the gold in the hand of the holy Rakshasa himself. Cross. The power of thunder and the power of demons, the two are in the air, launching a frontal confrontation of yin and yang attributes. Roar! 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 At this moment, the holy Rakshasa himself was furious. The golden fork is waving, the silver fork is like a dragon. During the tumbling and stirring, they directly fought with the thunder pillar as thick as a dragon in the sea of thunder clouds all over the sky. In an instant, the sky and the earth trembled, thunderstorms prevailed, and the violent thunder and boundless magic power rushed to the sky and attacked the earth. The eyes of all the people in the audience were looking at the sky, all of them were horrified, their pupils narrowed, and their faces were inexplicably astonished. It was as if, seeing above the dome of heaven, a demon god of heaven and earth was fighting against a white thunderbolt, wielding a pair of gold and silver forks, one fork after another, continuously piercing the thunder and lightning dragon, splashing a large number of thunder flowers. The power of the holy Rakshasa suppresses the way of heaven and is unacceptable to all laws. How can it be a small lightning dragon that can compete with it? In just a few breaths, the thunder and lightning dragon, with hundreds of holes pierced all over its body, quickly disintegrated. Roar! 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 The deity of the holy Rakshasa, who is as powerful as a tide and as imposing as a rainbow, holds two forks, roars upwards, and is covered in the holy Rakshasa spirit pattern, shining golden light. This scene fell in everyone's eyes, as if they really saw the return of the demon god. How is this possible? Damn it, bastard! A pair of eyeballs of Saint Emperor Huanlei almost flew out of their sockets, staring at the void. The demon god of heaven and earth was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? This Chu Yan, that is such a powerful demon vision. The cold air in his heart kept rising, his scalp was numb, his face was already pale, his pupils trembled slightly, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Even his most powerful thunder spirit treasure was sacrificed, but it was still suppressed by Chu Yan, so what a fart. Boom! Boom! Boom it to death. The illusory thunder saint emperor who was suspended in mid-air, the more frightened he became, the more hysterical he became, jumping his feet, frantically urging the purple thunder holy bell in the sea of spirit clouds, blasting out one after another thunder pythons. The scene on the 10,000 zhang sky was as if the heaven and earth were enraged, trying to completely destroy the demon god who should not have appeared in the world, and thousands of thunderbolts kept falling down. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and the dense thunder and lightning fell, like a forest of thunder and lightning, covering the holy Raksha himself. Suzaku, burn it for me. Chu Yan saw the Huanlei sacred emperor, already crazy, and had expected it in his heart, sneered, and drank in a low voice. Above the sky, the Suzaku martial soul, which has been simmering for a long time, has already passed through the sea of spiritual clouds and soared above the 9 heavens. Its body is covered with Suzaku Emperor fire, like a golden sun, releasing endless brilliance. Chirp! The phoenix crowed for 9 days, the thunder moved for thousands of miles, its wings flapped, and a large wave of fire poured down like a flood breaking an embankment. This is the power of Vulcan, reappearing in the world. The entire world turned from black to red, and in an instant, it was completely covered by an endless sea of flames. Within the eyes, it covered the sky and covered the earth, all of which were flames that destroyed the world. At this moment, Chu Yan fully realized the benefits of raising the original 32 inner alchemy to 64. In the past, Chu Yan couldn't support such a terrifying Vulcan skill like the Suzaku martial soul. Even if he barely used it, he could hold on for a few breaths at most. But now, the 64 inner elixirs that have been fully formed in the Sea of Qi, and the burst of energy, can fully support the full exertion of any one of the 5 divine beast spirits without any pressure. The fire wave was raging, burning the sky and scorching the earth. Wherever it passed, a large sea of spiritual clouds was swept away by the fire wave, and instantly burned into nothingness. This The face of the phantom Thunder Saint Emperor changed from gray to white, and then from white to green. Looking at the scene in the sky, his hands were trembling. Originally, he used the purple thunder holy bell to use the spirit cloud sea at the mountain gate to create a super thunder cloud to deal with Chu Yan. This is the biggest difference between a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse and an Emperor realm powerhouse. Those who are strong in the Saint Emperor realm can already use part of the power of the world to convert it into their own power. No matter how strong a warrior is, he must never compete with heaven and earth. This is a very simple truth. However, Saint Emperor Xuanhuan suddenly discovered that these words seemed a little pale when applied to Chu Yan. I used all my holy energy and mobilized the greatest power of heaven and earth, but in front of this Chu Yan, it didn't seem to have much effect at all. The more you fight, the more chill you feel. Although he had seen Chu Yan's strength and was prepared in his heart, but now, a sense of fear has grown in the heart of the Xuanhuan sage emperor. Even his Xie La holy bell doesn't need any effect, what use are other imperial arts and rare treasures. Qingyang, help me. Saint Emperor Xuanhuan turned around, with a trace of fear in his eyes, looked down at Saint Emperor Qingyang in front of Xiantian Palace, and shouted. Shame. Very shameful. But now, if he continues to fight with this Chu Yan, he will really lose. As the second lord of Xiantian Palace, in front of the members of Quandao, if he really lost to this Chu Yan, it would be even more embarrassing. Because now, he not only represents himself, but also represents Xiantian Palace. You can lose your own face, but Xiantian Palace's face must not. #C2367 Heavenly Mantra. In front of Xiantian Palace, Sage Emperor Qingyang frowned tightly, but after hesitating for a while, his figure turned into a streamer of light and soared into the sky. The curse of thousands of beasts and demons. At the same time as his figure rushed into the sky, the violent power of the Holy Emperor surged out, turning into a black frenzy in front of him, rushing straight towards the sea of fire in the sky like a black cloud passing through the border. Roar! 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 In the large black clouds, countless phantoms appeared, and all kinds of monsters ran wildly, like a wave of beasts, rushing through the sky. This is a killer move. Emperor Qingyang had been watching the battle from below. From the initial contempt to the later shock, he had a new understanding of Chu Yan's combat power. Like the sage Emperor Xuanhuan, it can be easily judged that if there is no one to help, it won't be long before the sage Emperor Xuanhuan will be defeated. What a concept! Even when sage Emperor Qingyang rushed to the sky and performed his ultimate move, his sea of consciousness was still a little dazed. A holy emperor, unexpectedly lost to a strong martial emperor. This kind of battle and the result completely collapsed his worldview of the invincibility of the holy emperor. At least, before this Chu Yan appeared, Qingyang's Saint Emperor had traveled to the 10 directions starfield for hundreds of thousands of years, and he had never seen or even heard that Saint Emperor would lose to a martial emperor. In the past, when discussing martial arts with some Holy Emperor realm friends, everyone sometimes boasted that they could prove their own strength by fighting so many battles at the martial emperor realm by themselves. Sage Emperor Qingyang at that time, I remember very clearly, someone once said that a sage emperor like Xuanhuan sage emperor had once said that he even fought against 70 or 80 high-ranking martial emperors, and completely suppressed them. But now, a high-ranking martial emperor-level martial artist, in front of him, shouted help while suppressing a strong man in the first level of the Saint Emperor's level. What is the situation? Could it be that the world of martial spirits that he is familiar with has changed? With countless doubts and solemnity, Sage Emperor Qingyang made a move. And as soon as you make a move, it's just going all out, not holding back at all, and not considering other things. After all, in front of so many people, it is really unreasonable for 2 holy emperors to deal with a martial emperor realm. But so what? As long as this Chu Yan can be eliminated, the right to speak after the war will always be on the victor's side. This is the world norm of the jungle, where the strong are respected, and the weak do not even have the right to speak. Therefore, this time, Emperor Qingyang's heart was already moved to kill. Although against the divine way, the rules are strict, but at this time, with his attack, Shantian Temple has been pushed to the edge of a very dangerous. Qing. Sage Emperor Qingyang made a shot. Behind the figure of Sage Emperor Qingyang, who was soaring into the sky and joining the battle, countless pairs of eyes that instantly widened were filled with shock. Everyone in the audience, including countless members of the rebel god, all looked horrified as they watched the figure in the blue robe soar into the sky, and cast the ultimate move of the Holy Emperor. In everyone's sea of consciousness, only the same consciousness flashed, like a thunder. Two great Saint Emperors, deal with one. Martial Emperor realm. In front of the Shantian Palace, no matter if it was Huangfu Tian, Tianlin Xingzuan, Ziyun Great Emperor, Tiankuan Xingzuan, Ouyang Nan Tian, all of them looked shocked. Not only Qingyang's Sage Emperor, but these giants, they are not even the existence of the Shifeng starfield. Therefore, like Sage Emperor Qingyang, they have never seen it before, and it takes two Sage Emperors to deal with a strong martial emperor. Even the Tiankuan sage, who opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it at all, just watched helplessly. Qingyang's sage rushed to the sky, shot at Chu Yan, and even forgot to stop him. This Chu Yan, it seems that when he first arrived at the Earth Demon Palace, he was not so strong. How long? My dear mother. As a saint, he is several times more powerful than the Saint Emperor, but at this time, the shock in Tiankuan's heart is no less than that of other people. In particular, for Chu Yan, he is clearer than anyone else, and he is absolutely sure that when Chu Yan just joined Nai Shan Dao and became a member of the Earth Demon Palace, his cultivation base and strength were definitely not as strong as they are now. Horrible. This is the real horror. It's not because of how strong a certain warrior is, but because of a warrior, every time you see him, his strength soars. If you give him time, how far he will grow. At this time, above the sky, Chu Yan, who had already suppressed the phantom thunder Saint Emperor's face green, suddenly felt a wave of terrifying clouds coming from below. Is there another one? Heavenly spell. Without any hesitation at all, Chu Yan turned over a bottle of golden pill and poured it directly into his mouth to supplement the consumption of true energy. At the same time, the flaming eyes suddenly changed, and a large golden light burst out like 10,000 golden threads. A large group of golden light began to accumulate behind Chu Yan. On the other side, because of the casting of the curse of 1,000 beasts and 10,000 demons, a large wave of dark cloud beasts rushed past and crashed into the endless sea of flames, like a shady curtain, completely blocking the flames. The phantom thunder, Sage Emperor below, suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief, and the pressure in his soul was suddenly relieved. The joining of Sage Emperor Qingyang has completely relieved his almost collapsing combat power, but he looked at Chu Yan with more and more shocked eyes. Because he knew that Holy Emperor Qingyang swept the curse of 1,000 monsters and 10,000 beasts. But even so, when it was cast, it only blocked the terrifying Vulcan-like fighting spirit above the sky. The combat power of this Chu Yan is too terrifying. It was so frightening that it had already affected and even shaken their martial arts will. Although they are very clear that once the battle starts, the most fundamental source of strength is the strength of martial arts will. But even so, seeing the terrifying combat power shown by Chu Yan in front of them, their martial arts heart was still shaken. A doubt of can they match arose in their souls, which could not be erased. Facing such a junior martial artist, the hearts of the two holy emperors simultaneously rose with killing intent. He must not be allowed to exist, and such a kid who could threaten the dignity of the holy emperor must be killed. Qingyang, help me resist for a moment, I want to use. Sage Emperor Huanlei knew that this battle was unbeatable, especially after Sage Emperor Qingyang joined the battle. This battle was even more unbeatable. Therefore, Saint Emperor Phantom Thunder is preparing to use an extremely powerful Hole card, a real forbidden technique. However, before Holy Emperor Qingyang could answer, a dazzling cyan sword light appeared in the distant sky. This sword came out of nowhere, without any warning signs, and without a trace of powerful aura erupting. It was as if a ray of spiritual light appeared between the heaven and the earth by accident among them while cruising the heaven and earth. It's just that the cyan sword light crossed the sky and headed towards the Huanlei Saint Emperor. Before reaching within 10,000 steps, the Huanlei Xing Emperor felt a sense of death. #C2368 Face or not. With one sword strike, the sky is cold. The Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor, who was pointed directly at by this sword light, only felt cold all over his body, as if he was in an ice cellar. No, not good. Even his teeth were trembling a little, and the scalp of Huanlei Xingdi's whole body exploded. With a strong sense of danger, Xingyuan exploded directly. Thunder shakes the 9 heavens, and the world is illusory. With his hands forming seals, Gang Yuan boiled like water, erupting around him. Heavenly curse, earthly forbidden, boundless law. Not far away, Emperor Qingyang's face also changed drastically. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan's sword was so terrifying. The two great Saint Emperors activated their unique moves at the same time, and they did not dare to neglect in the slightest. The majestic attack of the Holy Emperor was like a sky falling, covering Chu Yan. Swish. Swish. Facing the overwhelming attack of the Holy Emperor, Chu Yan's unicorn pupils were in motion, and he could see through all the attacks directly. His figure was like black lightning, and between the flashes, there were constantly large waves of attacks flying through the edges. That way, it was like a lone boat in a raging storm, which would be submerged and swallowed at any moment, making all the people watching the battle have their hearts raised in their throats. You know, this is the attack wave of the Holy Emperor, how powerful it is. Chu Yan shuttles like this, it is tantamount to dancing on the tip of a knife, picking millet from the sea of fire, how can it not be creepy? However, no matter how terrifying the oncoming attack flood was, Chu Yan stared straight at the Huanlei Saint Emperor with his eyes, and kept charging regardless of being in danger. Are you crazy? Seeing Chu Yan getting closer and closer, Saint Emperor Huanlei's heart was filled with cold air, his pupils trembled slightly, and he exclaimed in his heart. This Chu Yan is a desperate way of fighting at all. Although there was a dazzling sword light in front of him, which kept breaking through to open the way, but under the large-scale attacks of the two great emperors, the power of that sword light was also weakening. It seems that it is impossible for the two great emperors to rely on this overwhelming attack to block the charge of the sword light and Chu Yan. Boom. A bang. The cyan sword glow rushed nearly 1,000 steps in the sky filled with the power of the Holy Emperor, and finally couldn't bear the crazy attack of the might of the Holy Emperor, and scattered violently. The pupils of Chu Yan's unicorn were running, and as his eyes passed by, his figure turned sharply, wandering on the edge of the explosion, and his figure became more erratic, flying across the air, leaving behind a long afterimage. Still coming. The Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor's spiritual consciousness locked on Chu Yan, and his face trembled. Without the sword light to open the way, that Chu Yan did not retreat but advanced, still rushing towards him. Under such circumstances, not to mention accumulating the ultimate forbidden technique, even if you want to escape, your legs will be a little weak. This is regarded as a target, staring at you, no matter what you do, the eyes on both sides are like wolves, just staring at you tightly, and keep rushing towards you. This feeling, the sense of fear in people's hearts, is constantly born. Huangfu Grand Palace Master, save me. Saint Emperor Huanlei turned around and wanted to escape, but suddenly found that behind him, a massive distorted void directly blocked his way. When he wanted to fly to the left and right sides, he found that the distorted space was not void at all, but time and space. Time and space are distorted. Even if you are a Daluo Jingxian, it is impossible to teleport. You can only fly with true energy under the pressure of the void that has increased tenfold. In that case, the speed will be greatly reduced, and it is impossible to escape at high speed. Therefore, under such circumstances, the fear in the heart of the Huanlei Sage Emperor had reached its peak, and he didn't care about it at all, and he spoke directly, his voice trembling, and asked for help to the ashen-faced Huangfu Tian in front of the Xiantian Palace. Bold Chu Yan, court deaf. Huangfu Tian held back his belly full of inflammation, and when he heard the words of Saint Emperor Huanlei, he couldn't bear it any longer. With a loud curse, he was about to soar into the sky and join the battle circle. At this time even he no longer considered the face of Xiantian Palace, but only wanted to save the Huanlei Sage Emperor and teach that Chu Yan a hard lesson. Therefore, before I told Chu Yan that the three holy emperors were allowed to go together, I didn't care about it and laughed loudly, but now, it really turned out that the three holy emperors were going to deal with a martial emperor together, Chu Yan. Anyway, today's embarrassment has already been lost at home, and I don't care about losing some more. You try to move one. Without waiting for Huangfu Tian to leave, a cold shout sounded not far away, and at the same time, a golden light with the force of thunder shot over. Not good. Huangfu Tian, who was urging his true energy and spiritual consciousness, felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and it exploded instantly. His scalp was all tense, he didn't dare to hesitate at all, he teleported directly, and retreated a few times towards the rear 10 steps. Tom. There was a loud noise, accompanied by flying dust. Right where he had just stood, a stick of iron and gold was inserted into the ground, and the stick was still humming and trembling. Tiankuan, you. The iron and gold stick is the great killing weapon of the Tiankuan sage. The power of this stick is extremely terrifying, and Huangfu Tian certainly knows it. Shameless. People from Xiantian Palace, how shameless are you? With a face full of disdain, Venerable Tian Kuan folded his hands on his chest, looked at Huangfu Tian coldly, and asked. With the sound of landing, all directions, unparalleled eyes, all looked over. Huangfu Tian was caught by this gaze, his face was stunned, and his body froze on the spot, where he could still move a little bit. There are countless pairs of eyes, with various complex expressions, including anger, sneer, disdain, and contempt. Most of the eyes are almost exactly the same as Tian Kuan's eyes, leading to a strong questioning. Do you want face? You Xiantian Palace, how shameless are you? But among the crowd, there were quite a few members whose faces were blushing and could not lift their heads at all. These people were basically members of Xiantian Palace. What a shame. This is too embarrassing. In this battle, Xiantian Palace first sent a Saint Emperor to deal with a martial emperor from Earth Demon Palace, but they couldn't beat another Saint Emperor. Now, even the Grand Palace Master has to go up, forming a 3-on-1 situation. If things continue like this, if the 3 Saint Emperors can't beat them, will they call on all members of the entire Xiantian Palace to deal with one of them? Such a shameless thing, let alone in an Aishan Dao, even in the ordinary sect forces outside, it is impossible to happen. Therefore, the members of Xiantian Palace couldn't hold their heads up in the crowd at this time, and even many people started to move towards the edge of the square, ready to slip away at any time. After all, standing here is really too embarrassing. Huangfu Tian had just been dazzled by anger, and suddenly woke up, his face blushed, he coughed twice, and slowly lowered his head. Snort. Seeing that Huangfu Tian had come down to the truth, Saint Tiankuan didn't say much, snorted coldly, continued to look up at the sky, and began to pay attention to the situation of the battle. #C2369, beat up the 2 Palace Lord. Above the sky, the battle is fierce, and the battle situation changes drastically. Sage Emperor Qingyang, who had rushed up to assist him, cast a heavenly spell, but was blocked by the Vermilion Bird Martial Soul and Qilin Martial Soul, and fell into a state of anxiety. The heavenly spell is a very peculiar method of the emperor's art, and warriors who practice this way are actually not good at fighting. Especially when encountering the fire-type black type that completely restrains the spells of the sky, and the unicorn martial soul that represents the power of the sky. The masculinity and righteousness in the world are extremely strong, and it will cause a powerful attack on the spells. Suppression effect. Therefore, Emperor Qingyang, who was fighting Suzaku and Qilin Wuhun at the same time, was anxious to get angry, but he had no choice but to regret it, and rushed forward just now. As the third palace lord of Shantian Palace and a strong man at the Saint Emperor level, it was a bit embarrassing for him to be blocked by two martial souls. However, the power of the two martial souls in front of them is like a continuous sea, and they can't win in a short time. After all, among his heavenly spells, the most powerful attacking spell is the Curse of 1,000 Beasts and 10,000 Demons. When this trick was used, it had no effect at all, and was suppressed instead. Therefore, seeing Chu Yan rushing towards the Huanlei Sage Emperor, Qingyang Sage Emperor had nothing to say. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Chu Yan and Emperor Huanlei, and everyone felt that the critical moment of this battle has arrived. Swish! 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 Chu Yan's figure, like a ghost, kept getting closer to the Huanlei Sage Emperor as he flickered in the air. In less than a few breaths, the Holy Emperor's attack frenzy that shuttled through the sky has already invaded 10,000 steps in front of the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor. Second Palace Lord Huanlei, do you still want to escape? Seeing that the time and space around him were restricted and his head was numb, Saint Emperor Huanlei could only fight back, but when he turned around suddenly, he found that a figure in black robe was already standing in front of him. Do you remember? When I first entered the Tao of God Rebellion, you were gossiping and making things difficult for me. Now, let's do the math. His whole body was full of fighting spirit. A pair of bloody golden pupils stared straight at the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor in front of him, with his left hand forming a fist, and the violent dragon power condensed. Blast out with a punch. Roar. The sound of dragon sputum was earth-shattering, and the roaring golden dragon gang rushed out and slammed into the body of the Huanlei Saint Emperor, who was close in front of him, causing his body to fly upside down in an instant, and he retreated 100 steps before barely standing still. However, outside the body, the frighteningly thick layer of body protection, Gangyuan trembled violently, which could not be calmed down for a long time. You, poof. Raising his finger and pointing at Chu Yan, Emperor Huanlei's face was full of inexplicable horror. The blood in his body was rolling, but now he was so angry that he opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood mist. Injury, in fact, is not serious, mainly because of anger. As a holy emperor, he was actually beaten up by Chu Yan, who was cultivated in the Emperor Wu realm. Not good. He wants to. Sage Emperor Qingyang in the sky and Huangfu Tian on the ground saw the scene with their own eyes, and their expressions changed immediately, and they reacted at the same time. This Chu Yan, recklessly rushing through the attack frenzy of the sky-filled Saint Emperor, approaching the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor, is afraid. In an instant, Holy Emperor Qingyang, above the sky, erupted directly, and the holy energy in his body was like a tide, and countless spells of heavenly spells poured out. However, facing the encirclement of the former Suzaku, the latter Qilin, and the two great beast spirits, he had no chance at all, and it was just a waste of holy energy. At this time, in order to break through the demigod realm, the disadvantages of his specialization in sky spells were completely exposed. However, the strong ones at the Saint Emperor realm are Saint Emperor realm after all, especially the Qingyang Saint Emperor, who soon discovered that among the two martial spirits surrounding him, the golden-scaled four-legged beast was just a martial spirit, not a battle spirit. Therefore, the heavenly spell and the frenzy attacked the Qilin Wuhun, allowing him to break through a gap, and the monstrous holy power swept down towards Chu Yan. Above the sky, a large black cloud descended, and the beast shadows all over the sky roared, pointing directly at Chu Yan. However, regarding the threat behind him, Chu Yan didn't even turn his head to take a look, but just stared at the Phantom Thunder Emperor in front of him, and his whole body continued to explode. Whether it was the Suzaku martial soul, or the Holy Raksha himself, who was fighting against the Purple Thunder Holy Bell, they all erupted, blocking most of the sky spell. But Chu Yan, still indifferent, just stared at the Huanlei Sage Emperor in front of him, grinning lightly at the corner of his mouth. Last time, at the Golden Orchid Festival, I wanted to use the Shantian Golden Liquid to destroy my cultivation. Right. Roar. The fist of the Dragon Gang exploded, and the Golden Dragon tumbling, slammed into the body of the Huanlei Sage Emperor who had just stood firm. Xuanhuan rode, in front of the Golden Spirit Peak, deliberately exposed my whereabouts, and wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone. Right. Roar. Roar. Punch after punch, the might of the dragon was like a tide, the strength of the gang was crazy, all the power exploded, and the punches hit straight. This time, the Huanlei Sage Emperor couldn't even stand firmly, and was blown away again. Yellow Spring Forest. Today, in front of the Shantian Palace, the God-defying horn, the golden slips are expelled, these calculations. A sound of furious shouts shook the world, every sentence, a crime, was a Huanlei dragon ball that blasted out and hit the Huanlei Saint Emperor. Although he has a powerful body protecting Gang Yuan, facing the stormy Dragon Gang's fist, the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor was beaten into a sandbag by Chu Yan, swaying left and right, flying all over the sky. Boom, boom. At the same time that Chu Yan beat the Huanlei Saint Emperor violently, from the sky behind him, a wave of heavenly spell attacks crashed down and hit Chu Yan's back at the same time. This is a method of warfare that injures 1,000 enemies and injures oneself 800. Chu Yan grabbed the Phantom Thunder Emperor, completely ignoring the attack behind him, allowing him to attack on his body shield, until the body shield shattered. Chu Yan could only destroy the Shantian fire body and dragon pattern the golden body, hard against the holy power of spells these days. In less than a few breaths, Chu Yan's body began to be injured, with wounds and strands of blood swaying the world. However, the Huanlei Sage Emperor, who was held tightly by him, was more than 10 times worse than Chu Yan. His sacred body had already been shattered by Chu Yan, and now every punch he punched almost directly hit the body of the Huanlei Saint Emperor. With a punch, blood and flesh flew all over the place. Saint Emperor Huanlei lost all will to fight and was completely paralyzed. His entire face was almost swollen like a pig's head, and more than half of the bones on his body were broken. The original golden robe was completely stained with blood, broken and filthy, blood was splashed, and hair was disheveled. There was still a hint of arrogance in those clothes. What's more, in those slit eyes, the twinkling gaze, apart from fear, is pleading. He felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and he was full of death, especially when he saw Chu Yan, who looked like he was crazy. The panic in his heart had completely swallowed his heart of martial arts. This Chu Yan is too scary. Just like a madman, like a devil. In order to beat him, he ignored the attack behind him, just grabbed him and beat him to death. Crazy, devil. Not only the Sage Emperor Huanlei, but all the big bosses and members in the audience, watching this scene in the sky, were all extremely shocked, their eyes were dull, and they were completely dumbfounded. #C2370 Madness. Above the sky, Chu Yan's whole body was stained with blood, and it was impossible to tell which was his own blood and which was the blood of the enemy. The black robe is like a banner, blood red is fluttering, and the golden fist is still falling crazily, punching into the flesh. At this moment, Chu Yan's appearance fell into everyone's eyes, and the aura of "I am invincible, I would rather die than be defeated" made everyone's sea of consciousness explode at the same time. Even if they were outside the battlefield, everyone felt the same chill of horror as the Phantom Thunder Sage Emperor. including a few bosses. Looking at the sky, Chu Yan, who looks like a madman, will subconsciously have a kind of obsession, that is, never fight with this Chu Yan. Boom, boom. At a height of 10,000 zhang, Sage Emperor Qingyang had accumulated for a long time, and finally burst out with the most powerful sky spell, breaking through the defense of the Qilin Wuhun, and rushing towards Chu Yan. Damn it, Chu Yan, let go of the phantom thunder. Roaring with anger, the red-eyed Emperor Qingyang, with his twin Saint Yuan, turned into two black palm prints and slapped them down again. These two palms didn't use any imperial techniques, but just burst out all the holy energy at once. After blessing, they were condensed to the extreme. Roar. The holy Raksha himself, in mid-air, saw a move, slammed towards Chu Yan, and immediately roared. The silver fork in his left hand was shining brightly, and he threw it directly, hitting one of the two palm prints. The silver fork collided with the palm print of the Black Saint Emperor, and it exploded and shattered violently at the same time, turning into waves of air that surged towards the surroundings. However, the other palm print of the Holy Emperor was only attacked by Qi Jin, and its power was weakened a little, but it still fell towards Chu Yan's back. Even Chu Yan, who had been exercising his body training to the extreme, was blasted violently by this palm, falling downward like a meteor. However, after falling thousands of feet, Chu Yan's figure suddenly stopped in the air, and he flew up again, and with a flash, he returned to the body of the Huanlei Sage Emperor. Wan, Lai, Long. Gang, broken. The roar is shocking. The sky was covered with blood, and the aura was like the might of an angry god. Accompanied by the terrified eyes of the Holy Emperor Huanlei, a large golden dragon shadow, like 1,000 thunders swallowing the sky, roared, and all fell on the Holy Emperor Huanlei. Boom. 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 In an instant, the figure of the Phantom Thunder Saint Emperor was completely swallowed by hundreds of golden dragon shadows, and countless air waves exploded, completely covering half of the sky. Ah 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 ah. There were miserable screams, and the body of the Huanlei Saint Emperor fell straight down from the airwaves and fell towards the ground. This may be the first time since the Nishindao Tianhai territory branch was established. The screams of a strong man in the Saint Emperor realm resounded in the mountain gate. Tom. With a muffled sound, the imaginary Thunder Emperor, who was falling straight like a meteor, slammed heavily on the square in front of Shantian Hall, smashing a big pit on the ground of the square, and the dust rushed out of the deep pit to a height of several feet. Ha ha ha, cool. 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 Hanging above the sky, Chu Yan's black robe was like a flag, his long hair fluttered, he laughed wantonly, and uttered the word Shuang 3 times in a row, his heart full of pride. The whole body is soaked in blood, the momentum is like a tide, and the fighting spirit is like a rainbow. For the enemy, how can we not fight? If you want to fight, you must fight to the end, and there will be no retreat. All kinds of calculations, all kinds of conspiracies, threats and assassinations. The horn against the gods, the Shantian golden slip, everything that was aimed at him, was all smashed into powder. This is the real fighting spirit, real power, and real powerhouse. At this moment, the wind was standing, the clouds were breathing, and the sky and the earth seemed to freeze. Countless trembling gazes looked up at the sky. That black-robed body seemed to be looking at the only ruler in this world. Call. With a breath of true energy, it erupted from Chu Yan again, and suddenly turned his head, with a wicked smile on his lips. Chu Yan turned his head and looked at the same dull-faced Qingyang Sage Emperor in the sky far away. Next, it's your turn. The sound broke the silence between heaven and earth in an instant, everyone's spirits trembled, and their pupils shrank suddenly. And Qingyang Sage Emperor, looking at those bloody and golden eyes, could only feel a thick chill rising in his heart, and his scalp exploded instantly. Escape. At this moment, Emperor Qingyang finally understood what Saint Emperor Huanlei experienced just now. This Chu Yan is simply a madman. Just now, he beat a strong man of the Saint Emperor state until he was beaten to pieces, and blasted into the depths of the ground. Now, he turned his gaze to himself again. Both of them couldn't beat them, but he was alone, and he was still a strong man of the Sky Curse system who was not good at fighting, so he was playing a fart. With a flash of thought, Holy Emperor Qingyang exploded with holy power all over his body, and was about to tear the void, ready for an instant, but at this moment, a strange sound sounded. Damn. Chu Yan, I won't let you go, I'll fight with you. On the square of Shantian Temple below, in the deep pit, a figure was crawling out of the pit, stood up tremblingly, looked up at Chu Yan who was looking at the sky, his mouth was full of blood, his teeth were bared, and he roared angrily. This battle, he looked miserable, but in fact, it was all flesh and bones injuries, and the origin of the holy gang was not injured. When Chu Yan shot, he still maintained the last trace of the bottom line, and did not attack his sea of knowledge and sea of energy, so he still retained a trace of combat power. Swish! Saint Emperor Huanlei stomped on the ground and rose into the sky, but instead of rushing towards Chu Yan, he rushed to Saint Emperor Qingyang and joined him. The two holy emperors finally gathered together, and two majestic powers of the holy emperor exploded in the sky at the same time. No matter whether it is Saint Emperor Huanlei or Saint Emperor Qingyang, facing Chu Yan alone now, there is a psychological shadow. Therefore, as before, they also know that there is no chance of winning if they fight separately. If the two join forces, the chances of winning will be much greater. After all, they are strong in Anai Shen Dao, and their combat power is much higher than those of the same level. In addition, both of them have experienced countless actual battles, and their combat experience is extremely rich. The battle situation was unfavorable, so he immediately adjusted his tactics and rushed out at the same time, one left and one right, double-teaming Chu Yan, and jointly shot. Boom! 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 The war broke out again. This time, Chu Yan took back all the holy Raksha's deity and martial spirit, and fought with the two holy emperors at the same time with his right sword and left fist. The 9 heavens, the 10 directions, and the heavens and the earth were constantly being smashed to pieces by the berserk force, and the energy scattered and surging in all directions, like a raging sea tide, swept across the entire mountain gate against God. Countless spiritual peaks trembled and swayed unceasingly, even some of the peak protection formations of some spiritual peaks were activated. This battle is getting more and more intense. It is magnificent, the wind is raging, and the sky is full of holy energy, like two waves of tsunami, colliding and crushing each other. It can be seen that the members of the anti-Shinto present are all tense, shortness of breath. However, just as the battle was getting worse and worse, a figure soared into the sky, and the screaming sound was like a bell and a drum, resounding through the entire world. All of you, stop me! #C2371 Megatron against Shinto. This roar was like thunder, shocking the world and blasting towards the sky, accompanied by a dazzling blade light. It was as if the stars were dying, and where the knife light passed, all the vigor and true energy disappeared completely, and the sky was completely clear. Just one knife, smashing everything, extremely terrifying. This is. Whether it was the 3 of Chu Yan who were fighting, or all the bosses of Anai Shen Dao below, they all looked up, stunned. The terrifying sword glow, like a star erupting, turned into a wave of sword energy, sweeping the entire world like a shock wave. This battle. Stop here. Holding the Duantian knife, Ouyang Nantian was dressed in a white robe, floating high in the sky, his eyes were calm, but with incomparable majesty, looked around the audience, and said in a deep voice. After this battle, whether it is the personal grievances between Chu Yan and Huanlei, or the battle between Xiantian Palace and Earth Demon Palace, stop. No more incidents. I go against the way of God and encourage competition, but I emphasize unity. This is my biggest advantage against the Holy Heaven Pavilion and God's domain. According to the plan, within 5 years, I will fight Xingtian Pavilion against God, and if I win, I will counterattack God's domain. So, in the past 5 years, I hope that the 8 divisions of the gods will unite and develop, aiming at external enemies, making every effort to improve, and accumulating strength. Sentence by sentence, although Ouyang Nanshan's flat voice was not loud, it reverberated through the heaven and earth, and resounded through the sea of consciousness of every anti-Shinto member. As the headquarters of Enai Shindao, one of the 3 great god emperors, Ouyang Nanshan's grasp of the scale is extremely accurate. In this battle, because of fighting against the 2 great emperors with a strong posture and the strength of one person, the fighting spirit of every member of the anti-Shin Wei was encouraged to the greatest extent. At the same time, with the help of Chu Yan's hand, Shantian Palace was suppressed, and the self-righteous arrogant heart was suppressed. When the battle is getting intense, use a more powerful posture to forcibly interrupt the competition, establish the prestige of the Enai Shindao headquarters, and remind everyone who the real enemy of the Enai Shindao is. All the bosses looked at Ouyang Nantian in the sky, nodded slightly, and didn't say much. Finished. Chu Yan holds the Haoyan sword. The hand that had been holding the sword hilt tightly, because it was pale without a trace of blood, finally loosened it a little at this moment, and let out a long breath. Naturally, he would not object to Ouyang Nanshan's decision, so let's stop fighting here. Turning head slowly, looking not far away, Saint Emperor Huanlei and Saint Emperor Qingyang, both of them were covered in blood, disheveled, panting like cows, and extremely embarrassed. There was still a trace of the majesty of the previous Saint Emperor, Shantian Palace, the pride of the Lord. Although at the end of the battle, the 2 holy emperors joined hands and gradually gained the upper hand, their injuries were obviously much heavier than Chu Yan's. Hey! Chu Yan waved his hand, put the Haoyan sword back into its sheath, looked at the 2 holy emperors, and grinned. Although there was no final winner in this battle, for Chu Yan, it was a joyful battle, and all the fighting spirit in his heart was released, which was extremely fun. On the contrary, Saint Emperor Huanlei and Saint Emperor Qingyang had red eyes and were full of aggrieved hearts. Seeing Chu Yan's smile caused the breath in their bodies to surge, and the trauma broke out, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chu Yan, if it wasn't because of the Nantian God Emperor's obstruction this time, you are lucky. The Huanlei Saint Emperor looked at Chu Yan, really aggrieved, and wanted to say a sarcasm, but just halfway through, he saw Chu Yan's cold eyes staring straight at him, which immediately made him tremble. Shut up quickly, hummed casually twice, not daring to say any more. In this battle, Chu Yan's crazy fighting style, especially the violent beating, left a lot of psychological shadow on Saint Emperor Huanlei. Let's go. Huang Fuitian could still stay there. He opened his mouth to shout, greeted Huanlei and Qingyang in the sky, turned around and went back to Shantian Palace. This time, Shantian Palace's face was completely disgraced, and he was completely ashamed. Next, no need to think about it, everyone will look at Chu Yan and the Earth Demon Palace with admiration, and the prestige of the Earth Demon Palace will also skyrocket. And their Shantian Palace directly became a supporting role. Chu Yan, this battle is over, follow me. Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan, smiled slightly, and with a flash of his figure, he also flew towards the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace in the distance. Yes. Chu Yan bowed his hands to express his gratitude to Ouyang Nantian. At the same time, he turned around and bowed his hands to Lord Tian Kuan and Emperor Ziyan. Although he fought happily in this battle, Chu Yan knew very well that without the support of big bosses such as Ouyang Nantian and Tian Kuan Xingzuan, the result would not be as satisfactory. Therefore, after Chu Yan expressed his gratitude to them one by one, he flew and chased after Ouyang Nantian. After Chu Yan left for a long time, in the entire square of Shantian Palace, countless members of the rebel god who had just watched the battle were still immersed in the shock just now, unable to react for a long time. Such an amazing battle is over. After a long time, the quiet square began to gradually become noisy. It's amazing, the Great War Emperor of our Earth Demon Palace is too strong. That's right, fighting alone against the two great emperors of Xiantian Palace, this fighting power, this domineering aura, TSK. It's too scary, the two giants, looking at the entire God-defying Tao, no, the entire 10 directions starfield, I am afraid that we are the only one who can do this level. It's scary, how can this combat power be so strong? Didn't you see? The Emperor of War has multiple attributes, all of which are extremely strong, and his swordsmanship is even more heaven-defying. Ha ha ha. That's right, what is this? I bet, even if the Grand Palace Master Huangfu goes up, Chu fights against the Emperor, 1 fights 3, it's nothing to worry about. My God, it's terrible. Even if it was some members of Xiantian Palace, their eyes were shining at this time, and their faces were full of awe. At the same time, a large number of messages of spiritual consciousness scattered from the square of Xiantian Palace, sweeping towards the other 7 divisions of Anishan Dao. After this battle, besides Chu Yan, it was spread throughout the 8 rebellious gods, and its fame moved the universe. On the other side, Chu Yan followed Ouyang Nantian to the main hall of the Earth Demon Palace, and found a living room. After Ouyang Nantian set up a restraint defense, he sat opposite to Chu Yan. Chu Yan, come and taste the best spiritual tea I got from Ning Tian. A pot of clear tea, 2 jade cups, the spiritual tea brewed by Ouyang Nantian, is full of strong fragrance, which makes Chu Yan's eyes shine. Thank you. Chu Yan held the cup and drank it, the fragrance of the tea melted in his mouth, and he immediately felt much refreshed. Even after the big battle just now, the irritated true energy and martial arts heart in his body gradually calmed down. Haha, why are you being polite to me? Ouyang Nantian laughed, and also drank from a cup with a smile on his face. The entire residence hall is filled with the fragrance of tea, and there is also a relaxing tranquility, and the atmosphere is extremely comfortable. How is your injury, are you okay? Ouyang Nantian put down his teacup, looked at Chu Yan, and asked. It's nothing serious, after taking the golden elixir, you will recover soon. Chu Yan smiled lightly, opened his mouth to answer, pondered for a while, looked up at Ouyang Nantian, grinned lightly, and asked. Brother Ouyang, I'm afraid you came here from the headquarters today, not just to help me back up. Is there something else? Hey, smart. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Ouyang Nantian laughed immediately, his eyes flashed brightly, and then he spoke. There is a very good thing. I have been investigating for a long time, and I finally got definite news yesterday. You boy, you are going to be lucky. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, Chu Yan was startled. Lucky. #C2372 Atmospheric Transport. The relationship between Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian is very close. Therefore, Chu Yan would call Ouyang Nantian Big Brother basically when there was no one around. This is a kind of respectful title, not only because of Ouyang Nantian's status, but also because of Ouyang Nantian's care for Chu Yan all the time. Therefore, when Chu Yan saw Ouyang Nantian's appearance in front of Xiantian Palace, he could accurately guess that Ouyang Nantian must have other things on his trip. Now when I heard Ouyang Nantian say that he had searched for a long time, but only got results yesterday, and he ran to find him today, he couldn't help feeling a little moved. However, Chu Yan was a little confused about Ouyang Nantian's great fortune. After all, with Chu Yan's current cultivation base and strength, ordinary opportunities really don't help Chu Yan much. Just like on Huangquan Road, Chu Yan and Yu Linglong together explored many ancient demon relics, but among them, the ones that are really useful to Chu Yan, except for the heavenly demon fruit, are only the 5 pieces that the natural calamity mother-in-law brought him and found. Soul Stone. By the way, Chu Yan, a member of Xiantian Palace, has always been at the top of the three palaces. Over the years, he has developed an arrogant and domineering character. Ouyang Nantian smiled lightly, but changed the subject, looked at Chu Yan and said with a smile. These guys, why do you have to be as knowledgeable as them? Although Ouyang Nantian was extremely surprised by Chu Yan's explosive strength in this battle, it was more or less within his expectations. However, with Ouyang Nantian's temperament, he thinks that it would be best if such combat power is not exposed. Brother Ouyang, there is a limit to patience. Don't tell me you want me to be expelled from the way of rebellion. Seeing the smile on Ouyang Nantian's face, Chu Yan immediately rolled his eyes and said angrily. To be honest, if the Phantom Thunder Sacred Emperor today hadn't created the Shantian Golden Slip to expel him from the Tao against God, perhaps Chu Yan would not have completely erupted and smashed against Shantian Palace. Now that it has started, if you want to do it big, why think too much and be tied up? While speaking, Chu Yan took out a bottle of golden pill and continued to swallow it. While healing the injury, he also recovered nearly 70% of the true energy consumed by the war. Now, Chu Yan's cultivation has broken through to the upper martial emperor realm, and when the 5 divine souls and martial souls are used, their power has increased by more than 5 times. However, what made Chu Yan speechless was that the true energy consumed by these beast spirits that had broken through to the battle spirit was really terrifying. Sometimes, Chu Yan didn't even dare to imagine that after breaking through to the divine realm, the true energy in his body would be enough to activate the 5 divine beast martial souls at the same time. You are young. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Ouyang Nantian shook his head, chuckled lightly, and said no more. By the way, there is one more thing. Ouyang Nantian's face suddenly became serious, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. He stared straight at Chu Yan, and asked. An Aishan Dao headquarters, the heaven-breaking sword has disappeared. Does this matter have anything to do with you? After asking this sentence, Chu Yan was also stunned, looked at Ouyang Nantian, and remained silent for a long time. In the sea of consciousness, consciousness is like flying. Chu Yan thought a lot, and finally decided not to hide it. After all, it won't take long to keep Duan Tianjian subdued by him, and it will be exposed sooner or later. After all, this Duantian sword is the sword that belonged to the founder of Nishan Dao, the sword God Aoki sword, let alone Nishan Dao, even in the 10 Directions Starfield and the God Realm, it is famous. As long as the Duantian sword is released, there will be very few bigwigs and powerhouses of various forces who don't know this sword. Hiss, really you? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Ouyang Nantian gasped suddenly, his eyes widened instantly, looking at Chu Yan, his pupils kept trembling. Chu Yan nodded. While speaking, he flipped his hand, and a long black sword appeared in his hand. It is precisely these few days that the headquarter of an Aishan Dao has been completely blown up. Broken Heaven Sword. The appearance of the Duantian sword made Ouyang Nantian's whole body tremble. His eyes stared straight at the black long sword in Chu Yan's hand, and his face was full of ghostly expressions. After a full 3 breaths, Ouyang Nantian finally came to his senses and took a deep breath. Duantian scabbard, so it is like this, it turned out to be Duantian scabbard, no wonder. The Duantian sword has been floating on the altar in the square of Nishendo headquarters for nearly 700,000 years, and there are no less than 1 million people who went to subdue it one after another. Among them, there are strong men in the divine realm who have reached the sky, and there are also strong men who specialize in swordsmanship and have invincible sword energy. However, there has never been a single person who can make Duan Tianjian produce even the slightest fluctuation and reaction, let alone subdue it. However, the last time Chu Yan tried to subdue it for the first time in Nishendo Square, he aroused the sword spirit in Duantian sword. From then on, Ouyang Nantian decided that the one who subdued the Duantian sword in the future must be Chu Yan. However, he never thought that this day would come so soon. Moreover, Seeing the Duantian sword scabbard, Ouyang Nantian knew that Chu Yan was thinking about the Duantian sword, probably not for a day or two, otherwise he would not have found the Duantian sword sheath. Regarding the Duantian sword sheath, not many people know about it, but there are also quite a few. However, I have never heard of it. There is news about the Duantian sword sheath. You recognize the Lord. Raising his head suddenly, Ouyang Nantian stared at Chu Yan with red eyes, and said in a trembling voice. Yes. Chu Yan nodded again. Hiss, hiss. This time Ouyang Nantian gasped for air, almost draining the air in front of Chu Yan. To be honest, just like the battle in front of Xiantian Palace, Chu Yan's violent beating of Saint Emperor Huanlei surprised Ouyang Nantian, but it was still expected. After all, Ouyang Nantian knew Chu Yan better. As for the Duantian sword, Ouyang Nantian also guessed that this Chu Yan would subdue the Duantian sword sooner or later, but he never expected that this day would come so soon. This Chu Yan not only received the Duantian sword, but also recognized the master. Ha ha ha, good. Good. Great. After a short silence, Ouyang Nantian's loud laughter broke the silence instantly. It's God's will. It's God's will. Millions of years ago, Aoki Sword God came out of the God realm with the broken heaven sword in hand, went to the 10 directions starfield, and established the way of rebellion. Millions of years later, when Ni Shindao was preparing for a decisive battle with Xingtian Pavilion and counterattacked the God realm, the Duantian sword was born again. All of this is God's will in the dark. Ha ha ha. Seeming to be in a certain state, Ouyang Nantian laughed wantonly and kept talking, looking extremely excited. Chu Yan, heal your injuries quickly, let's set off as soon as possible and go to the Kanglan Absolute Domain. After 10 breaths of madness, Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan with excitement and shouted. Kanglan Absolute Territory. Chu Yan was stunned. This name sounded very familiar, but for a while, Chu Yan couldn't remember it. Don't worry about it, recover quickly. Ouyang Nantian urged. Good. Chu Yan nodded, then walked to the side and sat cross-legged. #C2373 Double Sword Spirit. Earth Demon Palace, Guest Hall. There are several such extremely luxurious and high-end residence halls among the main halls of the 3 giant palaces. Mainly for entertaining, the main department or other branches, the big bosses who come to visit are called VIP halls. Ouyang Nantian, as one of the 3 god emperors of the Nishindao headquarters, logically speaking, should be a guest at the VIP hall of Xiantian Palace if he is entrenched in the Tianhai region branch. But Ouyang Nantian was against the divine way, and he was born in the Earth Demon Palace, so no matter which branch he went to, he would stay temporarily in the VIP hall of the Earth Demon Palace. At this time, Ouyang Nantian's residence hall has been sealed. In addition to Nantian God Emperor himself, there is also Chu Yan, who is practicing breath adjustment. A big battle against the 2 great emperors consumes a lot of Chu Yan. At the same time, in order to violently beat up Sage Emperor Huanlei, he was slammed a few times by Sage Emperor Qingyang's heavenly spell, and Chu Yan suffered some minor injuries. This is because Suzaku and Saint Rakshasa blocked most of the holy power of the sky spell, otherwise the consequences would not be as simple as minor injuries. At the end of the battle, Chu Yan's true energy had no way to support more whole cards. Otherwise, call out a few more martial spirits, not to mention the sky spell, even if Huangfu Tian joins, Chu Yan can deal with it calmly. Great Emperor Realm. The pinnacle of Emperor Wu's cultivation. In the stage of infinitely accepting the bottleneck of the semi-holy cultivation base, if Chu Yan's cultivation base can be raised to the Emperor's level, maybe today's battle will be very different. One after another, the golden elixirs continuously turned into spiritual power and merged into the blood and sea of energy in the whole body. For the current Chu Yan, these 7th-rank golden pills are almost impossible to use to improve his cultivation, besides recovering his true energy and healing his injuries. Because, starting from the upper martial emperor realm, the improvement of one's cultivation does not depend solely on the accumulation of true energy. Just like the unique move of the Holy Emperor of Phantom Thunder, the Purple Thunder Bell, the power of the forbidden technique must be used with the help of the power of heaven. The difference between a warrior in the Saint Emperor realm and a warrior in the Emperor Wu realm lies in whether he can mobilize the power of heaven and think it has been used. To achieve this level and practice, it is necessary to have a deeper understanding of the way of heaven and martial arts. However, the continuous swallowing of the golden core is in Chu Yan's body, which is different from the previous practice. The Haoyan sword and Duantian sword exude a trace of sword intent, which connects to Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, constantly devouring the spiritual power of heaven and earth transformed by these golden elixirs. At the same time, the sword spirits of the two divine swords floated above the sea of consciousness, evolving a spiritual map. On the sea of consciousness and the sky, the location where the Holy Spirit pattern was originally located has now been occupied by these two vague spiritual pictures. They devoured the spiritual power of the golden core and urged the operation of the spiritual map. The sword energy released swam through Chu Yan's whole body, making his blood flow faster and his recovery speed increased by more than several times. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. In 3 days, no matter whether it was the injury or the true energy in his body, he had fully recovered. The current healing speed is several times faster than before. What is the spiritual map of these two divine swords? Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, frowning slightly, with a hint of surprise on his face. When subduing the Duantian sword, due to special circumstances, Chu Yan did not have the opportunity to deeply understand the spiritual map that suddenly appeared on the two divine swords. However, Chu Yan can be sure that the Haoyan sword never had such a spiritual map before, and it was derived from the influence of the Duantian sword. Chu Yan, you recovered. Seeing that Chu Yan opened his eyes, Ouyang Nantian, who had also practiced for 3 days beside him, turned to look at Chu Yan and asked. Well, everything is restored. There is no problem. Ouyang Nantian's consciousness was on Chu Yan. He glanced around, then nodded, saying, Okay, let's go. Immediately, Ouyang Nantian got up slowly and walked towards the outside of the hall, followed by Chu Yan. Brother Ouyang, what is the relationship between the great luck you mentioned and the Kanglan Absolute Territory? Chu Yan asked as he walked. Hey, you kid. Looking at Chu Yan and smiling slightly, Ouyang Nantian immediately explained. Am I not sure about your situation? Tell you that it's luck, how bad is it? In the Kanglan Absolute Territory, a ruin has just been born, and there is a breath of 5 soul stones found in it. When the words landed, Chu Yan's eyes lit up instantly. 5 soul stones. Not long ago, the 5 soul stone that Chu Yan found in Xuanhuan Road made his cultivation level directly rush to the upper martial emperor realm. If you can get a few more pieces, which are bigger than the one on Xuanhuan Road, you may have a chance to hit the bottleneck of the great emperor realm. Sure enough, Ouyang Nantian's visit this time really brought great luck. You know, Chu Yan spent a lot of points in the Chaotian Temple of Nashendo, but there was no news of finding a few 5 soul stones. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Nantian helped him find it. Then why hesitate, hurry up, if the 5 soul stone in the Kanglan Absolute Territory is snatched by others, it will be a tragedy. After all, apart from the 5 soul stones, there are really no other resources that can improve Chu Yan's cultivation base. Hey, Chu Yan, do you know why this Kanglan Absolute Territory is called Absolute Territory? Ouyang Nantian saw the flame spewing out from Chu Yan's eyes, chuckled suddenly, and asked. It is said that this Kanglan Absolute Territory is one of the top 10 forbidden areas, ranking in the top 3. No matter what level of martial artist enters, at least half of them will be lost. That's why it is called the Forbidden Territory. Chu Yan thought for a while, and told the news about Kanglan Absolute Territory in the Sea of Knowledge. That's right. So this time I'll accompany you. However, I'll only increase the range to protect you from damage. I don't care about other things, including finding the ruins and the 5 soul stones. It's all up to you. Ouyang Nantian nodded, with a solemn face, and said. What? Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and looked at Ouyang Nantian in disbelief. Staring at the other party for a full breath, Chu Yan showed a strange look on his face, looking at Ouyang Nantian, his eyes sizing him up and down. Hey, boy, what are your eyes? Ouyang Nantian twitched the corners of his eyes twice, and shouted. You are a strong demigod, accompany me to practice. There is such a good thing. Chu Yan stepped back half a step, looked at Ouyang Nantian, looked around Ouyang Nantian again, and then asked. What's the plan? This knock is extremely embarrassing. Ouyang Nantian and Chu Yan looked at each other, only to feel darkness in front of them, and almost fainted directly. Good. 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 You are getting smarter. After a long time Ouyang Nantian shook his head, and finally said. On the one hand, I have to protect you after you took the heaven-breaking sword. At the same time, I must also protect the heaven-breaking sword. In addition, there is another matter. I will tell you when the time comes. What's the matter? Chu Yan still looked wary, looking at Ouyang Nantian. #C237410 Forbidden Places. The reason why Chu Yan had doubts was absolutely reasonable. You know, in the 10 Directions Starfield, what is the concept of a demigod-level powerhouse? It is definitely an existence that sweeps the heavens. Even in Anishan Dao, they are all existences at the top of the pyramid. Such a powerful and strong man would be so good, accompany him to a certain Jedi, to find resources. No matter how good the relationship between Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian was, Chu Yan had to think about what Ouyang Nantian's actions had to do with Anishan Dao. In particular, after experiencing the previous battle in Shantian Temple, Chu Yan also discovered that the competition in Anishan Dao was extremely fierce. Boy, this matter depends on chance. It has something to do with Tianming Absolute Territory. If I don't find out by then, I don't need to tell you. So, don't ask. Just think I'm going with you, okay? Ouyang Nantian shook his head, his attitude was very firm, and he obviously didn't want to tell Chu Yan. This matter is related to some secrets in Anishan Dao, it is really inconvenient to tell you. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to ask again, Ouyang Nantian quickly explained again. Boy, you don't even worry about me. I can still hurt you. Ouyang Nantian smiled wryly, looked at Chu Yan, and said. Then, okay. Chu Yan hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. For Ouyang Nantian, Chu Yan is of course at ease, but for Anishan Dao. But now, when Ouyang Nantian said this, what else could Chu Yan say? He could only nod in agreement. Moreover, a place like Tianming Absolute Territory is full of dangers, and it is widely rumored that the loss of warriors in it has nothing to do with their cultivation and strength, making it extremely strange. Now that there is a demigod-level powerhouse accompanying him, Chu Yan has more or less a guarantee, so naturally there is no reason to refuse. If you can get the 5 soul stone, you will have a much greater chance of breaking through the Great Emperor realm. Let's go. Chu Yan nodded, and together with Ouyang Nantian, they left the Earth Demon Palace and went directly to the Teleportation Palace. Wait for the light in the Teleportation Hall to flicker. After the figures of Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian disappeared, in the main hall of Shantian Palace, not far away. Qi, the first Palace Lord, the second Palace Lord, the third Palace Lord, that Chu Yan left the mountain gate, and according to the news of the teleportation hall guards, they went to Tianming continent. Guhong stood at the bottom, with an extremely respectful attitude, and opened his mouth to report. Heavenly Dream Continent. Above the main seat, Saint Emperor Huanlei's expression changed. Could it be that he is going to Xuanhuan Absolute Territory? That's right. It's very possible that the Tianming continent is a 4-star continent. Except for some natives and low-level monsters, there are no resources at all. Only the Tianming Absolute Territory, which ranks 3rd in the top 10 forbidden areas, has a lot of background. Emperor Qingyang nodded and added. Hee, this kid is quite courageous. Huangfu Yitian sneered and said. In my opinion, this is a good opportunity. Saint Emperor Huanlei, who kept his head down and his eyes gurgling, suddenly spoke. What chance? Sage Emperor Qingyang and Huangfu Yitian turned their heads at the same time to look at Sage Emperor Huanlei. Spread this news and let all the big forces in the entire 10-direction star field know that Chu Yan, who got a lot of heavenly demon fruits and ancient demon treasures on Huangquan Road, has arrived in Tianming Absolute Territory. When the time comes, hee. When these words landed, the 2 palace masters were startled at the same time, and then frowned slightly. This idea, of course, is a good idea, but if you really do this, you will violate the rules of Anishan Dao, and if you are exposed, you will be judged. Guhong, I heard that your Gu family, in the Sanshan area, runs a chamber of commerce. Seeing the faces of Huangfu Yitian and Qingyang, Holy Emperor Huanlei naturally understood what they were afraid of, then smiled slightly, turned to look at Guhong, and asked. Report to Master Uncle, yes. Guhong was startled, and quickly replied. Okay, very good. It seems that you haven't been back to the family for a long time. You are allowed to leave the palace today and go back to visit your relatives. In addition, pass on the order. Shantian Palace will start today. No one can trouble Chu Yan anymore. Dispose of it according to regulations. While speaking, Sage Emperor Huanlei stared closely at Guhong, then turned his head to look at Huangfu Yitian and Sage Emperor Qingyang, and smiled lightly. Go home to visit relatives, ah. I understand, hee, don't worry, uncle, I know what to do. Guhong, who was originally at a loss, finally reacted when he saw the grim smiles on the faces of the 3 palace masters, bowed his hands, turned around and walked out of the palace. Humph. Chu Yan, if I don't kill you this time, I won't be called Huanlei. Seeing Guhong's figure striding away, Saint Emperor Huanlei suddenly showed a murderous look on his face. Thinking of myself, a majestic holy emperor and the 2nd palace master of Shantian Palace, was beaten into a pig's head by that Chu Yan in front of all the members of Tianheu. I can't swallow this breath no matter what. Not only Huanlei, but Huangfu Yitian and Qingyang Xingdi also had murderous intent on their faces, wishing to put that Chu Yan to death in the next breath. Therefore, when they heard what the Huanlei sage emperor said, they would naturally not object. In particular, if the news is spread through Guhong's mouth, they will be able to completely push it away even if they investigate it. As long as that Chu Yan dies, whether Shantian Palace or himself, the lost face will all come back. Ha. Hey. In the main hall of Shantian Palace, on the dark and dim main seat, the 3 palace masters laughed loudly. Of course, Chu Yan, who had just arrived in Tianming continent, knew nothing about what happened in the dark corner of Shantian Palace. From the teleportation array of Tianming continent to the location of Tianming Absolute Territory, it will take 7 or 8 days just for the journey. Although Chu Yan was a little impatient, Ouyang Nantian watched the scenery all the way, and talked to Chu Yan about things in ancient times from time to time. Originally, Chu Yan was also extremely curious about the war in the age of ancient gods and demons. Therefore, the 2 of them flew all the way and chatted all the way, but they were relaxed and at ease, and Chu Yan also allocated a part of his consciousness, and kept studying the broken sky sword in the sea of consciousness. After the sword spirit of Duan Tianjian was beheaded, although the new sword spirit was reborn, it was closely related to the spirit map on the sword body. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness wanted to peep into the mystery, but he couldn't find a breakthrough. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 8 days passed, and the two of them finally arrived at the entrance to the Tianming Absolute Territory, a large forest. This is an extremely magical place. The vast forest stretches as far as the eye can see, but it is a dazzling sea of light. The leaves and trunks of almost every big tree emit a faint light. The light of countless trees gathers together, almost lighting up the sky, making it impossible for people to tell whether it is day or night. This is the absolute heavenly dream. Chu Yan glanced across the big forest in front of him. His face was full of astonishment. It's not because of the spectacle of the shining forest in front of him, but because Chu Yan felt the extremely strong spiritual power of the 5 elements in this forest. This is the first time Chu Yan has encountered such a strong 5-element spiritual power in one place at the same time. #C2375, please come to the door. Tianya Hage, the holy mountain, the top of the infinite holy peak. The golden light is shining, the holy mountain with celestial spirit is swaying, the peak of 10,000 feet, a golden stone monument stands tall, straight into the clouds. From a distance, it seems to connect the heaven and the earth, the world of mortals and the world of gods. Here is the legendary place where the headquarters of Xingtian Pavilion is located. On this day, the holy mountain, which was originally peaceful, was suddenly broken by a 1,000-mile message from the outside world. In the depths of the holy mountain peaks, in hidden places, terrifying figures suddenly woke up in the darkness, opened their eyes, and their captivating eyes were like sharp arrows, directly piercing the void in front of them. What? That Chu Yan went to Tianming Absolute Territory. With this gaze, there was a deep doubt in the darkness, and there was a red light in the eyes. Send the order, let the judgment hall, the dizzy team, go. A thought flashed out from the dark place and spread to the palaces on the top of the holy mountain. Soon, one after another silhouettes soared into the sky from the holy mountain, waved their hands and tore apart a large space, rushed into it, and disappeared. And hundreds of millions of miles away, in a Jedi ruins. Huh? Chu Yan. Raising his head suddenly and looking into the void, a look of surprise appeared on that person's face. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you finally appeared. This time I will never let you go. The killing intent surged like a tide, and even the surrounding space trembled slightly. Not only these two places, but the entire 10 directions starfield, major forces, and sects received the same news almost at the same time. Different identities, different forces, and different reactions to the news. Some rushed and immediately headed to Tianming Absolute Territory, while others pondered for a long time before shaking their heads and giving up. However, no matter what, an invisible trend is quietly brewing. At the same time, Tianming Continent, in the fantasy forest. Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian were shuttling through the forest, walking in a colorful world. After entering the forest, Ouyang Nantian recovered the form of the soul body. From a distance, it seemed that Chu Yan was walking alone. This is just like what Ouyang Nantian told Chu Yan before. When he got to the place, everything was centered on Chu Yan himself, and he was only responsible for protecting Chu Yan's safety. After all, things like great luck also require personal luck. Chu Yan didn't care, just pretending that Ouyang Nantian didn't exist, walking in the fantasy forest, releasing all his consciousness, covering a radius of 100 miles. 5 soul stones, it is possible, will appear at any time. In this fantasy forest, the spiritual power of the 5 elements is so strong that the probability of the 5 soul stones appearing is extremely high. Just a few, Chu Yan walked for nearly an hour, and found hundreds of all kinds of top-quality spiritual grass and spiritual fruits. As an alchemist, Chu Yan has not found so many high-level treasures in a place for a long time. Just recently, Jingdan has been consumed a lot, especially Little White Bear and Situ Yang. The last time they met, they took away most of Chu Yan's inventory. Therefore, while exploring and moving forward, Chu Yan kept collecting the treasures of heaven and earth in the fantasy forest. However, after walking for about 2 hours, Chu Yan's expression suddenly froze. A few figures appeared in the spiritual consciousness that checked the surroundings, and they were quickly heading towards his position. Obviously, the other party also found him. It didn't take long for a total of 4 people to appear in front of Chu Yan, completely blocking his way. Among these 4 people, 3 were at the Great Emperor realm, and 1 was at the Half-Saint realm. They looked at Chu Yan with apprehension and excitement. "Step aside." Chu Yan's eyes were slightly cold. He looked at the 4 of them and shouted in a cold voice. "No matter why these 4 people came here, warriors are often more dangerous than others in a place called the Dream Forest, which is known as the top 10 forbidden places. Ha ha ha, it's impossible to get out of the way. Finally found you." The red-robed man who was the leader of the 4 was smiling all over his face, looking at Chu Yan as if seeing a treasure. His eyes were shining. The 4 of them all met Chu Yan on Xuanhuan Road. Although they were far away, they were very familiar with Chu Yan's name and appearance. "I didn't expect it. I spent a whole day looking for you in this forest, and I finally found you." The man in the red robe turned his head and looked at the 3 people around him. They all smiled excitedly and nodded. "Chu Yan, I don't want more, 100 demon fruits, 4 of us brothers, leave immediately." Next, the leader of the red-robed man waved his hand, and the 3 people around him immediately separated and surrounded Chu Yan at the station. "But if you don't pay, don't blame our brothers, you are cruel." Hey. Humph. "If you don't hand it over, you'll destroy him." When the other 3 heard it, they all had killing intent on their faces, and shouted loudly. Before they came, they were a little worried that Chu Yan would act with other people. Now they found him and found that he was alone. This is definitely a godsend opportunity. I have already refined all the demon fruits, including Xuanhuan fruit, there is not a single one left. Chu Yan shook his head, sighed, and turned his head to look at the direction behind him. It was empty and silent, but Chu Yan knew that Ouyang Nantian was standing there, watching the 4 people in front of him. "I advise you to leave. Just pretend that we haven't seen each other, and you haven't called, you asked me." The corner of his mouth twitched twice. Chu Yan still kindly persuaded them. After all, 3 great emperors and 1 half-sage are not considered weak. If you explore this heavenly dream absolute territory carefully, you might gain something. However, they just had a crooked mind and wanted to take a shortcut and rob themselves. They didn't know that in the void they couldn't see, there was a demigod Ouyang Nantian watching them quietly. "This is the Southern Heaven God Emperor." Ha ha ha, no more. "Are you lying to me? Today, you have to pay if you pay, or you have to pay if you don't. Live or die, choose yourself." The red-robed man's face darkened. He stared at Chu Yan with murderous intent, and shouted in a deep voice. "Let me tell you, our Maishan 4 hegemons are also very famous in the 10 Directions Starfield, 8 Immortals, have you heard of it? The 4 of us are the direct disciples of Immortal Emperor Yu Tian among the 8 Immortals. Sensible, it's best not to let us do it, otherwise, Not only did he reveal his identity, but he even moved out the teacher's door. Just being frightened can scare this casual cultivator Chu Yan to death. 8 Immortals. Yu Tian Immortal Emperor. Never heard of it. Chu Yan was startled, and shook his head, with an expression of not understanding what the other party said. "What? Kid, you are looking for death. Brothers, do it." With a shout of anger, the figures of the 4 moved together, and the ultimate move of the Emperor's art broke out at the same time, and they blasted straight at Chu Yan. In an instant, within a radius of 10,000 steps, the roar of beasts was like a tide, and the demonic aura was soaring to the sky. For tall beast spirits appeared behind several people at the same time, and directly imprisoned the world. #C2376 There is no devil in the southern sky, there is love in the broken knife. The power of the four martial souls is very similar, obviously belonging to the same attribute power. What's more, these four people's martial spirits are used together to form a battle formation, which has the ability to confine one side of time and space. They acted like this, it seemed that they had discussed it long ago, and did not give Chu Yan any chance to escape. Sect of the Eight Immortals, a direct disciple of Emperor Yu Tianxian. What a pity. Chu Yan carried his hands on his back, not thinking about it at all, shaking his head with a look of regret on his face. What? It's a pity, boy, I know I'm afraid. It's too late now, go to hell. The red-robed man in the lead, when he heard Chu Yan say it was a pity, thought that Chu Yan was timid, and with a grin, he would not stop at all. Instead, he stimulated his power, and the imperial technique attack he displayed was even more terrifying. The other three disciples of the Eight Immortals sect also smiled and looked at Chu Yan as if they were looking at a dead person. Regardless of whether this kid regrets it now or not, with one move, he will be blown into scum and avoid future troubles. This is the basis for killing people and getting money. The four of them are not immature to do this kind of business. Now that they have done it, they never thought of keeping alive. However, at the moment when the four attacks were about to fall on Chu Yan, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Ouyang Nantian, who was hiding in the void, finally made a move. He raised his right hand, swung it like a knife, and chopped it down lightly. The light of the blade pierced through the air, and the sound of thunder was like a tide. As soon as the edge of the blade came out, the forbidden time and space were instantly shattered. At the same time, the saber continued to fall towards the four of them unabated, like the sky was split into two in an instant, the void was in two halves, and the saber roared. What? Seeing this saber appear, the faces of the four great immortal brothers changed greatly, and their souls trembled. They dared to continue to attack, but instantly withdrew all their power and turned into the strongest defense to block the power of the saber falling from the sky. Boom, boom. The sound of a large thunderstorm shook the heavens and the earth, and as the saber energy passed by, the four figures, like kites with broken strings, were thrown into the air, splashing a large amount of blood, and falling towards the forest not far away. Wait for the four figures. Struggling to get up from the ground, when he looked in the direction of Chu Yan, his face was full of horror. You, who are you? Four pairs of 8 eyes trembled in unison, looking towards Chu Yan, the white-robed god, his eyes were full of fear. One knife. With an extremely random knife, 3 great emperors and a half-sage were cut and wounded. What kind of terrifying existence is this white-robed powerhouse who suddenly appeared? Even if the opponent is a strong person at the Saint Emperor level, it is impossible to do this to this extent. Nan Tian Wu Mo, Duan Dao is sentimental, you are lucky today, get out. The Nantian Divine Emperor glanced at the four of them, shouted softly, and immediately raised his feet and strode towards them. Chu Yan, who was standing there, looked at the four of them, shook his head, grinned, and turned away as well. Nantian has no demons, and the broken knife is ruthless. The man in the red robe, with his mouth full of blood, watched the 2 figures, one black and one white, go away. His face was completely frozen, his lips were trembling in shock. He is the Nantian God Emperor. Oh my God. Just now, what did we do? We actually robbed a God Emperor. The four of them were horrified, and looking at each other, their scalps were numb with shock, and their spirits were in a mess. Luck. It's really unlucky. The four of them robbed the God Emperor, and they survived. What the hell is this called? This is basically the longevity of the gods, earning his own life. In an instant, all three eyes fell on the red-robed man with incomparably resentful eyes. This is what you said, the benefit. You are simply asking us to die and make a fortune. Damn, your mind has been shut down. Let us rob God Emperor, or Nantian God Emperor. With a loud curse, the man in the red robe was scolded bloody, and the three of them turned around and left, without daring to stay any longer. In case the Nantian God Emperor turned around and killed them, it would be like crushing 3 bedbugs to death. When the three of them left, the red-robed man was still sitting on the ground sluggishly, like a helpless orphan. Bastard, bastard. What a dog, shit news, let me find out who sent the message, I will kill him. The man in the red robe finally came to his senses, he cursed the same way, his face turned pale with fright. According to the news received, this Chu Yan was carrying a huge treasure and went to Tianming absolute territory alone. Who knows, there is a God Emperor hidden beside him to protect him. Moreover, it is also the legendary Nantian God Emperor who slashed 1,000 demons with one blow. That is existence. That is the existence that one person, one knife, made the entire 10 direction starfield tremble in the ancient gods and demons' war. If it wasn't because of the word love that his physical body was damaged, it would be trivial to sweep the entire 10 direction starfield with his current strength. This Chu Yan, isn't he a casual cultivator? How could he be with the Nantian God Emperor? No, if you see him in the future, you have to stay away, you have one life. The red-robed man became more and more frightened as he thought about it, he quickly got up from the ground, turned around and left. Now he only wants to leave here as soon as possible, go back to the 8 immortals, and never come out again. After a brief turmoil, Tianming Forest quickly returned to calm. One day in the mountains, thousands of years in the world. Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian walked in the vast forest, and harvested some natural materials and treasures from time to time. While talking about the world, time passed quickly. During this time, they also met some powerful warriors, practicing in the Tianming Forest, or exploring the ruins, or fighting with monsters, and among the warriors, they fought because of some kind of newly born treasure. The Heavenly Dream Forest, as the entrance to the Heavenly Dream Absolute Territory, is much less dangerous, but it has a lot of treasures. Naturally, it also attracted some people, who stayed here for a long time, dreaming of all kinds of dreams of getting rich overnight and soaring into the sky. Where there is profit, there is killing. Chu Yan was used to all of this, while Ouyang Nantian just laughed it off. Although they had just experienced a small battle, the good mood of the two of them didn't seem to be affected. However, this kind of good mood will not last long, and it will be broken soon. Chu Yan, what did you do on Xuanhuan Road? While walking, Ouyang Nantian suddenly stopped, turned to look at Chu Yan, and asked curiously. It's nothing, it's just a fight and some things were stolen. Seeing that Ouyang Nantian suddenly listened to it, Chu Yan answered his irrelevant question with some doubts. Really? I don't think it's that simple. While speaking, Ouyang Nantian turned his head and looked at a small hill not far away, on which 3 figures stood quietly. Following Ouyang Nantian's gaze, when Chu Yan saw the 3 figures, his expression froze. If it weren't for Ouyang Nantian's guidance, these 3 figures standing there like ghosts, completely integrated with the night and the surrounding environment, even his probing spirit sense would not have discovered them. This can only show that these 3 people are extremely strong. #C2377 My name is Nantian. Just as Chu Yan and Ouyang Nantian were whispering, 3 figures on the hilltop set off at the same time and flew towards Chu Yan and the others. Not bad. You can find us. This is a strong man 7 feet tall, with a huge axe on his shoulders, body hair all over his body, and a big beard covering almost half of his face. There are still traces of oil stains and minced meat hanging on the beard, as if he has just eaten and drank enough. As a warrior, practicing martial arts, Chu Yan knows very well that after reaching the martial venerable realm, ordinary warriors don't need to eat at all. And the three people in front of them, their cultivation bases obviously far surpassed the Wu Zuanjing. On the bodies of the three of them, the demonic aura soared to the sky, and the beast's majesty was like a tide, and the ferocious aura gave people a sense of suffocation of death. Obviously, these three people are not ordinary warriors, they are demon cultivators, just like Little White Bear. Among the demon cultivators, there are two types. With the Emperor Wu realm as the boundary, there are two completely immobile paths, which make the monsters in the Emperor Wu realm very different. A class of demon cultivators chose to give up their demon bodies and rebuild their human bodies after they broke through to the martial Emperor realm. In this way, they have the same sea of energy and consciousness as humans, and can practice ordinary warrior skills and emperor skills. And the elephant Little White Bear belongs to another category, who chooses to continue to walk the ancient and wild road with the body of a monster. Therefore, after Little White Bear broke through to the demon emperor realm, he regained his demon bear body, while these people in front of him obviously gave up their beast bodies. Although they gave up their beast bodies, some monsters' habits could not be changed, especially the desire for meat, which became their favorite thing just like killing. The dark blood dragon leopard of nutrition. Chu Yan swept his eyes and landed on the hairy strong man headed by him, with a look of surprise on his face. This person, who Chu Yan had seen before, was extremely powerful, even among the forces gathered by monsters. Nyoto Mountain, he could be regarded as one of the top 100 existences. Humph. Boy, you dare to call me by my real name, are you courting death? Listen, my name is now the Dragon and Leopard Emperor. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the pretending dragon and leopard demon suddenly became unhappy, and shouted. Thinking, hand over everything on your body. I want you to leave a whole body. When the axe swung horizontally, a violent aura gushed out from the spirit axe, with a trace of blood, pointing directly at Chu Yan. What? Come again. Hearing the other party's words, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, staring at the other three with a pair of eyes, his face full of astonishment. What's the situation? Less than 2 days after arriving at Tianming Forest, the second batch of robbers had already been encountered. This winning rate is too high. Although in this extinct place, it is not uncommon for warriors to fight and plunder each other. However, being robbed twice in a row in such a short period of time, even if Chu Yan didn't use his brain, he still felt something was wrong. Because, regardless of the previous wave or the current wave, it was obvious that they were all waiting there long ago, deliberately waiting for his arrival. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you are unlucky today, I don't bother to talk nonsense with you, I will kill you first. The Dragon and Leopard Emperor obviously had no patience. Seeing that Chu Yan ignored them, he waved his hand and directly ordered the shot. The three big demon emperors of nutrition grinned their teeth, and the stench from their mouths almost made Chu Yan faint. This power is much stronger than the emperor art they used. Roar! 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 Amid repeated roars, martial souls appeared behind the three great demon emperors at the same time, 2 tigers and 1 leopard. The soul body was as high as 10 feet. These 3 great demon emperors, after tempering their physical bodies into martial souls, are much stronger than the awakened martial souls of ordinary warriors. The power of the endless beast souls was like a wave of beasts, and the ferocious aura that swept out enveloped all directions. 2 saber-toothed tigers, one on the left and the other on the right, outflanked Chu Yan, and all their soul power poured out like a big river, heading towards the 2 demon emperors for blessing. This kind of power, not to mention a high-ranking martial emperor, is enough to fight even a holy emperor. After all, the fighting power of monster warriors is much stronger than warriors of the same level. Boom! The 6 animal claws raised the air at the same time, and the exploding void made a loud noise, shaking people's souls. Like a group of ancient fierce beasts, wrapped in boundless beast power, the claw marks point to Chu Yan's vital head, which is definitely a one-shot kill. Obviously, these 3 people have some understanding of Chu Yan's strength, so when they make a move, it is a unique move, without any reservations. Chu Yan, according to the rules against God, it takes 80,000 points to ask the Saint Emperor realm to make a move. Ouyang Nantian appeared amidst the fury of beasts, stood beside Chu Yan, and said, "Do you know how many points it takes to ask the God Emperor to make a move?" 500,000. Ouyang Nantian's words made the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitch violently, and his expression suddenly changed. What a joke! It costs 500,000 points to kill so many little monsters, why don't you grab it? No, this is more profitable than those who rob them. Forget it, I'll solve it myself. Chu Yan blushed and was a little embarrassed. To be honest, it cost 500,000 points to deal with these 3 monsters, which was not worth it. However, Chu Yan can now be sure that his whereabouts have been leaked. I am afraid that these people, after receiving the news, are proud to go to Tianming Forest to deal with him. Therefore, what is certain is that after this wave, there will probably be other strong players who will continue to jump out. I am afraid that Ouyang Nantian has also discovered this point, so he opened his mouth and mentioned points to Chu Yan. You are too slow and tired. Hearing what Chu Yan said, Ouyang Nantian chuckled and shook his head. Immediately, he raised his right hand again, and the bright knife light, like a light in the darkness, completely dispelled the surrounding darkness. In all directions, the camp was 10 miles apart. All the monster warriors were frozen by a sharp light that soared into the sky, as if they were petrified. The heavenly demon dances wildly, breaking the sword and sealing the sky. Ouyang Nantian swung his right hand down, illuminating the entire night sky with the blade light, like the sky and earth collapsing. It fell directly, and slashed towards the 3 big demon emperors with dull faces. What? The faces of the 3 of the dragon and leopard emperors were ashen, and a terrifying sword light was reflected in the wide-eyed eyes, falling towards them. My whole body is completely stiff, I can't even move. The sliver of coercion contained in the sword glow completely froze their souls, not to mention their bodies and sea of energy. Boom, boom. As the blade light passed, the void trembled, the sky and the earth cracked, and it fell straight down, slashing on the 3 great demon emperors, splashing countless blood. Together with their body protectors, including their physical defenses, they were cut to pieces with one blow. You, who are you? There was no trace of blood on the entire face of the dragon leopard demon emperor, even though the knife marks on his chest were bleeding, but his eyes were fixed on the other party. Ouyang Nantian, who was dressed in a white robe like a god, asked in a startled voice. My name, Nantian.